Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your Fed headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Pittsburgh Pirates, they won yesterday 5-1 over the Seattle Mariners, which puts them back over 500. They're 41-40 after the series against the Mariners that they won. In yesterday's game, a solid offensive output from everybody, but particularly Henry Davis, who had a home run. He drove in 2 runs on that home run. He went 2 for 3. And his average was so low that with those 2 hits, his average jumps from the high 130s to the high 140s. It's now a 148 batting average for Henry Davis. Pirates continue their homestand with a series against the Cincinnati Reds that begins tonight and will last throughout the weekend. Game time tonight is at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Weekend Warriors, Donnie Football here. You want to know when your body starts talking back to you on the golf course? Cart path only. Suddenly your ball is 80 yards away or it's in the woods. You're hiking over there with 3 clubs, and by the time you get to it, you're not thinking birdie. You're wondering if the course has an urgent care. And that's the point. It's not just the scorecard. It's the whole day. Walking 18 without feeling like you're in a survival show. Bending down to read a putt without making that noise. Getting home, still having enough left for the kids, the yard, the cooler, all of it. That's why Awaken 180 makes sense. It's a medication-free solution with weekly weight loss support and, yes, free support for life. You may not fix your slice overnight, but if you drop 30, 40, even 50 pounds, the game, life after the game, feels better. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Make the call. 844-346-1800 or online at Awaken180weightloss.com.
Joe Starkey here, and I talk about follicles a lot. In this case, hair follicles and my lack of them. That's why I'm launching a new journey with New Image. I want some hair back. My consultation was great. So many proven options at New Image, where they've been solving hair loss issues for over 40 years. I left with a plan. I've already started FDA-approved laser hair therapy. I'll be sharing some hairy tales as I move toward a fuller frock. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimagehairclinic.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the 3rd leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team. Presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Harry Callis, Family Morning Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. And it's a beautiful weekend whenever you know that the Pirates won a series. I mean, I like sweeps as much as the next guy, but they're over 500 after winning 2 out of 3 against the Mariners, who are a respectable team, who are leaders of the American League West. So I guess it's okay. I mean, small offensive output on Tuesday. They lost 3-2. Yeah, Mitch Keller, 3 earned runs given up. They tried to pitch him long in that game. That one was a tough one. But they walloped the Mariners in Game 2, 11-1 final, and yesterday, 5-1 win in the afternoon. A lot of escape jams from the Pirates, which was impressive. The Pirates pitchers were pretty solid in that one, and we'll get to more of it coming up here in a little bit. 412-928-9370. It's 412-928-9370. You can get a phone line. You can talk to me on X by tagging me in a post at Callis_33 is the handle. That's CALLAS_33. And you can go to YouTube.com, search 93.7 The Fan. There's the YouTube video live stream, and there's a live chat next to that, so you can join that chat. I do read that from time to time as well and respond to comments. How about this, by the way? The world is a weird place. Social media is strange. And so I remember, I'm pulling it up now. So Donnie had posted something on his X account that is now up to 20,000 impressions, but he quoted me when we were talking on the pre-show about brushing your teeth and getting cavities, and I admitted I don't brush my teeth regularly. I do on occasions where, calls for it, like when I'm being around people, if I've eaten a large meal and there's, stuff in my teeth, that kind of thing. But for the most part, it's like, if like this morning I woke up, I got nobody special to see. I'm not going anywhere special today, I don't believe, and so it's like didn't brush the teeth. That's just me. That's what I'm doing. But he quoted that, and his quote was, Callis says, quote, "I only brush my teeth a few times per week, but I've never had a cavity," right? And so that blew up. And then somebody on X was like, "And this is why Callis won't find a woman." And so I just quoted that. I thought it was going to be a silly little thing. I just posted a picture of me and my girlfriend, Jada. Love her. She's beautiful. Nice lady. We get along very well. And we're very happy together after over a year. And I'm proud that she's my girlfriend, and I like to let people know that when the time comes to mention that in conversation. And this felt like a time. Like, I'm proud that she's my girlfriend. So I just posted a picture of me and her at my cousin's wedding from September. And I just told the guy, I'm like, way to keep up, with a laughing emoji. And this one's at 62,000 impressions now. And I'm like, I mean, like, what? Like, it's just weird. And just like people saying weird things, people being nice to us and complimenting us. Just odd. Like, I didn't think. Like, when I posted that, I was like, a few people might laugh. A few people that listen to the show might find it silly, No, it just blew up. It went what I call tiny viral. I think that Yeah, 62,000 impressions because I posted a picture of me and my girlfriend dunking on a guy that told me I can never get a woman because I very much have my favorite one right now. We have been together for a year and what is it? It's like a year and 5 months now. Started dating in February of 2025. And we're on fire. We're moving. It's a good time. Living with her now. Very proud though. I mean, I have no shame. No shame. You know, I like telling her how much I love her and appreciate her, and that was just fair opportunity. Nah, man, I got a woman. And she's my favorite. She's the best. And then 62,000 people with several comments just all over the place. And I mean, this is just the world we live in, you know. I don't know if you ever thought, like, I mean, this was never conceived that, like, so many people could see so many things about you that you put online. I guess just the world we live in now. Like, I can't imagine growing up. Like, I remember the very end of, like, cell phones where you had to, like, dial a number multiple times to get the correct letter that you wanted when you were sending texts. Social media has just revolutionized things for better and for worse. Yeah, I never thought, like, when I was little, like, one day, like, oh, yeah, we'll be living in a world where I can post a picture of my girlfriend and it's just going to be seen by so many people with all these random thoughts and feelings. Yeah. Very interesting. How about this, though? Jada, my girlfriend, she did tell me, though. Well, I don't know if she told me. I actually want to backtrack a little bit. So, Toy Story came out in 95, and she wasn't born until the mid-2000s. Or earlier mid. It was like... She was born in 04. She was born 9 years after the original Toy Story movie had come out. So I think the first two had come out. And Toy Story 5's out, and she's interested in seeing it. She's a big Disney fan. And so the one night last weekend, we were talking about, we were sitting around playing games, figuring out what to watch. And I said, hey, why don't we watch Toy Story, right? I mean, you know, we could watch all the Toy Story movies over the next week or so. And then we can go see Toy Story 5, and we've seen the previous 4 if you really want to go see it, you know. I'm not as big into Disney and Toy Story, so it's like it is what it is, but if she wants to see it, like, I'm not going to tell her no. I mean, because it's not like I care as much one way or the other. I've talked about this before. I think 5 in a series of movies is when it starts to get a little too much. I think, like, Toy Story, like, 3 and 4 tried to have this magical ending in both, and it's like, well, how do you have a 5th one then? Like, I was kind of like, I was getting the chills, I was getting the tingles after 3 and 4. Like, I thought they were good stories. Right, like, I thought, like, okay, this is the end. Like, this is me, like, kind of taking in my breaths and feeling the moments because it's touching stuff. But then they just keep coming out with more. And at that point, I'm like, well, like, how many wholesome endings can you possibly have before I'm like, you know what, they're going to make a 6th one. You know, they're going to make a 7th one. Toy Story, if you didn't know, by the way, was Pixar's first ever movie they made with Disney back in 95. So, I mean, the franchise is historic. Like, that's what put Pixar in, like, the general public's consciousness. And of course, they've been a Disney part of the Disney Corporation for years and years and years now. But that was the first, like, mainstream animated movie that they made with Disney. So, with that in mind, yeah, I mean, but yeah. So Jada and I put on the movie last weekend, and she understands, like, the characters of Toy Story, and she's seen the more modern ones. But she's watching the movie, and I remember the storyline. I don't consciously remember watching it before, but I'm like, yeah, I know, like, little elements of it. I feel like I've seen it to the point where I could tell you, like, what happens in it. And so we're watching, and, like, a lot of familiar things come out to me. But she's watching it and she's realizing, like, oh, I've never seen this before. I don't think I've ever actually sat down and watched this movie. Like, I know who the characters are, but I don't think I've ever seen the first movie. And so she's surprised by what's happening, and by the end, she's like, oh, this movie's so cute. I can't believe I haven't seen this. Like, she's just like having, like, the magical Toy Story moment. Like, you know, spoiler alert, but I mean, the movie's over 30 years old now. You know, Buzz Lightyear's this space ranger, and he thought he could fly, realized he was just a toy, realized he couldn't, but at the end of the movie, they get saved by this rocket, and they fly up into the air on this rocket to get back to Andy, the child that owns them. And Buzz finally flies, and it's magical, and she thought that was just the best thing, and that was a touching moment. I mean, Buzz went through this depression of being just a toy, and then all of a sudden he's like, he's flying. He's a toy, but he's flying. And then they get back to Andy, and happy ending, yay. But it's like, I mean, she thought it was magical, and I even got the tingles again. I felt that a little bit. I'm like, it's a pretty solid movie. It is. But to watch her, like, experience the magic of, like, oh, this is where this whole series started. It was this first movie, which I think it's a great movie. I think the first one's a really solid movie. I think it's very touching. And Disney does this pretty well, or at least did this pretty well. You know, they make these really, like, silly concepts, like talking toys or you know, fish, like in Finding Nemo. They make these stories feel like they make these silly concepts feel like actual meaningful stories as you go through and when you reach the end. So, yeah, my girlfriend, who was born 9 years after Toy Story came out, experienced the magic of it for the first time. So we're watching the series all the way through. We're watching the series of movies all the way through, and she wants to see the fifth one. So that's what's going to happen. So that's a little story, a little piece of information that you may have or may not have wanted to hear about. But yeah, that's what's going on in my life right now. Kay Collier on the YouTube chat. People can't comment on your business if you keep it to yourself. Limit what you share. Yeah. No, I mean, I get it, but, like, I'm proud of my girlfriend, so, like, what's the harm in me posting a picture of us at a wedding of one of my family members? There's no issue. I thought she looked great. I think I look great in that picture. Got the nice suit on. She's got a nice dress on, and we're just hanging out. We just did a little photo shoot while we were waiting for the bride and groom at the wedding. Not going to be ashamed of her, and that's kind of where I'm at. I mean, there's nothing to be ashamed of. She's great. So, I mean, if people want to be mean, they want to be mean, and there are people that just want to be mean to be mean, because that's their thing. Yeah, I mean, the negative comments don't bother me. I'm just surprised that it blew up as much as it did. And that's really where I'm at, like, with that. Like, because mostly there were people that were nice in those comments and saying that we look like a great couple and that it was funny that I just dunked on this dude who told me I could never find a woman when I'm very actively with a woman. Yeah, there's nothing I'm limiting sharing at that point about those details. It's just like, hey, I have a girlfriend. This has been known for nearly a year and a half now. So where you been? Where you been, guy? So social media, just fun. Yeah. All right, let's talk about sports. 412-928-9370. Spent a lot of time talking about that. Something else that made me happy, though, something that feels magical, is the Pirates won a game behind the pitching efforts of Bubba Chandler, who walked 3 batters, gave up 5 hits, and 1 earned run through 5 1/3 innings, struck out 4. The bullpen came in and didn't give up runs. It's amazing. Pirates also, I was hearing Paul Alexander do the North Shore Tavern leadoff show yesterday while I was finishing up my work in the office from the morning show. It was an afternoon game, so sometimes, you know, I have a little cubicle in the KDK newsroom that I do my work from after this show. And, yeah, I was hearing him talk, and he's talking about how well the Pirates have done against American League teams at PNC Park this season. And so that gave him some faith that they would continue that trend, and they very much did continue that trend. Pirates are very good at home against American League teams. I think they've won almost every series this season so far when an American League team has been in Pittsburgh. So there's that to consider. Just a little piece of information. But the Pirates escaped a lot of danger in yesterday's game. There were a lot of runners in scoring position for the Mariners. There were a lot of runners on base. And the Pirates pitching staff actually limited runs from scoring. Which is beautiful. It's great. Bubba Chandler gave up the only run for the Pirates in his 5 1/3 inning started. The fact that he limited the walks was good. I mean, he got to 3 walks, which is starting to get to that amount that you don't want to see. But 3's not bad. 4 strikeouts, solid. 1 run given up on 5 hits over 5 1/3. I think that he did a solid job. And what I'm most pleased by as well is that the Pirates bullpen did not give up any runs in this game. They gave up no runs. The only big thing I'm looking at here, the big glaring issue that was not so pleasing, was that Yohan Ramirez came in and he walked 2 batters and only pitched a third of an inning. But Evan Sisk came in immediately after Bubba Chandler. Sisk, no runs, 1 hit, 1 walk. Yohan Ramirez, like I said, the most disappointing, 2 walks and a third of an inning. Then Mason Montgomery pitched an inning and a third, struck out 2, no earned runs, no hits, no walks, and then Gregory Soto locked it down with a strikeout in the 9th. Not a save situation in this one. The Pirates got enough runs, but he closed the door and won the Pirates the series with his efforts by keeping the Mariners scoreless in the 9th, which is inspiring to see. Considering that, the Pirates bullpen has been such an issue, it was nice that they were trusted in this game and they ended up securing a win like that. And then how about this, too? This is the magic of baseball. This is how this works. So we got Henry Davis, who is no secret that he has struggled at the plate this season. I think he was batting 136 the last time I can recall seeing his average. And so yesterday he went 2 for 3 with a 2-run home run, which was very important. It gave the Pirates a 3-0 lead at the time, and it just helped them pad their run total and get themselves a sizable lead against the Mariners. By the end, like I said, they won by 4 runs, but he put them up 3-0 at the time. And his batting average is now 148. That's how poorly he's been doing, that he can have a 2-hit performance in one day, and his average goes up by 12 points. Looking at the last 7 games, counting that one, his average is 214 in his last 7 games after getting those 2 hits. He previously had 1 hit in his last 7 games. Now, he hasn't been playing as regularly either, so there's that to keep in mind. But, I'm just looking at the splits. His last 15 games, he's batting 162. In his last 30 games, he's batting 139. So, accumulating that all together, the average has just been abysmal this season. But that's what you get when you get 2 hits in a game. He could get 1 hit in a game, and his average would go up by 5 or 6 points. Yeah, 12-point swing because he got 2 hits in one game. That's how bad his average has been. So Henry Davis now has 6 home runs. He's 20 for 135 on the season, which is good for a 148 batting average, a 247 on-base percentage, 19 runs batted in, 16 runs scored. Look, if he can, that's the thing about the Pirates is they've been struggling to score now, and I think a big part of that is because they've got some key members of the lineup that are hurt, and they've got weaker hitters in the lineup. I've been mentioning this for the last month now. Triolo, Ozuna, and Davis are the 3 that I look at and I go, are those the guys you really want in the lineup? But, who else do you put in the lineup? if not Triolo. Like, who else can you trust at shortstop? I guess the Pirates' dilemma. I get it. And you got Nick Gonzalez playing third base on a regular basis. You want him in the lineup. He's hitting well this season. That's good to see. Hey, Brandon Lau's your primary second baseman. When Connor Griffin comes back, I can't imagine Jared Triolo will play too much more, but we got to see. And now the Pirates have an issue as well because Spencer Horwitz got hurt again. He was hurt in Wednesday's game, and it was officially announced yesterday that he's being put on the injured list. And a Pirates prospect, Jack Brannigan, called up. So he's on the active roster. He's got a locker. Oh, at least he did yesterday. I know the Pirates make some quick moves, but I haven't seen anything. I think he's still on the active roster and will continue be that way for a little bit. But there's three hitters now in the Pirates lineup as regulars that are injured. You got Griffin, Cruz, and now Horwitz. So some of these weaker guys have to either step it up or get to the bench more frequently. I mean, yesterday was a day game. You usually see Wednesdays and Sundays the backup catcher will catch because catching is taxing. It's taxing on the body, right? So you'll see backup catchers play more frequently than other guys in the lineup. Just because of the nature of the position. Davis just needs to get himself back up to a 200 average. He's got to find a way to hit more. It's just like I talked about this before. 180 is like my threshold. If you can't bat 180 in the majors, I don't care how good defensively you may be at whatever position. You just can't hit. Like you can't be in my lineup if you're not hitting 180. That's how I feel. Now Davis is the exception to that for the Pirates' sake. They want him in the lineup. That they think that he provides some value. They think he provides so much value that they traded Joey Bart, who was their other major league option, because Endy Rodriguez has been hitting great, and they have faith in Henry Davis. But it's amazing what the Pirates can do if Henry Davis can come through in these situations. And yesterday was an important example of why if you just had anybody at catcher who could hit, and you paired that with the other hitters in the lineup who are staying hot and staying strong and being consistent. Like Brandon Lau's been crazy good this season. I don't know how he's not a leading vote getter in the National League for second base. I mean, he's having quite the season, and he's been reliable. He had big moments in yesterday's game. But you pair all the strong hitters like O'Hearn and Lau and Brian Reynolds, who's been on a tear this month. He always does well in June. He's having a great season. You pair that, with the weaker guys who, if their weakness is batting 220 or 230, like that's good. But 148, even though it jumped 12 points after Davis got 2 hits in a game, like that's got to be done more consistently. Like you've got to get more hits in games. It's just you can't be batting that low. And you saw there when Henry Davis came through and the rest of the lineup was in sync, the Pirates had a strong advantage over the Mariners. They scored early. They got a lead early. They kept adding to that lead, and that was paired with solid pitching to the point where, okay, they win a solid baseball game 5-1, and they beat the Mariners in the series. They win 2 out of 3 against the Mariners. That's what you need. So if Henry Davis is going to play, my thing is that he can't keep batting below 180. He's got to continue to have that average climb. He's got to get on a hot stretch and do well. Otherwise, I want Endy Rodriguez in there as much as possible, despite the traditional Wednesday and Sunday catcher appearances by the backup. By the way, Brandon Lau, 249 average, 19 homers, 51 RBIs. I'd love to see him compared to some of the other leading vote getters in the National League for second baseman. I don't know how he's I think Donnie Football looked this up the other day when he was hosting the morning show. I think he was 8th on the list. I don't understand either. I mean, I mean, I know Ketel Marte is one of the best second basemen. Ozzie Albies is a pretty solid second baseman, but Lau, I gotta feel bad for Lau because he's having a season, and maybe it's just because as Pirate fans we haven't been used to offense in the last few years. But he's been tremendous for the Pirates, and I think that he's underlooked for how well he's doing. Again, 249 batting average, 19 homers, 51 RBIs. He's having a great season. All right, I got time to take some calls, so we'll take this one that's present right now. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Joe. How are you doing, man?
Good. What's up?
Hey, so yesterday, I don't know if you caught this or not on the PM team when Donnie was filling in. They were talking about best home series win of the year, and I'm just going to give you mine. I don't want to hear yours, and I'll listen or hang up to listen to your thoughts. I think easily the best home series win of the year was after they lost 5 straight, including the Cardinals sweep. They came home and picked the Reds, you know what. And I would just like to hear what your thoughts were, and you have a good day.
Yeah, man, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. I mean, honestly, when they came home to play the Orioles, the atmosphere was electric. Now, if we're talking about, I mean, that's a good series when you're talking about, okay, the Pirates rebounded after a tough stretch and they came back and they got it going and they beat a division opponent in the Reds, who were in first place to begin May and they're now struggling. They're not living up to it. But I mean, if we're talking about like atmosphere and we're talking about the Pirates like coming big in moments, I mean, when Connor Griffin, like I remember I was at the ballpark for the home opener and Connor Griffin made his major league debut. And when he hit that double, when that ball touched the ground in left center field, I mean, like it felt like a postseason atmosphere in PNC Park. And I'd say like setting a tone in that home opening series and having such excitement surround the team, like I thought that was wonderful. Like I thought that was great. I also thought over the Memorial Day weekend, I mean, they won some against the Cubs. I think that's also a notable home series to look at and be proud of. So they've got a couple. I mean, it's definitely been, and I haven't seen their splits in a moment, but I can look those up now real quick of how they're performing home versus away. I mean, I know the series against the Phillies didn't go very well. I know this month they had a stretch where they struggled, but they did take one against the Dodgers. That was good, enough for a team that is the reigning World Series champions and have all the stars on that team. Let me just look here. Yeah, I mean, they are, sorry, great radio here. 22-20 at home, 19-20 on the road. And that is, add those together, their overall record 41 and 40. Good for fourth place in the National League Central. The Brewers are almost at 50 wins, by the way. They're at 49 right now in first place. They're pacing the National League Central. But yeah, I mean, the Pirates, they've had a lot of solid games at home to the point where their home record is better than their away record. So, I mean, there's a lot of moments you could point at and think like, oh yeah, that was a cool moment, or that was a great moment. So, I mean, I think that's a good question. I think that's a solid call. It's a solid thing to ask. It's like, what was the best moment so far? Tyler Callahan against the Dodgers, just to speak of that series too. I mean, that moment was incredible, and that was electric, and that was something that also enters my memory, and so, yeah, I mean, that's where it's at. There's been a lot of good home moments for the Pirates this season, and I mean, every one of their stats, just looking at them too, like right now they're 5-5 in their last 10. Their home and away splits are right around 500. Their overall record is right around 500. They're a good baseball team. They're respectable. They just got to play like that, though, like they did yesterday. Like they got to keep performing like that. The pitchers need to limit runs, which is good to see. Bubba Chandler in particular, limited walks. That's good to see. And the offense came through. There was a lot of hits across the board for the Pirates, and they produced runs while limiting the Mariners from scoring in big spots. Mariners left a lot of runners on base yesterday. It's good to see from the Pirates. They've got the Reds at home again. Reds are 37-42, and they play 3 over the weekend. Capitalize on this series. Do it again. Beat up on the Reds. Gain some confidence. Go on a little winning streak here. Get yourselves back well over 500. Make up some ground in the National League. Get into a wild card spot. That's what I'm prepared to see. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan League Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Donnie Football. It's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's a World Soccer Championship preview.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infinity QX65. The United States has already won Group D, but still has to get through 90 minutes against Turkey before starting knockout play. The USA is coming off back-to-back wins at a World Cup for the first time since 1930. Turkey is already eliminated and has been one of the tournament's biggest disappointments. I'm Mike Conti.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Quiet so far to start your morning here. No new accidents to report of. Parkways are looking clear, and the same goes for 28 southbound and 51 as you head up towards the Liberty Tunnel. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Stone & Company, family owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. We have the largest fleet of trucks in the region, concrete pumping services, plus a full offering of precast products, manholes, catch basins, and blocks. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff is ready to assist you with your next project. All solid foundations begin with Stone & Company, DOT and DOH certified. 1-800-CONCRETE or stoneconcrete.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Tony.
The pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow's going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Fan Cash Fridays are here. Listen every Friday for your chance to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatic Sportsbook. Use Fan Cash to unlock unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, and more. No purchase necessary. Must be 21 plus. See full rules on 93.7 The Fan contest page.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com. That's cedarbrookgolfcourse.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic.
they could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured because of someone else's fault? Want to find out what your case is worth? Visit 98twins.com for a free evaluation. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, KDK, listen here. You want the best price on the best ride available, don't you? Well, how about Schultz Ford? Uh-huh. Yep. You know what they got all June still? Employee pricing. That's the way to go. So you pay what all the employees at Ford pay for their vehicles. That's fantastic. Get to all the great Schultz locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And they've been doing a booming business, by the way, at Schultz Ford in Wheeling. But anyway, get to all the great locations. You can always go online to do that. Check out what ride you want online. Do some shopping at home, kitchen table, all that at SchultzFord.com. And employee pricing. Gigantic selection of inventory right now. So check out what you want, and you're going to get that employee pricing all June. SchultzFord.com and all those great locations at Schultz Ford.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's the summer sticker sales event at South Hills Kia. Drive the 2027 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive, just $449 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Inventory is here and ready to roll, and we're making deals every day. 24-month leases, $3,999 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia. Go get it before it's gone. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Portugal was trading at 12% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $800 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know where they're at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Friday, people. Let's finish the week strong. We can do this, Callis, together. Donnie Football with you on this final Friday in the month of June. Hard to believe next week will already be the Independence Day weekend. And we get to benefit a little bit from that, Harry, because if we want to, technically July 3rd counts as the company holiday for Independence Day. So
I see us both on the schedule right now, though.
Yeah, but we can always pull that card early next week.
We should?
We'll see. I mean, there's a chance I'm sitting right in this chair next Friday morning.
There's that. I mean, if you're here, I'll come in. I mean, if you're going to host this show.
Well, I'm flattered. I'm flattered by that, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of like the bittersweet part of our job. Like, if I were working a desk job, like, yeah, I'd want my days. Like, I mean, because it's like, you're doing similar things every day. But, like, here it's like, I guess we're doing similar things, but it's like if we take off, then, like, we might miss things. And, like, there's news to react to. There's things that we might miss. And I never want to miss anything. So I like to be here when I can. Now, I still like my days off. I'm still happy that I'll be going on vacation.
Yeah, always take your days. Absolutely.
But, like, again, my buddies are here. We're talking about stuff. If there's things to react to, like, yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily want to take off. So if you're going to be here, then yeah, that's kind of why I'm like, all right, I'll be here with Donnie. I'll produce the show.
Yeah, so we will see how that all unfolds.
One more thing, too, you bring that up.
Of course.
And this is why I feel this way strongly, too, is because last year when I was off of the air because I was running for Green Tree Council, in that span of a month, I missed so much news, but the leading headline of all the news I missed from that month was Derek Shelton getting fired, actually. Because he was fired, I think, on May 8th.
Yes.
He was fired on May 8th, and I didn't return to the air until, like, the 22nd, something like that. So I was like, man, that was so much stuff. There was some Steelers news that was going down. Aaron Rodgers rumors at that time.
You just said you were allowed back on May 22nd?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because Rodgers signed during 5 Alarm last year.
Right, so I was there for him signing. But, yeah, I mean, like, Derek Shelton news, a lot of Pirates developments. Steelers developments was just I missed, and I got that FOMO.
You could have had your break into the studio moment to drop some big news.
I guess so.
What is, because that is one of the perks of what we do, that there are occasions where, like, you are the person that may be breaking a pretty big story to people, and I know that the pre-show is not meant to be about sports, but this will be more of like a grand scheme of things question here. What is the biggest piece of news that you broke to people, like, as it happened? Because not everybody is like me or, some other people that may be like real fanatics or sports lunatics out there like me that have the alerts on for every single key insider in sports, and it's like they're always at the ability to look at their phone. That's something that I don't comprehend as well as I should. Because, like, when the Mike Tomlin thing happened, which is absolutely number one for me, I was the voice that told people that were driving around the city at the time that didn't have the quick access to, I'm going to check my phone every 5 seconds.
You know what? The one thing you messed up was that you weren't on camera. That was the one thing you messed up.
How did you feel? Now, we both came from the Lanny Fratteri Waynesburg School of Broadcasting. How did you feel about my partners talking over me a little bit in that moment?
I mean, they're the hosts in that case.
Right. I didn't really mind because it also was a genuine reaction from both of them because neither of them saw it.
Yeah. That's what you want, I think, is that, like, you want to react in your authentic ways, and then after that, everybody digests, then you get the phone calls, you get the social media reactions, right, that kind of thing. But, yeah, I mean, I don't mind it because I know they were being authentic. They weren't talking over you just to talk over you like that. That was one of the more intense pieces of information to receive at that time.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we didn't have in 2 decades, roughly, and we never thought we would see the day. I think that's what was the craziest part about it, because for how much we talked about it, especially Pony, the guy that I work with hand in hand on a daily basis, the amount of times that the idea of Mike Tomlin moving on, we weren't ready for the actual day.
Mm-hmm.
So when it still hit, you were in amazement. Do you have any moments like that though?
So
that you can think of, the big, that you were the person that saw it hot off the presses from Schefter or Rappaport, or it doesn't, or it could be Jeff Passan.
Well, you know what I did. What was it now? 2024. So it was over 2 years ago now. But I was producing when Justin Fields got traded to the Steelers.
Oh, that's right.
When he got traded to
that
the
was
Steelers.
a Saturday night. It was St. Patrick's Day.
And I was all truth be told now, I was upset because I didn't think it was going to happen. I was like, what are the chances? But our boss Craig had said, he was like, Callis, can you stay and produce just in case the breaking news happens? And meanwhile, Doran invited me out to go somewhere and do stuff, and I was like, well, now I got to work. What the heck is this? This is no good. But I kept it to myself. I was playing video games on my laptop. Our syndicated programming was going on at that time, and then Craig texted me and he said, Callis, it's happening. And then my first thought was okay, well, are they calling in a host to do this, or And then he was like, you can start whenever you're ready. I was like, me? Ooh, okay, I like that. And so he's like, yeah, just start calling hosts, as they're available, and have conversations with them, and then take as many fan reaction phone callers as you can. And we didn't have commercial breaks scheduled at those times.
Right.
Either. So aside from a 30-second to a minute little PSA cart I would put in there just to fill some time so I could get water, I talked for the majority of 3 hours. Just reacting with people. Here's Justin Fields getting traded for. Here are the details. What do you think? And that was after Russell Wilson had been signed. So all of these different factors had taken place. Kenny Pickett had just got traded the Friday before that happened. So it was Friday, Kenny Pickett's gone. Saturday, here's Justin Fields. That was probably the biggest, now that I think about it.
Yeah, I actually forgot that you were the guy for that, because it was St. Patrick's Day weekend, or at least when it was celebrated in the city. So that's what also put Craig in a tough spot. And given the time that it happened,
it was nighttime. It was peak St. Patrick's Day happiness going on.
It wasn't like, oh, it happened first thing. I can catch one of these guys before they go out for the day. Go to a house party, or they go to a bar, with all of their green stuff on. He had no shot of that. I was out somewhere. I'm sure Pony and Chris, the same thing. In a way, that's kind of how the Mike McCarthy stuff went down too. That was a Saturday late afternoon.
Didn't Charlie Borges kind of steer that one? Or was that somebody else?
He was, thankfully, he was the man on the board, and then Mulsey was able to come in and host.
Okay.
Yeah, now that was at least a day where there was some availability. I was calling a St. Vincent basketball game, I think, when the news broke.
I was calling basketball too. I was public address announcing Swickley Academy, yeah.
Congratulations on all of your success.
And you as well then, I guess. What?
Yeah, I'm at the Carey Center out in Latrobe, baby.
Just Mike McCarthy.
And I get the Mike McCarthy notification. Yeah, okay, so you have Justin Fields. I have Tomlin. Austin has, of course, the Connor Griffin news, which you are shaking your head at, and I find hilarious, because only one of the three of us bursted in here to make sure their face was on the camera. And
you understand the gravity of that too, man? You're doing a show with Bob Pompiani, and it's like you bust through the door. Hey, you know what? I got to be a part of this. Yes. Man, I brought a great parody for me, though. That brought out great parody. Adam and Dorn were just like, you can do that whenever you want. You just come in here and you do it. And I was like, yeah.
You're right. You're right about that.
It's fun.
And that first time you did it, was it something about the weather?
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
He's just like, Callis, you know what? Come break the weather news.
That genuinely made me laugh very hard. Especially because I think Crowley almost hit the ground when you pushed the chair.
Yeah.
Over to the other side.
He's not very heavy.
Do you follow the No Context Pittsburgh page on Twitter?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They put out there maybe one of my favorite pictures ever. It was at 9:15 last night. So unfortunately, I didn't see this in real time. I feel a little bit refreshed today too, Callis. I was dragging midway through the week. Yesterday, I didn't do the morning show. Had to take Sarah to the airport. Jack Hillgrove did a fine job filling in. I hope you guys had fun in your 4+ hours together. So I feel a little bit refreshed. We got a Friday show. We're going into the weekend. It's a good feeling. And I got more sleep last night. Well, I guess I can't say more. Around the same that I've gotten all week. But that being said, I didn't see this tweet when it first happened. And it is a picture that is cropped from yesterday. If you saw that there were a couple of special guests at the Pirate game.
Yes.
And those guests came from this building. Our big boss, SPAC. Pony was there. Bob Pompiani was there, as was one of the mini versions of the Marconi Award that was held by Bob Nutting in the center of the picture. So this picture, which I think could be framed and put around to every household in the tri-state area, and it could probably be titled something like Pittsburgh's Favorite Sons. It was cropped so that it's just Bob Nutting, Travis Williams, and Andrew Filipponi. It is a thing of beauty. I love this picture. I might get this thing framed and get it put on the wall. We have like a Pittsburgh wall at home, and Pony is just wearing a Bill Madlock jersey. That might be my favorite part.
What a name that is.
I know. What a little blast. I like that one. I like when you go deep cut a little bit. It's not just your run-of-the-mill star player. Like Madlock was a good player, but, I mean, you see so many that it's just Stargell or Clemente.
Hey, Bill Madlock played third base, man. He was...
Roughly that area, like roughly that time period.
World Series champion he is. He's big time.
Well, yeah, but, I mean, he's not, like...
He's not the biggest big time.
Yeah, like you're not thinking back to, like, all-time Pirates legend, so I like when it's a little bit of a deep cut.
But he's not Jared Triolo. He was more solid than that.
Okay. He's not the big tree. The Fan Pre-Show, that's brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. I think we'll have some fun today, Harry.
You think?
Yeah. I feel confident in that. You don't think so?
No, I know we're going to have fun, but
Good.
hey, if you think, I mean, so be it. You do look better today. You do. Yeah, I could tell. Jack also, it is a thing, and people make fun of us because we misspeak on this show sometimes. Jack was having somewhat of a rough time, like, speaking. Like, he would just, like, he'd fumble sentences a little bit, which is normal because Adam does it all the time.
Yeah.
And I think it's just the syndrome of doing the morning show because your brain's not all the way, like, there. Like, I feel like by the end of this show, like, I'm awake. But it's, like, through the 4 hours.
Right, like I feel like things get rolling.
Like, right as it ends. Because you're finally, like, into it, like, your brain's starting to, like, actually function properly, and it's like, oh, well, the show's over. It's 10 a.m.
Yeah, I feel like once we've gotten to, like, 7:30 or 8 o'clock every day, I've felt pretty good.
But people give us all a hard time, and it's just like any host that can come in here will sometimes, like, they'll have a moment or two where they're like, what? No, sorry, just like misspeak.
Yeah, I mean, we had the conversation the other day. You're really never going to have a perfect show.
Nope. You can strive for it, but I've forfeited, trying to be perfect. I mean, I'm sure that's obvious to everybody that listens to this on a regular basis. I've forfeited trying to be perfect. I think being myself works as well, if not better.
Yeah, because David Letterman, at the end of his illustrious television career, he acted like he had never had a good show and certainly said he never had a perfect show. I mean, it's more rare than a perfect game. Think about trying to go 4+ hours. You never mess up a single word. You never slip up on a word. You never pronounce anything.
I think TV shows have kind of like given us an unrealistic expectation on how we're supposed to like interact, because like those people don't make mistakes, but they're perfect because like they want to keep that intensity of like the story, right? And they want to keep the brevity of it, because like, you know, you could get taken out of a moment in a scene if people are messing up and it gets silly, right? So like we watch these people, we watch these TV shows and movies, and we're like, oh, these people speak perfectly, right? Like, why can't I do that? You know, like why do mistakes happen? But like, you know, that's what I realized when you're like listening to a talk show like this and it's live, or any live show, and like these things are like messed up as people interact, and it's like, no, that's okay. That is normal. We can misspeak. It's all good. And you know, that's life. You know, you're never gonna have like, I feel like you can plan for things as much as you want, but like unexpected things happen in life all the time. So like, you know, just because we're doing a show doesn't mean we're immune to that either. That's the perspective I take on it. It's like, yeah, things happen.
Yeah, I mean, those things also have the benefits of editing, like post-production work. We don't really have that. We are live on the air.
Yeah.
Like, I will probably mess up in the next 5 seconds, and we just kind of have to keep rolling.
Yep.
You've probably experienced in the past, like you've probably interviewed somebody over the course of your days, whether it's on this station, or I can think of like college examples, you know, when I've been doing St. Vincent football games, or, you know, interviewing a coach or a player, and I always try to make them at ease by telling them, hey, this isn't live. We're going to edit this after the fact. Because it always is. I'm not lying to them there. But people that aren't used to it, that makes them feel better.
I used to do that at my other job. It was a TV production. I'd do the same thing. I'd tell them, like, hey, this isn't live. I'm really good at editing. And then they'd watch it back, and they'd be like, oh, wow, that's actually looks seamless, or that does look good. So, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because sometimes you get in the middle of that phone call. I can think of several occasions where I was interviewing a St. Vincent football player, and think it's Division III football. You know, these kids aren't media trained by any stretch of the imagination. It's not D1. You know, they're not getting a microphone stuck in their face 24/7. So there's so many times where I've been in the middle of those, and like the kid messes up, admits he messes up, and says, oh man, can we edit that out? I didn't mean to say that. Or can we start that over? And you're just like, yeah, let's roll it.
Sure.
And there we go. All right, Callis, let's have some fun. We're getting to the Pirates at the halfway point. They took the series against Seattle, and it was nice the last two games. Hopefully they can keep that going into the weekend. The United States finished up group play. Did they beat Turkey last night? The Penguins made a small trade. Their new ownership group spoke for the first time. We get into all of that as well. We're about a month away from training camp, so a couple of small Steelers stories to get into. Chris Carter will join the show at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, we are joined by Greg Brown, Pirates broadcaster, the two usuals on Fridays. 8:20, we're going to talk to Carlo Zovko, the Whitfield insider, about the insane story that is happening with one of the local notable high school football programs. We get into all of that starting right now. It's the Fan Morning Show.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Fly ball center field, this should do it. Billy Cook, Pirate center fielder, says he's got it. He's got it. Raise the Jolly Roger. Bucks defeat the Mariners and win back-to-back games here at PNC Park by scores of 11-1 and 5-1.
The Pirates are 41-40 through 81 games. Why is that notable? Why does that matter? It doesn't happen often. That's why. We have seen the Pirates as late as about 100 games, 107 games to be exact, 2 years ago, 2024, when they were 55-52. So we've seen them later in the season be over 500, but it is not often that we reach the halfway point and they are a team that, even if by just a game, are above the 500 mark. It's Donnie Football with you this morning until 10. Adam and Doran still out. Adam will be back next week. I believe Doran's still off for another week after this one. As we lead you into the final weekend in the month of June, let's have a feel-good Friday, people. Nicholas Harry Callis is with me behind the glass, hoping for nice weather this weekend. The Pirates with the final 3 games of their homestand at PNC Park. It should be a fun series against the Reds. 6:40 tonight, the first pitch. Paul Skeens on the bump, and you can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage begins at 5:45, and it's all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. A Saturday 4:05 game. I plan on going to the game tomorrow afternoon with a couple of buddies, and then Sunday rounds out the series against Cincinnati. It is the Fan Morning Show, which is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. So the Pirates are 41-40 through 81 games, and that is notable because it is the first time they are over 500 at the halfway point of the season since when? Harry, do you know the answer? The last time the Pirates at 81 games were over 500, since when?
I want to say they were over 500 in 2024.
At the official halfway mark, they were not. They were 39-42.
Then it would have had to have been 2018.
It was also not 2018.
Really? Are we talking earlier?
Yes.
2015.
2015 was the last time they were over 500 at the season's official halfway point, 81 games. I know sometimes it gets confusing in baseball because we will refer to the All-Star break as the halfway point, but sometimes you're like 90 or 95 games in by the All-Star break. 81 games in. We got 81 games to go. The Pirates are 41-40. And over 500 for the first time in 11 seasons. They were 47-34, 81 games in that 2015 season. They would end up winning 51 more games because they would win 98 on the entire year. That was a hell of a club. And it's still upsetting to me over a decade later that we saw their season come to an end in a one-game wild card scenario, all thanks to Jake Arrieta. And I still think if the series format was around in 2015, the Pirates lose that first game, I think they win the next 2. Now, that's another discussion for another day, but...
Yeah, there's a lot of factors, too. Would Cole have went up against Arrieta, or would you wanted to save him for a weaker pitcher?
Yeah, I mean, I think in that case, and again, we're going back 10-plus years now, I think in that case, they maybe roll with J-Happ in that first game because he had such a great second half with them.
Mm-hmm.
The dude who had an ERA near 5 with Seattle, they trade for him at the deadline, and he comes in here and he has an ERA of 1.85 in 11 starts.
We'll never know.
That dude was awesome.
He was
like one of the great short-term Pirates.
I remember.
I would say.
I remember the first time he pitched against the Cardinals that year, and he just mowed them down. I was very impressed because they were the 100-game winners that year.
Yeah, they won 100. The Pirates won 98. The Cubs won 97. J-Happ immediately comes in, kind of makes a statement against some great competition, and they were off and running with him. So, yeah, I think things go a little bit differently if the format is the way it is today. But all of that being said, another one of the fun things that we can do when it comes to the halfway point of a baseball season is that we can give out midseason awards for the team. MVP, LVP, Cy Young, biggest surprise, biggest disappointment, overall grade. We can start with the grades first, Nick, and I don't know if this would be a little bit harsh or not, but I am actually going to give the Pirates a grade of a C+. Because this is about where I expected them right now. And if I turn it over to what the second half of the season would be, they are on pace to be a team that is just over 500, 82-80. And if that's the case, I can't say they're really anything more than the C or C+ range. I would say that a good chunk of people outside of the cynics, it felt like this was a season of hope of sorts. And they would come into this season, win somewhere in the mid-80s, and perhaps battle for a playoff spot in the National League. That is all still very possible. It is very jumbled up in the National League. It should be a wild ride the rest of the way, and hopefully a fun one for us that we can even follow all the way through the month of September. It would be a great feeling to know that the Steelers are getting ready to play their opener or play the Bengals in Week 3, and the Pirates were playing a meaningful football game. The Pirates were playing a meaningful baseball game. That would be a great scenario for all of us. We haven't felt that way again in 10 plus years. I thought they'd win 86 games. I had them at 86 and 76, maybe a little bit high. I had them sneaking in and grabbing a wild card spot. So I think putting them in the C to C plus range is pretty fair. I'm not completely bashing them for what the season's been so far. It's not like it's been a dumpster fire like 2025 was when they started off 12 and 28. They got rid of Derek Shelton, and the season was over before it really started. For all of the shortcomings this team has, questionable managerial moves, questionable managerial mentality that Don Kelly may have at times where people feel like he's a little too much like Derek Shelton, the bullpen blow-ups that have absolutely cost this team 3 to 5 games at minimum, they're still right there. So I give it a C plus, Callis. What say you?
I'll agree with you on that one. I mean, their depth right now is making them weak, and there's a lot of games this season that they could have won that they haven't. And because of that lack of depth, the bullpen has been disappointing. The starting pitchers have started to disappoint, though. Ashcraft and Chandler's starts in this Mariners series were inspiring. I think they're a little better than average, which also is indicated by their record, right? They're a game over 500 right now at 41 and 40. But I can't ignore that this team has issues and injuries have exposed a lot of this team's weaknesses, and I need to see more winning streaks down the stretch before I'm willing to get them over the C.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a chance that this weekend they get Connor Griffin back. I think that would be a big boost to them because the offense did take a step back once injuries caught up to a degree. We felt like they could get by if one guy was hurt, get by a little bit if two guys were hurt, and I think that's kind of how it's going right now. But they haven't had O'Neal Cruz. They haven't had Connor Griffin. Those are two dangerous guys in their lineup, at least the way they were hitting at the time they went out. So maybe as soon as this weekend. I know there was some speculation. I know that Jack had Colin Beasley on yesterday, and there was an idea that we could see by the series against the Reds, maybe by tomorrow. That would be nice, especially for those in attendance like me, that Connor Griffin makes his return. But Pirates 41 and 40 through 81 games. Callis, how about the team's MVP? This is my pick.
Rogers delivers. Drive to left field. This is going to do it. Walk it off. Brian Reynolds. Oh, baby. Brian Reynolds clears the deck. Anchor down. B-Ray. Pirates win it on a Friday night in the Berg.
Argument could be made, absolutely, for somebody like Brandon Lau. The dude has 19 homers this year. He's going to not only break, but smash the single-game home run record by a Pirates second baseman, which is held by Neil Walker currently. He also has a very real chance to hit 40 home runs. Mm-hmm. He's on pace for 38. We haven't seen 40 home runs in like 50 years of Pirates baseball.
Since Willie Stargell?
Yeah. That is insane to me. A team that had Barry Bonds on their roster for a handful of seasons, and we haven't seen 40-plus home runs in 50 years. So Reynolds, he doesn't have the home run numbers that Lau has. He's still on pace for 22 on the year. but he's better in every single offensive category otherwise. And he's even highlighted himself in the outfield, oddly enough, where he's not a very good defender, but he has robbed a few home runs in this month. He has played in all 81 games. He has 11 homers, like mentioned, 52 runs batted in. He leads the team, 19 doubles, which is tied for the team lead with Brandon Lau, hitting .291, on-base percentage of .405. That is one of the best in baseball. You got guys like Shohei Ohtani. Brian Reynolds is not all that far behind, .405, slugging .484, and the OPS is up around 900.
889.
Yes.
Yeah.
The OPS plus 144. Go ahead.
I didn't realize he was hitting as well as he was, honestly. I didn't check his average out in a while. I know he was a little cold to start the season, but he heated up big time, and he's come through in big moments. I don't think it's a bad pick. Yeah, I was still going to go with Lau just because I can recall several moments where he's come through in clutch situations where he's come through. He's been consistent. He's been pretty solid defensively, I'd say, this year. And on top of that, I mean, he's hitting a lot of home runs. He's coming through in big spots. And, I mean, I think his acquisition is also steering this team in a different direction. And I think that his presence is helping guys like Reynolds succeed more because there's a stronger lineup now, you know, because Lau's threatening, you know, with the power that he has. It's causing the rest of the lineup, I think, to benefit from that because it's not as weak. So his presence is just, I think, makes him the most valuable.
Something you touched on there is absolutely true, and that's what I was hoping would happen once they traded for Brandon Lau, once they signed Ryan O'Hearn. They brought in some real professional hitters, and Marcell Ozuna they also signed. That one certainly hasn't worked out. We'll touch more on him in a little bit. But the lineup protection that was never here before, that someone like Brian Reynolds now has, who, by the way, he also owns the longest active on-base streak in Major League Baseball, 30 consecutive games, which began over a month ago, May 23rd for Reynolds, and also a 15-game hit streak going on at the same time. Reynolds, Cruz were two guys that I was hoping this would really benefit, and it has. 412-928-9370. We will keep going with our Pirates midseason awards after the break. The grade for me, a C+ so far this year. My MVP, Brian Reynolds. Callis with a similar grade. He says Brandon Lau, his MVP, and that's also fair because he has been awesome. What say you? 412-928-9370. You can also hit us up at that number on the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Your calls and more of our Pirates midseason awards next on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates were 5-1 winners over the Seattle Mariners yesterday. Bubba Chandler went 5 in the third innings. He walked 3 batters, limited that. That's been a struggle for him this season, and he performed well. Did not walk too many batters. Gave up 1 earned run on 5 hits, struck out 4 in his 5 in the third innings pitched. Pirates bullpen gave up 0 runs for the second straight game. They gave up no runs out of the pen. So the Pirates, actually third straight game, they didn't give up any against the Mariners in the first game of the series as well. Either way, the Pirates and Cincinnati Reds will start a 3-game series. Pirates will still host it. It'll wrap up the homestand for the Pirates. Game time tonight, game 1 of the series, is at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Junk Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Smale Kia, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's, and by the first ever Infiniti QX65. The United States staggers into the knockout round following a 3-2 loss to Turkey in their final group stage match. The USA still wins the group and has a knockout round contest looming against Bosnia and Herzegovina. Austin Trusty and Sebastian Berhalter both scored for the United States. I'm Mike Conti.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Big night in the W. Marina Mabrey tied the WNBA's all-time single-game scoring record with 53 points for the Toronto Tempo. That's awesome. What's even better is that she did it against the Los Angeles Sparks, the team that drafted her in 2019. She became the first player to ever score 40 or more points against a former team in the WNBA. Man, I love me a revenge game of that day.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. And all season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boosts, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boosts. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost tokens and MLB Parlay Boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements.
I wish we were at the game right now.
To be honest, I don't mind watching it at home.
You'd rather be here than at the game?
I mean, kinda. We have comfy seats, replays, and this entire fridge full of Faygo.
Red Hot. 60-40. Dr. Faygo.
Cotton candy.
Rock and roll.
What the heck was that?
Oh, yeah. My fridge does that ever since I stocked it with all this Faygo.
Can I try?
All yours. Root beer,
candy apple. Orange.
I think one just said my name.
Faygo, with over 50 flavors. What flavor you got?
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Light rain with a high of 70 degrees for the morning.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief. What feeling is that, you ask? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from back pain. That move how you want to, not how you have to feeling. That keep going through your day without slowing down feeling. The kind that brings you back to yourself all day long without interruption. Oh yeah. Because Aleve offers long-lasting pain relief. Feel up to 12 hours of back pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Getting reports of an accident right now down in Carrick. It's on the 2100 block of Brownsville Road, right in between Woodford Avenue and Parkfield Street. So you want to watch out there as crews hit that scene. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
One pitch. Ozuna cracks this one out high and deep out to left center, and this ball is way out of here over the clubhouse in center. Ozuna with his first home run since May 15th, and it's a long one. Pirates up 8-2. 448 feet.
So the Pirates are halfway through the 2026 season. Believe it or not, it's already here. 41-40, first time over 500 through 81 games since 2015. The team that won 98 games, that team was 47-34 through 81 games. That's the best Pirates team of my lifetime, at least in the regular season. Well, no doubt in the regular season. But that clip there you hear from who I would say is easily the Pirates' least valuable player to this point in 2026. And I think it would be hard to argue against it. Marcell Ozuna has just been a major disappointment. You factor in a few things here when you say the least valuable player, and people know that I've picked on Henry Davis, but he at least does bring some defensive acumen. He's also coming off a career day. Let's clap it up. A big home run, a couple of big hits, and the OPS on the year is up to 565 for Big Hank. All jokes aside, though, Marcell Ozuna was brought in, even in his mid-30s, to be a player that would add an extra level of oomph to this lineup. And he's now barely over the Mendoza line on the season. The OPS is below 600. He does have 6 homers and 25 runs batted in, so he's on pace for 12-50 if he even gets there. But those shouldn't be numbers from a guy like Marcell Ozuna. This is a dude that 2 years ago was a legitimate MLB MVP candidate. And now we're saying he's the least valuable player on the 2026 Pittsburgh Pirates. Now, I understand the offense is loaded. There's an opportunity here to see a little bit of Pirates history that I will touch on in a moment. But Ozuna also doesn't play the field. All he does is hit. So to me, Nick, I think it's pretty obvious. He has to be their least valuable player.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the lack of production, the money they're spending on him, the fact that now he's still mostly on the bench when you're paying them that much money too, and he's occupying a roster spot that could be occupied by somebody else who's younger and has the potential to be better. Yeah, he's not doing it.
Yeah, another very fair point. Like they just haven't played the dude a lot. So we can't even really see if he's going to ever heat up because they'll play him like once a series, maybe twice. We know at least one game. He should be in the lineup tonight. They're facing a lefty, Andrew Abbott. We will preview that game more later on. I mean, he's not going to go up against Chase Burns. Like there's no shot he's going to play in that middle game of the series. And then, I don't know, we'll see about Sunday. Are you aware of the Pirates' history that we are on pace for, Nick? The Pirates have 5 hitters that are on pace to hit 20-plus home runs, which would be a first in franchise history.
Wow.
Lau currently has 19. Cruz has 14. Reynolds has 11. O'Hearn has 11. Horwitz has 10. Now, Cruz is out, and we still don't really have a timetable on his return. Horwitz is on the injured list. So those two guys may be the ones mostly at risk. Lau will probably get it by the time the weekend is over. Hell, maybe even before tomorrow morning, depending on how things go. Reynolds and O'Hearn, I would expect them to get there. The closest that the team ever came was 1999. 4 players on that team had 20-plus home runs. Giles had 39. Kevin Young had 26. Al Martin had 24. And All-Star Ed Sprague had 22 back in 1999. So Marcell Ozuna, going back to the start of the segment here, he's the least valuable player. Who is the Pirates' Cy Young? To me, it was tough, but it's this guy.
There's a swing and a miss and a strikeout. 11 Ks for Ashcraft. We'll see if he goes out for the 7th.
Callis, am I out of bounds there? I mean, I know that Paul Skeens, by the numbers, is still the Pirates' best pitcher, but not by every number is he the Pirates' best pitcher. He's got a better ERA, 2.86, but Ashcraft has been equally as impressive to me. He has 8 more innings under his belt, almost 9. 7-3. The ERA is barely above 3. Same amount of strikeouts, only a few more walks. The ERA plus is a little bit lower than what Paul Skeens has put together. Skeens is at 151 and Ashcraft is at 140. But maybe I'm being a little bit unfair here to Skeens when it comes to expectation. I thought Ashcraft could be like a solid player for them. He showed that last year. I did not think he would be this.
Well, just because you didn't expect it, I mean, that doesn't necessarily make him the best pitcher on the team. And I know Skeens has been the victim of some unfortunate situations.
Right, and I've actually defended him for the most part, but yeah. I just think Ashcraft has been awesome.
Especially down the stretch, though, too. I mean, Skeens has lost in his last 7 starts in a row now, but, like, the team isn't scoring for him. And the bullpen wasn't really holding it down either in the games that he pitched in. It's usually one or the other with that. I'm still going to say Paul Skeens. I have faith in him. I think that he's pitched very well this season, despite the fact that he hasn't met the super expectations put on him because he's so good. And I think we have such high expectations of him because he's that good. Ashcraft, solid pitcher. I think that in the future we could consider him as a Pirates Cy Young candidate if he has that consistency. But, I mean, just because Skeens isn't meeting, again, those super expectations that he's been able to put on himself and make fans hopeful that he can achieve, that doesn't mean that he's pitching bad, and I still think he's the best option, and he's the option that I would pick if I had to first and foremost.
412-928-9370. What say you? MVP, LVP, Cy Young. We still have a couple of more to give out. We will do that next for the Pirates' 81 games into the season. You can follow along on X at 93.7 The Fan. You can watch the show there live. You can also do it on YouTube. But our fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Coming up, biggest surprise, biggest disappointment in this Pirates season, along with your calls. That's next on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The USA Men's World Cup team lost to Turkey yesterday. 3-2 was the final, but the U.S. already won the Group D. So their next game is going to be in the round of 32. They're playing on Wednesday, July the 1st, so next week at 8 p.m. against Bosnia and Herzegovina. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Flying out of Pittsburgh? Stop punishing yourself with airport parking, crammed rows, circling for spots, and hauling your bags around. Globe Airport Parking gives you the treatment the airport lot never will. With Globe Parking, you pull up, toss them the keys, and go. While your car would just roast in a forgotten corner of the airport lot, get taken care of with a car wash, detailing, oil changes, and other maintenance, all while you're gone at reasonable prices. Reserve your valet spot now at globeairportparking.com. Globe Airport Parking. Stop suffering with airport parking and start expecting better.
Party at your place this summer? Fix things up inside and out with July 4th deals, now at Lowe's. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $80 on a select Charbroil Performance Series gas grill, now $299. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
The summer is finally here, and it's time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the summer. Don't let rising gas prices stop you from having a clean and healthy home. Zero Res is keeping comfort affordable with powerful cleaning at a price families can feel good about. Zero Res can handle every surface in your home: carpets, tile and grout, hardwood, laminate, upholstery, rugs, air ducts, and more. And this month, get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the Fan Special.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, it's Dan Zang, really wishing you a happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. And I bet that honey-do list is getting really expensive. But good news, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union can help. Right now, they're offering an ultra-competitive first-position home equity loan for just 5.25%. 5.25%! Wow! Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Join for just $5 if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler County. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
My name's Phil from Beverly, Massachusetts. I've lost 88 pounds with Awaken 180. I was type 2 diabetic and I was severely overweight. I got to do something because what I was doing wasn't working. The GLP-1 was a thought, but I don't really like putting chemicals in my body. So I've been on Awaken 180 for a year ago this month. I'm now completely off of all diabetic medication, cholesterol medication. And as a result of this, I was scheduled for more knee surgery. My left knee was really getting to the point where I was having trouble walking. And now that pain is completely gone. My energy level's through the roof. I just can't say enough good things about Awaken 180 and the positive effects it has on you. It has completely changed my life.
Thanks, Phil. Chris Muller here. Phil wanted to share his Awaken 180 story for the same reasons I have for so many years. To let others know there is a medication-free solution for weight loss. Find your results at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
If you've got experience, though not necessary, working as a stonemason, bricklayer, concrete finisher, work on retaining walls, or you just need to break in as a laborer with a company that has its best days ahead of them, well, listen up. Precision Pointing is on a trajectory like a rocket ship. They're growing so fast, and they need people. So join the team with a winning culture, a place with true upward mobility. Don't just be a grunt for someone else. Be a valued team member at Precision Pointing. Real skills, real pay and benefits, and a real career. If you're interested, head to brickpointingpittsburgh.net to find out more.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
It's the City of Pittsburgh's Independence Day celebration. Join us in downtown Pittsburgh July 4th, beginning at 4 p.m. for free family fun. In Gateway Center, you'll enjoy music on the Sargent Electric Solar Stage and tasty treats at the People's Natural Gas Food Truck Corral. Inside Point State Park, you'll discover more music, food, and holiday activities, including the True Leave Veterans Wellness Center. The day's main attraction, fireworks, begins at 9:35 and is heard exclusively on 100.1 FM KDKA radio. For details, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Still giving out our Pirates midseason awards. They're 41-40 through 81 games. They got 81 games to go. They're on pace to finish above 500. They're on pace to finish 82-80. 412-928-9370, the number to get connected with us. James is in Pittsburgh, and now he's on the Fan. Hello, James. James? Oh, good call, James. That was the good stuff there.
Outstanding.
That was the best point that anybody's heard all morning from James. Callis, our biggest surprise and biggest disappointment, for me, I think they actually both come out of the bullpen. If I wasn't going to say that Braxton Ashcraft was the biggest surprise, or that he wasn't the Cy Young, I would have said he was the biggest surprise. I'm actually going to give this to Evan Sisk because he's been the only guy out of the bullpen that's been reliable. He does struggle with inherited runners, which is a mark against him, but for as bad as everybody else has been, if you bring this guy in clean, he's going to get the dudes out. 1.8 ERA this year through 35 innings. The ERA plus is at 2.41. He hasn't given up a ton of free passes in the grand scheme, only 12 on the year, which is less than any regular guy out of the bullpen. Really the only dude that hasn't been a total dumpster fire when he trots out there. So Evan Sisk, for me, the guy they got, one of the players at the deadline they acquired, they got him for Bailey Falter last year. He's been really the only consistent arm for them out of that bullpen for as bad as it's been.
My biggest surprise, I'll say, was Braxton Ashcraft. I mean, I figured he'd be pretty good, but he's doing better than I expected, and he's become one of, if not the most reliable starter for the Pirates this season. And then biggest disappointment, I'm going to say, you know what? Jared Triolo has been, well, no, not even him. Henry Davis has been very disappointing. I thought that I know he couldn't hit before, but I didn't think he was going to bat in like the 130s at any point this season. That's kind of...
And he's a 1-1 pick.
Yeah, I mean, like that's kind of where you're disappointed. Like you feel like when I mentioned before that Brandon Lau and Ryan O'Hearn and Marcell Ozuna were designed to add lineup protection. I thought Henry Davis might be one of the players that benefits from that, but he is worse. He is worse off. And I almost said Joey Triolo because I was thinking, I'm like, well, he hasn't come through in clutch situations, and if Connor Griffin weren't called up, he would be one of the infielders that would be playing regularly, and so but then I thought about it, and he's batting over 200. So despite the fact that he can't really come through in the clutch, he struggled doing that this season. Henry Davis is extra disappointing because you wanted to have faith in him being in the mix of the catching rotation on the Pirates MLB roster, and he's created just a hole and the Pirates want to continue to have faith in him. But he's batting 148 after getting 2 hits yesterday, so his average went up 12 points in one game. He's been extremely disappointing.
Yeah, he had a career day yesterday. Outside of the night that he hit 2 home runs off Shohei Ohtani, which I think will end up going down as one of the greatest fun facts in Pirates lore. He's on the medal stand for me, Henry Davis. He very well could have taken home the award for biggest disappointment. I will actually say it's Dennis Santana. Because of what we saw from Dennis Santana the last 2 seasons, because he had a 2.44 ERA in his first half season with the Pirates after he came over from the Yankees in 2024. He did that in 44-plus innings, and we thought to ourselves, okay, great setup guy. Maybe he turns into next great Pirates closer if they ever move on from David Bednar. Last season, along with 2024, when Bednar was having his struggles, Santana took a grasp of that closer's role. He only had 16 saves, but again, a really strong season, his best. His WAR was 2.7, the ERA was 2.18, the ERA plus was 2.03. He was awesome for them in the back end. And then this season, he has imploded. He imploded early. They had to change the closer role to Gregory Soto. It's been ugly for him almost every time out. He's put together a couple of decent outings as of late, but then you think back to just last Sunday. They have a nice, healthy lead against Colorado, and he gives up 3 runs in the game, and the Rockies almost come back from down 8-1. But I will say this to his credit. His last 5 appearances, he has only allowed runs in 1 of those, and it was that game against the Rockies. So maybe that means things are trending in a positive direction for Dennis Santana. So he is my biggest disappointment. So there we go down the line. Brian Reynolds, my MVP. Marcell Ozuna, my LVP. Cy Young is Braxton Ashcraft. Evan Sisk is my biggest surprise. And Dennis Santana is my biggest disappointment. For Callis, Brandon Lau is his MVP. Marcell Ozuna, his LVP. Paul Skeens is the Cy Young. Braxton Ashcraft is his biggest surprise. And his biggest disappointment is Henry Davis. 412-928-9370 to hook up with us. The United States finished up group play in the World Cup last night. Did they sweep their group? And what do they have in front of them coming up next week? We get into that next. The Penguins' new owner spoke for the first time. They also made a trade yesterday as the NHL draft begins tonight and lasts through tomorrow night. We get into that in the 7 o'clock hour right here on the Fan Morning Show.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates were winners yesterday over the Seattle Mariners 5-1 behind Bubba Chandler's 5 1/3 innings pitched. He walked 3 hitters and gave up just 1 earned run in his start. So the Pirates won that series. They're back above 500 at 41-40, and now they've got a series against the Cincinnati Reds to finish up this homestand. It'll last over the weekend. Game 1 of that 3-game series is tonight at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West inbound is stacking for you right around the Parkway Center Mall over past Parkway East inbound. You're going to be backed up to right around Edgewood, Swissvale. 28 southbound, though, and the Parkway North, both still a great ride, so I hope that's what you're taking in this morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing. Call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your number one choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, liberty, yeah.
Joe Starkey here, and the last nickname I want is Baldy. I'm getting there, though, and that's why I called New Image for a consultation. That's 1-800-514-HAIR. Who better? New Image has been offering the best scientific solutions for hair loss all in one place for over 40 years. You don't have to be bald to be losing your hair. For women and men, hair loss often shows up quietly. A widening part, more strands in the shower, thinning around the temples. I started noticing that more, especially in the front, so I went to New Image for a consultation. Excellent. Cookie runs the show over there, and it's simple. They have all the answers and experience on hair solutions. They started with a hair and scalp analysis, and I finally understood why my hair loss was happening and what I can do. Tons of solutions, including eye hair technology that targets where you're losing hair and fills in where you're thinning and balding. My plan includes FDA-approved laser hair therapy. First treatment, easy and fun, and I'll be sharing stories as I move toward a fuller head of hair. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimagehairclinic.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It was a 3-2 loss late last night for the United States men's national team, so they do not sweep their group. They defeated Paraguay a couple of weeks ago. Last Friday afternoon, they defeated Australia. And then last night, it was a very late goal by Turkey that gave them the 3-2 victory over Team USA. But I will say this in defense of the United States. Business was already taken care of, and I think they went into this game with a little bit of a different mindset. We've seen so many times in the past where they have scratched and clawed their way through a group in the World Cup, if they even qualify for the freaking thing to begin with. A couple of World Cups ago, the United States didn't even qualify. And this time around, they had already taken care of what they needed to take care of. They had already qualified for the knockout stage, and they went into last night feeling like they could probably take a step back. Now, I will fully admit, I wasn't able to sit and watch the entire 90-plus minutes. The game did not get underway until 10 p.m. I woke up at 3:30 this morning. Kind of do that math. That was going to be a little bit tough to pull off. I know that I saw that the United States scored in the first few moments, and that was good enough for me. But I didn't have to be on the edge of my seat and worry because the United States had already qualified for the knockout round. Christian Pulisic, he didn't start the game. The best player for Team USA, who is from Hershey, he subbed in around the 57-minute mark. It didn't look like he lost a step either. Based on what I've read from the game, he immediately kind of gave the U.S. a shot in the arm and brought up the energy level and put on some constant pressure his first few minutes in. But this game was merely a friendly, as they say in soccer. It was a preseason game of sorts, an exhibition. I don't want to say they were completely going through the motions because, I mean, they scored a couple of times. It wasn't as if they weren't trying to win the game. But I think since they had already qualified for the knockout stage, they were okay with the game going the way it did. Just make sure you get out of it where everybody's healthy, kind of like the way you approach the preseason. But we do know when the United States will play next. They have Bosnia on the docket, and that game will be Wednesday night at 8 p.m. I believe it'll be played in Santa Clara, the home of the San Francisco 49ers. So that is Wednesday at 8 p.m. Callis, how into the World Cup have you been? You watching these U.S. games? I know probably not last night, like me, because of the late start, but how about the two games before?
Nope.
Not at all?
Nope.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
That makes for good conversation.
I mean, the one yesterday was too late. The other ones, I guess I could have watched. I mean, like, I can appreciate soccer, but it's not something that I, like, sit down and watch, really. That's just me. I mean, I'm one of those simple sports fans that enjoys the allure of scoring in games and stuff, and soccer just doesn't provide that. It's fluid, and it's slow scoring.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you come away with a game that ends 0-0.
Yep.
You've had plenty of those.
Appreciation for those guys. They got to jog around. It's a big field. It's constant movement. It's a very fluid game. It's just, I'd really have to be in a mood. Like, if they get to the later rounds, I'll get there. But, like, I mean, these preliminary rounds, these pool play games are just, they don't really.
So I think the next game is very much worth watching for you. It'll be over by like 10 p.m. I'm going to guess that's roughly when you hit the hay.
Mm-hmm.
And if they win, they will be down to the final 16. Like right now, they are going to be in the round of 32. And half the time, the United States doesn't even make it this far. So we're getting to the point where, like, you win or go home. And they don't play to a draw. They will go to the golden goal scenario. They'll go to the extra time, penalty kicks, whatever it takes, baby.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe now that we're in the knockout stage, you can hop in on the fun. You can listen to this show, the Fan Morning Show, on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Coming up, the Penguins' new owners, the Hoffman family. They spoke to Pittsburgh media for the first time yesterday. What did they say? Kyle Dubas also made a trade. As the NHL draft is this weekend, we get into all of that coming up next. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. KDKA-TV will take care of the weather. Penguins, we get into some hockey talk next on the Fan Morning Show.
Mornings is going to look like it's about to rain all day long with very little in the way of rain today. I have highs near 80 with Pittsburgh seeing a high of 79. Morning temperatures are in the low 60s, and I have noon temperatures in the mid-70s with westerly winds between 5 to 10 miles an hour. Widespread rain does arrive around midnight tonight with the best chance happening south of I-70, and that lasts all the way through noon on Saturday. I'm KDK First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
We're turning up the heat here at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. All Outlanders and Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. Outlander Trail Editions up to $7,500 off. Eclipse Cross, take up to $5,000 off. Plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. The summer sale starts now and is too hot to miss. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Just a reminder once again today that due to preparations for the Commercial Street Bridge Replacement Project, there's a second test today, and so Commercial Street will be closed between Whipple Street and Somerset Drive, already starting at 6 a.m. this morning till 9 p.m. tonight. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
It is a storied franchise in a lot of different ways. There's certainly been
some ups and downs, I think, on the business side of the organization, and I'm here to tell you that has come to an end. We are long-term thinkers. This is not an investment for us. Like, as you think about a financial investment, this is a commitment to a city. It's a commitment to an organization. The Penguins are going to be in Pittsburgh and always going to be in Pittsburgh as long as the Hoffmans are part of it. And the Hoffmans plan to be a part of this for generations to come. And, we are really well positioned, not only to continue the trajectory that the organization is on currently, but to make the investments that are required to remain competitive and to create an incredibly special fan experience, which is something that we're focused on too. We want this to be great for the community of Pittsburgh and for all of our fans.
It's the Fan Morning Show, brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Donnie Football with you on this final Friday in June. Adam will be back on Monday. I believe Doran's still out for another week after this one. Nicholas Harry Callis is with me behind the glass, and that was the voice of Jeff Hoffman, one of the Penguins' new owners. Jeff will be the day-to-day owner of the Penguins, but it is the Hoffman family that has taken over ownership of this squad. As we got to meet this family yesterday, as their intro presser took place inside PPG Paints Arena, and a thank you to our very own Jeff Hathorn, who is back from Europe to do yeoman's work like he always does. He was there. He got the audio for us, and thank God, because I don't know if you watched it. Sportsnet Pittsburgh was having some issues with the audio at that press conference yesterday. That's all I will say. As you heard from Jeff Hoffman there, saying that the Penguins are a special team. They're a special organization. All of the right things. It was a pretty standard issue press conference with the family, but it is still a breath of fresh air because we never really knew who was in charge under the Fenway Sports Group. Now we know. We can actually put names to faces. There are people there to answer the questions. Jeff Hoffman will be that guy on a day-to-day basis. His dad and his brother will be what they call the governors of Penguins hockey, which I think is a pretty cool title. But a few things I found to be the key talking points from this, for starters, is that we don't have to worry about the team going anywhere. Not that it was much of a concern.
This is not an investment for us. Like, as you think about a financial investment, this is a commitment to a city. It's a commitment to an organization. The Penguins are going to be in Pittsburgh and always going to be in Pittsburgh as long as the Hoffmans are part of it. The Hoffmans plan to be a part of this for generations to come.
It's a commitment to the city and to the organization. That was a slick line from Jeff Hoffman in that answer. And again, he will be the one that is mostly the man talking as the team's owner. And there was more said along those lines, which involved the area around the arena as well. It's good to set those goals too, but it is much easier said than done. There were comments made about the number of hotels and 5-star hotels that Pittsburgh has to offer. And the patriarch of the family, David Hoffman, he was the one that made the comment and said, well, we'll just build a hotel here. I mean, be my guest. I mean, I'm not going to say no to that necessarily if you see fit. They want to build up the area around the arena, the Hill District. We know that's been a point of discussion and maybe has made an impact on the attendance in the last few years. Really more so, I think, than anything is just the construction and the layout down by the arena, because that is always just an absolute hassle to get through if you're going to a game on a given night. But you tell people that you want to make the major investment in the city, and that gives them the insured feeling that the team isn't going anywhere, which is sometimes the top priority that you have as fans under new ownership. If somebody, I've said this before, if the Pirates were to ever get sold to somebody, I know people would celebrate because it's no longer under the ownership of Bob Nutting, but there is always that thought that should be in the back of your mind of, well, what if this owner doesn't have sights to play in Pittsburgh long term? Like, what if one of their goals is to get out of this city in the next 5 to 10 years? So, as silly as that point may sound, it is one that you should have under consideration when a team undergoes an ownership change. On that note, the Wheeling Nailers affiliation is likely coming to an end. That's a cool place to go check out a game. It's minor league hockey. You know, it's kind of like minor league baseball. You go down there more for just kind of the feel in the arena, maybe a fun promotion that they have. Callis, I don't know if you ever went down with any of your buddies in college, but we went and made that like 40 to 45 minute trek from Waynesburg to Wheeling a couple of times for their Frosty Friday promotion. It was $1 beers, Nick. I mean, you had to drink at a cheap price in college, especially. Not that I'm against doing that now. I will certainly do that now. But $1 beer special, I'm in. Doesn't take much more convincing than that, especially for kids in their early 20s. So, been down to that arena several times. And that was a cool place to check out a game. You're right on the glass. But that being said, the Hoffman Group also owns the Florida Everblades, who conveniently knocked out the Nailers from the playoffs this year in the Eastern Finals of the ECHL. The winners of 4 of the last 5 Kelly Cups, which is the ECHL version of the Stanley Cup. That team will likely become the Penguins' new ECHL affiliate. The family even joked yesterday that the folks in Naples, Florida wouldn't be too happy if they didn't become partners of the Penguins. There's already people that wear Penguins jerseys to their games. Another guarantee that Yinzers should get fired up about is this, a rumor that got answered at yesterday's press conference.
Yeah, Mario and I have spent some time together. He's been as good as advertised, I think. Just a great guy. And I'm really hopeful that he will be a part of this in whatever way, shape, or form makes sense for him. But we would love for him to be a part of it. We know what he means to hockey. We know what he means to the Penguins. We know what he means to the city, and what he means to the league, to the NHL. And I think everybody would embrace him with open arms, especially the 3 of us over here.
Yeah, we will embrace him with open arms. You bring Mario Lemieux back into the fold, and I can't think of really anybody that would be upset. We don't know what his title will be. Maybe they'll just make something up for him. That happens all the time in corporate America. But, I mean, hey, he'll once again be involved with the team, and that is a good thing. The Penguins' former owner, which was Mario Lemieux, he stepped aside entirely once Fenway Sports Group took over 5 years ago or so. But now that we can have number 66 back in the arena at a pretty consistent basis, have him involved with the team pretty consistently, yeah, I can't see complaints because it's nothing but positive. Along those lines, the Hoffman family also said they will give Kyle Dubas every resource he needs. And that's something that sometimes owners just say. They don't always act on it, but I feel like this family will act on it. They're not a family that just owns a conglomerate of pro teams and they kind of oversee them like any other investment. I've already mentioned that they own a minor league hockey team. Their toes have been in hockey for quite some time. They are a hockey family. They have kids and nephews and relatives that play and have played hockey. They have a foundation that helps out young kids that are getting into hockey, kids that have diabetes. They're helping out the young hockey community. And it's also a nice little fact that the minor league team they own has won 4 out of the last 5 championships. These guys want to win. Not that owners don't, but I think you can tell more in some than others. These guys want to win. It's a family that wants to win. And I believe they will allow Kyle Dubas to do his thing, and that's often very nice when there is a very clear hierarchy of how things go. An owner owns the team, oversees the team, doesn't get too overly involved in the personnel matters, doesn't want to muddy those waters. That's normally something that helps teams become successful. And Kyle Dubas actually already got to work with these guys. He did make a trade yesterday, which I guess would be the first official trade made under the Hoffman family umbrella. They acquired Hendrix LaPierre from the Washington Capitals, the young center, and they got draft picks going back. This all coming from Elliot Friedman, where I saw it first. But it is a 2027 third-round pick and a 2028 fifth-round pick going back to Washington. So I don't see that as much in terms of capital going back. Now, not that this guy is a star player, but maybe the type that Kyle Dubas is looking for. Fourth-line center type, 4 goals in 74 games last year. That's not a terrific number. He only had 16 total points. But it's a former first-round pick that could be a reclamation project. He was drafted in the COVID year, 2020's 22nd overall, the same pick the Penguins actually have tonight. And any time that there is any sort of move in hockey, I will immediately text one of our producers here on the station, my guy Gorgeous Charlie Borges, who I often work with on Monday nights, the hockey junkie. This is like his favorite weekend of the year. He is getting set up for the NHL draft, but he said LaPierre he's like an ideal fourth-line center. And if he's on a roster that has Sidney Crosby, Evgeny Malkin, or whoever else would center that second line, and then you have Novak on the third line, this is the type of dude that you want. So that first trade already made by Kyle Dubas yesterday, and now they go into the NHL draft tonight, where they could end up kind of like they did last year with an impactful player. They had 3 picks last year. It feels like they hit on at least 2 of those guys. Now we'll see when it's all said and done, when the dust settles. But Ben Kindle immediately made an impact on the main roster, was a key cog to a playoff team at just 18 years old. Bill Zonin was a force for the baby Penguins in the playoffs, 7 points in 11 games. Will Horkoff, he was selected 24th overall last year. He got to finish his career at Michigan, had 25 goals, 14 assists in 40 games this past year, 7-game winning goals. He has NHL in his blood, 6'5", 200-plus pounds. So they got some dudes last year in the draft that you should be excited about, and that begins tonight. 22nd overall, the Penguins have in the opening round, which begins at 7 p.m. Rounds 2 through 7 will start tomorrow at 11. 412-928-9370 is the number if you want to join the conversation. You can also hit us up at that number on the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll dive into a little Steelers coming up next. We're about a month away from trading camp, and a couple of little stories there that can wet the whistle about 30 days out from their arrival at St. Vincent College. We get into that coming up next right here on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates winners 5-1 yesterday over the Seattle Mariners, and the Pirates took 2 of 3 games from that series. The homestand for the Pirates wraps up with a 3-game series this weekend against the Cincinnati Reds. Game 1 of that 3-game series is this evening at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Jug Truck, Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan, Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Smale Kia, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Here's a World Soccer Championship preview.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance, only paying for what you need. Australia and Paraguay both have lots to play for in their final group stage match in Santa Clara. Both have an opportunity to finish second in Group D, which could produce a more favorable knockout round matchup. Paraguay will be shorthanded due to a red card in their last match. Australia looks to build off a decent second half against the USA. I'm Mike Conti.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Huge stability for the Wolverines program. Despite a sudden departure of the head coach Dusty May to the Dallas Mavericks, Final Four most outstanding player Elliot Cadeau has officially announced he's staying at Michigan for the 2026-27 season. Because you know now with the portal, the players can all leave and go elsewhere, but they seem to want to stay. I'm Drake Toll.
Fresh paint inside, fresh flowers outside. Summer at your house is looking good. During July 4th deals at Lowe's. Buy one, get one free. Select interior paint via mail-in rebate. Plus, get 2 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annual hanging baskets for just $15. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See store at Lowe's.com for details and requirements. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College, class of 2006. I wouldn't trade my time at Westminster for anything. I had great professors, and I was a student athlete on the Titan baseball team. But most importantly, I didn't just graduate with a degree. I graduated with the hands-on experiences I needed for a career in the media. At Westminster College, it's an exceptional education that is genuinely affordable. Every accepted student is guaranteed a scholarship. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more.
Got junk? Two men and a junk truck.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Friday morning so far being kind to drivers because this is not really a rush hour yet, because over on the Parkway East inbound, not seeing too much delay, only a little bit as you try to enter the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Over on the Parkway West inbound, you just a little stop and go once you get to the Parkway Center Mall overpass. 28 and the Parkway North are still looking good. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania, your 2025 Dealer of the Year. From expert sales and service to thousands of parts in stock, they keep you running at full efficiency. Case Construction. Together, we won't back down.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
You know, and one player we spoke about a number of weeks ago, and I'm really curious, is this Eli Heidenreich, who was, you know, a 7th-round pick. But I think he's going to play, and because he can do a lot of things for you. He's big, he's physical, you know, he's a movable chess piece. Again, he may play 18 snaps a game, but I think there's going to be a place for him in the context of this offense.
7:25, time to step up to the plate and call Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. That was Greg Cosell, long time NFL analyst, and he's talking about Steelers rookie Eli Heidenreich, the 7th rounder that has been getting the lazy comparisons to Christian McCaffrey. Basically, hey, here is a scrappy white guy who can catch the ball really well out of the backfield. He also can run the football pretty effectively, just based on what he did at the collegiate level. All of that being said, we have seen several folks that are closer to the team. We talked to a handful this week. We will talk to another one in about a half hour. Chris Carter, as always, joining the show at 8 o'clock, that don't think that Eli Heidenreich will make the 53-man roster. Mark Cabali put out his initial 53-man projection earlier this week. He didn't have Heidenreich on the roster. I believe Jack Hillgrove, not yesterday, but I think when he hosted Sunday morning, he did his Steelers 53-man roster projection. He did not have Eli Heidenreich on the team. And listen, I respect the hell out of the opinions of those guys. I mean, I work with Mark all the time. We do the Steelers pregame coverage together. Jack Hillgrove is a good friend of mine. But here is somebody in Greg Cosell who has been one of the smartest film junkies in NFL history, not only saying that Eli Heidenreich will make the team, but that he will play and could make an impact. And I've had the feeling since they drafted him, I tend to agree, if he's used the right way. And to me, it's not because he's from Mount Lebanon and he's been on the station before and he's like Mulsey's third cousin by marriage or something like that. Sometimes you just have a kid that is a good football player. And he's able to show that at every level. But it all matters if the Steelers know what they are doing with the player they have in front of them. And I'm not sure the right plan for him is at running back like he is listed. It should be at wide receiver. That feels pretty obvious to me, that he could fit into the wide receiving room better than he could the running back room. He never had to pass block in college. What he did do in college was become Navy's best non-quarterback in the school's history. He went to a school where they historically never really passed the ball, but he set the all-time school record for career receiving yards. 38 career games. He had a tick under 2,000 career receiving yards. He also had just under 1,200 rushing yards, and he had 23 career touchdowns. One of the most prolific players the midshipmen have ever had. and certainly in the modern era. I'm not here to suggest that he is the next Christian McCaffrey. That dude was a first-round pick. He had a very strong NFL bloodline. He is also very likely going to be a Hall of Famer unless his nagging injuries keep him out of all-time glory. But you take a look and a gander at what the Steelers have on their roster right now. I feel like running back, they're pretty set with 3 guys. It sounds like some believe Caleb Johnson may be a fringe 53 man. I don't think so. I know that this coaching staff didn't draft him, but it's hard for me to justify completely giving up on a second-round running back that you put a third-round pick into. You have Jaylen Warren, you have Rico Dowdle, the undrafted free agent twins who have turned in what is a good start to their NFL careers. Then you have Johnson. Then you have Heidenreich. Travis Homer was signed, if you forgot about him, the former Bears running back who is mostly a special teams type player. Heidenreich can also do that. You don't think the kid can play any sort of special teams? But then look at the receivers that they have. They drafted one guy to just be a kick return, punt return player. That was Weegan out of Iowa. The top 3 guys will be Metcalf, Pittman, and Bernard in short order. Ben Skoranek, special teams ace. He will probably end up being one of the captains of this team. And then you have Roman Wilson, who I think now in his 3rd year could very well be on his way out. That's been one of my hot takes all offseason, that they will either cut or trade Roman Wilson by the time they reach the regular season. Maybe they find somebody to give them a late round pick, whatever it would be. And I think Eli Heidenreich may be the reason for that. Once they see this kid at receiver, if he does the right things, if he's where he's supposed to be, if he doesn't make these simple, silly rookie mistakes like apparently Roman Wilson has done for the last 2 seasons, I think there's a fair shot that the kid actually beats him out. I know I'm sounding crazy to some people, and I'm sounding like an ultimate homer because it's a kid that played high school football in the South Hills and has a connection to the station by marriage. But what has Roman Wilson done to prove his spot? And what does this coaching staff owe to him? He's a player to me that needs to watch his back, because Eli Heidenreich should be viewed as more than just a cutesy local story. He should be viewed as someone with a live chance to make this team out of camp. 412-928-9370 is the number. You can also follow us on X and watch the show there live at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Coming up, a story that I wanted to touch on the other day, never ended up getting to it. I teased to it, and I'm going to finally do that. Coming up next, Chris Carter from the Post-Gazette. He joins the show in under a half hour right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The U.S. Men's World Cup team lost to Turkey yesterday, 3-2. Doesn't matter, though. The U.S. still won Group D, and so now the round of 32 in the elimination games is going to take place. The U.S. plays Bosnia and Herzegovina on Wednesday, July the 1st at 8 p.m. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We are turning up the heat here at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks save big with 0% financing. Jeep Grand Cherokees and Gladiator Sports, save up to $10,000. Plus, up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. Make this the summer event starts now, and it's too hot to miss. Shop crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh. Join us at PNC Park on Sunday, June 27th for soccer night when the Pirates take on the Cincinnati Reds at 4:05 p.m. Arrive early to enjoy a pregame block party on Federal Street presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Fans can enjoy live music, drink specials, and more. Plus, the first 20,000 fans take home a Pirates soccer jersey courtesy of Allegheny Health Network. Learn more and get tickets at pirates.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 24 nuggets for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 10 wings for $10. Thursday, 8 tenders for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for, ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10. The $10 bucket of the day deal. Every weekday, only at KFC. It's finger-licking good.
Prices and participation vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax extra.
Traveling to Paris to see the black and gold? Use TrueFan Travel. TrueFanTravel.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
first rounder. That's why you draft first rounders. He's really talented. It's not a one-man gang, certainly. I knew we were in for a tough run day last week when Malik went down, because that's also a component of his job description in terms of being a 9-on-7 run-stopping type linebacker for us. It's never a one-man discussion. Usually it's a multiple-man discussion, but certainly Harmon is an asset to us in that space.
Sports Illustrated listed every team's breakout candidate for the 2026 season. This is one of the fun little off-season things that people can do. We're getting very much into list season, so year by year it's very easy to go along and do things of that nature. And this is another fine example of that, because every single year it's very easy. It's an evergreen type thing. You can just go into every season and say, all right, here's every team's breakout candidate for this year, 2024, 2025, 2026. Like Marvin Harrison Jr. was the pick for the Cardinals, Malachi Starks for the Ravens, Luther Burden for the Bears, Shamar Stewart for the Cincinnati Bengals. Harold Fannin and Mason Graham were both picks for the Browns, although you could argue that Fannin was already a breakout player, one of their star rookies in 2025. So a few players that were selected are already well known, like Travis Hunter was the pick for the Jags, but I'm not the author of the article. It's Eva Getheim is the author of the article. So if you want to complain, you can complain to her. The Steelers' pick for breakout player in 2026, as you heard former head coach Mike Tomlin say there, Derek Harmon. The write-up about him: after missing the first 2 games of his rookie season, the defensive tackle impressed along the Steelers' defensive line, playing a pivotal role in their run defense for a unit that was notably better when he was on the field. As a pass rusher, Harmon was also someone that recorded 22 pressures and 3 sacks. He'll look to build off this start under new defensive coordinator Patrick Graham in 2026. The Steelers were significantly better with him on the field than without him, especially when it came to defending the run. For whatever reason, when they had their big rookie out there, the man that they hope is the next version of Cam Hayward, they were better. And speaking of Cam Hayward, at some point, somebody else on the defensive line, they have to take the baton from Cam. And Cam, again, had a great season, even amid the offseason stir about wanting more money and making people mad at him. He went out there and delivered another all-pro caliber season, one of the best defensive tackles in football, a second-team all-pro for his efforts. The sack numbers weren't necessarily there for Cam, but he was there in every other sense of the game. And then when it came to Harmon, you kind of got a mini version of that. 3 sacks in only 12 games. 27 total tackles. He only had 1 tackle for loss. He had a handful of quarterback hits. But if you do recall that early on in Hayward's career, he really didn't make much of an impact. He was kind of blocked by guys along the defensive line. They still had elder statesmen like Casey Hampton and Aaron Smith and Brett Kiesel. You even had the likes of Ziggy Hood on that defensive line. So the injury in the preseason, that was kind of a downer for Harmon. It didn't really take away or ruin his rookie campaign. He was still able to play about 3/4 of the year, 12 games. But I do watch him, and I think he could be a Cam Hayward type player, a Cam Hayward light. And that's what was most attractive about him to the Steelers. He got comps to Hayward. And there were other write-ups about Harmon going into the draft. He's made to be a Steeler. He's made to play in the AFC North. He is made to be a player in the cold weather climates. and the other cliche kind of lines. So I'm all in all pretty happy with what he did as a rookie. You can't really just determine that things are going to be bad for him because he missed a few games and wasn't their most impactful player right off the bat, because Hayward wasn't either. Now, is he going to age like Cam? I don't know about that, because most people don't do it, but Harmon's only 22 years old. Hayward's going to be 37, and he's still playing at a very high level. He has aged backwards. He's like the Benjamin Button. I've made that reference several times when talking about him. It doesn't make any sense, but people also naturally don't have much patience with players today. In my opinion, Harmon showed the signs of a player that is ready to take the next step, and I guess the folks at Sports Illustrated tend to agree. 412-928-9370 can help you get involved. 93.7 The Fan trading cards are brought to you by Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have picks and stats of the fan hosts, and you can pick them up at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime we are out in the community. Callis, I saw that you actually put the old John Hancock on one of the fan trading cards last week, but it was not your fan trading card because you have not gotten on the general about making you one. Yeah, I guess it wouldn't be him. It might be somebody here.
I try to be classy. You know, I mean, things happen. And if I don't get one, it's okay. I'll live. Yeah, but it was funny because the dude, there was a dude at the 5 Alarm who came and wanted every card. I think except for Austin's, as he made it a specific request. And I said, no, it actually was Jack Hillgrove's idea. It was like, why don't we have Callis sign it? Would that make it more appealing? And the guy was like, sure. So Jack called me over. He's like, hey, sign this card. And we did it on video. I was like, all right, yeah, it's funny.
You also got in that little car?
Yeah, it wasn't actually a car. It's technically a motorcycle because it only has 3 wheels. I thought
What's it called?
Like a motor tricycle. Like a motorbike.
Okay, I thought it had like a more creative name.
It probably does, but I can't recall. But yeah, it's pretty much just like a motorcycle since it has only 3 wheels. I thought it was a sports car at first, but upon approach, I'm like, oh yeah, this does only have 3 wheels. So, yeah, it was interesting. It was it's fast. We had a couple speed bursts in the parking lot. I'm sure that thing could do more though. But yeah, the nice man from, I think it was Awesome Electrical Services, he had come out and he made a donation. So in trade for the donation, I said, I will, yeah, sure, I'll get in your motorcycle and we can go for a quick ride.
I found
it. About it.
A slingshot is what it's called.
Ah, okay.
The Polaris Slingshot. An aggressive open-air 3-wheeled auto cycle that features 2 front wheels and 1 massive rear wheel. Yeah, that thing looked like it was fun to move around in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, road legal and everything. I mean, it's fast. And so my dude, I think his name was Brian, but we went in it, and yeah, he had like custom lights that were in it, and he put flames on the front, and the flames light up. So I actually want to see what that thing looks like at night too, when all those lights can come on and they're more visible. It was a good time, yeah.
Coming up, you'll know a couple of names on this next list. Bleacher Report, they released the top 99 draft busts of all time across all sports. So that was a fun little thing to look through. Chris Carter joins the show in under 15 minutes right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates winners yesterday, 5-1 over the Seattle Mariners. Pirates won that series 2 out of 3 games, and now they're going to continue their homestand with a series, I should say, against the Cincinnati Reds. First game of the series is tonight at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's a message from Doran Dickerson.
Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, the rewards are just the same old, but FanCash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack FanCash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% FanCash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your FanCash to unlock the world of Fanatics. With unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. If you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I also mention they are giving away millions in FanCash this year with games like FanCash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. So switch to the sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-BUY-RESET.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Over on the Parkway East inbound, you'll be hitting your brakes between Edgewood Swissvale and the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Parkway West inbound, you're now stacking at the top of the Green Tree Hill, but not totally bumper to bumper the whole way down. 51 northbound, you'll be stop and go as you try to enter the Liberty Tunnel. Traffic is brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Car accident? LGKG. Work accident? LGKG. Dog bite? LGKG. Med mal? LGKG. Born and raised in Western PA? That's us. LGKG. We try cases and insurance companies know it. A 90-year reputation. LGKG.com. Where your case becomes our cause.
Stone & Company, family-owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. We have the largest fleet of trucks in the region, concrete pumping services, plus a full offering of precast products, manholes, catch basins, and blocks. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff is ready to assist you with your next project. All solid foundations begin with Stone & Company, DOT and DOH certified, 1-800-CONCRETE or StoneConcrete.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Joe Starkey here, and I talk about follicles a lot. In this case, hair follicles and my lack of them. That's why I'm launching a new journey with New Image. I want some hair back. My consultation was great. So many proven options at New Image, where they've been solving hair loss issues for over 40 years. I left with a plan. I've already started FDA-approved laser hair therapy. I'll be sharing some hairy tales as I move toward a fuller frock. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or NewImageHairClinic.com.
God bless America from PrismFireworks.com.
A large one-topping pizza for $5 from Speedy Cafe? Yeah, you're not cooking tonight. Save time and money. Stop by Speedy Cafe for a $5 large one-topping pizza. Valid through 8/25/2026. Plus tax were applicable. 2026 7-Eleven Inc. All rights reserved.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Fan Hotline, that's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We will find Chris Carter on that Fan Hotline in just a few minutes. But I did want to spend a couple of minutes on this. Bleacher Report, they listed the top 99 draft busts of all time across all sports. And Callis, how many players between the Pirates, Steelers, and Penguins do you think were on the list? 99 draft busts across all sports. So keep in mind the NBA is included. Pittsburgh would not apply there, but the NBA is included. How many total Pittsburgh players drafted by a Pittsburgh team do you think are on this list?
14.
No, you went way too high. They actually really they really gave Pittsburgh a favor on this one.
Is Henry Davis on that list?
Henry Davis is on that list.
Is Brian Bullington on that list?
Brian Bullington is also on that list. And Harry Callis, guess what? Those are the only two.
Really?
That is it.
There've never been any. You'd think there'd be a few busts for the.
Oh, I mean there have been. There have been, no doubt. I mean, especially in the last few years. But I think what this takes into account is, I mean, it really weights when the player was picked. So, for example, even though I think Devin Bush could probably find his way on here, he kind of had a career renaissance of sorts last season.
Yeah.
Even though it wasn't with the Steelers, I think that they took that into account when they made this list. And also keep in mind, the Steelers every single year they pick between 18 and 24. There are so many guys on this list that were taken in the top 10 that there are not a ton that were Kenny Pickett, he was the 20th pick or the 22nd pick a few years back. No, they're focusing more on guys that were taken in the top 5 to 10 when it comes to quarterbacks. So that's where Pittsburgh caught a break.
I guess that makes sense. It's also Terrell Edmonds too is an interesting case because he was a good player, but we grade him because he would have been more of an acceptable third-round pick.
Correct.
Right. So
I've said
that. How does that weigh into the list then? Because he wasn't a bust, right? He was fine.
Yeah, I actually wouldn't even classify him as a bust. I would classify Jarvis Jones, Devin Bush. Unfortunately, yes, Kenny Pickett, Broderick Jones looking the same way. And the other thing about most of those guys, especially Devin Bush, Jarvis Jones, and Broderick Jones, just those, couple guys to use there, that was pretty much the consensus that they were top 10 to 15 talents. Going into that Devin Bush draft, it was Devin Bush and Devin White. Broderick Jones was labeled as one of the best offensive tackles you could take in his draft. Jarvis Jones, it felt like the Steelers were getting a steal. He was a stud at Georgia, and it felt like they were getting a great player. So those guys I would classify even ahead of Kenny Pickett because the whole world thought they were. No, I mean, your point about Edmonds, I felt that way since they drafted him. If they took the dude in the third round, we would have very fond memories of his play. But I think he was just as surprised as everybody else when they called his phone number on that draft night. But Henry Davis on the list at number 86, Brian Bullington on the list at number 58. No Steelers or Penguins on the list. Here is the top 10 for you quickly. Trey Lance, third overall pick in 2021 by the 49ers. They traded a bunch of picks to acquire him. He never panned out there. Brock Purdy took his job. Brian Taylor, first overall pick by your New York Yankees, Nick, in 1991. Career ERA of 5.12 in minor league baseball.
That was just before George Steinbrenner got suspended for doing shady stuff back then.
Kwame Brown, number 8 on this list. First overall pick by the Wizards back in 2001. And let's just say, hopefully for Wizards fans, their most recent first-round pick goes more like John Wall. Tony Mandarich, second overall pick, 1989 NFL draft by the Green Bay Packers. This guy was a massive offensive tackle. He also had a I don't want to say an odd build for an offensive tackle, Nick. They called this guy the Incredible Bulk because he was extremely defined muscle-wise compared to most offensive linemen at the time. But yeah, he never really panned out. I mean, he stayed in the league for about a decade, but was never all that good of a player. Sam Bowie, number 2 overall pick, 1984 from the Portland Trail Blazers. My guy, Greg Oden, the Ohio State legend, the man that looked like he was 45 years old when he was 18. First overall pick in 2007 by the Trail Blazers. The very next pick was Kevin Durant. Darko Milicic, he was the second overall pick in 2003 by the Pistons. Carmelo Anthony, Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, they went right after him. LeBron James went ahead of him. Anthony Bennett by the Cavs, 2013, number 1 overall pick. And then number 1 and number 2, like all of these lists. If it's the NFL, if it's overall, it's normally easy. Ryan Leaf was number 2, 2nd overall pick behind Peyton Manning in 1998 by the Chargers. And then the Raiders selecting Jamarcus Russell, number 1 overall in 2007. So there you go. 99 draft busts of all time across the 4 major pro sports in America. Only 2 Pittsburghers on the list, Henry Davis and Brian Bullington. Coming up, Chris Carter from the Post-Gazette and the Locked On Steelers podcast. He joins us in a few minutes right here on the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
At jeepofpittsburgh.com, it's their declaration of deal sales event. Bring us your best offer on any Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we will beat it. No games, easy as that. Visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We are Pittsburgh Jeep Store.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams 4th of July sale and get 30% off paints and stains June 26th through July 6th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West inbound has you stacking at the top of the Green Tree Hill. Parkway East inbound, it's slow go for you starting around Edgewood, Swissvale, heading towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. 28 southbound and the Parkway North are still looking good. 51 northbound, stop and go as you go towards the Liberty Tunnel. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
Callis, my apologies. I forgot to do fan weather at the end of the hour, so I'll do it right now. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, little cloudy, high of 78. Hopefully the rain stays away as the Buccos open up a 3-game set with the Reds at PNC Park after they took 2 of 3 from the AL West leading Seattle Mariners. And my goodness, is the American League just awful at baseball in the year of our Lord 2026. Chris Carter from the Locked On Steelers podcast, Steelers reporter from the Post-Gazette, his usual spot, 8 o'clock on a Friday morning, this final Friday in June. And Chris, we got to be pumped about this because this time next month, going into the final weekend in July, they're going to be at St. Vincent College. Training camp will be getting underway. We got to be excited. It's getting close to feeling real. Uh-oh. Oh, Chris just texted me. He said my computer just froze. Oh, no. All right. Well, I guess we'll get him in a couple minutes. I'm sure he'll be popping right back on. He did kind of just have the same facial expression on the entire time I was talking, so I wondered if something was up there. So we'll get Chris joining us here in a moment. Carlos Zovko, the Whippeal Insider, he's going to join us at 8:20 to help us break down one of the craziest stories that I can remember from a local high school football program. So that will happen in about 15 minutes' time. All right, I'm trying to read Chris's text on the fly here. He may just be calling in. I think that's Callis on the phone with him right now. So, yeah, we're going to talk to Carlo in a little bit as well. Greg Brown will join the show at 9 o'clock. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and security company. I'm in for Adam and Doran. Adam should be back on Monday. Doran, I believe, another week off after this one through the Independence Day holiday. Nicholas Harry Callis is with me behind the glass, and we do have our buddy Chris Carter with us now, joining us via phone. Chris, it's amazing that sometimes technology at the worst possible time can fail us, my friend.
Donnie, I heard you say, and now Chris Carter, and then my screen freezes and I can't hear anything, and I'm like, oh God, here we go. It's Friday. I'm trying to start the weekend off right, and then technology won't let us. But I'm glad we can make it work, my friend.
And I was getting into the whole thing about, Chris, this time next month, the final weekend in July, the Steelers will be in Latrobe. They're going to be reporting to training camp at St. Vincent College, and it's got to feel pretty good that we're only about a month away from that.
It does feel great, Donnie. We still get a little bit of time to enjoy some other things. We get to watch the Pirates. The World Cup's happening now, so you get to see other sports. But then there's nothing like when you show up at St. Vincent College and you smell the fresh cut grass, the excitement for the start of football season, and then when they get those pads on and popping. And that's when, you start to really get that early football excitement to get the year going. And I can't wait to cover it this year again.
Based on what you've experienced so far through OTAs, mandatory minicamp, rookie minicamp, all of the above, it'll be the first Steelers training camp under new leadership for the first time in 2 decades. Mike McCarthy will hold his first training camp beginning in about a month. How much different do you expect that to be than what we saw under Mike Tomlin?
I think there's going to be some serious differences. For one, I don't know if we see 7 shots, the classic drill that Mike Tomlin always had them do to start practice, where, it's 7 chances from the 2-yard line to get in. I didn't see it at all during OTAs or minicamp. And I know that was a staple that people liked to see because there was a chance for offense versus defense. But didn't see that then. I also don't know what kind of hitting we're going to see in these training camps. We know Mike Tomlin liked to make sure his teams were ready for the physicality of the game. I was talking to Ramon Chingon, the running back coach, and he was telling me, I asked him about, backs on backers, is that going to be a thing this year? He's like, look, I've seen what that is, and it looks really exciting. He was like, well, we got to figure out what's going to work for us. So I get the impression a lot of the staples that Steelers fans might have always enjoyed to read about, watch, or or see in person at St. Vincent College in Steelers training camp might not be there. But I think that just means that Mike McCarthy is just focusing on different things. We see him, for example, he's working exclusively with the quarterbacks during certain parts of the practices where he's just working with them on footwork, where their eyes need to be, where their body needs to be when they blitz from the right side or the left side. And I think that's going to be a different tone for what they focus on and what exactly is the primary goal of each practice. So it's going to be interesting to see that different tone and how Mike McCarthy looks to get the most out of St. Vincent College.
Since there seems to be such an emphasis for Mike McCarthy to work with the young QBs, there are two of them who have never taken an NFL snap, one a rookie, Drew Aller, and then one going into year 2, Will Howard. Do you expect those guys to get more looks than a typical young QB would get in training camp?
I do. I really think that they want to see what these guys. I think there's. I think Drew Aller, they know that he's going to kind of be like the backup quarterback who won't play this year unless everybody gets hurt because they want him to develop for a year. But I think you're going to see a lot of Will Howard because they want to see what they have in Will Howard. And I think they also kind of want to show off what they have in Will Howard because I do think by towards the end of training camp, towards the end of preseason, the Steelers, I think, are going to be hoping that there's someone that, experiences an injury or their training camp that doesn't work out, or they don't like their backup quarterback situation, and they're looking around for a last-second addition to the roster where you can be, where they're hearing you and they're saying oh, okay, we need a backup quarterback, and the Steelers can either dangle young Will Howard or experienced Mason Rudolph. And, I liken it, Donnie, to when they had a battle between Landry Jones and Josh Dobbs.
Yep.
While the year they drafted Mason Rudolph back in 2018. That year, Josh Dobbs was able to win the battle. I don't think Josh Dobbs was, completely all that much better than Landry Jones, but I think he was good enough. They said, hey, we're going to go with the young guy because we see a higher ceiling with him than we do with Landry, who we kind of know who he is. And I think that's where Mason Rudolph is now. They know who he is. They know he's solid. But if Will Howard can be that solid while also being younger, they'll take him and try to keep developing him in Mike McCarthy's system. And then maybe they say, hey, Mason Rudolph, experienced quarterback, started in the playoff game. Who wants him? And maybe get some draft capital. Not a lot, but at least some. But if they flip it around where, hey, maybe they feel like Will Howard's not there yet, they can turn around and say they'll still pump him up. They won't say that externally. They'll probably determine that internally. But then they'll say, hey, who wants this young quarterback who won a national championship that we've been pumping up all offseason about how good we think he is? And they can try to fit it that way. But I think that could be the ultimate plan that they want to have happen, where they get some sort of compensation to give away one of those quarterbacks.
How long do you think it takes for Jeremy Bernard to become one of the top 3 wide receivers?
I don't think long. I think it's really between him and Roman Wilson for that third option, right? So I think if you're the Steelers right now, that's the battle that you want to see, a lot throughout training camp, is Roman Wilson competing to show that he can be the third year veteran that's really stepping up this year versus Jeremy Bernard being the rookie that they drafted in the second round to be the guy this year. And so I think that's something that Jeremy Bernard is going to have in his bag, where I think he comes into college football a better route runner than what I've seen Roman Wilson be with the Steelers already. And if he can have that connection with Aaron Rodgers, and he's praised Aaron Rodgers for how Aaron Rodgers has been helping him in the early stages of the offseason, that could go a long way to being that. So I actually think Jeremy Bernard is going to be, the third receiver option in this offense pretty early and pretty quickly. But they also might move guys around a bit more and, try to create different mismatches with different things, because Roman Wilson, though he hasn't caught on yet, he's still fast. Like, the Steelers have 2 guys that are a bit, stockier who don't run as fast in Michael Pittman and Jeremy Bernard, but both are really good at getting off the ball, winning at the line of scrimmage, beating the press, and trying to get into their routes. While DK Metcalf and Roman Wilson, both of those guys ran in the 4.3s coming out of college. So, they have burners and route runners, and I think that's where Roman Wilson might be able to say, hey, you know what? I'm still a 4-3 guy. Put me on a go route or a drag route, and I'm going to beat somebody across the field and going to give you a target. So I think it's just going to be about who can win more at different spots, and that's who Mike McCarthy will want in the offense more.
Are they going to give Eli Heidenreich a real look at wide receiver, and what chances do you give him of making the 53-man roster?
I think Eli Heidenreich's best chance to make the roster is going to be special teaming it right now. I find it hard for them to find a spot for him at the receiver position right now because, I mean, you look at what they're trying to do. I think that they're actually another battle I see coming in training camp is him against Caden Legion, who was the 4th-round pick. Because to me, I would also look at Eli Heidenreich as a potential return man, and that's specifically why they drafted Caden Legion. But Heidenreich is faster, clocking where their top speeds and what they ran in their 40s. Heidenreich's bigger, and I would look at that and I'd say, you know what, I'd be wanting to give him a shot. So I'd be wanting to put those guys up against each other. But it's also a bit of a logjam now, which is kind of crazy to think about, where the Steelers have lacked depth at wide receiver. Now, if whoever loses between Jerry Menard and Roman Wilson is your 4th option, you still have Ben Skoranek as your emergency 5th option, who we know Aaron Rodgers loves to throw to. So then it's whoever comes after that is a 6th option. And so I think Eli Heidenreich can make this roster, but he has to make himself, irreplaceable on special teams, whether that's as a returner or the gunner or the different spot, wherever he can be. Because if he's not helping on special teams, it's going to be really hard to fit him. But I think if he outdoes Caden Legion, that's his best ticket to making the roster.
One more for you, Chris. Does Joey Porter Jr. get a deal before they get to Latrobe, or are we at risk of a hold-in at St. Vincent?
I think that a hold-in is going to happen in the early parts of training camp, but I think they get this deal done. I know that my colleague Jerry Dulac reported they're not close, in where they are right now. But I think that's just kind of where they are right now. I think Joey Porter Jr., he sees himself as a premier corner, and corners get really good dollars in today's NFL market. And so I also think there's a bit of an understanding for the Steelers. They're like, hey, you know what? We are going to pay him, a pretty good rate. So we're okay. We've seen him play well. So we're going to trust that he's going to come, do his hold-in thing, and then, he might get like a week where he works on the side, where he does his own drills, kind of just like how T.J. Watt, Alex Highsmith, Minka Fitzpatrick, Deontay Johnson, all those guys who've done hold-ins for the Steelers before, and they've gotten paid either during or after training camp, and then been good to go. But I will say, I think it's interesting because Joey Porter Jr., whereas I think towards the end of the second half of last season, I thought was his best part of his career that he has had overall. He hasn't had that full dominant year where he's like, yeah, I am like a top 5 cornerback in the NFL, where that's where T.J. Watt and Minka Fitzpatrick had on their side to say, hey, we are these top dogs, these all pro level players. You got to pay us like that. So it is going to be interesting to see how far these negotiations go into training camp. But I think the Steelers are sitting here and say, hey, he knows what we expect of him. He knows what to do in the defense, and there's a mutual trust here. We'll eventually hammer this out in week 1. He'll be starting in number 24 in a Steelers jersey, and it'll all be forgotten. He'll be paid well enough. I don't think he'll be paid, super money. Like, I think I envision around like $28 million per year, like higher than J.C. Horn, but not as high as like some of the top cornerbacks in the NFL. But I think that's a fine rate for Joey Porter Jr. They'll come to the table, and week 1 you'll see him starting in the defense.
Chris Carter, check out his stuff. Steelers reporter from the Post-Gazette, also the Locked On Steelers podcast. Chris, thanks so much for taking the time, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Donnie. Have a great weekend.
There we go. The man, the myth, the legend, Chris Carter, not to be confused with the Hall of Fame wide receiver, but he's a Hall of Fame writer of the Pittsburgh Steelers. You can follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. That is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. You can also watch the shows there at 93.7 The Fan. Coming up, one of the craziest stories I can remember in local high school football is currently ongoing. And someone that may have more insight on it than anybody is part of our KDKA High School Football Friday Night Lights coverage. That is Carlos Zovko, the WPIAL insider. He will help us break down what I am calling the mess at McKeesport. That is next on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates won 5-1 yesterday over the Seattle Mariners behind Bubba Chandler and his pitching performance. He pitched 5 in the third innings. He limited the walks to just 3 in that time, and he gave up 1 earned run through those 5 in the third innings. Also, the Pirates bullpen is on a streak right now. There have been 3 games played in a row for the Pirates where the bullpen has not given up any earned runs. Pirates will finish the homestand with a 3-game series this weekend against the Cincinnati Reds. Game 1 of that series is tonight at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now a message from Adam Crowley and then a message from Doran Dickerson.
It is summer. It's getting hot and humid, and that means you need beer, whether you're sitting on your back porch or you're out at a tailgate, you're having yourself a barbecue. There's one place to go for all your summer beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet. They've got the best customer service. They've got over 1,000 beers in stock, and now for your summertime fun, ready-made cocktails, head out to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, the rewards are just the same old, but FanCash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack FanCash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% FanCash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your FanCash to unlock the world of Fanatics. With unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. If you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I also mention they are giving away millions in FanCash this year with games like FanCash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. So switch to the sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-BUY-RESET.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Call McVeigh today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The LaMelo Ball saga is over in Charlotte, and it's a blockbuster. The Hornets have agreed to trade their franchise star and Josh Green to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Stupid. Really, really stupid. The one time Charlotte is good and has something to root for and fans get excited about a player, they decide to trade him away? That just isn't right. I'm Drake Toll.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, KDK. Listen here, you want the best price on the best ride available, don't you? Well, how about Schultz Ford? Yep. You know what they got all June still? Employee pricing. That's the way to go. So you pay what all the employees at Ford pay for their vehicles. That's fantastic. Get to all the great Schultz locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And they've been doing a booming business, by the way, at Schultz Ford and Wheeling. But anyway, get to all the great locations. You can always go online to do that. Check out what ride you want online. Do some shopping at home, kitchen table, all of that at schultzford.com. And employee pricing. Gigantic selection of inventory right now. So check out what you want, and you're going to get that employee pricing all June. SchultzFord.com, and all those great locations at Schultz Ford.
PGT Trucking celebrates 45 years of flatbed excellence. Established in 1981 in Beaver County, PGT continues to lead the trucking industry by providing safe and trusted transportation solutions. For their flatbed truck drivers, PGT has been named a 2026 Best Fleets to Drive For company, receiving the award for 4 years in a row because of their top driver pay and home time options. Learn more about PGT Trucking at pgttrucking.com.
Tired of the shower curtain sticking to you? Time to contact BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Friday morning still treating you kindly for the most part, but over on the Parkway West inbound, you'll still find some sluggish traffic starting around the Parkway Center Mall overpass. Parkway East inbound, you'll be stacking right around Edgewood, Swissvale. 51 northbound, stop and go. As you head towards the Liberty Tunnel and 28 southbound, the Parkway North, however, is still looking clear. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania, your 2025 Dealer of the Year. From expert sales and service to thousands of parts in stock, they keep you running at full efficiency. Case Construction. Together, we won't back down.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So if you are somebody that follows local high school football, one of the biggest stories and one of the craziest stories going on right now is everything at McKeesport. I think that there is a Netflix documentary waiting to happen here with what could be coming down the pike for what I think could be labeled the mess at McKeesport. And to help us talk about that is somebody who has more insight into the WPIAL than anybody else I know, and that is Carlo Zovko, part of our KDKA Friday Night Lights coverage over on AM 1020 and 100.1 FM. He is also known as the Whippeal Insider, so he is going to help us break down this situation going on at McKeesport. He did a really cool pop-up podcast last night that I listened to, Carlo, where you kind of broke down bit by bit a timeline, an alleged timeline of the events at McKeesport. So just kind of generalize it for people who may have heard a little bit about it, but don't know a ton about it, of everything that is going on with one of the more notable football programs in Western Pennsylvania.
Hey, Donnie, thanks for having me. Yeah, I posted it's like a 17-minute video podcast of me breaking down the timeline, and you have to call it an alleged timeline. And the reason for all the legalese here, Donnie, is what's that I smell in the air? I smell some lawsuits in the air, okay? So you have to be very particular about what you say, because right now the McKeesport School District accepted the resignation of head coach Matt Miller, and Matt Miller alleges that he never resigned. There was no resignation for them to accept because he never resigned. To break it down, give you the quick nuts and bolts of it, is there's a lot of tensions in McKeesport right now. Head coach Matt Miller has been there since 2016. They keep getting to the Whitfield Championship game, and they keep just coming up short. They continually lose to Aliquippa, Bill Chirpek at TJ, Bob Palco at West Day. I mean, these are legendary figures and legendary programs.
Yep.
So it's not like he's playing against, some schlubs down the road to go on a dream run. No, he's playing the heavy hitters, and he can't get over the hump, and there's a lot of pressure mounting in McKeesport. The reason why this got lit on fire was because of the place of worship that allegedly Matt Miller worships at. His dad is a pastor of a church in McKeesport. There's been a lot of reports alleging that this church is a cult. I don't know if it is or not. On the website, they say it's a church. I'm calling it a church. I am not calling it a cult. People around the community and media around the community allege that it is a cult. You have a freedom of religion, freedom of worship wherever you want in the United States. You cannot get rid of somebody for the place they worship at. People do not like this church. It is being talked about on school board meetings, Donnie, so this is not hearsay. This is not me just coming on here saying, oh, it's over religion.
Yep.
No, this is talked about on the school board. Hey, this has nothing to do with his religion. Why do other school board members keep bringing religion into it? If they let him go for religion, there will be a lawsuit. But the long story short, there's a lot of tension. There was so much tension that Matt Miller talked to his athletic director on June the 11th. The athletic director alleges that there was a verbal resignation. Matt Miller says, I never resigned, number one. Number two, I don't know about you, Donnie. This is just my opinion. I have never heard of a verbal resignation. When you resign from a place that you're under contract in, it has to be dated and in writing with your signature. Hey, I'm Carlos Zofka. I'm Whitfield Insider. I'm resigning from Whitfield Insider. Here's my signature. I'm out of here. McKeesport School Board, on the record, Donnie, stated that McKeesport's legal counsel, their school district's legal counsel, advised them that this resignation does not uphold. They need a written form of communication of some sorts. There's nothing to vote on. The vote was still 5-3 in acceptance. All three people that voted no against this resignation all said, I vote no, based on advisement of legal counsel of McKeesport. So that is, I think, the crux of it there, Donnie. I think that they voted on a resignation to really kind of push Matt Miller out the door, but you can't just vote on a resignation if he didn't resign. Mm-hmm. And maybe he said, hey, I am resigning of some sort. I don't know this, but maybe there was a miscommunication somewhere. But the athletic director, at least the school board, claims that the athletic director said that there was a verbal resignation on June 11th, and that's what they voted on. The reason that the religion in the church is so into this is because Brandon Short, a McKeesport legend, a Whitfield legend, he was on the Penn State Board of Trustees. Everybody knows Brandon Short of McKeesport. His daughter was murdered in 2021 by a member of Guy Miller's church, alleged member of Guy Miller's church. A couple McKeesport staff members spoke on his character in his sentencing, and Brandon Short didn't like that. He's been very vocal on Facebook, very vocal on the news, saying this program, this is not the McKeesport program I know. There's no leadership here. I don't like Coach Matt Miller's vision. Why did Matt Miller never reach out and offer his condolences of my murdered daughter? So everybody in McKeesport feels for Brandon Short and his situation. It's a terrible situation, but that is really where the church thing just sparked into this, because now it does it look like he is being forced out because of the place of his worship and his staff members' worship? I don't know. I'm the Whippy Insider. I'm just laying out the timeline. It is a bonkers story. It needs a Netflix documentary for sure. But to my point, the June 11th resignation is the talking point. Did Matt Miller resign, and should a school district accept a verbal resignation? If he did say that he resigned, it's a he said, she said, Donnie. Matt Miller releases the statement. He alleges, I told him I'm on vacation. I'll make a decision after my vacation.
Yeah, I mean, I would feel like they would need, at minimum, like video evidence of him saying that he would resign, because like you said, you never see a resignation that's not in like official written form, which now can create this it can make even more of a messy situation.
Correct, and this is a whole lot of a mess. And I do want to point out, McKeesport was at Pittsburgh Steelers 11-on event, which is pretty much a passing tournament, a very, very cool event that the Steelers put on at Bethel Park High School. They were there yesterday with the interim staff. Everybody told me the kids are out of this world, like, player-led team, very confident, like very respectful. They made it to, I believe, the semifinals, but everybody was talking about how these kids their mission is to win a dang Whitfield championship this year. Come on, spell. And, the footnote of the story is they have a 5-star #1 running back in the country, come on, spell, going to Georgia. They have a 4-star receiver going to South Carolina, Javian Robinson. They have studs all over the field. If there was ever a year for McKeesport in the last 20 years to win a Whitfield championship, it is this year. And now, this 2026 season will be talked about. Will Matt Miller be on the sidelines? Will he not be? Just my personal opinion, it doesn't seem like Matt Miller will be on the sidelines. I think that some lawsuits are brewing. It's very, very messy, Donnie. And I don't know where McKeesport goes from here. I really don't. The only thing I know is that there's a player-run team right now where they feel like, hey, we got enough horses in the stable. It don't matter. It don't matter who's quarterback and who's coaching. They got command spell in the backfield. They can pitch it to him left, pitch it to him right, and let them razzle dazzle to a Whitfield championship. So it's going to be a talking point the entire year, but it is a very delicate situation regarding religion, football, and murder, and it's very odd, but that's the general crux of it. It's not easy to explain via phone call, Tony. I don't know if the listeners kind of followed, but it's wild, it's wacky. There's a million different rumors out there. Everything I said is on the record, one way or the other, whether at a school board meeting or a released statement somewhere. So everything I just told you is on the record. But yeah, there's a lot more crazy rumors out there that I don't want to get into, because once again, I smell lawsuits coming and I don't want to be involved.
Well, if people want to see it more in written form, where you have the alleged timeline put out there, that they can follow you on social media on X at Whippial_insider. That's WPIAL_insider. Because I have referenced that the whole way through this thing, because it certainly does help out something that goes back about a decade or even over a decade, back to when George Smith stepped down and Matt Miller took over. So if people need more to dive in on that, they can check out the official timeline there. But Carlo, I think you did the best you could there, explaining what
it's not easy to explain, my friend. There's a million twists and turns. I have it on my Twitter. I have it on my Instagram. I have a nice step-by-step timeline that will make your head spin. And it definitely needs a documentary. It'd be like the Tiger King documentary. It'll sweep the nation.
Yeah, one of the craziest high school football stories I can remember in a very long time. Carlo Zovko able to help explain it a little bit there, the Whippeal Insider. Carlo, thanks for a little impromptu chat here this morning. Thanks for hopping on and taking the time, man.
Thanks for having me, Donnie. Great hearing your voice, Nicholas, Harry, Callis. I'll see you, fellas.
There you go.
Bye-bye.
Carlo Zovko, who we almost didn't get on the air because Callis called a phone and then repeated the number to me, and it could not have been further away from what the number was. And then I heard you try to confirm it with Carlo, like, hey, was this ever your phone number before? And I just heard him go, no. That got a chuckle out of me during the break.
Yeah, I had a number on file for him. I have a list of phone numbers from people I frequently call or have called since I've been working here.
It just wasn't even close.
Wrong area code and just not even close.
I don't think a single number matched.
Nope. Yeah, I don't know where that came from, but yeah, I had one. It was one of those. What picked up in the first number was one of those old timey answering machines too. It was like, "Hello, please leave your message after the tone." You know how those home phones used to do things. So I'm like, who the hell did I just call?
Well, that's okay. The number you can hit us up at is 412-928-9370. You can give us a call. You can shoot us a text. The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up, something that Doug Whaley said yesterday that I want to take a couple of minutes to touch on. Greg Brown will join the show at the top of the 9 o'clock hour right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The U.S. Men's World Cup team, they lost yesterday to Turkey 3-2. They still won Group D and will now head to the knockout rounds, the round of 32, by playing Bosnia. That's coming up next Wednesday, July the 1st. They play at 8 p.m. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Doran Dickerson.
Thinking about tackling a project this summer but not sure where to start or where to get your materials? Give Reed Building Supply a call. I know the team at Reed Building Supply for years, and what sets them apart is their customer service. They're knowledgeable, reliable, and always willing to help you find the right products for your job. Whether you need TimberTech decking, flooring, vinyl windows, Hardy LP, or vinyl siding, doors, cabinets, stone, or more, Reed Building Supply has you covered. Plus, they pride themselves on being dependable and on time. And right now, they're offering special savings on select AZEK siding products, including discounts and rebates for a limited time. Visit them online at reedbuildingsupply.com or give them a call, 412-875-6320. That's 412-875-6320. And make sure you tell them Doran sent you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
We also
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Doran, I got a list of summer projects a mile long.
Same, and somehow every quick project turns into an all-day event.
That's why I like this offer from Guardian Protection.
Right now, they're offering free professional installation with the new security system.
So instead of spending your weekend installing security equipment, their experts handle it for you.
Which leaves more time for golf, grilling, and pretending you'll get to the rest of that list.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
We're turning up the heat here at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. All Outlanders and Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. Outlander Trail Editions up to $7,500 off. Eclipse Cross, take up to $5,000 off. Plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. The summer sale starts now and is too hot to miss. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning.
celebrations, endless laughs, and memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Pirates fans, this is for you. The team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. Introducing Super Light, a new refreshing vodka plus 8 inspired by classic sport drink flavors. With 0 bubbles, 0 carbs, only 90 calories, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. So whether you're celebrating a home run or cheering on the Pirates at PNC Park, enjoy it with a Super Light. Super Light, proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Find it in the stadium and in stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents wisdom from the road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy. Change wisely.
Hey, it's Pony for Xfinity. Their 5-year price guarantee and same-day Wi-Fi available right now. It is the most intelligent, the smartest Wi-Fi. It can heal itself when there's a problem. It's also the most reliable Wi-Fi for everything. Streaming, gaming, working from home, you name it. Wi-Fi coverage in every corner of your house, from the top of your attic all the way down to your basement floor. There's also a security blanket for your network. That's a big deal. Fiber-powered network with 99.999% reliability. It is built for speed. It can make everything in your home work together. So right now, lock in 5 years of predictability, 5 years on the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, get online in minutes. Just like that, with same-day Wi-Fi. The price lock guarantee, 5 years, the same price, no contracts or commitments, and everything you need included, data, equipment, and the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Hit the road in a brand new 2026 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4-door from South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Adventure starts at just $299 a month for 36 months or score 0% APR for 36 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Gotten just a touch heavier here for your morning traffic. Over on the Parkway West inbound, you're now stacking at the top of the Green Tree Hill. Parkway East inbound, the delays run for you back now to the Wilkinsburg interchange. Still no delays on 28 southbound and the Parkway North, though. 51 northbound, you'll still be stop and go heading towards the Liberty Tunnel. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
.93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com and register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. More details at 937thefan.com. Callis, I went out to Waynesburg for a youth softball Saturday earlier this month. And I'll have you know, remember just that old grassy field that was kind of across the street from John F. Wiley, which is the football stadium?
Grassy field? Maybe.
It was like basically just like an old like practice field, it looked like.
I think so. I think I recall what you're talking about.
Yeah, now that's like a whole like youth baseball and softball facility.
Oh, that's
built
great.
Up really nice. Yeah, they have I think they have like a tennis court there, maybe a pickleball court. So if Joel Nelson wants to play a road game at some time, he can do that. But yeah, super nice. I got some decent scuttlebutt down there from some old Waynesburg townies that rub elbows with the important folk. Yeah.
Are you allowed to share any information? Or you just...
I mean, I don't think anything... I'm trying to think, well, they're taking out one of the female dorms. I don't know if they're putting in...
Oh, I knew about that.
I don't know if they're putting in another one, because anybody out there who ever went or visited there, you would know that there are like 7 female dorms and the guys got 3.
Yep.
And 2 of them were awful.
And there were Waynesburg's campus is on a hill, so all the male dorms, you walk up the hill. The female dorms are either at the bottom of the female dorms are already at the top of the hill and you walk down, or they're even with a lot of the like learning facilities. So I remember that. Williston was the one we lived in upper class, and you have to scale 2 hills to get to your buildings.
Yeah, and they make that as difficult as possible to get into. So yeah, I was down there for that. It was kind of nice seeing it build up a little bit.
Did you stop at Chick-fil-A?
No, I did not, which they do have on campus now, right at the bottom of the gym. Tommy Boy's, which was my favorite Thursday night go-to spot, is...
Yeah, rip.
It went from a pile of rubble, and now it is a car wash.
That's, I guess that's nice.
What a place that was, man. I mean, there was just nothing better for the boys. Like, class is over on a Thursday afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
You're just hanging out, watching, random sports clips on YouTube, or you're playing video games with the boys. Mm-hmm. Start to pregame a little bit.
Yeah.
And you go to a dumpy dive bar in Greene County. It was hard to beat.
You know what? There was actually another place that we ended up going to after that closed. I don't know if it did close when I was down there. I mean, it was soon after, if not. But there was another place we started going to toward the end of my time there. And it was like on the way to the baseball field on that long road. I want to say it was like Buddies or Dudes or something. Or
Buddies, yeah.
Is that?
And then it became Brady's.
That's it.
And then Buddy bought it back. So now it's Buddies again.
There you go.
Yeah, it was Buddies, I think, for my whole college career. And then it became Brady's because Buddy sold it. And then a few years later, Buddy wanted to get back in the game. I don't know.
That's very interesting.
Waynesburg is a hell of a little town.
And then Don Patrons is what made me fall in love with margaritas.
I'll say this, man. Their frozen margaritas were top notch.
They were.
And they'd bring that baby out like in a whole pitcher.
That closed down too, didn't it? That's what I heard.
They have gone dark and have come back up. Theirs is more due to some health code violations. Not necessarily out of business. You might be thinking of Hot Rods.
No, I knew about that. That they had a fire and
the fire.
Yeah,
the fire.
Air quotes, maybe.
That was mysteriously set, or that mysteriously took place in the kitchen as they wanted to get out of the restaurant business. Yeah, that fire.
Huh. Is that confirmed?
I think it's been a little bit fishy since it happened, which is like a decade ago at this point, or close to it.
It was 2020. It was not 20. Sorry, it was 2017. Because I remember I ate there with my mom and my grandfather after my jazz ensemble concert in the fall, And shortly after that, it was just gone.
The jazz ensemble concert. And then you go to
That's how I got my arts credit. Jack and I were talking about that yesterday, too. Do you remember
I took an Eddie Powers class, not to be confused with the fictional father of Kenny Powers.
And what was the class?
I think it was just like Theater 101 or Theater 110, whatever the hell it would be.
I knew a few baseball players I was teammates with that took a paper mache class. So
I wanted nothing to do with that.
No, I already know music well enough. I'm like, I could get through this. Every week I play the drums, and then we have a concert, and then I get credit. I was in percussion ensemble, too, for a little bit. Yeah. There's actually a video.
You should have been banging the big drum.
No. Well, during COVID, we couldn't have a concert, so what we did was they needed videos were all submitted to me because they knew I was in communication. And I overlaid all of the videos together, and we all had different instruments and parts that we were playing in this piece. And eventually put it all together, and then there was like a virtual concert where this was displayed for everybody. But yeah, I made a quarantine concert video of the percussion ensemble.
Very creative, Callis.
Yeah.
Well done.
Good times those were. Yeah.
All right, good talk. I always like giving a little ode to Greene County when I get the opportunity to do so. Greg Brown is next, Pirates broadcaster. The Buccos start a 3-game set with the Cincinnati Reds this weekend. It is tonight, 6:40. Paul Skeens on the mound. We will talk to Greg in just a few minutes. First fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. A mostly cloudy day. Hopefully the rain stays away, and a high of 78. Brownie next on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates 5-1 winners over the Seattle Mariners yesterday to win the series 2 games out of 3. Pirates will now play the Cincinnati Reds at home in a 3-game series that begins tonight with Game 1 at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Adam and Doran.
Doran, I've got a list of summer projects. It's a mile long.
Same, and somehow every quick project turns into an all-day event.
That's why I like this offer from Guardian Protection.
Right now, they're offering free professional installation with the new security system.
So instead of spending your weekend installing security equipment, their experts will handle it for you.
Which leaves more time for golf, grilling, and pretending you'll get to the rest of that list.
That's right, man. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 5-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
We are turning up the heat here at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks save big with 0% financing. Jeep Grand Cherokees and Gladiator Sports save up to $10,000, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. Make this the summer event starts now, and it's too hot to miss. Shop crownjeep.com. See the for details on all offers.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. Round trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
In Pittsburgh, we take pride in supporting local businesses. That's one reason why I'm proud to tell you about West Shore Home. You know, it was founded in Pennsylvania by a Johnstown native. West Shore Home still has their headquarters here in the state, and they employ more than 70 local team members across the Pittsburgh area. Save big on your bath, window, door, or flooring project right now with their 20th anniversary sale. Learn more at westshorehome.com/fan or 1-800-WEST-SHORE now. Financing subject to credit approval. See the website for details.
It's the summer sticker sales event at South Hills Kia. The 2026 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $229 a month. And the all-new 2026 Kia K4 LXS, only $209 a month. Top trade values are happening right now. Don't miss it. 24-month leases, $3,499 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia. Deals like this don't last. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Book us. TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Over on the Parkway West inbound, you'll tap your brakes a little bit once you get to the top of the Green Tree Hill, but it won't get bumper to bumper until you get around that runaway truck sand pile. Over on the Parkway East, though, it's still just slow go for you once you get right around Edgewood, Swissvale. And again, 28 southbound and the Parkway North are still great rides for you this morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Summer means a whole lot of extra miles. Last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fly ball center field. This should do it. Billy Cook, Pirates center fielder, says he's got it. He's got it. Raise the Jolly Roger. Bucks defeat the Mariners and win back-to-back games here at PNC Park by scores of 11-1 and 5-1.
It's the Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Donnie Football in for Adam and Doran. We are in our final hour of the show and our final hour of the week. Nicholas Harry Callis is with me behind the glass, and it is just after 9 o'clock on a Friday, and that means it is time for our chat with Greg Brown. He is brought to you by Mr. Reuter Plumbing. You heard Greg's voice there following the Pirates' 5-1 victory over the Mariners yesterday at PNC Park. It was a blowout win for the Pirates in the middle game following the loss in Game 1. So 2 out of 3 against an American League leader. They take on the last place team in the NL Central tonight. Brownie, how you feeling going into this Reds series? You thinking they can take 2 out of 3 here? Have a nice 4-2 homestand?
Geez, Donnie, I hope that should be the lowest bar. I would think they would be hoping at least 2 or 3, if not a sweep. I mean, I said this a couple weeks ago. It's nice to be talking about 500 and one game over 500 and all that, but you got to start thinking. I still believe they could win this division, and other teams haven't gotten hot yet. They have not put a really good string together, so they have to do that. And so I've not given up on the division. I hope they haven't either.
I mean, I'll say that the Pirates could get hot, but I don't know if I have confidence in the Brewers going cold. I mean, how do they continue to do it every year? It doesn't matter who they have.
But yeah, you're right. It doesn't matter who they have. They're an incredible organization. They've set the bar, but they have not had a big rut yet, and they're going to have one. They are that is a guarantee. They're going to go through something, and they haven't had that yet. And the Pirates have to be ready to pounce on that. They still have a lot of head-to-head to play with them. And, going back to your point about this series against the Reds, it's a division foe. They've actually won 5 in a row against the Reds this year. They lost the first game of the season in Cincinnati, and they've won 5 straight against them. So you got to kick them, beat them while they're down, and then take that momentum, if there is such a thing, into Philadelphia, 4 games in Philly, and D.C. in the Yankee Doodle tour leading up to the 4th of July. I mean, what a week that's going to be. Can you imagine that? Games in Philly and then in Washington, D.C. during the 4th of July for 250 years. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And then home before the break against the Braves and the Brewers. This is it. This is the time they got to go on a big run.
Yeah, that'll be a super cool setting. I believe it's, an 11:05 first pitch, too, on the 4th of July in D.C. So that'll be a cool one. We'll have that game on our airwaves because the Independence Day holiday falls on a Saturday this year. Brownie, one of the many crazy little facts about this team is that even though you think back to 2024, they were a team that threw about 100 games. They were over 500. They have finished over 500 since their last playoff appearance. But this is the first time that through 81 games, they are above 500 since that 2015 team. Are you like that seems crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of wild, but it just goes to show you that they've, other than that 2018 season where they got close and they went on that remarkable run at the All-Star break, and that precipitated that disastrous trade. Other than that, since 2015, Donnie, really, they haven't been very competitive. on hand, not really. It just goes to show you how much better they are than they were. I mean, last year at this time, I don't know what their record was, but it was certainly below, if not well below 500. They were out of the race, by the middle of April, it seems. So it's a much better year. It's a much more competitive team, and they're going to get Connor Griffin back really soon. The Spencer Horn injury really hurts, but other teams deal with those injuries. Pirates have to do the same thing, and that's when the pitching and the other guys have to step up.
Do you think we could see Connor Griffin as soon as this weekend, Brownie?
Yeah, I'd be shocked. I'd be surprised if we don't see him. In fact, I almost wouldn't be. I have no idea. This is just me thinking out loud with you, Don. I almost wouldn't be shocked if he were in there tonight. I mean, he was with the team yesterday. The Curve played yesterday, and he didn't go back to Altoona.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think the plan, I believe, was to have him play back-to-back games. But once the injury took place, to me, it makes all the sense in the world. Go ahead, activate him. But you got to go through all the medicals and stuff like that. So, but it'll be soon, whenever it is. It'll be real soon.
Something else crazy to think about with this Pirates offense and what they've been able to do through the first 81 games of this season. So they have 5 hitters that are on pace for 20-plus home runs. That would be a franchise first, Greg. Lau is right on the doorstep. He could get that by tonight or this weekend. He has 19. Cruz has 14. I know he's out with injury for quite some time. Reynolds, O'Hearn both have 11. Horwitz, who is also on the IL, has 10. So technically 5 guys there that are on pace to get 20-plus home runs. That's never happened. The only team that was close that we found back in 1999, 4 players had 20-plus home runs on that squad, Greg. Now, I came from the Lanny Ferteri School of Broadcasting. I'm not intending to try and show up the person on the air with me, but you are a great historian of Pirates baseball. Could you guess who those 4 guys were on the 99 team that had 20-plus home runs?
Wow. 99. Well, Giles was on that team, right?
Yeah, he had 39. He led the way.
Okay, Giles.
I'll give you another clue.
Kevin Young?
Yes, I was going to say one of the guys you work with on a near daily basis. He had 26. They were the 2 leaders. The next 2 might be a little bit more difficult.
99. Any kind of hint you could give me? Just the first letter of the first name.
I will say that I'll say this, actually. Both of them had very short first names.
Very short first names. Not Ed Sprague.
Ed Sprague had 22, Brownie.
Ed Sprague. Evil Ed Sprague.
Ed Sprague had 22.
Evil Ed. Bad guy. Not one of my favorites. Wow. Yeah, Ed was not a really good guy. Who was the other? You said another short first name.
Yeah.
Oh no. Any other hint?
It starts with an A. I'll give you that. His first name starts with an A, and it's very short.
A. There was no Al. Andy.
Or was there?
Al? There was an Al on the 1999. Oh, Al Martin.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Al Martin. Oh, geez.
Al Martin had 24 dingers
he was
that
a
year.
good guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man. Al
there
was
we
one
go.
of my all-time favorite Pirates. Yeah. Wow. That's a great trivia question.
Yeah. That was a thank you to Dan Zangrilli. He kind of helped us out with that yesterday. That the 99 squad was what was the next closest thing. The Pirates will have Paul Skeens on the mound tonight. What do you make, Brownie, of some of the criticisms there of Paul Skeens, where it feels as if he's not otherworldly, he's disappointing people? That's kind of a tough expectation.
Well, yeah, it is, but he set that bar. It's his own fault. He set that high bar, and so everybody expects him to be lights out every time out. It's not fair, but that's the way it is. And I'll bet you he probably likes it. Knowing Paul, he probably kind of thinks it's cool that and maybe thinks to himself, I've not met my expectations, but and then that's good, because what is it? Is it 7 straight games, I think, that he has started that the Pirates have lost?
That is correct.
That is impossible to believe. That's impossible to believe, but it's a fact. And I would think that someone is going to pay for that stat, and it's probably the Reds tonight, because I don't care what anybody says. Pitchers, though they suggest that wins and losses don't count anymore, they do. The pitchers care. They don't like that on their ledger. They don't like being tagged with losses. And Paul certainly does not like not being on the mound when his team loses. So he wants to be on the mound leading to victory. And they need to go on that run we talked about. So I would think tonight would be a real good night for him to get let's get 7 innings. Talk about setting the bar. My hope is the second half of the season, Donnie, that the starting pitchers now talk not about going 5 or 6, but they talk about 7, 8. Like set that high bar, 7, 8. That'll make the bullpen so much better. Go out there and be determined. Easy for us to say watching the game, but this is this is what we do. But think about 7 innings and more, and that'll really, really help that bullpen, and they'll win so many more games the second half of the season.
Greg, how much have you gotten to check out the new Legacy Hall inside the ballpark? That place looks awesome.
Did you go in there yet?
I have not. I do have I do have tickets for tomorrow's game, so maybe I'll make a stop in.
I was there the other day. Jim Trudinich, the team historian who kind of put it all together, walked us through, some other members of the media, the other day before the gates opened, and I was struck by it. I was unaware. I had heard they were doing something, but didn't realize how detailed it was. And man, you could spend a lot of time in there. It's a lot of fun, and it's going to be great for fans to spend time once the gates open, head in there. And I guess you can rent that space out. It'd be a great spot to have meetings or a little party with some buddies, whatnot. And yeah, it's a really cool space, and I hope you and many others get a chance to see it. It'll be a great weekend. Tonight's the City Connect unis.
Mm-hmm.
This will be the first time that Paul Skeens, I believe, wears those City Connects, if I'm not mistaken. He's worn the other ones, but these are the cool City Connects. Nike got this one right for sure. And then tomorrow afternoon, that 4:00 game, they're giving away soccer jerseys. And then Sunday afternoon, the final game of the series. So it'll be, I guess, Skeens, Jerry Jones. Good news that he's going to be back on the mound tomorrow afternoon. Man, we thought if he was hitting the back of the elbow that could have been an absolute disaster. And then Mitch Keller on Sunday. So a chance to win 2 or 3, if not sweep these Reds.
Pirates broadcaster Greg Brown. Greg, thanks for taking the time. Let's get a big weekend for the Buccos, and take it easy on my guy Drew Brown in the truck if you're on TV this weekend.
He did a heck of a job, by the way, directing.
That
I don't know
he did.
if people know that.
That he did.
Drew Brown directed some of our games on the road trip for SNP last week. A heck of a job. He's a great man.
Thanks, Brownie. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Donnie.
There we go. Greg Brown, the legendary Pirates broadcaster, brought to you by Globe Airport Parking. Callis, were you aware of that? One of my classmates, one of my best friends in college, Drew
Why are you
Brown.
acting like I don't know him?
Well, everybody knew Drew.
Yeah, he was a counselor at the camp. That's where I first met him.
As was I.
I haven't really talked to him, though, since, but he's a very nice man, and I have nothing but good things to say about him, and I'm happy for him doing directing and stuff of that nature.
Yeah, he does a lot of the replay for the Sportsnet Pittsburgh Pirates broadcast. He got to direct some of the games on their road trip. I know the series in Colorado he got to, and a couple of other games here and there. He's doing phenomenal things. A super talented dude. I still talk to him on a daily basis, so I always got to make a mention to Brownie about that, because when Greg Brown found out that Drew and I knew each other, he used one of his favorite words, which in turn is one of Lanny's least favorite words.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
Yes. It's impossible
he loved
to believe.
Donnie, that's unbelievable. You're buddies with Drew Brown? Like, yeah. Yep, we went to college together, Greg. With a whole whopping 1,200 students at a D3 school. So,
yeah, when Greg said, though, when he was talking about Paul Skeens, it's impossible to believe he's lost his last 7 starts. I wanted to be like, would you say it's unbelievable, Greg? Yeah.
I would always chuckle when Greg would be gracious enough to come down to Waynesburg and talk to one of our classes. Blast would come down. Joe Block, Tim Neverett, when he was still one of the broadcasters.
Did you say Wayner? He was there one year, John Wayner.
Oh yeah, yeah. We had the Rock down there, and Lanny would always poke fun at the usage of unbelievable. I almost wondered if Greg used it so much, knowing that Lanny didn't care for it.
Yeah, I just think if somebody's so good and you keep saying they're unbelievable, eventually we're going to believe it. It's happening. Yeah, I remember that. Good times.
412-928-9370. That's the number. Hit us up on the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We'll give a little Pirates and Reds preview coming up. We also have something to give away in about 10 minutes, and we're almost done. We're riding down the back of the dinosaur, as they may say. As Joe would say, it's like taking candy from a sleeping baby. We continue next on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates winners 5-1 yesterday over the Seattle Mariners, which also allowed the Pirates to win that series 2 games out of 3 as they go into the second portion of their homestand. They've got one more series left in it, and it's against the Cincinnati Reds. It'll take place over the weekend. Game 1 of that series is tonight at 6:40. Coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here's a message from Adam Crowley and a message after that from Doran Dickerson.
And it's summertime, it's hot, it's humid. That means you're going to be outside. You're going to be playing with your kids in the sprinkler, having barbecues, picnics, things of that nature. You need beer, and there's a great spot for you to go for all your beer needs. That is Hampton Beer Outlet, where they don't just have over 1,000 beers in stock. They don't just have tremendous customer service. They also have canned cocktails. That's right, for your summer vibe. So get out there, Hampton Beer Outlet, drive a little, save a lot, Route 8 in Hampton.
Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, the rewards are just the same old, but FanCash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack FanCash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% FanCash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your FanCash to unlock the world of Fanatics. With unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. If you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I also mention they are giving away millions in FanCash this year with games like FanCash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. So switch to the sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. A late stoppage heartbreak for the U.S. men's national team, losing 3-2 to Turkey. But who cares? You won Group D. You go to the knockout round against Bosnia and Herzegovina. The United States still feels fine. Don't overreact to this. The loss didn't matter. We're good. I'm Drake Toll.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. And all season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boosts, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boosts. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost tokens and MLB Parlay Boost tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer, subject to eligibility requirements.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof,
Call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Getting reports of an accident right now in Elizabeth Township. This is on the 900 block of Boston Hollow Road. So you want to watch out as crews hit that scene. On the Parkway East, it's cleared out a lot. You only find a little bit of delay as you enter the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Traffic is brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt LGKG. Accident LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a big law firm with no continuity?
That's not LGKG. Don't care about having access to a named partner?
That's not LGKG. Prefer working with those who have no clue of what makes Western PA people tick?
That's not LGKG.
Don't care about courtroom reputation?
Then don't call LGKG. We're not for you.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline, that's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That is where Greg Brown joined us moments ago. Donnie Football with you until 10. Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. Both of us graduates of Waynesburg University. Callis, one of the things that I have to be better at knowing how to use when it is alumnus, alumni, like I never know what form to use.
Yeah,
you ever have that issue?
I don't really think about it. I just say alumni, I think, is a group. Alumnus,
but I will say,
female,
I'm a Waynesburg alum.
That's a male.
That's a male individual.
Alumnus is a female individual. I think this is what I recall, but it could be inaccurate as well. Yeah, that's what the internet's for.
Yeah. Now this will be the second time we're talking about our beloved school in Greene County today. Did
I talk about this with you or maybe Jack yesterday? I always talk about the English language. Like we want to have a set form of rules because we need to be able to instruct others, like young people, on how to speak and read and write, and that's important. But like when we get into like adulthood, as long as we both know what we're talking about, like does it really matter exactly what we say? I have that philosophical question in my head. Like if I understand what you're talking about, like if you say I'm an alumni, I know what you mean.
Right.
And that's all that matters.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like there are some like weird rules too, like lunch isn't a noun, like the whole you have to say luncheon if you're talking about that meal.
Yeah, no,
that's
I
like stupid things like that used to exist.
Lunch.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's like, language evolves. If we know what we're talking about, who cares?
So somebody on our esteemed YouTube chat, which I believe my mom infiltrated again this morning before her and my dad go to the beach for the day. Somebody pointed out, and I thought it was a joke. They said, does Donnie know that he is listed among the Waynesburg University notable alumni? So I go to Wikipedia, I click on the notable alumni tab, and there is a wise guy afoot, Harry, because I've never been one to edit a Wikipedia page.
Okay.
I couldn't even tell you how to do it. And here we are, list of Waynesburg University alumni. Top of the page, Donnie Football Chedrick. Is this you?
I didn't do that.
Am I supposed to think? It could have been like Charlie Borges. I feel like Borges is the type of guy that would go do this.
I'd take credit for that if you found it, but no, that wasn't me.
We got to add you to this list.
I guess so.
We got to add you to the list that has guys like William Crow on there. Former senator of Pennsylvania. Lanny's on there. He was just a professor. He's not an alum.
That's a big mistake as well. He went to Rochester.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was up in upstate New York. How about Ed Martin, general of the 28th Infantry Division? I'm just going through this whole list here. You get down to the bottom. How about old John Wiley, who got the stadium namesake down there in Greene County? Former NFL player, played for the Steelers. He was a Pitt assistant coach way back when. So yeah, there's somebody who's up to some funny business, putting me up at the top. Now here's somebody who does deserve a spot on here. Now he should be at the top of the list. Mason Miller, closer. Well, they have the team wrong, actually. They need to update this. It said closer for the Oakland Athletics. Our guy's been in San Diego for almost a whole calendar year.
He also got drafted out of Gardner-Webb, too. So, is he technically an alumni then?
See, I think there you could at least say he went to both schools, and he went to Waynesburg for...
I don't know if he got his degree. That would have been something to ask him. Because he just got drafted.
He was there for 4 years.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
See, my clock is off because he got an extra year of eligibility.
Yeah, that was from the COVID edition. Yeah,
right. You're right. Yeah, so I guess he did. I just never thought about that though. Like literally, we were getting prepared to do the baseball season in 2020, and then we all got sent home, and no baseball season. And I haven't seen Mason since I saw him at when the Pirates played the Padres this year. I haven't seen him in 6 years. It's just like, oh, crap. Yeah. Well, I mean, I know what he's been up to, but, like, yeah. Haven't seen him in 6 years.
You think you could turn around one of his fastballs now?
I actually wanted to try to. I was too embarrassed to ask him, though, because I don't want him to get hurt doing something stupid with me. I would like to try.
Now,
do you know one of my most favorite accomplishments was I fouled a slider off that he threw me. And then he threw a high fastball and I struck out. That's the only time I faced him in a game.
Now, you know, I have often actually hyped up your athleticism.
Yeah, thank you.
Because I think it's a misconception that just because somebody is a larger person that they can't be a good athlete. Like, I've actually said that out of the three of us that are the full-time producers, you might actually be the most gifted athlete. You're kind of like a dancing bear out there at times. I don't know if you're turning around what Mason Miller is humming in there at this point.
Yeah, at 104, that's kind of, I think that's what his fastball's got.
I mean, the dude is borderline unhittable at the major league level, Callis. I love you, and I'm still impressed by what you did in that game last year against the Irish team. I don't think you're touching a Mason Miller fastball right now, unless you just hold out the bat and hope that the contact is made.
I just said I'd like to try. I'm not saying I would succeed, but I mean, if he's throwing actual pitches, yeah, I mean, his slider's devastating too because it looks like a fastball, and it's. I mean,
everything the dude's throwing is devastating.
Yeah. Did you hear when I talked to him? When the Padres were playing the Pirates a couple months ago, like I told him, I was like, yeah, like I'm kind of like, if you get in the game, like I'll be excited to see you, but like I also know that if you're in the game, the Pirates are doomed. And he's like, well, Callis, that's with every team. And I'm like, that's good. That's good. You're confident.
That's a pretty cold line.
Yeah,
right
I'm like,
there.
You're confident. Yeah, you know, anybody's toast. Okay,
they call him the Reaper. His walkout song is "Blind" by Korn, which is good. Epic. I was a little bit disappointed that he admitted that he did not pick the song, but nonetheless, it's badass.
Yeah, I agree.
Because that song is outstanding. All right, Callis, people have a chance to win something. It's a Fan Cash Friday. Tell them what they got a chance for.
So you have a chance to win $10 in Fan Cash money. You just got to call now and be the 10th caller. You'll be on the air. You'll get to talk about whatever Donnie wants you to talk about. He's got something coming up here. But, yeah, call 412-928-9370 for your chance to win $10 in Fanatics Sportsbook Fan Cash. It's a promotion we're running for the next few weeks. So, yeah, call now. Be the 10th caller. And you could, we'll get you entered for your chance to win.
And you know the number, 412-928-9370. Paul Skeens starts tonight. What do you expect to see from him? The Pirates will play their 82nd game. They will begin officially the second half of their season. What do you expect to see from Paul Skeens tonight? 10th caller at 412-928-9370. That's next on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The U.S. Men's World Cup team, they lost to Turkey yesterday 3-2, but they got 2 wins in Group D play, and they won Group D, so now they're in the round of 32. They're going to play Bosnia coming up on Wednesday at 1 o'clock in the they're going to play on July 1st, this coming Wednesday, and it's going to be an 8 o'clock game at night. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Just want to read this for you as well. Fan Cash Fridays powered by Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Be the 10th caller to 937 The Fan. 412-928-9370 for your chance to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatics Sportsbook every Friday. Winning hits different here, and now here's Norin Dickerson to tell you more about the Fanatics Sportsbook.
Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, the rewards are just the same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics. With unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. If you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I also mention they are giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. So switch to the sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, and Omni Bedford Springs. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in pro hockey, Game 2 of the finals, Carolina down 1-0 in the series, a minus 165 favorite over Vegas. Total in the game is 6. And Game 1 was really high scoring, 5-4 in favor of Vegas. I think we get a lower scoring game tonight. Give me under 6, and I like Vegas to win. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Plus finance HMFLO APR tier 1 through 2. Age 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, and plates. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC tier 1 through 2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In-stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Hot summer savings are going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE. Or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Imagine watching the Black and Gold play football in Paris, France. True Fan Travel is making it happen October 20th through the 26th, 2026. Your package includes 5 nights at the Hyatt Regency in Paris, a Seine River dinner cruise, a full-day Versailles experience, a meet and greet with a Black and Gold legend, and an all-inclusive tailgate on game day. Everything is handled. All you do is show up and be there for history. Book now at truefantravel.com.
How We Made Your Mother is a rewatch podcast that looks back episode by episode at the hit TV show How I Met Your Mother. It's hosted by me, Josh Radnor, along with series co-creator Craig Thomas.
In seasons 1 and 2, we were joined by Neil Patrick Harris, Kobe Smulders, Bryan Cranston, Ashley Williams, Wayne Brady, Jenna Fisher and Angela Kinsey, Joe Manganiello, and my brilliant co-creator Carter Bays, and now we are diving into season 3.
So whether it's your 50th rewatch or your first time through, follow How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Paul Skeens starts tonight for the Buccos. Game 82. The Pirates are 41-40 for the first time since 2015. They are above 500 through 81 games of their season. Andrew Abbott, the 27-year-old left-hander, will oppose him, a .383 earned run average, 5-4 on the season. Skeens 6-7, an ERA of 2.86. Last season, the Cy Young season for Skeens, he had a 1.97 earned run average. The year before, when he unanimously won Rookie of the Year, it was 1.96. But we'll dive more into that pitching matchup in just a moment because we have our winner of our... Yes, Harry?
I misspoke real quick. I just got corrected. Somebody in our sales staff was listening. I think I got 10 caller mixed with $100, and I said $10 on accident. Every Friday, Fanatics is giving away $100 in fan cash, so I just wanted to make sure I got that correct.
There we go. All right, so an even better deal than what the people thought they were signing up for. Harry, thank you. And our winner today is Brian in Irwin. Brian, what do you think we're going to get from Paul Skeens tonight, my man?
I think we're going to get a W. I think he's going to kick some butt and get a W. I think the team's going to help him out. And, let's get a buck.
All right, Brian, there we go. Congrats on your fan cash win, buddy. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
There we go. Brian from Irwin, our winner on a fan cash Friday. Paul Skeens, last 3 times out for him, all by the textbook definition, quality starts. 6 innings, 6 innings, 6 innings. But for him and for the people, not necessarily good enough. He's coming off a start against the Rockies in Colorado, 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 8 strikeouts, and 2 walks. Any other guy, we're saying, hey, that dude just had a great start. But for him, we react to that by saying, what is wrong with Paul Skeens? Can you believe this guy? That's been a hot topic all week. What I will say, the dude has to keep the pitch count down. He hasn't been able to get beyond the 6-inning mark in under 100 pitches since early last month. We do need one of these starts here where we see Paul Skeens just dominate, and maybe that starts tonight. Maybe he puts a little exclamation point to open up the second half of their season, and maybe we do get like 7 or 8 innings of dominance from this guy, and he does it all in like 96 pitches. I was impressed yesterday, by the way, with what Bubba Chandler put together. Another pretty decent showing from him. He's had a pretty good month of June. He's rebounded since his, just the rough start of the season. But again, for him, and he did it all in 75 pitches, which seems like the clear barometer for him. But he pitched into the 6th, 1 earned run, 5 hits, 4 strikeouts, 3 walks. I think it's been a pretty good set of outings for Bubba Chandler, and it came up fast. And it also happened after he was getting a lot of critics in his ear saying that he was the guy that should have gone to the bullpen instead of Carmen Majinski. So a good sign that he was able to rebound in the face of criticism. 412-928-9370. You can follow along on X at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. You can watch the show there. You can watch the show on YouTube. Or you also may be listening in the car or on the Odyssey app. Coming up, we say goodbye, and we finish up the final full week of June before we pass things along to the guys from 10 to 2. That's next on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates 5-1 winners yesterday over the Seattle Mariners, and they won that series 2 out of 3 games. And the Pirates are back over 500 at 41-40, still in 4th place though in the National League Central. Pirates finish up the homestand with a 3-game weekend series against the Cincinnati Reds. It's a series you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. Game 1 tonight is at 6:40, so coverage on The Fan begins at 5:45. And that live coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Adam Crowley.
It is summer. It's getting hot and humid, and that means you need beer, whether you're sitting on your back porch or you're out at a tailgate, you're having yourself a barbecue. There's one place to go for all your summer beer needs, and that is Hampton Beer Outlet. They've got the best customer service. They've got over 1,000 beers in stock, and now for your summertime fun, ready-made cocktails, head out to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guy's Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West inbound stacking for you at the top of the Green Tree Hill, but the traffic is only really heavy right around the Parkway Center Mall overpass. Parkway East inbound, you'll just find a little bit of delay in between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. No accidents to report of as well, and 28 southbound and the Parkway North are looking good. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
BetMGM Sportsbook is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your swing. If you get a hit, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet. Just log into your BetMGM Sportsbook account and visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Swing for the Fences every day with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
Hey, it's your buddy Crowley here for Zero Res. Summer is finally here, and that means barbecues and graduation parties. And for me, playing around in the backyard with my girls in the sprinkler, getting muddy, watering the plants, playing wiffle ball. Lucky for you, Zero Res is there to help you with your mess. Zero Res can handle every surface in your home: carpets, tile, grout, hardwood, laminate, upholstery, rugs, air ducts, oh yeah, and more. And this month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. That's the best deal of the summer. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Big summer savings. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Japan is Asia's gold standard, highly tactical, relentlessly pressing, and driven by a generation of players performing at the highest level in European leagues. Their industrious midfield and clinical forward make the Samurai Blue a genuine dark horse.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Fan weather, I want to give that to you before we say goodbye. That's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. A high of 78 and cloudy today. Hopefully the rain stays away before the Pirates and Mets get going at PNC Park. A 6:40 first pitch. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, and coverage begins at 5:45, all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. A very fun week for me. Getting to do 4 of the 5 fan morning shows. I think, Callis, this was really the first time that I did a steady portion of this show. So I was feeling the effects by Wednesday when I had woken up at 3:30 in the morning for the 3rd consecutive day. Yesterday, I couldn't do it, so Jack Hillgrove did it. Today, coming in refreshed. I feel like we ended the week on a very high note.
You cheated. You took a day off in the middle.
Yeah.
We don't normally get that. We have to be here all 5 days.
No, people don't take days off around here.
Especially not in the morning. We were talking about this. Odyssey has a skip day every year where they let the sales staff and every other, like the promotions people, everybody can take the day off from the office and go to the Pirate game. And
should we do that? Oh, I mean, I guess you don't even need to.
That's the story, is that we're up so early that there is no skipping the morning show. There's nothing to skip. We're here from 4 to 11, and then that's the day. Then we're done. So even if I wanted to skip the day, it's not like there's anything to skip because we don't leave for the Pirate game from this office until 11 o'clock. So
yeah, I'm wondering if I should take advantage of that or not.
To tie in Waynesburg as well, apparently Waynesburg is having a career fair in September.
That is true, yeah.
And we got an email from our staff that said, hey, any Waynesburg alumni, you can reach out and let us know if you're interested. And I just sent the email back to the lady. I was like, if I can get off at 8 o'clock, I'll go. But other than that, I mean, I got to do the job. I would actually like a half day, so if that's possible, we could make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, so the conundrum that we could run into, depending on who they want to take down. So Amy Mock, who is like our do-everything person here, that's like my favorite way to describe her because she has multiple titles. She's normally one of the people on the forefront of the career days. Then they try to get somebody on the younger side in sales, and then they try to get somebody on the younger side that's either on air or a producer of some sort. So I expressed interest. I let Amy know that I would be happy to go to another career fair. Type deal. I went to one at Penn State with her a couple of months ago.
Right, and that's why I was thinking if anybody should get the day off now, it's me, because you and Austin Bechtold got to go to the Penn State one and nobody...
No, Austin did not go.
Yes, he did. Oh, no.
Not with us. Not with us, he didn't.
He definitely went, though, didn't he?
He just went to Penn State that weekend. He was not there with us. It was not a...
Oh.
He was not... No. Yeah, he was not...
So he just took the day off to go to Penn State.
He was not sitting at that desk with me, shaking hands, kissing babies.
Well, then.
Letting people know about the wonderful world of Odyssey Pittsburgh. No, that was me.
Okay, well, then you shouldn't get to go. Now it should be either me or Austin.
Yeah, you know. Get out of here.
Yeah.
All right, Harry. Fun week. You did a great job behind the glass. I want to thank the folks who joined in today. Chris Carter, Greg Brown, the usuals, Carlos Zovko for that wild story going on surrounding McKeesport football. And a thank you to all of you out there because this was a lot of fun for me this week, getting to host the Fan Morning Show 80% of this final full week in June. So a thanks to everybody that contributed either via call, text, on X, or YouTube at 93.7 The Fan. The midday show is next. Joe, I don't think Pomp. He's never here on Fridays. I'm guessing Austin. Who knows? We'll all find out together in just a few minutes. Donnie Football signing off.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Sir Grout Pittsburgh is a hard surface restoration company that cleans, repairs, and restores tile, grout, and natural stone in homes and businesses. Sir Grout Pittsburgh, 412-844-2643. Tee it up at the second annual Pittsburgh Veterans Day Parade Golf Outing, Saturday, June 27th at Cedar Brook Golf Course. Golf prizes, raffles, food, drinks, and more. Register your foursome by calling Jim Hay, 878-212-0856. Proceeds benefit the Pittsburgh Veterans Day Parade. Thanks to all of you for helping out with the Fan 5 Alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Your contributions will help 25 local fire departments purchase gear, equipment, and other crucial supplies. The Fan 5 Alarm is presented by Julian Gray and Associates, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings, and Target Freight Management. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
It's 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hey, it's Pony. The summer heat is rolling in, and the last thing you want is your home's cooling system to not keep up. If your air conditioning system is making odd noises, blowing warm air, or won't start at all, call the trusted professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Electric. Don't wait until a small problem becomes a major breakdown as temperatures climb. Call McVeigh and schedule your cooling system maintenance today and keep your cooling system running all season long. Call McVeigh or schedule online at callmcveigh.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Parkway West inbound, you'll start to tap the brakes at the top of the Green Tree Hill, but it'll get slower once you get down towards that runaway truck sand pile. Parkway East inbound, you only find a little bit of delay once you get in between Edgewood Swissvale and the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Route 51 Salmon Run Boulevard has been stop and go heading north all the way up to the Liberty Tunnel. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Here's a World Soccer Championship Team Spotlight, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's.
Argentina arrives as defending champions, anchored by its aging but peerless creative forward, the greatest of his generation. Behind him, a disciplined midfield and explosive wide attackers make them a threat from every angle.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Pomp and Joe Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Paul Skeens Day at PNC Park as the Buccos welcome the Cincinnati Reds to the first of three. 6:40, first pitch tonight from the ballpark. 5:45, North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Stank-Grilly will begin. You can also listen on your Odyssey app, AUDACY. Andrew Abbott starts for Cincinnati. Reds in last place in the division, Pirates in fourth at the halfway point, 41-40. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's a Friday, Pop and Joe.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
And that's going to be it for Bubba. They're going to take him out.
Well, that was abrupt. I didn't see that coming.
No, that one, I didn't see that either. The swing and bunt got him.
Yeah, and Don Kelly out to the mound, gets the baseball.
Well, I didn't see that coming either yesterday. But isn't it interesting? Yeah, Bob's not here. We all know that. He's a cardboard cutout. Limits is to my left. He's wonderful. He has a mustache.
Hard-time Pomp, baby. You know me.
We didn't see that coming, did we? I was with, hello, Limits, with Greg Brown on that one, and I was listening to the game at the time. And here's where we start today with the Pirates at the halfway point at 41-40. Yeah, we're going to start with the manager again. That's what, because yesterday was a beautiful illustration of how, and for good reason, right? It's basically all in good fun. I used to talk to Shelty about this. The manager is going to get scrutinized every single day. It's much more relatable in baseball than other sports. Like some of the stuff that happens in a football game, coaching decisions are way more subtle and you may never find out that type. No, baseball, it's all out in the open. And we could all make the decisions he's making. Do you pull the starter? What's your batting order? Do you pinch hit for this guy? Do you take that guy out of the game? Do you bunt him over in extra innings from second to third? All that stuff. It's more relatable. We all think we can do it better. That's half the fun of it, right? That's half the fun. And there's 162 of these things. So it seems like even if we're bitterly complaining about 7 or 5 of the first 41 games, it feels like it's just, accumulating and accumulating. You start to think, this guy sucks. I don't want him as the manager. I can do better than this. Anybody can do. Why is he doing this? Why is he doing that? And the other dynamic at play here is it's much more enjoyable or much more compelling to want to complain than it is to be happy and to compliment. So I listened very eagerly yesterday to this station. I went on social media. Not a peep about Don Kelly and what he did yesterday. Not a peep. You know why? Because it worked. That's why. He pulled Bubba Chandler after 75 pitches. Chandler had only allowed 1 earned run. He was into the 6th inning, and he had only allowed, there was 1 out, and he had only allowed an infield single to Arozarena. That's all. And I guarantee you, everybody was as surprised as Greg and Bob. I sure was. I didn't think that was going to happen. And you best believe that pulling him was a function of analytics, that you don't want a guy to go through the order again. I agreed with the decision when it happened. I told our friend Matt Clement that. I agreed when it happened, and I was willing to live with that no matter what became of the situation. And I can promise you, let me fix this camera limit so I can talk right into it to the people on YouTube. I can promise you, these phone lines would be lit like Crowley at a couch burning if that didn't work out yesterday. And if the Pirates were 40-41, and man, does one game make a difference at the halfway point. 41-40 feels a hell of a lot different than 40-41. But to the point here, you pull a guy, you pull your starter with the bullpen that you've had for most of this season after 75 pitches, after a harmless infield single with one out in the sixth, you're setting yourself up for some heavy criticism. And trust me, what I heard on this station, what I read on social media, what I would have heard last night, what I would have heard this morning on this, would have been everybody shredding Don Kelly. But he actually made the right moves. It worked out. So you didn't hear a peep, did we? I haven't heard a peep about anything with Don Kelly because it's positive news, it's good news, and the coach, the manager, did the right thing. So there's nothing to bitch and moan about. Poor us. Nothing to bitch and moan about, at least from yesterday's game. He takes out Chandler. He brings in Evan Sisk. To me, that's sensible. You bring in a guy with a 1.80 ERA who's having a pretty good year. Now he gave up a hit and a walk. He danced through the raindrops a little bit. What, do you want everybody to be perfect coming in from the bullpen? He got through it. Then in comes Ramirez. Ramirez gets an out, but he walks a couple guys in the next inning. And guess what? Don Kelly didn't wait. He pulled him. We weren't going to have the whole Johan experience, which has been really, really bad at some times, although he's pitched well lately. Don Kelly didn't want to see it. I didn't want to see it. You didn't want to see it. It looked like he was very shaky. He seemed on the verge of hitting people, throwing the ball over the backstop, walking 8 guys. So get him out of the game. Kelly came out and did that. He did the right thing. He brings in Mason Montgomery, who had absolutely electric stuff yesterday and who would be part of my bullpen no matter what. I know he's had some rough spots this year. He has, but that dude has the stuff of, I think, a setup guy, of a high leverage guy, and he absolutely blew them away. 100 miles an hour he touched a couple times. He's 99 on the black. He adds in whatever else he has in his repertoire. He goes through an inning and a third. He's done, and in comes Gregory Soto. I would say that was a really well-managed game. Anybody want to talk about that? No? All right. I won't even give out the phone number then. See, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about when the manager guides you through. I won't say perfectly because, again, there were some rough spots, but what do you expect him to expect everybody to navigate Seattle's lineup perfectly? And again, when Ramirez started to show signs of being Ramirez, he took him out immediately. He threw 13 pitches. Oh, my God, he threw 13 pitches and only 3 strikes. And only 3 strikes for him. So he's out. Don Kelly managed a really good game yesterday. I would argue he's managed a lot of those this season. I would also say that when he's done things that make no sense, I've been first in line criticizing him. But bottom line, overall, he's not as bad as a lot of you think. Hasn't been nearly as bad as a lot of you think. And I know it plays when he makes a bad decision or when we perceive him to have made a bad decision to blow it up on here and to blow it up everywhere else. That plays. I get it. The boring part is to say, you know what? He's probably done a pretty good job this year to roll into the halfway point with some pretty significant injuries at a game over. Hasn't been perfect. He's probably your average major league manager right now, probably your average guy. But you best believe you pull your starter at 75 pitches with one man on base because of an infield single, and you go to that bullpen, and that doesn't work out yesterday, my God, I might have come in 2 hours early just to hear all the phone calls and all the complaints and all the rage and anger. Don Kelly had a good day. Don Kelly had a decent first half. Not great. Don't mistake what I'm saying. Don't misquote me. Don't take me out of context. He had a decent first half. The Pirates are in it. They survived. They had chances to fall apart. They've had 3 losing streaks of 4 games or more, mostly thanks to the bullpen that Kelly was given by his GM. Mostly thanks to that. So people want the starter to stay in longer. They don't want the starter to stay in as long. They want him to go to this guy, not that guy. There's only so many choices here when you go to the bullpen. And I would agree that there are times that Kelly, I think, has not given his starter enough rope. But, man, you look at Chandler yesterday. To me, as I was watching and then listening to the game, he was teetering. He was teetering. He had given up 8 base runners in 5 innings. And it just looked to me, 75 pitches, only 46 strikes. It looked a little bit shaky to me. So I think it was the perfect time. I think Don Kelly's done a decent job. And I think the Pirates have survived here their first half. I wrote about that for the Trib today. And by surviving, by pulling into the NASCAR pit here for a little pit stop halfway through, at 41-40, they've actually set themselves up to still be a playoff team. And it says here, and it's written here, and I'm telling you here, they will still be a playoff team. Relatively good health withstanding there. They will be a playoff team. And you know what else? They're going to be a troublesome playoff team because they're going to be coming at you with Skeens and Ashcraft right off the top. I think this bullpen's getting better. I think Ben Cherington will add to it, and we've already seen what the lineup can do. I think they're going to be a playoff team, and I think they're going to cause some troubles for people. And I think the rage toward Don Kelly is way, way overdone. And I think yesterday is a perfect example that if it bleeds, it leads, so to speak. If that blows up yesterday after he pulls Chandler at 75 pitches, then the whole place blows up. Might as well have just left an open line for people to call in and rage from yesterday until this very second, and yet I don't hear a peep. That's just the way of it. I get it. It's the way of it in sports, and it's the way of it in talk radio as well. So limits. Let's take some calls here at 412-928-9370, although I'm sure without the opportunity to bitch and moan, people may not call. And then let's talk about the first half as a whole. It's been popular around here to grade the Pirates' first half, and we haven't had the chance to do that. I would like to do that and then turn this into something of a first half special as we take calls at 412-928-9370. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. We'll do things like best moment, worst moment, MVP, LVP, biggest surprise, biggest disappointment. But first, we'll give the Pirates a grade on the first half, and I'm going to give them a flat C. Pony gave them a B-, which I considered odd because he had them pegged for, I think, 85 wins, and they're only on pace for 82, and he's been shredding the manager up and down. How do you get something above average for that? Make that make sense. That makes no sense. Bob gave them a C, which is right on par. Donnie gave them a C+. I don't know who else has actually graded them. I had them pegged for 86 wins, and they're only on pace for 82. Now, I just said they've had some injuries. I get that, which is why I'm not docking them too much. But to me, they're right around where I thought they would be if you told me that Griffin and Cruz would be out for somewhat of an extended time. So they're right where I thought they would be. That's a C if you're grading on a curve. They haven't exceeded my expectations, which would be in the B range. They haven't super exceeded my expectations, which would be in the A range. And they haven't failed, although I will admit, yesterday's game made a big difference. I think I'd probably give them a C- just based if they lost yesterday and rolled in at 40-41. Am I a bad person for that? I don't know. But I'm giving them a good old-fashioned C. I used to bring home C's on my report card. My mom never complained. She was a Montessori teacher who didn't believe in grades. And I would tell her, Mom, a C is average and I'm just an average guy. And she would agree. I mean, it's incredible that I got away with C's. And then when I went away to college limits, one of my 5 colleges I went to, I was magna cum laude, which I don't even know what that means. But I got better grades because I realized, if you open the book and read the book, you get better grades on the tests. What a miracle that was. And then I got good grades. And then I discovered what I was good at and bad at. Good at writing, horrible at math and science, good at reading, horrible at everything else. And then you focus in on that, you get better grades. That's a miracle as well. So what I want to hear from with you give your grade on the Pirates and stand up for that at 412-928-9370. And also admit that if Don Kelly, if that goes awry yesterday, you would have been screaming from the top of the rooftop about that. And yet we don't hear a peep when things go well. And by the way, that was about as clean a win as they've had all season. I thought it was a well-played game. How many did they leave on base? Only 4. They were facing, who was the star? Bryce Miller yesterday. Was unbelievable. My God. They beat him. They had some really good at-bats. Henry Davis chipped in. They also struck out 11 times. I get it, but he's really good. And then defensively, they were outstanding. I don't even think Triolo should get an error for that. I don't know why they give an error if you make a pretty good throw that hits the back of somebody's helmet. That should just be a play. It shouldn't be an error on Gonzalez. It shouldn't be an error on Triolo. He made a throw that hit the back of a guy's helmet. If I'm thinking that's the play that Triolo got his error on, that shouldn't even be an error. So a couple homers, rock solid defensively, good managing, good pitching, a really good, clean all-around game. And they roll in at 41-40. They get a C from the savvy old news hound. How about the savvy young news hound with the mustache? What does he give them?
The savvy young news hound with the mustache grade, as I graze through the mustache like Dennis Eckersley, gives the Pirates a C.
We agree.
I agree with you, Joe.
We agree on a C.
You know, C's get degrees. C's are passing. A 500 record is passing for the Pirates right now. If they were like 3 under right now, I'd give them probably a D- because of what expectations were coming into this year. I had them at 85 wins, and that's why I have them as just a flat C, where it's kind of meh. You positioned yourself to do better in the second half.
Yeah.
Through the first 9 weeks or through the first half of the semester of your college class here on your midterm exam, you got a C. Now, there is room for improvement. This will all be on the final grade and on the final test, but you have a chance in the second half to learn from your mistakes of the first half, which is, I think, something that Don Kelly has been able to do in his first full year as a manager. I don't think we're going to see Brandon Lau and Brian Reynolds and other players pinch hit for by bench players, or Spencer Horwitz coming out in situations against left-handers because he's proven, because Don Kelly has finally given him, when he's healthy, the leeway, and Brandon Lau, the leeway to play against lefties, and I would much rather those guys go up to the plate and do well rather than Billy Cook or something like that.
And they had to prove that. And
he's improving.
Yes. I think that's part of Kelly's job, is to see what the players tell you through their play over the course of a first half of a season. I thought it was ridiculous that he took maybe his best offensive player this year, put him on the bench for a minor leaguer twice. I don't care if it worked out or not either time. Doesn't matter. That was ridiculous. But you're right. He let Cruz continue to hit against lefties. Horowitz has now earned himself that role to some degree.
Yep.
And I like that. And I also think, and this is very much more difficult to measure, and people make fun of it, but I think he's helped to create a pretty good atmosphere around the team by having an even-keeled personality. People laugh at that. I don't. I think that's a huge part of a manager's job, is to help create the culture around the team. It's also a huge part. I don't care if we're talking, peewee, high school, college, or at the very highest level. Your coach is going to help create your culture. And I think that they feed off that with Kelly. I do. I think there have been times when things could have really come apart. They lose 5 in a row. They're getting bombed out by St. Louis, swept by St. Louis at home. And then they come back and they sweep the Reds. They lose 4 in a row, a crushing game against the Phillies. Then they lose by a combined 12-0 to the Phillies. Then they lose a heartbreaker at St. Louis in extra innings. What do they do after that? They win a couple in a row. In fact, they win 5 of 7 right after that. And then most recently, there was the horrific series in Atlanta, followed by the Dodgers coming here and taking 2 out of 3. So they lost 4 in a row and 6 of 7. And now they've bounced back from that as well to win. What are they now, Limits? 2, 4, 5. They're 5-3. 5 of their last 8, 3 of their last 4. Every time they've sunk to a point where you think the wheels are going to come off here, they're put back on. And I think the manager has something to do with that. I do. Call me crazy, although I think it's mostly a player's sport. And if you agree that it's mostly the players who are responsible for the winning and the good times, then aren't they most responsible for the losing and the bad times too? Doesn't that just make sense? 412-928-9370. Talk to me about Don Kelly halfway through. Talk to me about Kelly's performance yesterday, if you want to pipe up about that. And give a grade on the season so far. We're through 81 games. They've had an absolutely, at times, horrific bullpen. Right there among the leaders in blown saves. And I think people mistake that stat, too, like it's only the 9th inning. Like you come in, they've blown, 16 games in the 9th? No. They think of save only in the 9th. It's save situations which stretch back a couple of innings, right? It's when you're in position to eventually get a save. Do you get one? And they are among the league leaders in answering no to that question. No, we didn't get one. We blew that save opportunity that was developing in that game. In other words, we're blowing leads all over the place. And I don't think it's the manager's fault. I think the GM put together a crappy bullpen eventually. Like I said, I've said many times at the beginning of the year, I liked this bullpen. What I don't like is that he hasn't made additions, and yet he's also exercised some patience. And I know we're not going to talk about that either, are we, today? With a guy like Evan Sisk, even with Ramirez, who's now been very good for almost a month. So some of these guys, Mason Montgomery is absolutely a guy I'm sticking with. I like Sisk. I like Soto. I think they need a hammer. They need another arm. I get it. But Don Kelly, I think, has managed his way through some storms, whether by faulty roster, bad players in his bullpen blowing up, and by injury. O'Hearn's gone was gone for a while. Griffin gone for a while. Cruz gone for longer than that. I mean, do you realize? I think we do. I hope we do. What they're missing with those two guys. Do we know if Griffin's back tonight, Limits?
So Greg Brown was on the morning show today, and he said, I think what he said is he would not be surprised at all if he's back tonight, but does definitely expect him back this weekend.
So in O'Neal Cruz, for as frustrating as that can sometimes be with him, we're looking at a guy who was very much on pace for a 30-30, probably a 30-40 season. Even with the time he's missed, he hasn't played in 17 of their games. Now, some of those were ones he rested before he was hurt. But in only 64 games, he has 14 homers and 21 steals. Griffin, after a slow start, was coming on hugely. He's got 14 steals, 30 runs in 51 games. That dude was on pace over a full season for something like 40 or 50 steals if he played, a full season, and close to 100 runs. And he ain't even going yet, Connor Griffin. So they lost immense speed, power, hitting ability, game-changing ability, and they also lost Griffin's defensive acumen at short. And yet they sit here at 41-40. Does the manager have anything to do with that? Is there anything good about him? And I'd also like your grade on the team. Limits and I say C. Pomp says C. Donnie Football said C+. Pony said B-.
How about that?
Is
A
the biggest
Pony.
upset. Positive Pony comes out of nowhere there.
Maybe he was just early to Feel Good Friday.
I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah, actually, didn't Pony have them? Well, no, I thought he had them as an 85 win. Yeah, he did.
85.
So that's strange that he has them at a B- because they haven't exceeded our expectations. They haven't met our expectations at this point.
Yeah.
If they were, I guess, on pace, if they had 43 wins right now, I'd be more in line to give them a B because that's closer to what I expected at 85 wins, and you had 86 wins.
Yeah.
So that's why I have them as just a flat C.
Yeah, I have them. They're doing what I expected. Now, I had 86 wins. Why do I say they're doing what I expected? I'm adding in the injuries. That's why. If you would have told me about Griffin and, O'Hearn has missed, 16 games himself. If you would have told me about Griffin and Cruz and O'Hearn, then I would have said, man, 41-40 at the break might not be bad. Having said that, they should be ahead of where they are still. When you look at games that you absolutely should have won and peed away, they should have. There's at least a handful, and there's probably a couple where they either got lucky or you never expect them to win, like the Dodger game with Callahan coming through. You got to factor in those as well, but they should have won more than they did. I get that. So a C is a C. Limits. It's average. Let's go to the phone lines. They're lighting up like Malsey in a craft beer house.
Let's start with Dwayne. Dwayne wants to talk about Don Kelly.
What's up, Dwayne?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I was on hold on Wednesday when Pony was going off about it, and it's funny to listen because I've been listening now for a few years since I moved here from Texas, and I feel like it's damned if they do, damned if they don't. They're bitching about leave the starters in longer. Then it's the opposite. I think it was Wednesday was the Keller deal where they didn't pull them, and you hit a lot of good points. I think I give him a B because if you guys had did your guesses on wins, knowing these injuries, you probably wouldn't have had him at 85, 86, 87.
But here's the thing. Let me just jump in.
Yep.
If I would have told you, and I use this argument myself, just like you, if I would have told you before the season they were missing Cruz, Griffin, O'Hearn for fairly significant amounts of time, but what if I also would have told you they're going to be ahead in games, some of these games 5-0, 6-1. They're going to be ahead by 8-5 against the Phillies in the ninth inning, and they're going to blow way more of those than they secure and win, or way more than they come back in those situations. I think you got to factor that in too, but go ahead.
Sure, yeah, and I think also with Skeens, no one estimated he would be where he's at this season, and then you do have a bunch of turds in the bullpen, so that's reality. But I think from one day we're having beginning of the season, we want to plan the parade route, and now we're wanting to run Don Kelly out of town. I think you said it's a player's game, and there's part of the analytics that come into play. There's part of the manager's gut instinct, and I just think to me, Wednesday when I was on hold, I was getting angry, like, what? Good God. And Pony, it's funny because he's the biggest whiner that I think, but he had the best grade, so our grades are aligning. But
that's what doesn't make sense, Limits. Pony has ripped Kelly and this team more than anybody, and he gives them the best grade. They're above average in his estimation, and they're behind his pace.
That's what I don't understand.
So
go ahead, though.
I think with the bullpen crapping out, Skeens not being at his level we expected, and they're still 2 or 3 off of your guys' estimates. I think that deserves a B. That shows how crafty they are. That shows Don Kelly and his team. They're trying to scratch out wins here and there, and so I think O'Hearn, Cruz, Connor. You plug those guys back in. If Skeens could be as good as his hot dog commercials, then we'd be rocking and everybody would be giving an A, and we'd be back to playing the parade.
I think they're a playoff team. I don't know about parades, but I think the Pirates are going to make the playoffs. Do you?
Yeah, I do. And, for me being here for 7 years, I've seen the team in the, beautiful park, beautiful city, everything. We love it here. And I just listen to the radio and I just go, the ebbs and flows of a season is going to happen, and you're going to have some skids,
over the course of time that you've been here, they've absolutely stunk and have deserved every shred of criticism they've gotten, and deserve some this year, too. I don't want to, I gave them a C. I'm not painting some, glowing picture of this team. I just think they've been better and more resilient than some would give them credit for.
Can I give you a couple of notes here that I think are interesting? Some stats.
Please, oh Limitless Wonder.
So when I look over the NL Central right now, in Milwaukee, they're one game away from the halfway point. They're 49 or they're a couple games away. They're 49-29 right now. The Pirates, through 81 games, have scored more runs than the Milwaukee Brewers. 409 to 407. Here's the difference in why they are 9.5 back in the division. The Brewers have only allowed 284 runs this season against their pitching staff. They're a plus 123 in run differential.
Yeah.
The Pirates have allowed 382 runs, about 100 run difference. And that's why they're only a plus 27 run differential.
I've got a number for you, Limits. You ready for this?
Yes.
The Pirates are on pace for how many? 819 runs. Do you know when the last time they scored that many was?
Will you give me a steak dinner?
No. How could they have scored 970 runs in 1893?
They did in the early 1800s. 1930 was the last time that they've been on this pace.
Well, how about in the modern era? I mean, to find a modern Pirate team,
number.
It would be the 2000 Pirates with 793 runs.
I thought the 99 Pirates exceeded that.
You would be wrong. No, they only had 775 runs. So any Pirate team since like let's say the modern era, I don't know, let's start with the 60 World Series. This would be the highest scoring Pirate team of the modern era.
Yes.
That is incorrigible.
Joe,
incandescent.
They, in terms of average per game.
Invincible. Think of something else that begins with in, Limits.
Incredible? Incrinculant?
Incrinculant, yeah.
Your own word you've forgotten about.
I know.
This number is insane. The Pirates this season are first in baseball in hits per game. 8.9.
Which helps to account for why they've left so many men on base, but that's still an issue in some games. You want to match numbers? Okay, Limits. Let's go number for number here. This is the
numbers game. Impromptu.
Yes. This is the first time the Pirates have been over 500 at the break, meaning the halfway point. I shouldn't say the break. Since 2015. Malsey.
How about that?
Yes. You got a number for me?
The Pirates this year have hit 96 home runs. That is 14th in all of baseball. Last year, Joe, they only hit 117.
Oh, man.
And that was 20 off the pace of the team that finished 29th. The Cardinals.
I got a number for you, oh Limitless Wonder. Brandon Lau has 19 home runs. So he's just off the pace of becoming the first Pirate since Willie Stargell in 1973 to hit 40. Did you know that? I think you did.
I did.
But that ain't the number. At 19 home runs halfway through the season, here's what the Pirates starting infield for most of last year. Here's what they accounted for home run-wise. Kiner Falefa was their shortstop. Yeah, he had one. Okay. Nick Gonzalez was the second baseman for the majority of the year, correct?
Yes.
He had 5. What's that give us to? 6.
Well, he has fewer this year.
Brian Hayes.
Oh, boy.
Brian Hayes had 2. Yep. So we're up to 8 for the starting infield. And Spencer Horwitz had 11. So.
Yeah, and he was hurt the first 2 months of the year, but still.
I know he was, Limits. There's a lot of qualifying factors with all those guys.
Not
but
really
it was basically
with IKF and Gonzalez. They just weren't very good last year.
Well, Gonzalez only played 96 games. Kiner Falefa only 119 and got traded. Terrible. So there is a qualifying issue. And Hayes also got traded.
IKF got DFA'd.
Bottom line, without your complications, is that Brandon Lau has already hit as many home runs himself at the halfway point as the entire Pirates majority starting infield did all of last season. I win the numbers game.
That deserves a clap.
Thank you.
That deserves.
Thank you.
A great ovation.
All right. So we'll continue with this. 412-928-9370. Please give us your grade on the Pirates and a comment or two on Don Kelly. Maybe even a compliment. Anybody have a compliment in store for yesterday's effort for Don Kelly? Or are we just all going to be quiet about that one when we all know if he rips out Chandler after 75 pitches and the bullpen blows up, I wouldn't have had to plan this show at all. Just turn on the phones. 412-928-9370. Turn on the text machine. The Pirates stink. They're 40-41, you would have said, and Don Kelly needs to be fired. Again, he pulls out a starting pitcher. Oh, except for Keller the other night, but that was a problem too, that he left him in too long. What are we doing here, Limits? Anyway, Bob's playing golf. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. All right, we have so many treats that I've forgotten what they are. The phone lines are lighting up like Pony in the Carrier Dome. And I want to tell you that I was turning as bald as Mulsey, but I cut it off. I cut it off at some point and went to New Image. That's what I did. And here's the deal there. You get a scalp and hair analysis. They tell you why this is happening, and then they give you a variety of solutions. They got all kinds of things going on there. Replacements, what I'm doing, which is FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Special shampoos is what I'm doing. They have eye hair right now, only available at New Image Hair Clinic. You go there, they'll give you a plan. They'll tell you what's wrong first, then give you a plan. If you think you're losing your hair, you probably are. Early action matters. Get your free consultation by calling 800-514-HAIR. That's 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Rich Rodriguez said something interesting to On 3 earlier this week, the head coach of West Virginia, saying, I'd love to play Pitt every year. He is trying to spark the rivalry to continue every single year. Talked about how it would be important for West Virginia to play teams like Virginia and Virginia Tech and Penn State and Pitt, of course. So with so much going on in college football right now, with things in Congress and schedules and 2014 playoffs and all the above, Rich Rodriguez wants to see the local rivalries come back. I think we all would. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
We want Rocky. And I'll tell you what, Mason Rudolph is Rocky in this town. I don't care if he wins 4 games next year.
He's been knocked down and he's gotten back up again, is what you're telling us, Brett. The man's been knocked down, he's been kicked in the face, but you want a guy that's going to get back up and
Aaron Rodgers yes, exactly. Because guess what? Aaron Rodgers won a Super Bowl in 2010.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
While the Major League Baseball Players Association continues to sit at the table like a petulant toddler refusing to eat their vegetables, the league continues to put forth more proposals that line up with exactly what fans want. First, it was a cap and floor. Now it's the elimination of salary deferrals and the introduction of something similar to the NBA's bird rights. Players can keep pushing back, but as my dad used to say, we're going to sit there until that plate's clean. And right in the middle of that plate, a salary cap. I'm Chris Menton.
Party at your place this summer? Fix things up inside and out with July 4th deals, now at Lowe's. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $80 on the select Charbroil Performance Series gas grill, now $299. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook at 93.7 The Fan on the biggest stage in the world. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So You're still in it until the final whistle. This is going to be a really big deal for the USA match against Turkey this week. The final match in group stage, the U.S. has already clinched its spot, number 1 seed coming out of this group. That means that they're probably going to do a lot of substitutions, and we're going to see a lot of different faces for this last game. So protect yourself. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now, and let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos? Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whalen Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whalen Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at WhalenExteriors.com.
Summer is all about open windows and backyard cookouts. And to make the most of the season, maybe it's time to upgrade your windows and doors. At Pella Windows and Doors, we do more than just look good. We offer blinds and shades between the glass, innovative hidden screens, and smooth roll screens, features you won't find at most other window companies. And right now, get $200 off windows and $550 off doors or 36 months 0% financing. 855-77-PELLA. PellaPittsburgh.com.
Hey Pittsburgh! Join us at PNC Park on Sunday, June 27th for soccer night when the Pirates take on the Cincinnati Reds at 4:05 p.m. Arrive early to enjoy a pregame block party on Federal Street presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Fans can enjoy live music, drink specials, and more. Plus, the first 20,000 fans take home a Pirates soccer jersey courtesy of Allegheny Health Network. Learn more and get tickets at pirates.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
This is absolutely incrinculant. The phone lines lighting up like Benzie at a Tomlin news conference. Give the Pirates a grade at the exact halfway point of their season. And let's talk a little Don Kelly. There wouldn't be a show today. I mean, there would, but it would be about one topic if he does what he did yesterday and the bullpen blows up again. But nary a peep. And nary is a great word, Limits. It encompasses a lot into one little word, nary a peep.
Like canary?
No, like no peep whatsoever.
Silence.
Because it worked. Because we all love to complain and there's nothing to complain about. And I would argue that by and large, Don Kelly did a decent job in the first half. Not Sparky Anderson level. He's not Connie Mack. He's probably an average major league manager right now. But you know what? I think it's underrated what a manager can do to help foster the culture of a team. And they had chances where they could have come apart, and they didn't. It didn't happen. 3 losing streaks of 4 or more games. They bounced back every time. And they reached a place yesterday where they played a nice, clean, beautiful baseball game. One of their best, if not best, games of the season. The way that guy was dealing for Seattle to touch him up even for 3 runs, couple homers. Hank Davis gets in the mix and basically wins them a game. And very good defensive game. Like I said, I didn't think Triolo even deserved an error. That's stupid, isn't it, Limits? If I'm thinking of the correct play, a guy should have been picked off. That's true. But Triolo's throw to third hit the sliding runner in the back of the helmet. What's he supposed to do? Like aim? What if the guy was standing? If you hit him then in the back of the helmet when he runs in standing, is that an error too? He made a good throw to third. It happened to hit the sliding runner in the back of the helmet. That's not an error. It's not an error.
I think it is an error.
Okay, then
what should Triolo do in that situation?
Yeah, what should he do?
I think somewhat more high and wide.
And
that's a hard throw to make.
And what if the guy happens to run a little high and wide and it hits him there? Still an error?
Still an error, yeah.
That's ridiculous.
It's unfortunate, but that's just the reality of it. Do you think that if the
doesn't
ball
have to be the reality of it? It could just be a play that's not graded.
Maybe the ball, if it hits the runner, should be allowed as a peg.
It's a peg.
And the runner's out.
Yeah, it's a peg.
And the runner should be out.
Like wiffle ball.
If it hits him. Like wiffle ball,
I'll tell you, one of the greatest plays I ever made, Limits. Me and my brother still talk about this. He's 10 years younger than me. So I was maybe 16 and he was 6. He hits in a Rose Arena like dribbler in front of home plate. And we ran in our backyard wiffle ball. And it was, if you hit the guy with the ball, he's out. I ran up. I didn't have time to field the ball. Okay. It's right across. We had a line, maybe 10 feet in front of home plate where you have to get it across that line to make it eligible. You must have that rule too.
We do.
There's no way I'm picking up the ball and throwing him out. So I go up to the ball and off balance, I slap at it on the ground. I turn and slap it off the ground, and damned if that thing didn't go in a straight line and peg him in the spine.
Wow.
Right in the spine.
You ever get hit in the back by a wiffle ball in the spine?
And he was really, I have. Really, really mad about that. Really mad. And still is to this day. I think it was my greatest athletic feat. An unbelievable.
Doesn't bode well for your basketball career.
Unbelievable.
Which I thought was pretty good.
Just an incredible play. Where were we, though? I don't remember. Let's go to the phone lines. Oh, we're grading the Pirates on their half season.
Please grade them.
Limits gave them a C. I gave them a C. Bob gave them a C. Donnie gave them a C+. And the biggest upset in recent fan history, not quite as big as Crowley's miracle jump shot, was that Pony who puts Kelly through the shredder most nights and rips the team. Gives them a B-.
Hold on. Let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
Not the most positive person out there, and he gives them the highest grade.
I understood him perfectly. He's the one who says they're above average?
I don't get it. Maybe Pony was just trying to be more positive to the Pirates before going to the Pirate game yesterday.
Now you take that shot.
I don't know. Do you think that might be part of it?
I don't know what it was. It came out of nowhere.
I'm not making an assumption here. I'm just throwing out ideas.
He picked them to win 85 games. They're on pace to win 82, and they get an above-average grade? This is incorrigible. Let's go to the phone lines.
Anthony's in Greensburg.
Hey, love the show. Hey, how you guys doing? Good.
I've never been better, and I value your inquiry.
Well, thank you. Joe, I appreciate you. You're an acquired taste, but I'm a fan, so...
acquired taste.
Was that a compliment or an insult, Limits?
I think both.
Absolutely.
Guess what happened, Jim? Or what's this guy's name?
Anthony.
Same thing. Anthony. Mac Clement has weighed in. He was a baseball player of some repute. He won 87 games, and he said that play that Triolo got an error on yesterday should have been a stolen base. I agree completely, Limits. So not only are you unfairly punishing the thrower, you're punishing the runner and taking away a nice play by him.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I think Donnie Kelly is as you said, average. I will say, every time he does a press conference, count the number of times he says, yes. You won't be able to count that high.
And that annoys you?
No, it's fine. I just think it's funny. I do think that he is good for that team. I think you have a lot of interesting personalities on that team, and the fact that he's so cool is good, except for when he's mad at the umpires, which is good. He's supposed to do that. But I do think that I would give them a C. I think some of the people in the bullpen, I think some of those players probably have been overperforming over their careers. I think Santana seems like he overperformed. It seems like there's a reason why the Yankees let us have him so easily.
He did overperform in his first year with the Pirates. I think that's a fact. Now, I don't think he's as bad as he's shown this year either.
Yeah, but I don't think that any of that is Kelly's fault.
Me neither.
So, I would give them a C, and I think he's doing a great job. And count how many times he says, in an interview. You'll have fun. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Anthony. It's just like when somebody, says like, yeah, or, or,
I mean,
or something like that. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Of course it's not that big of a deal. Limits, do you know a lot of people who want to go by the name Anthony and are averse to Tony? If I'd called him Tony, is he insulted there?
Got you, Joey.
Tony! That was Tony.
I don't think that was Tony, but I think some Anthonys just want to be known as Anthony.
Do you have any friends who are named Anthony? We have Anthony the caller from Oakland, right?
Anthony from Oakland, yes.
Yeah.
Do you think he'd be okay if we call him Tony?
I don't think so. No.
So there are probably some Anthonys that don't want to be called Tony, like some Roberts that don't want to be called Bob.
Is every Tony originally an Anthony? And is every Bob originally a Robert?
No, I don't think so. I think
about 95%.
Some Bobs.
You think people are born Bob?
Was Bob Barker Robert Barker?
Absolutely, and I'm going to look it up right now. I think 100% of Bobs are actually Robert.
I don't think 100%.
All right,
no
I'm going to
way.
look up Bob Barker.
There's got to be some. Bob is such a common name. There's got to be
Robert William Barker was his name.
Okay.
There's no Bobs that are not a Robert.
No, there's 100% one. Out of 8 billion people in the world, there is definitely one that is just Bob and not Robert.
Are there any people who are born Tony?
I'm sure.
Give me a famous Tony. Tony Bennett, the singer.
How about Tony Bennett, the basketball coach?
Anthony Dominic Benedetto. Wrong again, Limits. Give me another famous Tony.
Tony Bennett, the basketball coach.
Tony Parker.
Tony Parker.
His name is William Anthony Parker Jr. Wrong again, Limits. Who's the other one? Tony Bennett, the basketball coach.
Yes.
Okay. Tony Bennett, basketball coach. We'll go to Wikipedia, which is always one. Anthony Guy Bennett. There are no Tonys who aren't Anthonys, and there are no Bobs who aren't Roberts unless a caller or texter proves us wrong and sends in their birth certificate to say so.
Wrong. Tony Dokapol from CBS News.
Yeah?
His name is Tony.
How about Tony Danza?
So I am correct. Hold me closer, Tony Danza.
His name is Tony. You're right.
Yep.
It's just Tony.
I am right. Just Tony.
No, it's not. Oh, that's
yes,
his kid. His kid is named Mark Anthony. Well, why would he name his kid Anthony? Mark Anthony Danza. Limits.
Tony the Tiger is just Tony. One texter texts in and says, I'm Tony, not Anthony.
I'll tell you who does benefit from that play, if it's ruled an error, is the pitcher. So you are helping your pitcher. You're sure not helping Triolo, though, right?
Tony Watson pointed out on the text line. Not Anthony Watson, Tony Watson.
How do you know?
Because the texter said it, and I trust the texter.
I don't trust the texter. His name is Anthony Michael Watson. So put that in your Watson pipe and smoke it, big boy.
We've already proven that there are some Tonys out there that are not Anthony.
I know. I'm wrong. Go to the phones.
You're wrong. Michael in North Carolina is right.
Hello, Michael.
How you doing today, buddy?
Good. Do some people call you Mike?
Yeah, it just depends. Michael, Mac, it doesn't matter. I have my own business.
Where'd you grow up?
Usually Mac. I grew up right around the Altoona area.
Altoona Curve fan?
Yeah, I used to go to a lot of games. Used to take the kids I coached there. Had a blast. It's probably the best thing that could ever happen to that area.
Sounds like you're on a healthy walk, Tony.
Not Sheetz, Michael? Sheetz isn't the best thing that's ever happened to that area?
Wegmans is the best thing that ever happened to that area.
Just giving the kids some place to go and, watch the games and, go out in the field, introduce themselves to the players. But,
no doubt, man.
What I wanted to talk about was, after the beginning of the season when they, acquired Lau and O'Hearn and all them guys, I don't really follow much baseball besides the Pirates, but, I didn't know them guys from a can of paint, but for the most part, I'm pretty satisfied with who they got and what they've been doing. It's just hard for me to look negative at a team that has been pretty much disastrous since I was a kid. And I think everything's working out pretty well. I mean, got some bullpen blunders. You're going to have that. You're going to have some games where nobody hits. Hey, them other pitchers, they get paid too.
I agree with Don Kelly, who said we're in a pretty good spot. I actually think they're in a decent spot considering how some things went in the first half. I agree with you, Michael, and thank you for the call. What?
The way I look at it is not what they have done. I look at, the next upcoming 81 games.
Yes.
What's possible to do, bringing back Connor and when O'Neill gets back, I think they got a pretty good chance. In fact, I'm coming back in August. I'd like to maybe catch a game, and if they make the playoffs, I'll definitely come up for that.
Oh, man, would that be a moment to see one or two playoff games. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Michael.
Next. Hey, you guys have a great day.
What a wonderful and down-to-earth man he was, Limits.
Great man.
Next.
Emmanuel in Carnegie chimes in.
Hello, Emmanuel. Last time I saw you, we were battling on a basketball court. Remember that?
I think I remember.
Man, you set a solid screen, I'll tell you. A couple of blind ones you set on me almost injured me.
Hey, we were trying to, run a mismatch, put you on a smaller defender. When it comes to the Pirates, I'm going to give them an overall grade of a C. I, unlike most people, didn't pick them to even make the playoffs. I had them winning 83 games. I think the offense has been just exceptional, but the bullpen and some of Donnie's decision-making has been kind of underwhelming to me. So this kind of like in the middle pack, I can live with it where they are now. But unlike the other caller, I think we have set a low bar. Just for them to have a winning record is good enough for a lot of people. I want to see a playoff run. I want to see us in the playoffs. I have not saw a playoff. I was not existed in my lifetime seeing them win a playoff game. So it's time for us to have higher expectations. This is very reminiscent to now the Steelers going 9-8, and people thinking that they are a decent team. They had a winning record.
Except they've done that for 9 years in a row. The Pirates are just getting back in the game here, and I'm not saying that one game over would be good enough, but I'd sure like to see them just make the playoffs. That would be great for that particular franchise at this moment in time. But back to the important stuff, Emmanuel. At the Fan 5 alarm, it was me and Graduate Dom. Against you and Harry Callis, and we had a battle for the ages. Were you looking to target Graduate Dom? Was that your team's strategy to get him in some isolation situations?
Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's what we were trying to do. Screen, try to create some mismatch. Offensive, defensive.
Right.
But yeah, I'm a retired basketball player. I gave basketball up like 5-10 years ago. I've been playing pickleball for now.
I mean, you were unbelievable. You ran out there in your jeans, and next thing I know, you're setting screens, and Harry Callis was benefiting from your athleticism and generosity. How about him? He never gets a rebound. The guy stands by the 3-point line firing bricks.
That was a wonderful event. I thank y'all for everything.
Thank you, Emmanuel.
Thank you, Emmanuel.
He didn't want to rip Harry Callis, but you saw that,
no,
Limits, didn't you?
I wasn't there.
Harry doesn't. Oh, that's right. You went to Geneva on the Lake.
I was, yes.
Harry, who has, let's just say, some potential power under the basket, plays a perimeter game. He's like Wembanyama. He uses none of his advantages.
Yeah, he should be down low, boxing people out and trying to grab rebounds.
Yes, he should, and setting screens. He wants screens set for him.
It's like a center being out of the 3-point arc deciding to shoot threes.
So he's got Emmanuel and Carnegie running around in his jeans on a blazing hot day setting screens for Harry.
He's got to play a Shaq-like game.
Exactly.
Pick and roll to the basket. Shaq wouldn't be shooting threes.
All they did, though, was...
Kareem wouldn't be shooting threes.
No. They targeted intern Dom in a big way on defense.
As they should.
Yeah. He just got sliced up.
And they succeeded?
No, we wound up winning every game except we got beat by Pony. And who was Pony's partner? Hillgrove.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Pony's pretty good.
Pony was very good. And I was really paranoid. They beat us 7-0.
Wow.
That was my first game. And the last time I played a competitive moment of basketball against Pony, I tore my Achilles 15 years ago at the LA Fitness at Settlers Ridge.
You didn't play any previous 5 alarms against Pony?
No, we played horse and things like that.
Yeah.
But I never actually lined up against them. If I was going to actually play against Pony, it would require
a lot of
maximum stretch, maximum force.
Yeah.
I'd really have to battle. And all I was thinking about was, I don't want lightning to strike twice here. The last time I played this guy, I went up for a simple jump shot and landed, and my Achilles snapped like a piece of kindling.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Man.
And next thing I know, I told Pony to call 911. They come. It's on the second floor of the LA Fitness
stairs.
They had to come up the stairs. They put me on a blue stretcher, and I'll never forget coming down the stairs. Nobody looked. People who are working out, I have discovered, are only concerned with themselves. Like, this was a spectacle. I've got 3 people in EMT uniforms carrying me down the stairs or pushing me on a gurney, and nobody even looked up from their exercise
They didn't
machine.
want you to be embarrassed. They didn't want more eyes on you because
they didn't care. They didn't care.
Well, you don't know that.
No,
Maybe they were just locked in on what they were doing.
We live in an age where I could have been on the roadside like a deer or something, and they all would have driven past me. And then Pony didn't accompany me to the hospital. Should he have limits? Is it incumbent upon you, if the person you're with is injured in a situation like that, to get in the ambulance with them and provide some comfort?
Did you ask Pony to go with you?
No, I was busy on the phone getting yelled at by my wife.
Did Pony suggest that he should go with you?
Absolutely not. Never thought of it. In fact, I bet he was playing in another pickup game in 2 minutes.
Were you invited by Pony to the pickup game?
It was a one-on-one battle. We had a fan, competition.
It was a fan event.
No, but it was me challenging all the younger guys to one-on-one games of basketball, seeing who could win. And I might add, I had won game 1 and was up in game 2 with a chance to win.
I don't hate it from Pony not going.
Really?
No.
I wonder what Matt Clement thinks about that.
I'm sure he will text us and find out in 30 seconds.
I hope he does. I hope he does. This is unbelievable, Limits.
Thank you, Joe. The lines are still completely lit up.
All right, then let's keep going with this. I have some more numbers for you on the Pirates' first half. Let's talk more about the second half of the season, which officially begins tonight with Skeens on the mound. I think they're going to be 42-40. Do they go below 500 again? We can talk about such things next. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Cloudy skies with a high of Ben Kindle, 81, a low of 70, Ernie Stautner. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, Joe, Paul Skeens will start tonight for the Pirates. It's also NHL Draft Day for the Penguins, as the draft tonight takes place in Buffalo, Joe. How about that? Your hometown. Round 1, pick 22 for your Pittsburgh Penguins. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
A large one-topping pizza for $5 from Speedy Cafe? Yeah, you're not cooking tonight. Save time and money. Stop by Speedy Cafe for a $5 large one-topping pizza. Valid through 8/25/2026. Plus tax where applicable. 2026 7-Eleven Inc. All rights reserved.
So you're thinking about asking her to marry you. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you're needing a fine quality diamond engagement ring, you're just in time for our spring sale, which can save you up to 30%. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, we offer the area's finest unique selection of certified natural and lab-grown diamonds to meet any budget. We also stock a huge selection of designer engagement rings, or we can custom make a ring of her dreams. Stop in today, Urbanowitz Jewelers in Peters Township. Check us out at PittsburghDiamonds.com.
Precision Pointing and Restoration is hiring. Great pay, great benefits, and a great career. Apply today at brickpointingpittsburgh.net.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief. What feeling is that, you ask? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from back pain. That move how you want to, not how you have to feeling. That keep going through your day without slowing down feeling. The kind that brings you back to yourself all day long without interruption. Oh yeah. Because Aleve offers long-lasting pain relief. Feel up to 12 hours of back pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Team USA at the World Cup, I should say, lost to Turkey last night, 3-2, with a goal scored in the 97th minute by Turkey to win it in Los Angeles. So it's a match that Team USA did not need to win, just was one to boost confidence and boost morale going into the round of 32 that they will play against Bosnia on July 1st. They already had the group clinched and already had their matchup clinched too. So now moving on to the knockout round and see if Team USA can make some damage here in July. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Limits, I never dreamed I'd be spending this much time on the Jared Triolo error from yesterday, but now I'm told by somebody who I think knows the runner was credited with a stolen base. The error was because the throw allowed the trailing runner to advance from first to second. It was the play where they should have had the guy picked off between second and third, and the Triolo throw hits the base runner in the back of the helmet. I don't think an error should have been charged there. But now I'm told the error was because the throw allowed the trailing runner to go from first to second. But still, I don't see an error on the play. Maybe I'm crazy. This person said, I feel like they have to account for the runner moving up a base, so it's a ruled an error by default. If he doesn't move up, it would not have been an error. I give up. He said you have to account for a runner moving up a base. The official scorer could have said advanced on the throw or error. Well, he advanced on the throw. And the throw hit the guy in the back of the helmet. It's nobody's fault. I don't care anymore. But I understand what he's saying. That's why this happened. I just don't care anymore now. The point is, the real overriding point is they played an incredibly clean baseball game. If we get more of those in the second half of the season, they're going to be in good shape. I'll tell you that much. Limits, you're on the phone. You didn't hear the whole Triolo error thing, did you?
I did not.
I don't care anymore, so I'm not going to repeat it to you.
That's fine.
We're giving grades for... Oh, you know what we should do is grade the entire Pirate roster.
We should, and give MVP, LVP... best moment, worst moment.
Oh, we're going to do that all right, big boy. You better believe that. You better believe that. Let's do some pitching staff grades before we get to the phones. Would you enjoy that?
Yes.
So would I.
Very much I would.
Let's start at the very top. I don't know if I'm not going in alphabetical order, but this guy's at the very top. Let's go in terms of innings pitched. How about that? Braxton Ashcraft. For me, he gets I'll say an A to an A. I'll say an A- for Braxton Ashcraft. You?
I'm giving Braxton Ashcraft an A.
Yeah.
I'm surprised, Joe. You're the one that predicted Braxton Ashcraft would be an all-star at the beginning of the year. Why are you not coming out and saying A+ for Braxton Ashcraft? He's been exactly what I've expected. He's exceeded even my expectations.
He's been better than expectations.
Yes, so that's why
when I gave the, what did I give a C? Oh, the team.
Yeah, the team a C.
Because they're right about where I expected them to be, given if you would have told me about the injuries. Ashcraft is way ahead of what I expected.
Exactly.
Well, I shouldn't say that. Why am I saying that? Hold on a second. I predicted him to go to the All-Star game. So he's not that far ahead of what I predicted. In fact, he's right on target.
So why are you giving him a minus? Why are you doxing him from the success that he's had this year?
An A is a 4.0 and you're perfect.
He leads the team in ERA,
he's not perfect, Limits.
strikeouts,
I know.
innings,
He doesn't
and
lead
wins.
the team in ERA. That's wrong.
That's correct. You are correct with that. I got
know,
that wrong.
and you're wrong.
But
just
he is
to underscore
first in
that.
strikeouts. He is first in innings. He is first in wins.
He's tied for first in strikeouts. Anything else you're getting wrong?
Being first in that category or tied for it is the same thing.
He's having a great year.
He is first.
An A- is fine. If a 4.0 means you're perfect. He hasn't been perfect, but he's been really, really good. And I think he'll put that report card up on the refrigerator.
That's why I'm giving him an A.
Mitch Keller.
He doesn't deserve the minus.
Okay, that's your opinion. Mitch Keller.
D for Mitch Keller. It's just not been good enough. And I'm a Mitch Keller backer, and I know the strikeout numbers are, typically not in line with the innings pitched. It's typically not one per inning anymore as it was maybe a couple of years ago, but the amount of blow-up starts for Keller, when it's bad, man. It's 4 innings of 7 runs or 4 innings of
D-,
6 runs.
D- for me. Just awful. He got off to a pretty good start, I'll say that much. And there was 1 or 2 times where he really did put his foot down when they were in peril a little bit and had some good starts, so he gets credit for those. But overall, what are we doing here with a 4.89 ERA? Come on. He gets a D- Limits. Here's the interesting one. Paul Skeens. Wrong.
He gets a
We're on
A-.
live radio, Limits. What?
A-.
Wow.
For Paul Skeens. Maybe a B+. I'll give him a B+. Some of the win-loss record is not his fault. 2.86 ERA should be better.
What do you mean the win-loss record is not his fault?
It's not. He's lost so many 2-1 games this year, at least 3 of them.
Really? He lost?
Yes.
Let's go over some of the losses
Let's
here.
do it.
Okay.
And you'll be wrong.
Here's one where he allowed 5 earned runs in less than 1 inning. Did he deserve that loss?
Yes.
Okay, that's one.
Part of it's on Cruz, though.
Here's another. Yeah, it is. Here's another loss for him. 5 innings, 7 hits, 2 home runs, and 3 earned runs. Did he deserve that one?
So we're just going to completely bypass some of the games that I mentioned where he only allowed 2 runs and they lost 2-1.
Oh, no. Don't change the goalpost now, big boy.
What do you mean change the goalposts?
You said, that's not his fault when you talked about his losing record. So we're 2 losses in that he deserved. He had another loss on May 23rd, 5 innings, 9 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 strikeouts. That's 3 deserved losses. He had another loss against the Phillies where they lit him up like Mulsey in a craft beer house. 5 innings, 6 hits, 5 earned runs. That's 4 losses that have been earned Limits, and I'll give you the other 2.
Did he deserve to lose the game against the Cubs when he went 5 1/3 and his defense was horrendous and he gave up 1 earned, 3 total runs and had 10 strikeouts against the Cubs? No, he did not.
Excuse me. Anybody? Did I just say I give him 4 deserved losses and I'll excuse the other 2? Did I say that into an echo chamber? Or
yes, you did. Did he deserve to lose the
man
Miami
in the mustache?
game?
Here he goes detailing another one. I just told you 4 of his 7 losses were absolutely deserved. You said when you said a 6-7 record, that's not his fault. No, he had a lot to do with those 7 losses, actually.
Well, I could point out a 3rd game, the Colorado game.
Good.
That's now 3.
4 of 7. Yeah, 4 of 7 he had a lot to do with.
Yep.
Thank you, Limits. I give him a D. No, I'm only kidding.
Wow, now that I'm going to throw more than a quibble at.
I give Skeens a B. He hasn't been what I expected. So he gets docked for that. He's a full earned run practically over what he was last year. His deeper analytics are pretty much on par. Some of them are even up. But you know what? He's had too many rough starts to merit in anything in the A range. What, have you lost your mind?
Oh, come on.
What did you give him?
The strikeouts are still good. I gave him a B+ ultimately.
Okay, then you're not in the A range either.
He's only walked
You're
18
B+.
guys in 88 innings.
Yeah, that's why he gets a B.
He's better than just a B. He's at least a B+.
Earned run. He's had multiple bad starts. So
don't you
about
have to
a handful.
At least be a B if you're going to make the All-Star game and you lead the team in ERA.
Yeah, Limits. That's why I gave him a B. What are you talking about?
Well, I think he's at least a B+.
Like there's a big difference between a B and a B+?
There is. It's huge for GPA. Major difference.
Right,
Major difference.
Bubba Chandler.
Bubba Chandler, with some improvement, gets a C+. The last couple of starts have bumped what is a C- up to a C+.
Man, I wish you were my professor in college. I'll tell you that much.
The professor has wrote need for improvement on the paper.
This is unbelievable.
And he's
gives this guy a C+.
Yeah.
He gets a C- for me. I expected more. I do believe that he's starting to get it together. I appreciate the fact that he's starting to sort of work through situations where not that long ago he was blowing up. It seemed like emotionally, first of all. But come on, if I would have told you at the beginning of the year that Bubba Chandler would be sitting here with a 4.42 ERA, 3-7 record, that's very much deserved, and close to leading the majors in walks, you're giving him an above average grade? What are you doing, Limits?
Yes, I am.
For what?
I think the recency bias that I'm providing, he's showing improvement.
Oh, he's showing improvement.
Yes, he is.
I wish you were my teacher in high school. Joe's showing improvement.
You must not have been showing any
improvement. Even though he gets a D on all the tests, his attitude's really good and he's improving. We're going to give him a C+.
He's allowed 2 or fewer runs and has gone 5 1/3 innings at least over his last 4 starts. He is improving.
He's improving.
And that's a number to back it up.
Yep. He's improving from a D- all the way to a C-, which is what he gets for the first half of the season. Carmen Mlodzinski, what are you giving him? An A+ and a promotion?
I think Carmen Mlodzinski also is in the C+ range. He's also in the C+ range. But as a reliever, I give him more of a B, B-. As a starter.
What do you give Carmen Mlodzinski, Limits?
I'm giving him a C+.
And now you're... First of all, on Chandler, you're very kind, and now you're docking Mlodzinski? For what?
What are you giving Carmen Mlodzinski?
A B+. He's been way better than I thought he would. He was pretty good in the rotation, and he's been pretty good as a reliever.
A better grade for Carmen Mlodzinski than Paul Skeens?
Based on expectations, yes. Based on all my grades are on a what do you call it? A curve.
You're grading on a curve.
Absolutely. So Evan Sisk might get an A before we get to him, just so you want to compare him to Skeens, yes. Am I saying if I started a team, I would start with Mlodzinski ahead of Skeens? No, Limits.
Okay,
but I'm grading on a curve here.
Clarification out there.
Okay, Yohan Ramirez. He's improving.
C-.
He's improving.
C- to a D+.
He's gone a month without giving up runs. So you're not giving him the same break that you're giving Chandler.
He had a 9.5 ERA in May.
Now it's 3.89 for the season, which is better than Chandler. Way better. And yet you gave Bubba the excuse of he's getting better. You're not giving Ramirez that. You're sending him home with a report card that's going to get him in trouble.
Yohan Ramirez is the most frequently used reliever in their bullpen. 34 games.
I'm giving him
44 innings.
I'm giving him a C-, Ramirez.
So we give him the same grade.
Did you give him a C-?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, I'll give him a C+ then. No, I'll give him.
Now you're grading on a curve.
No, honestly, he's a little worse than I expected. Although he is improving, but I don't grade on that. So he is a C-.
Oh, so he's allowed to improve, but Bubba Chandler's not allowed to improve?
Exactly. Evan Sisk.
All things considered, he gets an A. I didn't think Evan Sisk could be anything in this bullpen. He wasn't on the opening day roster. He was a throw-in in the Bailey Falter trade. Cam Devaney, I guess, was the headliner. Evan Sisk has been good.
I'll give him an A- again because, again, it's very hard for me to say he's been perfect, which is my criterion for a 4.0, basically perfect. But certainly an A-.
Is it an A+, a 4.0?
I thought just an A was a 4.0. And
I think it depends on what type of schooling that you're being graded in.
what kind of schooling doesn't give you a 4.0 for straight A's?
I don't know. Move along.
Evan Sisk, 2.61 in April, 0.61 in May, and 2.7 in June. And yet, Limits, I feel shaky when he's in the game. Why is that? Why do I feel that way when he has such good numbers?
Probably because he doesn't throw hard. But in 35 innings, he has 42 strikeouts.
Okay, then I've just...
Is he their new Tony Watson, Evan Sisk?
No, but maybe.
Maybe. Why not?
Here's the other thing. About Evan Sisk. He has 3 blown saves.
Yeah, that's not good.
It's tough to give him a perfect A.
I don't think he's
take that back, Limits, to give him.
I'll give him an A minus. Yeah. I don't think he's been great against inherited runners either.
Yeah, although he's been a surprise. He could be in my bullpen anytime. I like him. Seems like a very nice man as well.
He does.
Gregory Soto.
I think he gets a B. He's been better than what my expectations were coming in. Like, he was somebody who I didn't think was going to help the bullpen all that much, and we were told by Mr. Mets fan Andrew Filipponi that this is a guy that you don't want in your bullpen, and he was awful for the Mets. Maybe it's just that the Mets are awful to be around, which we see with their manager, Carlos Mendoza, being fired today. But he's been the only one thrust into the closer role that has worked so far, so I give him a B.
Yeah, I think he's mostly been good. Now, this month, he hasn't been very good, and I noticed you didn't dock him for not improving with his 9.53 ERA this month, but I'll overlook that, Limits. I think I'll give him a
I gave him a B. Are you going to give him a B?
Why didn't you dock him for his not improving? Why is Bubba Chandler your pet student here?
Yeah, I mean, Soto's had a couple of blown up outings, but
he's had 3 bad outings this month.
Right. Overall, I think in terms of how shaky this bullpen has been and Dennis Santana expecting to be the closer, Soto has done a good job of picking up the pieces. He hasn't been perfect. He hasn't been an A or an A minus or even a B plus. That's why he's a B.
I'm going to say a B minus. B minus. He's been good, not great.
You're grading based off my grades, and I want you to go first to grade the next player.
No, I mean, if Gregory Soto has done a little bit worse than what I expected, just a slight bit worse. I thought he was going to be very good, as a matter of fact.
How would you grade Tyler Callahan as a pitcher? I give him an A.
Give him an A. 1 clean inning, right?
That's right. Yeah, strikeout, I think, too.
Dennis Santana.
Or no, a walk. Dennis Santana, F.
F.
He has to retake the class.
Yep, he is improving, which I thought might be good for a D minus from you, but an F. Mason Montgomery.
C plus.
What?
D. I'll go B minus. I'll go B minus. Yeah, I'll go B minus. I don't know. I want Mason Montgomery to be able to thrive in high leverage, and I don't think he's been able to do that quite yet. He was good in his last outing against Seattle in high leverage when they needed him for 4 outs.
Outing before that, too, Limits.
But he's also been good for them as an opener in the couple of outings that they've utilized him.
Why don't you give him some credit for that?
No, because I can't get out of my mind the home run that he gave up to Schwarber at the game I was at in Philadelphia.
Don't let that color everything. He has 42 strikeouts in 31 innings and only 15 walks. Come on. He's got. I
just don't like the 15 runs allowed in 31 innings.
I know, but that's because of a couple of blow-ups, like 2/3 of an inning, 3 runs against the Astros. I think this kid's been pretty darn good, actually. I'm going to give him an A.
How much do you... An A?
No, I'm going to give him a B minus.
How much do you look into...
I'm going to give him a solid B. I'm going to give him a solid B based on expectations. Better than I thought. The blow-ups count. I get it. But, man, most of the time, this dude comes in and gets the job done. When he doesn't, it can get a little ugly. I'll acknowledge that. But I see a lot of zeros when I look at his game log for earned runs.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, like this month. This month's a perfect example, Limitless Wonder. He had 2 outings, one against Colorado, one against the Astros, where he only pitched 2/3 of an inning and it didn't go well.
Yeah, it's a 5.63 ERA this month, but those 2 outings.
I know, but that's my point is that's deceiving because the other 6 outings, he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 2/3 innings, 4 hits, no runs, and like 8 strikeouts. So the 5.63 is deceiving. So's his whole year. I give him a B.
How about his April? He went 11 innings, 17 strikeouts, and just 3 runs allowed.
And imagine you giving him a terrible grade for that.
I gave him, a C+?
Yeah.
B-?
That's all I want to do for now. I want to go to some calls. Do we miss Sammy? And the other guys have mostly been, Jared Jones isn't gradable yet, and the other guys have been in and out.
We have some calls.
Down. I know we have some calls. That's why I want to go to them.
Michael is on the fan.
Hi, Michael.
Hi, Michael.
Michael?
Michael? Michael?
Michael?
I feel like we're on The Office. Michael!
Next.
No, Michael. Here is Jesse in Maryland.
Hey, Jesse.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. If I had to grade the Pirates this year, I'd give them a B. And I know the one caller mentioned about, they're 500, and he referenced the Steelers. I just don't think these two teams are comparable. I've been on this earth for 32 years.
You've been what? You've been on what for 30 years?
Earth.
Oh, on Earth.
I've been on this earth for 32 years. The Pirates have completely sucked for all but 4 or 5 of them, this year including. So I agree with you, Joe. They're in a great spot. And I'm excited. I'm excited for the second half of the year. So
how was your time on Earth gone overall, Jesse, would you say? Give yourself a grade for your life so far.
Oh, A+. Every day's a blessing.
That is true. Amen to that.
What's been the best moment of your 32-year life, Jesse?
Honestly, I grew up in Cleveland, probably watching that 08 Super Bowl with my dad and my grandpa, and then going into school the next day.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. Did you wear Steelers stuff in there?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You remember what you wore? Any particular jersey?
It was probably Ben, because that was my go-to. I was superstitious, so I had to wear the same jersey for every win. So odds are it was Ben.
That's gigantic, and I hope your next 32 years go just as well, if not better.
Jesse, are you married?
No, not yet.
I was going to say, your wedding day, was that the best day of your life?
No, that'll be for the next 32 years. That'll be the next one. So, but thanks for taking my call, guys. Looking forward to try to get back in Pittsburgh and catch a game.
Thank you, Jesse.
Thanks, man. Just imagine that school that day, Limits. It actually happened. A little man named Jesse walked into a Cleveland schoolroom the day after the Steelers won the Super Bowl with a Steeler jersey on.
Yeah.
That's gigantic. He gives himself an A+ for his life so far.
It's a great grade. That's a very thankful grade.
Yeah.
It's an appreciative and thankful and blessed grade. Yeah.
One more.
That.
Let's go.
Let's go to our guy, Steve in Latrobe.
Hey, Steve.
Latrobe.
What's up, Steve?
Man, you all need to get a room and buy each other some flowers and chocolate.
Happy Valentine's Day, Steve.
My goodness, this is like bickering housewives, but I like it. That's why I'm on every day.
Well, what's up? What's on your mind? Maybe we can bicker too.
I'm gonna, as far as a grade, I'm gonna give them a C- or a D+, and that's just because this team right now should be 47-34. No questions about it. They've blown too many games. The bullpen's an abomination. I mean, they just let too many things get away that shouldn't have gotten away, and it's so frustrating. And part of that now gets into Don Kelly. I cannot stand when he runs out these Sunday lineups on days that shouldn't be done, trying to play analytics, pinch hitting for Brandon Law when he was the hottest bat on the planet with a minor leaguer just because it's right on left versus left on left. And when you said about Skeens today, Joe, don't forget, Abbott's a lefty, and we hit like 170 against lefties, so he better be efficient and go long, or we're going to be in trouble.
Wait, what did you say as the last thing there?
That Abbott is starting for the Reds, and he's a lefty.
Yeah.
And we hit like 170 against lefties as a team, so Skeens better be real efficient tonight and go long so we can hopefully get to their bullpen, because we just can't hit lefties.
I know. That's been a big reason for that's Ozuna, right, Limits?
Yeah, and Ozuna, I would imagine, is going to be in the lineup tonight. You would imagine. You'd think.
I imagined that before.
They only play
yes,
him against lefties.
A lefty, he should do that. Limits, how many...
Not to cut you off real quick, check your text thread, because I sent a text to you guys about me getting some tickets for right behind home plate for us for a game.
Oh!
That could be big.
Let's do that, Steve.
Thank you, Steve. Have a wonderful day.
I sent you the text. You got my number.
I see it. I see the text right here, Steve. I'll respond.
Limits,
right,
can you end
Thank
the
you,
phone
Steve.
call, please? I love Steve from Latrobe. That thing extended like one of my phone calls with other people that I won't mention that go on forever because everybody's afraid to say goodbye.
I'm sorry, I'm about to watch Henry Davis hit a home run.
How many home runs does Ozuna have against lefties this year? Wrong.
2.
Right, actually.
Thank you. Don't say wrong until I'm right.
Or until you're wrong, you mean. Does Ozuna have a better batting average against righties or lefties this year? Wrong.
Lefties.
Yep, 217 to 194. Man, does he stink this year, huh?
Yeah, not great, but he is over 200 now.
That's true. He's at 201.
Over the Mendoza line. Henry Davis is catching up. You know what happened yesterday, Joe? Henry Davis surpassed this player in batting average for the season.
On the Pirates or elsewhere?
Elsewhere. And there he goes.
Oh, it's our daily Key Brian Hayes Henry Davis update.
Our daily Key Brian Hayes Henry Davis update.
Let's go. Hey.
148 now for Henry Davis. Key Brian Hayes 142.
Hold on a second. Hannah interviewed Henry after the game. Has he started using a torpedo bat, or was he using that already?
I thought he was already using that.
Are you sure about that?
I'm pretty sure.
All right. It made it sound like he had switched to the torpedo bat recently. I could be wrong.
That would be news to me.
Maybe ask Gormy the Owl that question.
Gormy
Text
the
him.
Owl.
Maybe the Beeswacker. Somebody must know the answer to that. Because can you imagine?
Look at Henry. Oh, Henry.
Listen to this.
He probably did need a different style of bat, considering that his contact's been better.
He needed a bat that worked. That's what he needed.
Giving him an aluminum bat, maybe that'll help.
Give him a broomstick. Give me a broomstick, and I can hit 136. Yes.
It's a thinner bat. That's like a wiffle ball bat.
And I'll fly away like the Wicked Witch of the West. Maybe he has a big second half. You know what the crazy thing is?
He's on pace for 12 home runs.
That he's on pace for 12 home runs.
Yes.
Like you could see Hank hitting 15 to 17 homers.
Possibly, depending on playing time, yes. Look at MLB Network doing a full breakdown of Brian Reynolds right now. That's one of the most underrated players in the game right there.
Oh, calm down. What's up?
Calm down.
What's up?
He's gotten absolutely shammed. He's got hose jobbed
by who?
By the fans. The fans don't know what the hell they're doing around baseball, not putting Brian Reynolds in the All-Star game. They're not even putting him in the top 20 of voting because, we need the fans to vote. Yeah, you know what else happened with the fans voting? Look down the list of everybody that's voted in. It's Dodger, it's Brave, and it's Phillies.
Big
throughout
surprise
the whole
there.
entire National League starting 9.
So you expect fans around baseball to know exactly what's happening with Brian Reynolds in Pittsburgh and vote him into the All-Star game?
I expect fans to be a little bit more intelligent across the country.
Then you're expecting a lot, Limits.
Yes.
Then you're expecting too much.
Because it's usually like die-hard baseball fans that vote on this.
No, it's not. It's anybody who goes to the stadium. They pick up a little ballot or they go online.
They don't do that anymore. It's all online. It's not
Same
just
thing.
Your Aunt Karen is going to the game and picks up a ballot and is like, let's fill out this nice little ballot here for Ernie Clement or for Bryson Stott.
Who?
Ernie Clement's starting for the American League. He's actually deserves it, though.
No, he doesn't.
Bryson Stott doesn't deserve to be top 2, though, for
Wrong.
Philadelphia.
He does.
No, he does not. Look up his numbers compared to Brandon Lau at second base. It's an absolute sham job by the fans. Come on, fans. Might be time that we take this out of the fans' hands.
No.
Let Major League Baseball just put the players in.
Listen, in terms of WAR in the National League, there's 3 outfielders ahead of Reynolds. Carroll, Pages, and Crow Armstrong, who's unbelievable, by the way. And I should have taken him in my home run pool. What an idiot I am.
Idiot.
Idiot.
Brian Reynolds is tied for 4th in the National League in runs scored.
Limits. I don't need all his stats.
7th
I know.
in batting average.
I know. Stop. I know he's good and he should be on the All-Star team and he's having a great year. But don't act like people, around the country should automatically pencil him in as a starter in the All-Star game.
He should be getting a lot more respect.
Oh, calm down.
Than what he's
received.
It's
a half a season.
I mean, calm down. He's been the lightning rod of their offense this year, other than Brandon Lau. Calm down. You want this team to be good. He has a 291 average and 52 RBIs.
You're trying to make it sound like I don't think he's been great. He's been great.
His on-base is 405. That's one of the best in the entire National League.
It's one of the best in the majors, so you're wrong about that, too.
You're heightening my point. Thank you for making my point for me. That Brian Reynolds is completely
I'm going to forgive
underrated.
fans around the country if they don't know precisely what kind of year. And plus, home runs are the sexy stat, and he's got 11, so people might not be onto that yet.
No,
I'll forgive them.
It's biased towards the big markets and Philly voting for Philly and the Dodgers voting for Dodgers. Is there a fan vote in the NBA to put people in?
Then tell the people in Pittsburgh to get out. You're mocking them. You're punishing them.
No, the people in Pittsburgh, I'm sure, are voting as much as they can.
Do you have proof of it?
I'm sure it can be better.
Wrong.
But what I'm saying is, a lot of times when you look nationally and you're in Kansas City and you're filling out the AL side and then you fill out the NL side, it's, Bryson Stott. That's a recognizable name at second base. He was in the World Series with the Phillies not that long ago. Or, look at this, Mookie Betts. He's got to be having a great year, right? Instead of looking at the numbers at shortstop, where he's not even been a top 5 shortstop in baseball, and yet there he is, top 2 in National League voting for shortstops, which is just patently ridiculous in my mind. Thank you, Joe.
I'm hungry, Limits. And I don't know if you've ever eaten one of these Amy's bowls? Have you ever eaten these frozen meals? They're unbelievable.
No.
You should try this. It's a broccoli and cheddar bake. I'll give you a bite when I cook it.
The outfielders for the All-Star game, Pages, Brandon Marsh, really? Ronald Acuna, Teoscar Hernandez, Soto, and Michael Harris.
He says Brandon Marsh, really. The guy's got an 875 OPS. He's hitting 324. You're acting like that's some kind of outrage that he's one of the top
Brian Reynolds'
vote getters.
OPS is better.
I know, Limits. It's better by 15 points. And Brandon Marsh is hitting 30 points higher than Reynolds. Come on. What are we doing next?
He doesn't get his due respect.
Okay.
I don't know, but I just got a text from Sean Gentili that he will be on video coming up.
Or not, if we keep going this long. What time's he supposed to be on?
Top of the hour.
Okay. We're going to have... All right. Well, do we have any phone calls left? Yes
we do,
no?
yes.
Okay.
Wow, the numbers between Marsh, 405 on base for Reynolds compared to 357. 50 walks for Reynolds. Marsh it never walks. 13 walks compared to 74 strikeouts. The RBI is a difference of 11. I rest my case. Brian Reynolds is underrated.
Yeah, okay. Forget it. I'm not even... Brian Reynolds is what do you mean underrated? He had a rotten year last year. He's having a great half season, and I respect him for that, and he should be on the All-Star team.
Yes.
That doesn't mean he's getting totally disrespected by not starting.
I'm not even saying starting,
You did
Joe.
say start?
I'm saying he wasn't even in the top 20 in overall vote
It's a lot to expect fans from around the league to do a deep dive on the Pirates outfield.
Okay.
If somebody's not again, home runs stand out to people and batting average
O'Neal
does.
Cruz was 17th.
Yeah, before he was hurt, he was on pace for a 30-30 season.
And even when he was hurt, and when he still is hurt, he was still pulling better than Reynolds, and Reynolds never surpassed him. Cruz was still staying in that race.
Limits, how long do you want to go on this?
Not at all any longer. Let's take a brief intermission. I realize that I have irritated you, even though I know I'm right with my point, but I don't want to push the envelope anymore.
Okay. Ray Fittipaldo would normally have been in that slot, and he's brought to you by LGKG. LGKG, Western Pennsylvania super lawyers. They try cases, and insurance companies know it. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. What time does the Pirate game start tonight, Limits?
6:40.
Wrong. 6:39. They've been starting them early. The fan text line brought to you by Edgar's. They have. I've noticed that.
1 minute early?
No, 30 seconds. So you round it down to 1 minute.
I'd like you to get your stopwatch out today and try to time that.
The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. Well, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Your phone calls, make them good to round out the hour. We want to hear from people like Steve from Latrobe, and then we're going to get into what could be a huge hockey weekend on Never Pomp. I was going to say very rarely, just Never Pomp. But at least sometimes, Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Texter, poor Joe, after that segment. All right, the Pirates will play tonight at 6:40. That is the first of 3 against Cincinnati. Reds are in last place in the division. They are coming off being swept against, the Brewers, who just continue to win. Reds were off yesterday. It's Andrew Abbott going to the mound for them tonight. He's one of their best pitchers, especially with Hunter Green, the injuries that he's dealt with throughout the year. Paul Skeens, the A's, gets the ball tonight. A 2.86 ERA rate and 0.93 whip, 107 strikeouts. See if Skeens can finally win a game for the Pirates. They've lost his last 7 outings. Pirates have not won a Skeens start since May 12th against Colorado at PNC Park. Hard to believe. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pony and Muller here. Mike at Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for June is Noble-Stein Brewing Company's Donzi, their flagship golden ale. The charity will be the Fans' 5-alarm fundraiser for volunteer fire departments across the region.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
In the end, the result last night didn't matter for the U.S. men's national team. They're headed to Santa Clara to play a knockout match against Bosnia on Wednesday, and they'll do it with a fully healthy Christian Pulisic, who looks strong and fast in his 30-plus minutes of time, including 3 shots, 2 of them on goal, and ready for an opponent in the round of 32 who will come after him with a physical game and take big swings at an American defense that showed some flaws against Turkey. I'm Chris Madsen.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
God bless America from PrismFireworks.com.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
We're turning up the heat here at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. All Outlanders and Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. Outlander Trail Editions up to $7,500 off. Eclipse Cross, take up to $5,000 off. Plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. The summer sale starts now, and it's too hot to miss. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details. We are turning up the heat here at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks save big with 0% financing. Jeep Grand Cherokees and Gladiator Sports save up to $10,000, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. Make this the summer event starts now, and it's too hot to miss. Shop crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back-end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Cloudy with some winds with a high of 80 degrees throughout today.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, top of the hour, we're going to get to hockey. Lots of stuff happening there. Huge weekend potentially. Well, either way, no matter what happens for the Penguins, even if they stay right where they are and don't make a big move, it's still a huge weekend because it's the draft in Buffalo. But there's a lot of chatter out there about making a bigger trade than the one they made yesterday, about perhaps getting rid of one of their older guys or a couple of their older guys, or trading high into the draft. Jason Robertson's name is still out there. A lot of guys' names are out there. Let's talk to Sean Gentile. He'll help straighten all of this out. Plus, I have some clips for Sean and I to riff on from the Penguins' new ownership team. The Hoffmans, the Hoffman family singers. They seem very happy, Limits, didn't they?
Did you hear that, why is his first name escaping me right now? Chris Hoffman from KDKA TV.
Yeah.
Asked a question, and they were like, are we related? And he was like, I don't think. They were like, how do you spell your last name? And he was like, just with one N, and there was a collective groan from the Hoffman family. It was funny.
I love the fact that they're going to be in, or at least, who's going to be in Squirrel Hill? Is it like a family compound?
I think it's going to be Jeff.
What's going on there?
Jeff Hoffman
will be in Squirrel Hill.
The governor of the Penguins. The governor.
Love that. Love that part of town. I lived in the east end of Pittsburgh for, 15 years practically.
Wow.
You know how many apartments I had in the east end of Pittsburgh, Limits?
3.
Wrong. 7.
What?
Let me count them up here.
You were a constant mover. You were a serial mover.
If you have a pencil there, could you count my apartments? Just mark down a 1
or
for
I'll
each
just
one.
Count them on my fingers.
All right. First one was at 5823 Holden Avenue, right in Shadyside. It was well, I shouldn't say that. Well, no, I didn't like the landlord back then anyway. It was horrifying. Orange indoor-outdoor carpeting. No bed. I slept on a futon.
Oh.
Lived with a guy I barely knew in high school, but he was the only person I knew in Pittsburgh. Moved from there to Walnut and Maryland, a wonderful place. I lived with my then girlfriend, and that guy moved in with us. It was a Three's Company situation, I guess.
Three's Company?
In reverse. That was an awesome apartment. One of the nicest I ever lived in. The next one was not so nice. It was on Fifth Avenue and was cockroach-infested, Limits. And when I discovered that there were cockroaches in it and the landlord wouldn't leave, we had an extremely ugly conversation that resulted in me leaving anyway.
That's 3.
That's 3. South Aiken, lived on South Aiken. Smallest place I ever lived.
That's 4.
It was like where who was Elf in the movie Elf?
Will Ferrell?
Will Ferrell, remember when he lived in that one place where his head kept hitting the ceiling? That was me in this joint.
When he was living in the North Pole?
Yeah, exactly. Right. And he couldn't fit on the bunk bed and everything?
Because he was a human living in an elf's world?
Right. That's exactly right. How many are we up to?
That was 4.
Okay. South Eveline is 5.
5?
Great place. Lived on the 2nd floor. Loved it. Could walk to Shady. That was Bloomfield. And then South Atlantic
6.
in a place with big white pillars. So we're up to 6 apartments, aren't we, Limits?
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. Pretty much every other year I would move, and I can't remember why. But I love the East End of Pittsburgh. I worked as a bagel cook at the first Brugger's in Pittsburgh, which was in Squirrel Hill, I might add. So I cooked the bagels. I worked the counter. Got into lots of fights with customers, as you might imagine. But I loved walking over there. I've spent a lot of time in Squirrel Hill. That's cool that they're living there. I like that. It was all good vibes at this news conference yesterday. I love what I heard. They seem down to earth. Sometimes when you meet the ultra rich, they seem snooty or, emotionally removed or something's odd about it. None of that seemed that way yesterday.
No.
Did it to you?
It doesn't feel like the Penguins are just an asset to them. It feels like this is something that they have been building up their whole entire lives to purchase.
Yeah.
And that this is going to be a legacy for them. Not like for FSG, like it was just an asset to be able to accrue, as much interest that it accumulates with the team. Like they bought it for $900 million. They sold it for $1.7 billion. For Fenway Sports Group, it was 5 years to build up money and then flip it. That's what it was. For the Hoffmans, it feels like they love hockey. And they're going to be more invested than FSG was, I think. They're going to be more dedicated to the product because they're hockey fans and FSG were just businessmen.
Well, I'm talking about the vibe they came off with, which was down to earth. It was funny.
More relatable.
Yes. Well, relatable, period. Yes.
Yeah.
For sure. Now, does that add up to wins? I don't know. I just wrote in the Trib today that they've walked into an extremely challenging situation. And I meant to do this as a topic. Maybe we can do it later in the show. I can't even remember what we're doing later in the show. Sidney Crosby, toward the end of his career. Where's the next franchise superstar coming from? That's how the Penguins have won. It doesn't mean you have to do it that way. But if you don't do it that way, you better build a roster like the Canes and the Panthers, where up and down it's filled with really good players, and they are a long ways from that. They're also too old right now. They got to get younger. And getting younger is easy. Getting good young players, not so easy. And they're not exactly teaming with high potential prospects in their farm system. In their prospect pool, I should say, because it's more than that. It's college, everything else. So that seems problematic. And third, and what I wanted to get to with people, and now there's not time because you went over last segment, is, sorry, Limits. That was just a jab at you.
Unnecessary one.
I know. Terrible economy right now. Hockey's not cheap. And attendance has been sagging for a few years. Now, I think it went back up a little bit last year. It did. But if you look back from when they won the Cup in 2017, it hasn't been good. They were 6th from the bottom in capacity. Percentage of, the rink filled. 6th from the bottom last year, Limits. And it can be a pain in the butt just to get over there for a game. So I'm very curious, or would be, to hear from people, Penguins fans, like, what changes do you want to see that don't involve specifically, hockey, the roster? What changes would you love to see from Penguins ownership as a fan? I'm really curious about that, whether it's ticket prices, whether it's something else having to do with the arena or something that I'm not thinking about. You tell me. And Sean Gentili next at 412-928-9370. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Cloudy. And a high of Ben Kindle, 81, a low of Ernie Stautner, 70. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Let's ask Sean Gentili of The Athletic about all this Penguin stuff next, from the new ownership group to what are some of the names floating around out there if they're going to make a big move this weekend in Buffalo. Gentili next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
First round of the NHL draft is tonight at 7 o'clock. The Penguins have the 22nd pick. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
Zero Res wants to help clean your home. Big summer savings with 3 rooms cleaned starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Providing insurance solutions. Call 888-CPH.
We have a lot of different ties to the EMS community, personally. And then, of course, professionally, we insure over 200 fire departments in the state of Pennsylvania and several ambulance services and various EMS organizations. So there's a big tie there as well. And I got to tell you, there isn't anybody out there probably that I appreciate as much as our volunteers. Growing up, my parents were actually very involved in the volunteer ambulance service in New Bethlehem. My father was a fireman. There were plenty of times where my parents were running out at Christmas and New Year's and Thanksgiving and birthdays because when the call comes in, you just go. The next time you see a fireman or a police officer, just say thank you.
Charles Leach, providing insurance solutions. Call 888-CPH.
Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, you'll hear true stories that will intrigue you, inspire you, and make you laugh.
He said, is there anything in your diet that might be spiking your blood sugar? I said, sometimes I eat pizza until I'm unconscious. He said, I think that might be it.
For real stories live on stage from comedians, astronauts, accountants, farmers, and people just like you, follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Hoffman family of companies officially took over ownership of the Penguins this past week. On Tuesday, it was unanimously voted upon by the NHL owners. So the Hoffmans and Fenway Sports Group put out a thank you to Pittsburgh letter yesterday as well. Hoffmans have officially taken over control. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Sean Gentili joins us next.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, Limits. We need to stop arguing today.
I think it's been a good show, though. It's been a little contentious, but I think it's been good.
Good-naturedly contentious, I would say.
Yeah.
It's a shame you've been wrong about everything, but...
No, some things I was right about.
Let's talk hockey, shall we? I mean,
Please.
There's a lot going on here. We have Sean Gentili, our expert guest. There he is. If you're watching on YouTube, and you should be. I mean, that's what makes the show more fun to watch it. It don't cost nothing. Go to YouTube, cleverly enough, to watch it on YouTube, or go through our website at 937thefan.com and subscribe, and it's a lot of fun. Are they ever going to get you on the show, Limits? Like on camera?
I thought that was in the works, but I don't know where the process is for that. Like how far along they are in the process of acquiring a camera.
Avoid that at all costs, by the way, Austin.
What, Sean?
Avoid that at all costs. They have camera. It's terrible. They started making us. We have to put our podcast on YouTube now. I hate it. Hate it.
You look great today. Where are you? Are you in Buffalo?
No. Since the NHL decentralized the draft a couple years ago, the last one that they had where, all the teams showed up, that was in Vegas. Last year was the first year that they, kind of didn't do the convention model for it, so everyone's kind of stopped going. It's kind of a bummer. I'm in Greenfield. I'm not in Buffalo.
Man, that is a bummer. I think I had forgotten that even happened. That was an annual rite of passage. I remember my first hockey assignment for the Trib a million years ago was to cover the draft in Pittsburgh when Joe Thornton was drafted first overall, and then I covered many more. How boring of them not to have it everyone in the same place.
Boring.
It sucks, and I think it's a situation where the league thought that, basically GMs were pushing for it, owners were pushing for it. They were like, we don't want to spend all this money to send people, send all our scouts to Vegas or Nashville or whatever to go drink and stay in hotel rooms. Like, they thought it was going to be cheaper, so the GMs asked for it, and the league was sort of like, okay, fine, yeah, we'll see how this goes. And it kind of went well enough last year that it seems like it's here to stay. So yeah, I'm disappointed by it too.
Penguins going to make a big trade this weekend, and if so, for who?
I don't know, man. I think the prices are really, really high, and I think they're short on movable assets, honestly. If you're talking about big-time moves, you look at some of the stuff we've seen over the last few days. I mean, the kind of players that are netting the big returns aren't the kind of players that they have, right? Like, we love Brian Rust and we love Rickard Rakell, but those guys aren't bringing back, say a top 10 draft pick. Ain't happening. So I don't know. I think there are absolutely going to be trades. I think they're actively looking at stuff, but man, I don't know if the market's lining up the way that it needs to for them, honestly.
Could I interest you in Ben Kindle, a first-round pick, and perhaps something else for Jason Robertson?
Depends on how much you want to sign Jason Robertson for. I mean, he's the big variable out there. A lot of this has to do with the Seattle Kraken. Like, players or whatever, for whatever reason, just aren't interested in the Kraken or Seattle. But Jason Robertson turned down $15 million from them last night. So I love Jason Robertson. He's a really good player. I'm not necessarily sure I want to trade a bunch of stuff for him and then pay him $15 million a year either. So, yeah, it's a tough market out there.
Well, is $15 million a year the going rate for a 45-goal, 100-point scorer who's 26?
I think it probably should be. I don't know that it is. I think that the league's always kind of slow to react on valuation changes and on cap changes. Like, here's Robertson, honestly, is a great example. Like, he wants to make more than Mikko Rantanen in Dallas. Mikko Rantanen signed for $12 million a year in 8 years last year. Like, it makes sense that he would want more than Mikko Rantanen because the cap has gone up pretty significantly in the last 12 months, and it's going to continue going up. Yeah. I don't think there's any appetite in Dallas whatsoever to pay him more than Mikko Rantanen. So I think we are at the point now with the way the cap's going where a player of that caliber is going to cost $15 million a year, but I'm not 100% sure that I'm not 100% sure he's going to get it. And I'm also not sure that, especially given that he's an RFA, I don't know if you necessarily want to send that much back to Dallas. I do agree with you though. I think someone like Kindle, they should, if they're trying to get a superstar, I think you can probably put together a decent package revolving around him. But if he's off the table, it's going to be really tough for them to go out and get anybody, of note.
Any other stars on the block? Is Austin Matthews is somebody that we're not thinking of on the block? I suppose everybody's for sale for the right price, but any names come to mind?
Austin Matthews, I think, is probably staying put for at least another year. I think he wants to see how things are going to go with Gavin McKenna. I think Toronto has done enough so far, with the new regime there over the last, month or 6 weeks, where it feels like they bought themselves a little bit of time with him. But there was absolutely a very real chance, we'll say in like May, that Austin Matthews was going to ask to get moved. I don't think that's happening now. I think Zach Werenski is the big one that everyone needs to watch. I think, you can, depends on who you ask whether he made a trade request or not, but I think he's the name to watch tonight, just generally. I'm not saying he's a fit for the Penguins or anything, but he's probably the biggest name that's, pretty officially entered the trade conversation over the last few days.
Sean Gentili of The Athletic, talking to him right now. You can watch the show on YouTube. You can watch it on X. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. How about the trade yesterday, the Hendricks trade, I like to call it? Because I like the name Hendricks because I'm a big Jimi Hendrix fan. You?
And so were Hendrix Lapierre's parents, I think. It's interesting enough. I think Hendrix Lapierre over the last year or so has kind of shown that he's not a center in the NHL, or certainly wasn't for the Capitals. So, I think taking a flyer on a guy like that, we've seen it work for Dubas certainly over the last couple of years. I don't mind it. He's a RFA. He's probably going to end up signing, $1.5 million maybe.
Yeah.
And he seems like a guy who could be like a, third line winger, potential middle six winger. I would caution people against penciling him as like the 3C or something at this point, because I think over the last couple of years in Washington, he's kind of showed that that's not the guy he is. And so it's why they traded him in the first place, honestly. He had every chance to step in and be their everyday third center really over the last 2 seasons, and he couldn't do it. So it's time for a change of scenery. I think he's got enough talent to be a first-round pick a few years back, obviously, but I would caution anybody against, thinking that this is some long-term piece. He kind of seems like just a guy.
Limits wants to know if somebody's running a sweeper at your house, Sean.
Or is that the?
Yeah, they're doing line work on my street. I was kind of hoping it wouldn't come through on the. They're replacing lead water lines on this street. I somehow don't have lead water lines, but apparently everybody around me does, because this has just been days and days and days. Like, it's been so loud that I just don't even notice it anymore. So I'm glad that Limits is annoyed by it.
Do you live? Not annoyed at all. Do you live on the same street as Mike McCarthy's old house? What's the address again, Joe?
1137 Greenfield Avenue.
I don't, but I drive past that house every single day.
Wow,
I live off of Greenfield Avenue.
Well, watch out.
Just like everybody in Greenfield does. It's not that big of a place. There's only so many streets.
Did you grow up in Greenfield?
Yeah, we've been over this like a bunch of times. Yeah, I grew up in Greenfield.
Now I'm insulted.
Now I'm back. I bought a house here.
You did? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Do you frequently go to Archie's?
Do you know D. Rizzo?
D. Rizzo is a close family friend. My grandparents and his parents were literally best friends. Yeah.
Limits, what was your question?
If Sean likes to go to Archie's.
I go to Archie's a lot. Like, since I moved back to I lived in the East End. I lived in Shadyside for years and years. Since I moved back over here, I go to Archie's like too much. Honestly, too many wings. Too many wings from Archie's. I was out on Archie's for a long time, but man, they've stepped their game back up.
I love Archie. What a great guy.
Nice man. What about
love the Duquesne wings? Love the Duquesne sauce on the wings over there. Yeah, man, he runs a solid operation.
What about the bar and grill that McCarthy's dad used to run? What's that called now?
It's called Zano's now.
Do you go there?
This is in the Run.
It's in the Run, did you say?
Yeah, it's in the Run.
What do you call what's the Run?
Did you not? Lower Greenfield, going down
Greenfield.
Going down.
What do you think?
Avenue,
I know
like
the gene.
going towards the south side.
Do you think I know
figured you all
Greenfield
about
lingo?
this.
You think I don't live there? How am I going to know what the run in
probably.
Greenfield is?
Whatever. You're talking to the people who live in Mrs. McCarthy's old house. Like, yeah, absolutely. I figured you would have picked up some of this stuff, man.
Isn't that
Big
right by?
Jim's is not Big Jim's is not in Greenfield. Big Jim's is in the Run.
Okay.
Isn't it right by Homestead?
It's right by Hazelwood. You're moving in the wrong direction.
Now Mulsey Jr. has
Like-
to show all his knowledge over here. Limits.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter where it is.
I drive past Greenfield. I see the sign Greenfield when I drive and get towards the Homestead Graves Bridge when I come from past the Squirrel Hill Tunnel.
Yeah, you
to go home.
just don't know whether you're coming through Homestead or Hazelwood.
Apparently, yeah.
Clearly.
This is another outbreak of Mulsey disease.
More Mulsey disease. And I was cured.
I know you've
Yeah,
struggled
right.
with. I know you've struggled with that on and off over the last couple of years. I know.
And I was cured, but it seems like it might be coming back.
I know. We're past the topic. We're moving on, and then he has to throw in exactly where the run is. Do you have a hockey question for Sean?
I do. So you don't think, Sean, that tomorrow or even Saturday that they're going to sell off any like big pieces like Ricard, Raquel, or Brian Rust?
Oh, I think that's possible for sure. Everyone needs to be ready for that. I just don't think the return is going to be, if you're looking at a top 10 pick or like a stud prospect, some great 20-year-old prospect. I don't think Ricard, Raquel, and Brian Rust get that done. They could get to maybe low first rounders, some second rounders, but I don't think the return is going to be what people maybe in a perfect world or in a pipe dream think it would be.
So
because they're old. They're 33, 34, and those aren't the kind of player profiles that are bringing back, like the fourth pick or the ninth pick or all these things that have been in play over the last little bit.
So let's talk about the Hoffmans. I was talking to our mutual friend Benzie earlier today, and they seem like very nice and happy people to the point where I think there should be a reality show called The Happy Hoffmans where they have cameras at their compound in Squirrel Hill. Do you like that idea, Sean?
I heard they've already moved the main guy, the son. He already moved to Squirrel Hill. Is that what he was saying?
Yeah, exactly. You're right near him.
I could go do some recon, see what the compound's looking like.
And the dad is Bob Newhart. Would you agree with that? The dad is
that's
tremendous.
That's a really good call.
Thank you. I think it's a great call.
I think they won the press conference yesterday. Like I wasn't there for it, but it seemed like they said exactly what everybody wanted them to say, which is you want a level of involvement from ownership, right? But you don't want them to be overbearing and ridiculous. And I kind of feel like that's the vibe that they were trying to put out there. Like they're going to give Dubas what he needs. They're going to be active. They're going to be, they're in it for the long haul and not treating it like an investment. All these things that they said yesterday that I feel like that people wanted to and needed to hear. Early returns got to be really good on them, and we'll see what happens. It's happened plenty of times in plenty of sports over the last however many years, right? You see ownership groups come in and say the right thing, and then putting it to practice is something else entirely. But I don't think that introduction could have gotten much better than it did.
Yeah, one of the main things I took from it, I was just mentioning this to Limits, was sometimes with the ultra rich, they come off as oddly disengaged or, snooty or something. They came off as down to earth. David, the father, has an incredible, success story. He's really an American success story. I think his dad was a milkman or something like that. And he came from really nothing to being a multi-billionaire. And it seems like he and they have retained a strong sense of humility. You know what I mean, Sean? They just came off like, listen, I had somebody who used to work for the Penguins when FSG came in saying, this is not going to fly. Penguins fans in Pittsburgh don't like corporate. They like family. It feels like family again. You know what I mean? And that doesn't guarantee anything.
It doesn't. But this is the job. We've all been around owners in one way or another. I mean, the people who typically who make enough money to own professional sports franchises, they're not someone you would necessarily want to sit down on a plane next to, right? Like it takes a certain personality type where you're like, I don't know if I want to be around this guy. And when you see someone who bucks that trend, or a couple people that buck that trend, it's completely worth making note of, right? They seem about as normal as you could in terms, even though they're a bunch of billionaires, a billionaire family who own a whole bunch of concerns across a whole bunch of different worlds. They seem like people who you could, like I said, you end up sitting next to them somewhere, like you could have a decent conversation with. It's a pretty low bar, but I also think that says something, and I think that's going to take them a long way. Like they're over there talking into microphones and making jokes, and talking about moving to Squirrel Hill and all that stuff. That already, in terms of public perception and fan base perception, man, that puts them way, way, way out ahead of anything that FSG ever did.
Really quick, back to Robertson for a moment. Is it 100% off the table that the Penguins would throw out an offer sheet?
I don't think so. I think, the situation with Robertson, it's league wide. This is like the big domino that's yet to fall, right? Like people need to figure out what he's doing and what he wants, what Dallas is willing to do. Like, I think it's safe to say that Dallas is not going to pay that guy more than they pay Mikko Rantanen. I think that would be surprising. So when you look at that, if like $12 million the floor, it seems like it's an unbridgeable gulf between Dallas and Robertson, and they need to figure out really in the next 8 hours exactly what they want to do. Like it feels like we're coming down to 0 hour on the Robertson situation, and I don't think anybody has a good feel, frankly, for how it's going to go. So I wouldn't rule anything out. I wouldn't rule out an offer sheet from anybody at this point, and I certainly wouldn't rule it out for the Penguins because the situation's weird and it's getting weirder.
The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball, softball showcase. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and the Fan might make a stop to your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparels. Details at 937thefan.com. Limits, may we engage Sean in a game of quote-free association with the Happy Hoffmans.
The Happy Hoffmans, yes.
We have quotes from the Hoffman family singers, Sean, and we're going to play a couple of those, and then you and I can riff on them. Are you willing to engage in that?
I'm willing to engage with whatever you ask me to engage with, as always.
All right, let's do it.
The Hoffmans want Mario Lemieux involved.
Yeah, Mario and I have spent some time together. He's been as good as advertised, I think. Just a great guy, and I'm really hopeful that he will be a part of this in whatever way, shape, or form makes sense for him, but we would love for him to be a part of it. We know what he means to hockey, we know what he means to the Penguins, we know what he means to the city, and what he means to the league, to the NHL, and I think everybody would embrace him with open arms, especially the three of us over here.
Great answer, but it leads to a sort of a twist on the question for me, Sean. How much does Mario want to be involved at this point? What do you think?
He's got grandkids now. I think he's in a little bit of a different space in his life than he was, say, 15 years ago. So, maybe that stops him from being quite as present as he was with the Brickell Group. But he should do whatever he wants. He should pick his job title. He should pick his level of involvement. I think that is another big part of the Hoffmans, winning the PR battle here, right? And I'm not doubting their sincerity either. I think they understand how much he means to this franchise and how much he means to the city, and I think they should do exactly what he wants to do and keep him happy at all times.
Next.
Here is what the Hoffmans had to say about the idea of meddling with Kyle Dubas.
We're hockey fans, we're big hockey fans, so of course we're close to it. But in terms of making decisions on personnel and strategy and what's happening on the ice, that is Kyle's department for sure. So we're here in a support function, and we'll make sure that he's got the resources and that the team has the resources to pursue whatever opportunities they think are fit. And but that's it. We won't be making those decisions.
Sean?
Isn't that part of how you become a billionaire? Like, you're smart enough to hire good people and give them enough money to succeed and then get out of their way. Like, that's, I think more than anything that they said yesterday, that's one of the top line items. That's a big deal. And if they stick to that, they're going to be fine.
I agree with every syllable and quarter syllable you just uttered. Next.
I thought this was interesting. They were talking about wanting a better vibe inside the arena.
I think there's a lot of great opportunity that exists. I think in the arena itself, I think we've kind of earmarked areas where we think we can make improvements to make that fan experience top notch. That we're going to be executing on over the next several months, putting together a plan, and then beginning to execute. Certainly part of the deal that changed, but is still relevant, is the Lower Hill District development. I mean, that is something that we still think could be a tremendous opportunity for the city, for the team, creating a space for where communities can join and enjoy, creating opportunities for mixed-use development, and making a space downtown that people will frequent beyond just our 41 or 42 home games with the expansion of the NHL schedule, activating this space for the entire city of Pittsburgh and making it hopefully the jewel of the area is what we see as an opportunity. And I don't have all the history clearly. I know it's a very complicated issue and a lot of stakeholders to be satisfied. And I'm optimistic that we can get there once we have an opportunity to hear the concerns about, let's design something that works for everybody, especially most importantly, the community.
He's very good, by the way. Jeff Hoffman, very good in front of the media. Rather than getting into the whole development around the arena issue, although maybe some of it could be related, I was writing this morning saying they're walking into a very challenging time in Penguins history, and one of the reasons is you have soon, probably, no more Sidney Crosby, fairly soon. The economy is not in a great spot right now. Hockey's expensive, and attendance is not great. The Penguins had the sixth lowest capacity percentage last year, something like 92%. And I wanted to ask Penguin fans, like, if you could ask these guys a question about how to make the experience better, would it be more affordable? Like, what about all that, Sean? The whole fan experience over at the arena these days and the state of attendance with the Penguins?
I think a lot of it is cost. Like, and that's tough because you're asking people what's the single biggest thing that, fans would want from the Hoffman Group? They're going to say lower ticket prices. That doesn't happen. That's an elevator that only goes up. Like it's tough to make ticket prices cheaper once you've made it more expensive. So what's the next, what's the next best thing? Is giving people more for their money. Does that mean better hockey? Does it mean, a more entertaining stadium experience? I don't know. And that is like one of the biggest challenges that they have, honestly, is navigating whatever comes next from a financial standpoint, because this is true of 95% of NHL teams. Like, if the product dips for years and years and years, you are going to be in trouble. People are going to stop going to games, and that's the challenge, I think, for sure. They need to figure out what the draw is going to be when it's not Sidney Crosby anymore, because that's been a crush for 3 separate ownership groups now, or about to be 3. So that's tough.
Yeah, man. And even with Sid, they're 6th from the bottom in terms of filling up their building. So let's do one more for Sean Gentili, hero, limitless wonder.
All right, let's hear what the Hoffman family had to say about their intention to keep the Florida Everblades.
We're going to keep it, and we're going through kind of the all those discussions right now, and we'll have some more clarity on what happens at the East Coast level, I think, in the next couple of weeks.
Okay. The Penguins question I was going to ask, you mentioned in your opening statement that you're forward-thinking, long-term thinking people. So are you thinking about the Penguins right now more in the long term, or are you thinking about it in sort of the short term with Sid and Gino and Letang still here?
I'm thinking about the Penguins 24/7. I can tell you that after the deal that we just struck. But I think all of the above, short, mid, long term. And I think the way the team performed last year was, an exciting thing that was probably less than expected from the expectations of most people. I think the consensus was finishing 30 or 30th out of 32, or maybe somewhere around there. And I think through some obviously great play by the players on the ice and excellent coaching by Dan and his staff and the moves that Kyle made, they were able to put a successful team together. And, that's the expectation moving forward.
There you go, Sean. Last word here for you.
What do you want to see from the Pittsburgh Penguins on ice next year? That's my question for you. Would you rather I think they're going to have to bottom out at some point. I don't know if it's this year. We talked about this at the start of last season. I still think that short term, yeah, it's fine. But if you're talking about medium term and long term, I really do think that it would be better if they kind of randomly stink next year and end up picking third overall. And
randomly,
that's what I'm thinking whenever
randomly being the key word there, because it's not going to be intentional, because that's just not what they're going to do. And when you have Sidney Crosby, you're just not going to do that. Mm-hmm. And they haven't done that, and they won't do that. So I think them randomly stinking next year might be the best thing. I agree with you, Sean.
Yeah, say I'm skeptical that they can add any true long-term pieces over the next few days. I think that's going to be really, really tough. And if that doesn't happen, what's the pivot, right? If you don't land Jason Robertson or whatever, the fourth overall pick, or these things that are kind of floating around, what do you do? What's the next move? And I think it's very viable that then it just turns into it's a sell-off, and it's goodbye Carlson, and it's goodbye Raquel, and it's goodbye Brian Rust. And then it's a lot easier to randomly stink if you decide to trade those guys after doing your best to acquire Jason Robertson or whoever else. I think that should be a viable course of action for them, and I think in some regards it's the best.
I agree. I can't say any more than that. You said it very well, and I won't even try to add on. What a man you've become, Sean. Hopefully we'll talk to you next week. I bet you there's more hockey developments next week. Limits, can we get Sean on the line next week?
Thank you, Sean. I hope we can.
Thank you, Sean.
I'll talk to you guys any day of any week. I love you both.
See you, buddy.
We love you too.
See you, bud.
What a wonderful patriot he is, Limits, huh?
Incredible. That was a wonderful conversation.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. My mustachioed friend now takes over the show. What's coming up on the Bechtold Breakdown?
Well, Joe, if you hope to see baseball next year, something happened yesterday which makes me think your hopes are fleeting.
Oh, no. All right, we'll do that next on Never Pompin' Joe.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Mets fired their manager, Carlos Mendoza. They have been very bad this season. The Pirates at 41-40 will play Cincinnati, who is currently 500. They're on a 3-game losing streak. Paul Skeens on the mound. Skeens looking for his first win in his last 7 starts. They will not go up against Ke'Bryan Hayes. He's currently on the injured list. Hunter Green is well on the injured list with an elbow injury. He's been on the injured list all season. Andrew Abbott starts for Cincinnati. He's a good starter, left-hander against the Buccos, so might see Marcelo Ozuna back in the lineup. Also a chance Connor Griffin could be back today or tomorrow. 6:40 first pitch, North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli at 5:45. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
McCarthy in that picture, and then especially on video, if you said, Mike, you can do one thing in the world right now with no repercussions, he'd say, let me loosen that tie, let me give about 2 or 3 shakes of the tie, unbutton the top button, and let's kick back and have a view.
Almost ready to explode and hit somebody in the first row of that press conference.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in that spot before. That top button was screaming.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Call McVeigh today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
In the end, the result last night didn't matter for the U.S. men's national team. They're headed to Santa Clara to play a knockout match against Bosnia on Wednesday, and they'll do it with a fully healthy Christian Pulisic, who looks strong and fast in his 30-plus minutes of time, including 3 shots, 2 of them on goal. and ready for an opponent in the round of 32 who will come after him with a physical game and take big swings at an American defense that showed some flaws against Turkey. I'm Chris Mesc.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
There's enough needless nonsense in the world already. Your phone plan shouldn't add to it. Verizon's new Simplicity plan cuts down on the nonsense in your life. Now there's just one plan, one price. $30 a line per month, even for a single line. And everyone gets our best 5G network. It's a phone plan designed to do exactly what a phone plan is supposed to do. Isn't that a lot simpler? Switch today at Verizon.com or at your nearest store. For new customers, $30 per line includes auto pay and switch discount. Additional taxes, fees, and terms apply. Unlimited data is restricted to on-device smartphone usage. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrili wishing you a happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. And I bet that honey-do list is getting really expensive. But good news, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union can help. Right now, they're offering an ultra-competitive first-position home equity loan for just 5.25%. 5.25%! Wow! Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Join for just $5 if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler County. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos? Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whalen Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whalen Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at WhalenExteriors.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
Buy one window, get a free unicorn. Just kidding. Are you tired of dishonest offers? I'm Brian Murphy, owner of Easy Home Exteriors, and we take your home seriously. If you need windows, roofing, siding, or doors, we'll give you fair, honest pricing the first time, every time. No pressure, no gimmicks. We'll give you a free estimate. You don't even need to be home. Call 412-678-7008. That's 412-678-7008. If you're lucky, we'll throw in a unicorn.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. Shop our new Mitsubishi SUVs starting under $30,000, like the 2026 Outlander with a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third-row seating. And ask us about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwick Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Fresh paint inside, fresh flowers outside. Summer at your house is looking good. During July 4th deals at Lowe's. Buy one, get one free. Select interior paint via mail-in rebate. Plus, get 2 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annual hanging baskets for just $15. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See store at Lowe's.com for details and requirements. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Must be time for Bechtold's Breakdown. The fan trading cards are brought to you by Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. These cards have pics and stats of the fan hosts, and you can pick them up at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime we're out in the community. The Limits card is flying off the shelves from what the General tells us. And what do you know? We have Limits right here for Bechtold's Breakdown.
The General said it is the hottest card of the week, so I'm going to try to bring you the hottest stories from the week here on the Bechtold Breakdown for this June 26th, Joe.
Let's go.
We're playing off each other well today. Yeah, Major League Baseball put out a new proposal yesterday, Joe, and oh man, you want to talk about infuriating the players. This one might be the one that really pushes them over the edge. After already proposing a salary cap and a salary floor, with a cap right around $245 million and a floor of $171 million, and baseball also wanting to not allow high school players to be drafted anymore, Major League Baseball has now proposed the following. The largest ever increase in minimum salary, up to $1 million.
That sounds good.
Half of MLB players. We'll go one by one here. These are the proposals they've outlined. The league has accepted the MLBPA's free agency proposal, which would allow players who are 30 years old to qualify for free agency with 5 years of service. If that sounds confusing, it is. Basically, what that means is if you are a late bloomer, if you are somebody like Evan Sisk, who makes your debut at 28 or 29 years old, you only have to wait 5 years, not 6 years, to reach free agency. There's not additional levels of control. So that's something.
All right, I'm already confused, Limits. Let's get this over with.
The MLB has accepted that there will be no longer any qualifying offers. You're not allowed to offer a qualifying offer anymore and get a comp pick if somebody signs your player. They would eliminate, of course, they go from like $800,000 to $1 million as the minimum salary. But they also discussed deferred money would be gone. So that Shohei Ohtani contract that he signed with the Dodgers with like 90% of it deferred money, that is no longer allowed.
They want to put limits on how long. Very, very.
They want to put limits.
Nicely said there.
Yes.
They want to put limits on how long your contract can be.
That's correct.
And that's what happens in other sports too. So, okay, so you can't sign Ohtani for 1 million years with a bunch of deferred money. I think that's very reasonable.
So in line with that, they created this proposal for what they call a cornerstone player, and it's similar to the NBA's bird rights deal. So, right. I mean, you're very familiar with this as an NBA fan. I made the comparison. If you're Giannis, or let's say Wembanyama coming up, and he'll be due for a contract. Yeah. Let's say hypothetically, Wemby wanted to go test free agency. Well, if the Spurs signed him to a long-term extension, the Spurs get to sign him to 1 additional year and also to more money. So instead of making like $30 million a year, he'd make $38 million a year if he stays with the team.
I know. It's too much information, Limits. We're going to confuse people.
I think they're confusing people to begin with.
What's the bottom line here?
The bottom line here is I think Major League Baseball continues to throw proposal after proposal and put all these things in the fine print and in the small print here to try to make it so that they get a cap floor. And basically Major League Baseball says, no, we don't want this. No, we don't want this. No, we don't want this. And the baseball owners basically say, okay, we'll take all that off the table if you agree to a cap floor.
What?
That's what I think is going to happen.
I don't think they're just throwing stuff out there.
I think in a way they are.
How much of what you just said was unreasonable? How many players will benefit from the minimum salary being higher than it's ever been before at $1 million?
Yeah, that'll be huge. It's only a $200,000 increase from what they're already making as a minimum salary of $800,000.
Easy for you to say if you're only making,
I would love to make $800,000 a year. I wouldn't.
How
be
about
complaining.
$1 million then? What is that? A 25% increase? I don't know how to do math. Obviously,
it's short of that, but I think it's 20% increase. So okay. It's within that range.
And then what about putting a limit on the number of years you can sign for? That sounds reasonable too, does it not?
That I don't agree with. Like, I think it's a great thing that the Pirates signed Connor Griffin to a 9-year contract or Brian Reynolds to an 8-year deal.
Are you sure you still can't do that with your own players? Because the way I read it, you can with your own players. You just can't sign a free agent that long.
I would be fine with that if that's for free agents, yes. But no, I took this as, like they're saying with the NBA, like Steph Curry is not signed to like a 9-year deal with the Warriors.
Well, he could, from what I read. From what I read, you're allowed to sign for at least 1 more year. I think 7 years then, or maybe 6.
Oh, I appreciate you clarifying that because I missed that.
But it's still not unlimited, so you are right about that.
But what I did see Major League Baseball also put out there, which I thought was very fascinating, they said that there has not been one team since 2015 that has been considered a small market that has won the World Series.
Oh, so now they're up on that, huh? Now they're telling us that.
Now they're telling us that. And they compared it to the other 3 sports. Where the
first of all, get out of here, Major League Baseball. That's not what any of this is about. This is about your owners increasing the value of their franchises. The players are right about that. They should just come out and admit that. You think the New York Yankees and Boston Red Sox and LA Dodgers owners give a crap what the Pirates and the Oakland A's are doing?
No. Well, maybe a little bit because they want to trade him as a farm team.
They don't care about competitive balance. In fact, they'd rather have competitive imbalance.
They'd rather have this current system, yes.
The only reason that Rob Manfred has gotten unanimity, if that's the word, among owners is because he's telling them, wait till you see what your franchises are worth if we get a lot of what we want in this CBA. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
just admit it.
Just wait until you see what these new TV contracts are going to potentially look like, too.
They want fixed costs. Fixed costs make it easier to sell your business.
I don't think that's a horrible thing for baseball.
What?
The whole, basically what you just explained and what you just outlined.
No, you've been a proponent of a salary cap for years.
And I will continue to be until they finally get one. I think it was interesting. They pointed out that 8 teams in the NHL from quote-unquote small markets have won over the last 10 years, 4 in the NBA and 4 in the NFL, with Major League Baseball at 0. And they also put out there the total payroll discrepancy. I don't know where they got these numbers from 2025 last year.
Yeah.
With the Dodgers at $515 million last year and the Marlins at $69 million.
Yeah, it's funny that Rob Manfred and company are putting out all these numbers now, because when you asked him for the most part over the last 5 to 10 years, a lot of that time he'd be, what problem?
He'd be quiet.
No problem here.
He would mention nothing. So I think it's fascinating.
I don't. I think it's boring, and I don't want to hear any more about. Not from you. I mean, I just nobody wants the particulars. Show us the baby, and don't cancel baseball.
Right, but it's very important to fans moving forward and the future of the sport. Like, I know the sport is in a great place right now. It is. Attendance is up. Viewership is up. I think passion and interest is up. Passion and interest, I think, is somewhat up here just because they're playing better. But I think it's worth even ruining half a season if this is the system you can get for the future and for the next X amount of years of baseball. Saving the sport isn't the right way to put it, but to give it that type of balance like the other sports have.
Thank you, Limits.
Thank you. That's why I think it's worth the conversation. Did you see that they had the FIFA World Cup match in Dallas yesterday? And a problem that has plagued the Cowboys for years was solved. Jerry Jones decided to pull the curtain shut and the sun did not shine in through the stadium.
Finally.
How about that? When it's been blinding his own team for years and people have complained about it, opposing teams, broadcasters, all the above. So I just thought that was funny to point out.
Did you stay up for the World Cup game last night?
I did, yes. I was on the air until 10:30 last night.
Seemed like people were upset they lost. I went to bed at 9:30. Didn't see a thing.
Because you don't care about soccer.
No, I don't. Intern Dom got into Cedar Point.
I don't care
yesterday.
about Intern Dom.
Was there a question about that?
A question about what?
Whether he would get into Cedar Point. Is he too small to ride the rides?
That's what I didn't understand. Why is he questioning this? Did he ask for a credential? Is he trying to have a press pass for Cedar Point? Is he trying to do a blog post?
Right.
Like, why is he approved for Cedar Point?
I don't know. Go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted.
The U.S. men's national team will play Bosnia in the round of 32. Will you be watching?
No. Next.
They're playing Bosnia Herzegovina. That'll be on July 1st in Santa Clara. Huge missed opportunity for Team USA if they would have moved on to the round of, what would that be? The round of 16 to then play on the 4th of July. Why are they not scheduling the Team USA to play on America's birthday?
That would be good.
Complete oversight. Come on, that'd be incredible. You wake up with Joey Chestnut eating hot dogs and Pirates baseball in Washington that day at like 11:30 in the morning from the nation's capital, and then you get to watch Team USA at night with the fireworks in the background. That would have been incredible.
I remember in 94 in America, they played a World Cup game on the 4th of July because I had a great headline that I now can't remember, but it had the 4th of July in it. Alexei Lalas was on that team with the curly red hair, I remember, and the beard and everything, and I was a copy editor for the Valley News Dispatch, so I used to put together their front pages, put the photos in, put the headlines in, proofread the stories on a giant Macintosh computer. By the way, Limits.
Apple Macintosh, 1984.
Yes. No. This was 1995. Limits. I'm sorry to interrupt. I have one other topic.
That's a frequent occurrence during this segment.
Have you seen this documentary on the makings of Madden football?
No, I have not. I didn't even know there was one.
Unbelievable. I think it's on Amazon Prime. And they go back into, I mean, this was the beginnings of computers. Nobody had computers in their houses in the early 80s, for God's sakes.
Apple made that commercial, though, in 1984 that ran during the Super Bowl.
They spoke about how this came to be, who invented it, the risks they took, how in the world they got John Madden, of all people, to sign up for this crazy venture.
Yeah.
And it's phenomenal. I highly recommend it. And thank you for not asking.
Thank you.
Next.
Man, I have so much dry skin from this sunburn that I got last week on my arm. What's the best way to be able to get that gone quick? What a great sentence that was.
Your sunburn?
Well, it's just like the remnants of the sunburn. Like my skin is in like a spot peeling a little bit.
You get cream limits and put it on your skin. Yeah. Didn't you know that?
Yeah, but I didn't know if there was like a specific cream that worked best.
Well, now you're asking a little too much of me.
I don't know. You're particular with things.
We've gone past the hour because of you.
No, it's always because of you.
You got anything else?
Rich Rodriguez said I'd love to play Pitt every year. And it seems like Pat Narduzzi's in lockstep with that.
Good. They should play every year for the rest of time.
Yep, they should be playing next year, the year after that, not waiting until, 2028 to play again? That's ridiculous. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, they should play every year.
I don't think they're playing for the next two.
I know.
The series resumes again.
That's my favorite Pitt rivalry is West Virginia. You can have Penn State. Everybody wants Penn State. Not me. I like the backyard brawl. I always have. They never should have discontinued it. And I agree with Rich Rod and I guess Pat Narduzzi. So let's play it every year until we're all dead.
2029 is when it comes back.
Cloudy skies and a high of Ben Kindle, 81, a low of Ernie Stautner, 20. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Bob Walk next. He was surprised, I think. So were we all when Bubba Chandler got taken out yesterday. Let's talk about that. It's a Paul Skeens day in Pittsburgh. Let's talk about that. The Pirates at the halfway point. It's Never Pumpin' Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates earlier this week announced the opening of Legacy Hall. It's a new event and meeting space showcasing the very large display of Pirates memorabilia and just displaying the history of the Buccos dating back even to the 1920s. And there's seats from Forbes Field and Three River Stadium and signed artifacts and lockers from Three Rivers and PNC Park. And just a ton of really, really cool things to be able to check out. So it's at the location by the old clubhouse store in left field. If you're going to the ballpark this weekend, check it out. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Summer means vacations, weekend getaways, and spending less time at home. Make sure your home stays protected while you're away with Guardian Protection. Right now, get free professional installation with the purchase of a security system. Our experts handle everything so you can spend less time worrying about setup and more time enjoying your summer. From intrusion and fire protection to smart home security, Guardian Protection has you covered. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
Miller time. It only happens if you make it happen. So say hello with some beers. Make the plans. Live a little. Because legendary moments start with a light. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2026 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
When disaster strikes your home or business, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration of Pittsburgh is ready to help. Our certified team handles everything from emergency cleanup to full reconstruction, working directly with your insurance to make the process simple. Available 24/7, we respond fast and restore your property with care, honesty, and experience you can trust. Visit panhandlecr.com. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, restoring Pittsburgh's peace of mind.
Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and we're gonna save you.
Got junk?
Too bad.
And a junktruck.com.
A trial is 99% preparation
and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geis.
BetMGM Sportsbook is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your swing. If you get a hit, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet. Just log into your BetMGM Sportsbook account and visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Swing for the Fences every day with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And as in all cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods. Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's gonna add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Hey Pittsburgh! Join us at PNC Park on Sunday, June 27th for soccer night when the Pirates take on the Cincinnati Reds at 4:05 p.m. Arrive early to enjoy a pregame block party on Federal Street presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Fans can enjoy live music, drink specials, and more. Plus, the first 20,000 fans take home a Pirates soccer jersey courtesy of Allegheny Health Network. Learn more and get tickets at pirates.com.
SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Sir Grout Pittsburgh is a hard surface restoration company that cleans, repairs, and restores tile, grout, and natural stone in homes and businesses. Sir Grout Pittsburgh, 412-844-2643. Tee it up at the second annual Pittsburgh Veterans Day Parade Golf Outing, Saturday, June 27th at Cedarbrook Golf Course. Golf prizes, raffles, food, drinks, and more. Register your foursome by calling Jim Hay, 878-212-0856. Proceeds benefit the Pittsburgh Veterans Day Parade. Thanks to all of you for helping out with the Fan 5 Alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Your contributions will help 25 local fire departments purchase gear, equipment, and other crucial supplies. The Fan 5 Alarm is presented by Julian Gray & Associates, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Firehouse Subs at Butler Crossings, and Target Freight Management. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates tonight, first of 3 against the Cincinnati Reds. Paul Skeens to the mound, looking to win his first start since the beginning portion of May, as the Pirates have lost Skeens his last 7 starts that he's made. Andrew Abbott will start for the Cincinnati Reds. Hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. It's a 6:40 first pitch. 5:45, the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show will begin, and you can also listen on your Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome back to the Very Rarely Pomp and Joe Show. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Bob has been reduced to a mere cardboard cutout. Sitting across from me. I hope he is playing golf today. I'm going to be playing golf a little later today, oh Limitless Wonder. Did you know that?
I did not. Where at?
Quicksilver.
Nice.
Yep.
With who?
I don't know. Whoever they pair me with. No. I just go to places by myself. I don't care.
You don't get lonely doing that, or
no? In
sad,
fact, in fact, it's the opposite. I meet people doing it, and I make new friends. You should try it.
I don't think I'm good enough to try that.
You already have friends, though. I don't. You
I do
have
have
wiffle ball friends.
I have a lot of wiffle ball friends. Congrats to Noah Fisher, my good wiffle ball friend, who just got engaged.
King.
He just got engaged. Yeah.
Did he? Noah Fisher.
Yeah, Noah Fisher plays on a really good team that we beat in the championship last year. Actually, Congrats to Noah.
A little humble brag there. Is Bob ready?
So he has to call us. Sometimes our phones are strange, and now Bob said it's not working, so I'm working through it.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And the Bob Walk Report is being brought to you by Mr. Reuter Plumbing. Is Henry Davis going to play tonight? To me, that's the most fascinating question. Are you sure about that?
1,000%. Paul Skeens is starting.
I know.
So Henry Davis is going to play.
But Bob Smizik raised an interesting point. It's highly unlikely Davis will catch Skeens tomorrow versus Reds, who start a lefty pitcher. As bad a hitter as Davis is, he's even worse versus lefties. He's 4 for 32. The offensively depleted Pirates cannot afford to have Rodriguez out of the lineup for 2 straight games. Plus, you have Don Kelly, who loves to sit players after they have great nights.
That is true. No, Skeens has had Davis catch him every single start this
That would
year.
be a story, wouldn't it?
It'd be a huge story.
When does the lineup come out, Limits?
There's never like a firm time.
Yes, there is. 3 o'clock.
That's never the case. Sometimes the lineup comes out like a half an hour before the game.
No, it doesn't. That's hardly ever the case.
Yes, it does. If they have a roster move that they need to make, or they're trying to, like when Connor Griffin was hurt, we didn't get the lineup until 20 minutes before the game started.
The lineup normally comes out during the PM show.
Normally, but that doesn't mean that that's always how it is.
It's going to happen today. Why are you always bickering with me?
I'm just trying to inform our audience.
You're misinforming them is
No,
what
I'm
you're
not.
doing.
I was informing them properly.
The lineup comes out at virtually the same time every day, Limits. Bob? Where's Bob? Is he there? There's no time for pleasantries, Limits. Get him on the phone. That's one thing I love about Limits, though, is he talks to everybody. He's a very friendly man. You ever meet him out on the streets, He'll engage with you for an hour.
We got Bob.
I think Davis will start too, as a matter of fact. Let's ask Bob that question. First, Bob, does the baseball lineup come out at roughly the same time every day?
Okay, very roughly. we'll say that. It's not always exactly at the same time. It can vary. Well, it's not even roughly, to be honest with you. Sometimes it'll come out. I'll get to the ballpark at 2:00 and it'll already be out. There's times where we don't get the lineup until maybe 45 minutes if they got something going on.
Told you, Lemon.
So, thank you, Bob. You just proved my point against Joe.
Oh, sorry, Joe.
No, thank you, Bob.
No, and they try to put it out to the public at the same time every day.
Told you, Limits.
And I don't know this for a fact, but I am pretty sure it's for gambling reasons. In the old days, before online gambling and all that, it got so popular. It wasn't such a big deal about the lineup and when it comes out. But all the lineups before they can be made public have to go to MLB, and then MLB looks at them, does whatever it is they do, and says, okay, you can send them out now.
All right.
And that's not always exactly the same time.
Yeah, I hear you. So Limits was wrong again.
No, you were wrong too then. Everybody was wrong then, apparently.
Let's go to the next question. Our old friend Bob Smizik. This was his opinion yesterday, and this was even after Davis hit the homer. He said it's highly unlikely Davis will catch Skeens tomorrow because the Reds are starting a lefty, and Davis is batting .375, 4 for 32 against lefties. The offensively depleted Pirates cannot afford to have Rodriguez out of the lineup for 2 straight games. Bob, I'll be shocked if Davis isn't catching Skeens. Will you?
Yeah, I'll be extremely surprised. To be honest with you, yeah, I don't see that happening. If I get to the ballpark and look at that and I don't see Davis in the lineup, I will probably try to find Donnie so that, because this would be something really new, obviously, and I would want to find out what the team's line is. What's their official word on why he's not catching Skeens, because he's been catching Skeens almost every game he's ever pitched.
Plus, he had a really good game yesterday. I mean, I think that would be...
Absolutely. He was player of the day yesterday.
Yeah.
Player of the game. He did... I even mentioned he made a real key visit, I think, out to the mound. Got things calmed down nicely, and we started throwing strikes again, which was very, very important at that point. So I thought he did a great job yesterday, and he catches Skeens all the time, so I will be surprised. I'm not saying he's not, I get surprised every now and then. I don't know everything, but yeah, I would assume at this point he'll be behind the plate.
The wind chimes adding a nice effect to our interview, Bob. Are you out on the front deck?
Yeah. We had trouble with the phones. So then I came outside, see if my phone would work a little bit better. We were texting back and forth, and nothing seemed to be happening. So I decided to use the house phone, and I grabbed the one in the kitchen, and Lori's doing kitchen stuff right now, so it was a little noisy in there, so I came outside.
Limits, I find a good wind chime very calming. Do you?
Me too. Yeah, I do like wind chimes, especially in the summer. You're sitting out on the porch.
Yeah.
I agree with you guys. I don't think Lori's listening right now. I agree with you guys to a point. This particular one can get a little loud at times where, but it's not my call whether it's there or not, if you know what I mean.
This is a great sounding phone too, Bob.
It really is. Use this one from now on, would you?
Hey, that's fine with me. We used to use these all the time, and then the cell phones got pretty reliable until today. But yeah, I like the old-fashioned phones. I mean, it's not like they got cords from them. They're kind of fairly modern, but and they always sound great. So I like using them.
Well, let's get to another decision, and that was you and Greg and I, and maybe a lot of people were surprised that Don Kelly took Bubba out of the game yesterday, but it turned into the right decision. What did you make of it at the time and how it played out?
Well, it played out obviously, very well. We ended up getting a win, but Bubba I thought was doing a pretty good job. He had the one little problem with his command where he walked 2 in a row, and then I think he went 1-0, and I think that's when Davis made that visit out to the mound and just kind of talked to him a little bit, and that was it. I think that was the one where I was referring to, and a swinging bunt basically knocked him out of the ball game, but then there was a bunch of lefties coming up after that, so. It could have gone either way. I wouldn't have been surprised to let him face the lefties again, or if bring a lefty in. Either way, and it's fine with me in today's game. So they went with the lefties, and they did the job. Especially Montgomery. I thought he looked fantastic. Davis was my player of the game, but Montgomery really came in and did a great job out of the pen. Our pen has been flip a coin this year, and it definitely came up heads yesterday. Everything was good with those guys, and they slammed the door. Definitely need to see a lot more of that the second half.
Bob, I don't know if I missed a story or not. I saw Hannah interviewing Henry Davis after the game, and she seemed to intimate that he's using this torpedo bat. Remember the big story at the beginning of last season. Is that new? As he started using the wind chimes are great. Has he started using that again, or did he just start again, or has he been using it all year? Do you know?
I don't know if he uses it ever at bat, but I have seen him use it this year. I don't always look at it to see what it is, but there's been a couple of times. I think one time I even mentioned it to either it might have been Greg. I can't remember if it was he or Joe, and they said, and this was on the air during the game, and they said, yeah, he's been using that quite a bit this year. So I'm going to go to what they said, and he's had it out there numerous times. So I don't think it's the bat that ever makes anybody. I mean, that's Van Slyke one of his favorite little quips he used to always talk about is it's the Indian, not the arrow. And Tony Gwynn, one of the greatest hitters of all time, especially in my era. I heard stories like he'd get a bat order, and guys get bat orders. They look through their bats and, oh, this is a nice one. This is a gamer. This is this. This is that. He could care less. He'd just grab a bat, go up there, and get 3 hits. And it's once you find something that feels good in your hands, and don't get crazy. Changing different shapes and weights and all that stuff. You're going down the wrong road when you do that, I think. So if he likes that bat, the torpedo, I always think they remind me of a bowling pin.
Yeah.
The shape of them, the way they taper. If he feels comfortable with that, heck, use it. I don't think it's any better or worse than any other bat.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The Bob Walk Report brought to you by Globe Airport Parking. Limits?
Bob, we know it's important, but especially without Spencer Horwitz, how important is the impact of Connor Griffin coming back, whether it's tonight or tomorrow, for this lineup?
Oh, I think it's huge getting him back in there. Whether Horwitz comes back or, he has been missed in our lineup. Maybe I'd say about the last month he was playing, you could see him getting better and better all the time, learning the pitchers, becoming more comfortable. I hated to see him go. I'm glad that it turned out to not be a serious situation, and he's going to obviously be back sooner than later. So that, I think, means a lot for us. And I think, Cruz, especially at times, has had his detractors, with all the strikeouts and stuff. But I think he also, I have been watching now since he has been gone, and it makes a difference when he's in there or when he's not, even when he's not doing anything, because I think the other teams really game plan for him and sometimes overlook some of the other players. And so I can't wait to get Cruz back in there also and have our full complement of offensive players. I think we're a pretty stout lineup when we got everybody going at once.
Bob, it sounds so inviting out there with the birds chirping.
It's great today. It is gorgeous out here right now, and thank goodness the wind's not blowing too hard, so we can, have a little bit of peace and quiet.
Is there any chance that Limits and I could get invited there for a cookout at some point? Do you also have an outdoor grill? It just sounds so inviting.
There's three of them here. There's one of them flat tops grills that the kids bought me a couple of years ago. I really don't use it very much because I'm more of an old school type. Well, not too old school because I do have a propane bottle. So,
no charcoal.
I got a regular grill that puts grill marks on things, and then I also have one of those pellet smokers that I like to play with every now and then. I think that's kind of fun to do. So, absolutely.
All right.
I'll figure something out and have you guys out here, and we can listen to the wind chimes and talk about the birds.
I'll bring the hot dogs.
I would actually love that, Bob. We'll get a little wiffle ball going. Your sons must come around from time to time, right?
I don't think I have to take you up to the cabin for the wiffle ball game.
Oh,
it's not the back here is all full of flowers and vegetable gardens and stuff like that. There's since the kids grew up, we've kind of done away from. We keep cutting back on the grass. There's not much grass anymore.
Have you found the cabin to be something that you get a lot out of over the years, or is it too much to upkeep? I know people who buy things like that and then regret it.
Definitely don't regret it. It's used by the entire family and friends, and there's all we're heading up. The team goes on the road. I'm heading up to the cabin for the 4th of July. We'll have all kinds of fireworks. There'll be people there. My brother's coming up, bringing his wife from Texas, and so we have a fun up there. Now there are times where, guys, it's been 2 months. Nobody's been up there, and we have probably about an acre lawn up there that looks more like a wheat field sometimes because we don't get up there and mow it often enough. But we use the heck out of it. We really love it, and it's great. I'm looking out here at a swimming pool right now. People say sad things about swimming pool. Our swimming pool is about 35 years old, and it gets used almost daily. Not by me, but the kids and stuff over the years. It's been definitely something that gets used a lot in the summer months.
I love that. They say, have you ever had a boat? They say the two best days for a boat buyer, the day he buys it and the day he gets rid of it. Have you ever had a boat?
Yes, and I agree with that.
Well, did it have a name? Was it the SS Walkie? What was it called?
No, it was just a little tiny, outboard motor fishing boat that, when you get it, you think, and I'll be out fishing all the time. And then, no, it's a little too time consuming for me. So.
All right, then let's talk about fishing for a moment, if you don't mind, Bob.
Sure.
Few activities that other people like have I hated as much as fishing. All you do is sit, unless you're doing Ted Williams style deep sea action fishing, Pittsburgh style fishing. All I do is sit there. The one time I tried it, all I did was sit there and got bit by mosquitoes and waited for a little nibble here and there and went home angry. It was a horrible time. Do you enjoy it?
In the fall, go up to the creeks around the area and do some steelhead fishing. You'll have a very good time at that. And you hook up with those steelhead, and you got a fight on your hands in a little small creek, and it's a lot of fun. And you're not sitting around. You're walking up and down the creeks. You're doing all kinds of casting, and I'm with you. Now there are times where I don't want to catch anything. I'll go sit by a pond and throw some stink bait out there and try to fish for some catfish. And I got the ball game on the radio in the back. That's kind of cool too. You almost hope you don't catch anything. Fishing is something that over the years, as a young man, I used to do a lot of it. I don't do much anymore, but it can be a very relaxing or exciting sport, whichever way you want to go with it.
Now, are you the type who catches a catfish or four and then goes home and you're able to skin it and wash it and cook it and all that?
Yes, I've had fried catfish many times. That used to do that as a teenager. We'd go to what was called the Castaic After Bay, where I grew up, and we'd sit out there all night and fish for catfish. We'd have like a little lantern going, and we'd bring some food, and you'd spend most of the first part of the night listening to Vin Scully and the Dodgers, and then about 1 o'clock in the morning, when you're starting to get a little tired, you just cast out and open the bail on your reel.
Oh, that sounds
and
good.
And then at daylight, you close the bail and reel in and see what you got. And we used to get some real nice channel cats, I think is what we used to catch out there all the time.
Now, I know you grew up in California, but have you ever been ice fishing? I'd be afraid I'd fall into the hole and then be knocking on the ceiling and be in big trouble.
Help! Limits! Get me out of here! Limits, please!
I know people that have gone ice fishing, but I am a little bit of a wimp when it comes to that. It's a scary thought having to get below the ice. And
yeah.
That's like it. They told me one time that there was some lake up here where the level really changes a lot, and like you can dig a hole in the ice and look down, and it's like 3 or 4 feet to the water. And I'm like, heck with that.
Yeah, not for me.
Can you imagine falling? No, I don't do ice fishing. And plus it's kind of cold. If I'm going to freeze like that, I like how about late season muzzleloader hunting with the flintlock, where you're out there in January and it's like 12 degrees. That's when I like doing that kind of thing more than ice fishing. If I'm going to be cold, I'm going to be walking through the woods.
All right, then let's move back to the Pirates. And I love that conversation because, fishing is an interesting topic to me, and a lot of people, it seems like a lot of my friends enjoy it. But anyway, Marcell Ozuna, I imagine he'll be in the lineup tonight. Do you have confidence, Bob, that because he seems to be hitting the ball, not for power, but at least the average is up this month. Do you have confidence that he's getting it turned around?
Well, I don't know. Confidence is the right word. I do see, like you do, an uptick. But what we really need for him is run production, whether that's just the RBIs or the power numbers. I think that's why he was hired to be our DH, is because we're hoping to maybe get 20-some home runs out of him. I think he has 6, so if he gets hot and starts hitting like he has the last few years, well then he'll still give you 20-something home runs. I mean, most of those obviously coming in the second half of the season, but he has to get it going. One of the disappointments of the year so far has been his offense, and all we can do is you keep hoping when he gets out there that something's going to start clicking for him, and the ball will start going over the fence, with a little bit more consistency. So we'll see. I'm with you. He'll probably left-hander. I'm sure he'll be the DH tonight.
Lastly, Bob, it's a Skeens night. What do you expect to see?
Well, I think he'll be just normal. One thing I hope he can do is earlier in the ball game, the first 3 or 4 innings, have some efficiency and not get up into the 100 pitch range through 5 innings. As he certainly will have, the good stats as far as they won't score very many runs. If you just go, by that, he could throw a complete game every day. But it's the pitch count that most of the time gets him out of a ball game, and I like to see him kind of get a little bit better with that, so he's going 6 and 7 innings every time when he goes out there, because that's what you need from your ace.
Bob, we appreciate the time.
I love talking to you guys, and I'll work on that barbecue thing for you, and we'll figure something out.
That would be fantastic.
We should have a show on your porch, Bob.
Oh,
Could you
my
imagine
God,
a Friday?
Would that be great with Bob on for the whole show?
Yeah, we'll have to. I guess we could do that. I don't know if we could get a signal out of here though for you guys. It's kind of bad. It would be fun to have a show from up at the cabin, but that's even more remote. That's real tricky. Now next Friday I'm going to be up there, so I might have to drive into town just to talk to you guys. We'll see.
Oh boy.
All right, Bob. Enjoy the weekend.
Thanks, Bob.
All right. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Limits, we could have a show anywhere, right? Our signal
really
goes
can,
anywhere.
Yeah.
What if we have a show?
The video feed. The morning show did shows from Florida at spring training.
Right. I think we could do one from Bob Walk's cabin.
We definitely could.
That would be incrinculant.
At least from his house.
For sure. And it just does sound so calming out there, so peaceful, doesn't it? The birds chirping, the wind chimes chiming.
Yeah.
All right, Limits. This date in sports history and some predictions for the weekend coming up next.
I have something for you that happened 25 years ago today, Joe.
I've got an unbelievable thing from 1970 that happened in a baseball game. Yeah, it blows my mind. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thank you, Joe. The Pirates tonight will play against the Cincinnati Reds. Andrew Abbott will oppose Paul Skeens for your Buccos, looking to win his first game since the early portion of May. The Pirates have lost 7 in a row that Paul Skeens has started. 6:40, first pitch. Our coverage presented by our friends at Keystone Custom Apparel will begin at 5:45. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Bob Walk Report. Talking to Bob. It was all brought to you by Mr. Reuter Plumbing.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
You like that song Love and Marriage from Married with Children?
Yeah, it's a good song.
And they go together like a horse and carriage.
Can you finish it?
This I tell you, brother, you can't have one without the other.
Yeah!
Let's go.
You can't have one without the other.
Your dad loved that show, didn't he?
It's like his all-time favorite.
I think
sitcom.
loved implies that he no
Al
longer
Bundy's
loves it.
his all-time favorite character.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Oh man, the Charlotte Hornets traded star point guard LaMelo Ball and Josh Green to the Minnesota Timberwolves, and in exchange, Minnesota sends back center Naz Reid, the 2033 unprotected first-round draft pick, 3 first-round pick swaps, and 3 future second-round selections to pair with Ball and Anthony Edwards. I'm Addie Bates.
Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and an 8% kick of alcohol. Dial up the fun with Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And right now, save $500 on Tempur-Breeze mattresses, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Welcome. You are in the beer garden with Gene from Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. This week, we're in the beer garden at Kennywood, exploring some incredible food and beer pairings from around the world at Bites and Pints. You can start with some of the delicious flavors of Cuba, including grilled shrimp and a Cubano sandwich, paired with Cigar City High Life India Pale Ale. Or take a trip to Bavaria with Schweinbraten or Bavarian Pretzel, accompanied by a refreshing Hocker Pashur Weiss Beer or Von Trapp Helles Lager. Next, Polish delights including pierogies and halushki, paired with Poland's favorite lager, Ziewicz. Then travel south of the border for the flavor of Mexico with Tacos de Carnitas or a Baja Crab Cake and a thirst-quenching Stone Buenaveza Salt and Lime Lager. These and other international food and beer pairings can be enjoyed through the July 4th holiday at Pittsburgh's favorite amusement park, Kennywood. So join us for some Bites and Pints. Please enjoy responsibly. This message has been brought to you by Vicini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Cheers.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an odds boost token and no sweat token. An odds boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your odds boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code TUNEIN5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code TUNEIN5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code TUNEIN5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Plus finance HMFLO APR tier 1 through 2. Age 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, and plates. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC tier 1 through 2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Hot summer savings are going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE. Or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Hey, Pittsburgh. Join us at PNC Park on Sunday, June 27th for soccer night when the Pirates take on the Cincinnati Reds at 4:05 p.m. Arrive early to enjoy a pregame block party on Federal Street presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Fans can enjoy live music, drink specials, and more. Plus, the first 20,000 fans take home a Pirates soccer jersey courtesy of Allegheny Health Network. Learn more and get tickets at pirates.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Tony.
The pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow's going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Limits. Let's start with this date in sports as a way to wrap up the show. This date in 1993, Mario and Natalie Lemieux get married at Notre Dame Basilica in Montreal. I've been there. What
Really?
a place. Yeah, Mario was 27 at the time. How about that?
Do you think I'll be married by 27?
How old are you?
Just turned 25 a couple months ago.
Seriously doubtful, but then again, you're keeping things from us, so who knows?
I will not. Let's just put it this way. I will not be married by 27.
How about this one, Limits? Losing 9-0 on this date in 1987, the Yankees score 11 runs in the third inning and win 12-11. But the one I wanted to mention, this day in 1970, Frank Robinson hit 2 grand slams in the same game. You like that one? That's incorrigible. Huh?
That's very rare. How often do you think that's happened in baseball?
I bet you, well, find out. Can you type it in? How often I'm going to guess.
From the same player?
I'm going to guess 8 times in baseball history. How about you?
I'm going to say 6.
Please look that up. 2 number 1 overall draft picks, rather notable in NBA history today. LeBron James by the Cavs in 2003. And Allen Iverson by the Sixers in 96. Man, pound for pound, Iverson was so good. I do remember a game, however, at the old Igloo where Jerry McCullough outplayed him and Pitt beat Georgetown that day. I went to it with my brother Johnny.
I have the number, Joe.
How many?
You guessed 8.
Yeah.
I guessed 6. We're all wrong. You can combine 8 and 6 together and be just over the number of 13.
Wow. That's incrinculant.
The last time it happened, July 27th, 2009, Josh Willingham of the Nationals was the last to do it.
That blows my... 14 times? 2 grand slams in a game. How many perfect games have been thrown in Major League history, Limits?
I'm pretty sure it's 23.
Man, that's a lot, too. Holy bird oil.
23 or 26. It's actually 24.
24.
Because I forgot about Domingo Germán's in 2023.
That's crazy, too. This day in 2015, the Edmonton Oilers select Connor McDavid from the Erie Otters. Limits, why didn't Josh Yohe went to see him when he was in Erie? Why didn't you? You were only 4 at the time. But why didn't we all go watch Connor McDavid while he was 2 hours down the road?
Yeah, that's a great question.
What a horrible decision by you.
Yeah, yes, by me, who was probably like a freshman in high school at the time.
Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. I guess it's the U.S. from last night, although they didn't play a lot of guys. Or they sat some guys,
They sat some guys because some guys had yellow cards, and if they picked up another yellow card, they would have been ineligible for the round of 32 games. So you don't want that. That's why they sat a lot of guys, and Pulisic was battling an injury. They put a lot of guys in like later in the match, but just as substitutions.
What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very, very kindly. On this date, let's see, some interesting birthdays. Derek Jeter. He's still only 52. He was born on this day in 1974, Limits, one of the greatest players who ever lived.
Do you think he's one of the most overrated players to ever live?
Oh, God, I'm so tired of hearing that. No, I don't think he's one of the most overrated players who ever lived. The dude won 5 World Series, and he was a key part of all of them. He was an unbelievable baseball player. I don't know why this has become a station thing over the years, started by Mulsey, I might add.
I just thought I'd ask.
What are we doing?
What are we doing here, Mulsey?
This date in 1974, Mr. Jason Kendall was born in San Diego, California. Underrated Pirate? Oh, Limitless Wonder?
I think so, yes. He also signed the largest contract in Pirates history until it was supplanted by...
Brian Reynolds.
Wrong.
Key Brian Hayes. Oh, my God.
How about that note?
Deaths in sports. In 1864, a man named Tom Heyer, an American bare-knuckle boxer, died of something at age 45. Limits. Can you imagine watching a bare-knuckle fight back then? You just show up at the local pigeon coop or something, and there's two guys pounding each other's heads in with bare knuckles?
You don't have a steel cage. You just go to your local, your local shop, and you just buy a bunch of barbed wire that you just put into an octagon or into a square, and have like a couple of stakes that you peg into the ground, and you're like, yep, here's our ring.
Just incredible.
It's literally just a street fight.
All right, predictions on the Pirates this
Can I give you
weekend.
one number?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
So Andrew Lindbergh gave me this at the start of the show. 25 years ago today, what happened at PNC Park?
25 years ago today was the Lanny Fratteri call?
No.
On Brian Giles?
Good guess.
Rob Makoviak?
No. Lloyd McClendon stole the base.
Oh, Limits.
He walked over to first, took that base right out of the ground, and walked it with him right back to the dugout.
I wish he had told us that before the show because I have Mac's number. We could have had him on the show.
Man.
It was 25 years ago.
That's what Andrew Lindbergh said 25 years ago.
Come
I didn't think
on,
it was that long.
Limits. We should have done.
Sorry, I didn't know you had that big of a connection to Lloyd McClendon to have him on.
Now I'm depressed. That would have been really fun today. We could have talked about the best rants in sports history.
I thought it was a great show today.
Anyway, Pirates take 2 of 3. We have to go. How about you?
I think they're going to take 2 out of 3 at least. I wouldn't be surprised if they sweep, but I'm worried about Burns tomorrow.
Skeens and who?
Skeens, Jones, and I think it's Keller on Sunday. I'm worried about Burns on Saturday. I'll be at the game. Jared Jones versus Chase Burns. Burns has been incredible. He's got an ERA of like 2.
Cloudy skies. High of Ben Kindle, 81. Low of 70. Ernie Stautner. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Thank you for listening and watching all week. Limits and I love you.
We love you.
Goodbye, Limits.
Have a good weekend, everybody.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
As it is Skeens versus Andrew Abbott tonight, PNC Park. Catch the game right here, 93.7 The Fan. It's a 6:40 first pitch. Our coverage presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. As it's Paul Skeens versus Andrew Abbott. First of 3 against the Reds, who are in last place in the division. Pirates at the halfway point, now 41-40. They're on pace to score their most runs in, 94 years. So trying to take advantage of that. And the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 5:45. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. PM team's coming up next. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in pro hockey, Game 2 of the finals, Carolina down 1-0 in the series, a minus 165 favorite over Vegas. Total in the game is 6. And Game 1 was really high scoring, 5-4 in favor of Vegas. I think we get a lower scoring game tonight. Give me under 6, and I like Vegas to win. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. You can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
There's a guaranteed way to get your home sold in Pittsburgh. Just contact my friend Gina Giampietro of Remax Select Realty and ask about her guaranteed home sale program. With Gina's guaranteed sale program, if your home doesn't sell, she'll buy it. Go to GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
In Pittsburgh, we take pride in supporting local businesses. That's one reason why I'm proud to tell you about West Shore Home. Founded in Pennsylvania by a Johnstown native, West Shore Home still has its headquarters right here in the state. They employ more than 70 local team members across the Pittsburgh area. Over the last 20 years, how about this? They've completed more than 25,000 projects for local homeowners and earned thousands of five-star reviews along the way. Whether you're looking for a beautiful bathroom remodel, replacement windows that'll improve the comfort and energy efficiency in your home, how about a new entry door or flooring that gives your home a fresh look? West Shore Home makes the process easy from start to finish. And right now, with their 20th anniversary sale, you can save big on your bath, window, door, or flooring project with 20% off and 20 months of no payments and no interest. Plus, as a fan listener, you can unlock additional savings when you visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan or call 1-800-WEST-SHORE to learn more. Financing subject to credit approval. See the website for details.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Hey, it's Dan Zang, really wishing you a happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. And I bet that honey-do list is getting really expensive. But good news, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union can help. Right now, they're offering an ultra-competitive first-position home equity loan for just 5.25%. 5.25%! Wow! Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Join for just $5 if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler County. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Pirates baseball is back. Celebrate with Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Joe Starkey here, and the last nickname I want is Baldy. I'm getting there, though, and that's why I called New Image for a consultation. That's 1-800-514-HAIR. Who better? New Image has been offering the best scientific solutions for hair loss all in one place for over 40 years. You don't have to be bald to be losing your hair. For women and men, hair loss often shows up quietly. A widening part, more strands in the shower, thinning around the temples. I started noticing that more, especially in the front, so I went to New Image for a consultation. Excellent. Cookie runs the show over there, and it's simple. They have all the answers and experience on hair solutions. They started with a hair and scalp analysis, and I finally understood why my hair loss was happening and what I can do. Tons of solutions, including eye hair technology that targets where you're losing hair and fills in where you're thinning and balding. My plan includes FDA-approved laser hair therapy. First treatment, easy and fun, and I'll be sharing stories as I move toward a fuller head of hair. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or NewImageHairClinic.com.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Pirates begin the second half of the season tonight with a 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park against the Reds. Paul Skeens toes the rubber, looking to end a personal 7-game losing streak. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from beautiful, luxuriant Studio B, Bowser Chevy. It's the PM team.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Our home team, a new pirate generation. Everybody shout, let's go Pirates!
We're in a good spot. We talked about the other day, I think that we've been resilient. We've bounced back. I mean, this series is no different against a really good team in the Mariners. To come back and win the series, the last two, I feel like we've done that throughout the course of the first half. We've faced adversity. Right now we've got a bunch of guys hurt, and everybody shows up every single day working to get better themselves and working to help the team win in any way possible. And there's a better team that we'll see in the second half. They're more consistent. We need to play better in order to get to where we want to go. We're in a good spot, but we're not there yet.
Okay, happy Friday. Fridays in the summer are feel-good Fridays. I'm live at Studio B, all by my lonesome. Austin Bechtold is still on the board. Donnie did the morning show. Malsey is on dad duty with his third kid, his first daughter. So we're together over the next 3 hours and change before Dan Zangrilli takes over to prepare you for the ball game tonight. Don Kelly there. If I was, say, in a Monday mood, I would quibble with some of the things he said, like we're in a good spot when you're in fourth place and only a game over 500 at the halfway point, and also starting to make excuses like, well, we're really injured right now, that maybe try to better explain why their record over the last few weeks hasn't been as good. And then making a semi-guarantee, ain't exactly Joe Namath, by the way, more on Joe Namath later in today's show as a tease, saying we're going to be better. He's telling us, okay, the 41-40 record, the best is yet to come, like he's Frank Sinatra. And he would strike me as an older soul who would like a little Frank Sinatra. I'm going to say this, and I mean it today. I feel better about the Pirates right now at 2:03 on June 26, 2026, than I have in a long time. And I believe, as we embark on the second half of the season, and I want to know if you agree with me at 412-928-9370, I do think this team is going to make the playoffs. And I do think with that comes me getting a 1970s Pirates tattoo on my ass when the season ends, which I'm not looking forward to, but maybe I'm not totally against it either, which is a little bit weird. But anyways, I think this team is in a good spot. So I'm not mad at Donnie Kelly for saying that. I don't think he's trying to put lipstick on a pig or trying to polish a turd. Their record should be a lot better. They have underachieved. The bullpen is and has been a disaster. But here's some things about the Pirates that I think are very encouraging signs. Did you know that there are only two teams in baseball that have scored more runs than the Pirates through the first 81 games of the season? Those two teams are, shockingly, the Washington Nationals, who pitch worse than the Pirates, and that's why their record is pretty much the same as the Pirates, and the Los Angeles Dodgers, and that bloated payroll, and Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, Andy Pages, who we saw a few weeks ago. The Pirates have scored more runs than the Brewers. The Pirates have scored more runs than the Cubs. The Pirates have scored more runs than the Braves. We saw how good they are. The Pirates have scored more runs than the Yankees, who are in first place. The Pirates have scored more runs than the good Mariners team they just took 2 out of 3 from. They are third in all of baseball in runs scored. If you want to even go a step deeper, and I will here, OPS, on base plus slugging. So have they scored fluky runs? Are they a lucky team? By OPS, through the first 81 games of the year, the only teams that have a higher OPS than the Pirates are the Los Angeles Dodgers and the New York Yankees. That's not a misprint because we're on the air, not in the newspaper or in print. That's not a typo. That's not a factual error that needs clarified. They are third in OPS halfway through the season. We're no longer dealing with small sample sizes. This team can hit. And I think pretty soon we're going to get good news on Connor Griffin. It's already been widely reported. Zangrilli said this. He's going to come back and play this weekend. It's a matter of when, not if. He's going to come back and play this weekend against the Reds. So there is that big general leading that cavalry. Pitching-wise, and yes, it is an embarrassment that 81 games through the season, they have blown 21 leads. So, in theory, they had an opportunity to win not 41 games, they had an opportunity to win 62 games in the first half of the season. If they won 62 games in the first half of the season, they would be on pace to be the greatest team of all time. We know that every team doesn't get a lead and protect a lead, but just think about if you cut that number in half. If they had 10 more wins, right now they would be a 51-win team. You know where that would rank in baseball? Second behind only the Dodgers. So the bullpen, can it get any worse, is the question. I think it should get better because as long as the general manager has a pulse, he's going to do one or two things to make that bullpen better. Maybe not huge things, but enough to replace Brandon Bijois and the guys that are the low man on the totem pole in the Pirates bullpen. Here's another reason why I like them. Tonight's game is against the Reds. They are 13-10 against the NL Central. And even though you play fewer games in your division, and even though the Brewers are running away with the division, and don't get it twisted, I'm not saying the Pirates are going to run down the Brewers. I don't actually believe that. But the teams they are chasing in the wild card are inside their division. You've got the Cubs and you've got the Cardinals. You can finish behind one, you can't finish behind both. They're 5-1 against the Reds. They're 4-3 against the Cubs. They're actually 2-1 against the Brewers. The thing that sticks out like a sore thumb is 2-5 against the Cardinals. You got swept in a 4-game series against the Cardinals at home. I hope that when the autopsy is done on the 2026 Pirates, that series where they didn't win a single game isn't looked back upon as what ultimately kept them out of the playoffs. That is a 4-game swing against St. Louis. If you change that to a 2-game swing or you split the series, again, you're in better shape record-wise, and you're in better shape relative to them, and they're critical in this. Because if the playoffs started today, the 3 wild card teams would be the Phillies, the Cubs, and the Cardinals. And the Cubs, to be honest with you, have run really hot and cold this year. Their lineup is really good. Their pitching is worse than yours. But you know what the Cubs do? They spend and they invest. And when they've got a good team, they go for it. And they've already traded for one pitcher. They'll do more. They might get Skubal. It's possible. So I'm not banking on that. But I do think it's well within reason that this Pirates team, even one that features Carmen Mlodzinski in a role that doesn't make sense, that has Marcell Ozuna hitting at 200, that still sees, even though he hit a home run last night, still sees Henry Davis in the lineup more than we want, including tonight's game against the Pirates, and doesn't have Paul Skeens pitching like he did in his first 2 years. I still think that team that I just described is better than the Cardinals. And the record doesn't back that up, but the run differential does. The Pirates are a plus 27, and the Cardinals are -1. You are better than them. You just haven't been able to win as many games, but we've still got half the season to go. Other teams that you have to finish better than, the Padres, who are 42-37, insane stat on them that I didn't think was true, and I had to check it on multiple websites to make sure it was. They are the lowest scoring team in all of baseball. I don't think the team that is the worst at doing things that you need to win games, scoring runs, is a shoo-in to make the playoffs. Far from it. The Diamondbacks, Nationals, and Marlins are also in your vicinity, in your range. You should be better than all 3 of those teams. So I've been critical of Ben Cherington for good reason. Don Kelly, I don't think is a good manager. Tell me I'm wrong. There's no excuse for having a bullpen this bad. Paul Skeens got to pick up the slack. Mitch Keller can't be just a complete waste as a starting pitcher, and he's shown some signs lately. Jared Triolo is going to come out of the lineup with Connor Griffin coming back. There is, I think, a scenario, and a very plausible one and a very realistic one, where the Pirates win enough games to make the playoffs in the second half of the season. And if they don't, it's a disappointment. If they don't, I won't say it's an embarrassment, but it'll be another wasted opportunity by them. So that, I think, is the lay of the land. There is reason right now to be optimistic about the Pirates as they start this series against the Reds. I think there's reason for hope. I think there's reason to believe. And I want to know if you agree with me. Do we have Kool-Aid drinkers out there? Do we have people like me? I'm not taking a funnel. I'm not taking a cone and tipping it upside down and drinking from it. But I'm tasting a little bit of it. It's not bad. There's enough good things out there, and it's not even one of those things that we try to talk ourselves into with the Steelers every fall, where they win one game in October or December, and we start trying to extrapolate that out and say, well, if they get the right matchup, or if they catch the Bills on a bad day, or if somebody's hurt for the Chiefs, maybe they could. You know, and under Mike Tomlin, we had to really grasp at straws to try to lay out a situation or scenario in which they won a playoff game. I think the Pirates making the playoffs is very much within reach, and honestly should be an expectation based on how they've hit so far this year and what they've got coming back injury-wise. And you've got pitchers that, frankly, have disappointed, and there's reason to believe they'll be better than what they are right now. I'm not saying Keller is going to be an all-star. Don't pitch like a 5th or 6th starter. Paul Skeens is still really good. Don't be a B-plus pitcher. Be an A-plus pitcher. We know that's inside of him. And I just look at the rest of the National League, and the National League has a lot more winning teams than the AL. If you're in the AL at 41-40, you'd be in really good shape. But there's really only 3 great teams. They all lead their divisions. The Phillies are now 9 games over 500. Let them win 90 games. Who cares? There's still 2 more wild card spots. And at least 1 more of those wild cards are going to come out of your division as possible to do. That's right there for the taking. I do think it's not Pollyanna. You're not being an idiot Pirate fan who always, has Lucy pull the football out from you and starts to think they can do it again. There actually is a realistic path for this team to make the playoffs. And I'm not saying this I'm not saying it with some kind of I came to work today looking for an excuse to pat this team on the fanny and give them a thumbs up for the first half of the season. Being as, I think, fact-based, empirical-based as possible. And this team is good enough to make the playoffs. And in year 3 of Paul Skeens, with Brandon Lau as a free agent after this season, you don't do it now. When are you going to do it? 412-928-9370. So we'll see. It's supposed to be a feel-good Friday. It's a little bit overcast outside, but weather is nice. It's not raining. It ain't a February day with 6 inches of snow on the ground. We should be in a good mood.
Can feel good about this, Pony.
Can put us in a what? What happened?
They just officially reinstated Connor Griffin off the injured list.
There you go. And you didn't have to barge in here like the Kool-Aid man at Studio B to get that news out there. I got you. Austin, well done. See, this is what happens. You bring up a good topic with the Pirates, nobody wants to agree with you. No one wants to call in and say, Pony, you're right, at 412-928-9370. I think fans are shy. Fans are afraid. Fans don't want their hearts broken again. And maybe that's why you say something nice about the Pirates or you say something encouraging or uplifting, nobody wants to call in. This is the flagship home of the Pirates. You're telling me we've got 18 phone lines. You're telling me there's not 18 Pittsburghers out there or thousands of people listening across the world on the Odyssey app. There aren't 18 people that agree with me or even people who so ardently disagree with me that they want to call in right now and say, Pony, what the hell are you smoking today? This team blows. Do you forget who runs them? 412-928-9370. Here's David in Monroeville, not too far away from where I am. Hello, David.
Hey, I love the positivity, so I'll gladly call in and start off with it. I think it's great points, but I'm going to tell you why the Pirates are not going to make the playoffs. The opponent's average that they've played so far throughout this year is a 506. So they have a 500 record of basically who they've played.
Yeah.
The opponents left have a total record of about a 515. So their schedule is only going to get harder from this point out. And so that is a difficult thing that they have to overcome to make the playoff. That's really the only point I had to make. So thanks for the call.
Just to play devil's advocate back, tell me who the 3 wild cards are in the National League then. Who's better than them? I'll spot you the Phillies and Cubs. Give me the 3rd team.
Right. That's the Pirates right there. So the Pirates are definitely the best team, but they have to play good teams as well. So, and this next upcoming month of hard games is what's going to define if the Pirates can make the playoffs.
But you know what? I think, look, I reacted negatively to how they played against the Braves and Dodgers, and rightfully so, and thanks for the call. 4-3 against the Cubs, 2-1 against the Brewers, 5-1 against the Reds. You're 13-10 against the division. The division for 2 months, everybody was over 500. The Reds have finally fallen off. So the division was, 80% good teams, and you beat those teams. The only one you don't have a winning record against is St. Louis, and you should be able to get that rectified in the second half of the year. Steve is in Latrobe. Hello, Steve.
Hey, Pony. How are you, buddy?
Hey, man.
Hey, I guess that last caller kind of took away a little what I was going to address, but, we some way, somehow, have to survive June and July. If we can get through June and July, and get to the trade deadline and still be a buyer, and get into the softer part of our schedule, which is August and September, I agree with you. We have a puncher's chance, but we have to some way, somehow survive June and July and get this bullpen figured out.
Right. I mean, if they get to the All-Star break in the same spot they are now, thanks for the call. I'll be okay with that. If they play 500 baseball until select Pirates go to Philadelphia in less than a month. It is tough. It is going to be a challenge for them. All right. Well, you've scored runs against the Brewers. You've scored runs against the Rays. It's not like you're trying to win games 3-1 every night like last year. You've got length in your lineup. You're getting Connor Griffin back. It's only a matter of time until Cruz comes back. The Horwitz thing doesn't seem like it's a long-term injury. Score 6-7 runs against good teams. Make it easier on your bullpen. They're perfectly capable of doing that. I mean, people have a hard time putting their name on what I just said, that the Pirates are going to make the playoffs. When the first two callers say, hey, I'm positive on them. Oh, but they're not going to do it. Oh, I like what you're saying, but here's why you're wrong. I mean, nobody agrees with me? At 412-928-9370. Have I gotten so many predictions wrong in the past that no one sees where I'm coming from with this? It's a Friday. It's a feel-good Friday. It's the second half of the season starting. I think the Pirates will make the playoffs. Agree or disagree? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Personal law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Who is, and it's not Aroldis Chapman, who is the number one pitcher the Pirates are being linked to at the trade deadline? We'll tell you next, but first an Austin Bechtold headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates have officially activated Connor Griffin with his forearm injury off of the injured list, so expected to be back for the Buccos in the lineup tonight. Jack Brannigan, who was recalled, is sent back down to AA Altoona, so Pirates right now running with three infielders two different infielders on their bench with Callahan and Jared Triolo, Billy Cook and Jake Mangum, the other reserves, as well as Esmeralda Valdez, depending on who you want to claim as the other outfielder right now. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Jug Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Smale Kia, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There's enough needless nonsense in the world already. Your phone plan shouldn't add to it. Verizon's new Simplicity plan cuts down on the nonsense in your life. Now there's just one plan, one price. $30 a line per month, even for a single line. And everyone gets our best 5G network. It's a phone plan designed to do exactly what a phone plan is supposed to do. Isn't that a lot simpler? Switch today at Verizon.com or at your nearest store. For new customers, $30 per line includes auto pay and switch discount. Additional taxes, fees, and terms apply. Unlimited data is restricted to on-device smartphone usage. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Charlotte Hornets traded LaMelo Ball to the Minnesota Timberwolves yesterday. Naz Reid and picks including a 2033 first-rounder going back to the Hornets. The Hornets were fun, they were up and coming, and they had young stars. One of those stars was LaMelo Ball. The Hornets will turn now to Con Knipple as the face of the franchise after a great rookie season that he put together last year. I'm Chris Black.
Gerken Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your number one choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gerken Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
Traveling to Paris to see the black and gold? Use TrueFan Travel. TrueFanTravel.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. Shop our new Mitsubishi SUVs starting under $30,000, like the 2026 Outlander with a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third-row seating. And ask us about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
Eczema, eczema, eczema. So many ads for eczema products. But those fancy TV ads don't mention that those prescription products can cost thousands of dollars. There's a smarter way. It's Exoderm for eczema and dermatitis. Exoderm costs less than $20. Yep, less than $20. You don't need a prescription, and it's available on the first aid aisle of your local store. Exoderm contains the #1 doctor-recommended ingredient in a clean, hypoallergenic cream with no harsh additives or nasty chemicals. Exoderm, fast, effective relief from the itching and inflammation of eczema. This stuff really does work. Take back control. Heal eczema flares with soothing Exoderm Flare Control Cream. It's on the first aid aisle of your local drugstore, supermarket, and at Target and Walmart too. Exoderm for eczema. Now that's smart.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Brandon Lau, an 8-game hitting streak, 246 hitter, and he hits a high fly ball to deep right field. Really back, clear the deck. Lau goes Powell with his 19th home run of the year over the Clemente wall. Give him 50 ribbies, give the Pirates a 1-0 lead in the first inning.
I mean, it's honestly one of the great trades of the last 10 years by the Pirates to get Brandon Lau, even if it's a rental. And Jake Mangum is a guy I have a love-hate relationship with. But in the absence of O'Neal Cruz, he's hitting over 300. And Mason Montgomery occasionally will come in and put the fire out. And you've got those two guys for a bunch of years Lau, not so much. And all you had to do was give up Mike Burrows in that deal. That's it. Mike Burrows, who's in the Astros rotation, and his numbers right now, he's 3-8 with a 5.48 ERA and a 1.5 whip and a minus 0.5 WAR. You gave up a bad player, a bad pitcher, and got 3 guys back, including somebody who leads all second basemen and homers with 19 and is on pace to drive in 100 runs. And is like the catalyst of your offense that is now the third best in baseball behind the Nationals and Dodgers. What a trade. Ben Cherington doesn't get them all wrong. He's gotten that one right big time. Gives me more hope that Ben Cherington can make another trade. Here is a name that is now coming up. And we've got Bechtold still back at the ranch. I'm at the beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevy fan hotline, brought to you by Sullivan Super Service. Now, this would be another buy low name, Limits. You've got Matt Strahm from the Royals, who is a former All-Star with the Phillies, who is 34 years old. He ain't no spring chicken. He's much older than you. And he's from Kansas City. So he was probably very excited to go back there. And, well, not from there. Yes, he is. He's from Kansas. He went back there to pitch this year. And he's stunk. He's 3-1 with a 5.96 ERA. And his whip is a minus whip. But he's been a very good pitcher. Last year in Philly, 2.74 ERA. The year before that, 1.87. And he's on a 1-year deal. So he's a strict rental. I don't think it would take much to get a guy like this. Would you trade, hypothetically speaking, would you trade like a Thomas Harrington to roll the dice on a guy that a year ago was good and 2 years ago was great?
I would consider it, yeah. Like, I'd be willing to do that. Now, on the other side of that, would you be willing to do that for a guy that has struggled that you don't know if he can automatically pitch the 8th or the 9th when it's another left-hander in your bullpen and your problem was right-handed pitching? So probably would not.
I'm very impressed that you knew he was a left-handed pitcher. That speaks to the veracity of your baseball pursuit of knowledge.
Oh, I'm a baseball nerd, Pony. And I am completely fine admitting it.
Baseball nerd.
Completely fine admitting that, yeah.
There's a joke there that Starkey would make, but you know what? I'm not in the mood. Because I respect you too much to do that.
And I appreciate that.
You're welcome. I mean, didn't you get scoffed at and laughed at for saying they should make 3 or 4 moves?
Yes, 3 or 4 bullpen arms. I didn't say they need like 4 Aroldis Chapmans.
Well, that's, you know what? I don't think not a lot of teams are able to do that, but if you take 3 or 4 shots on guys that have not pitched well, but have a good track record. Now, I know you already have that with Santana to some degree, but why wouldn't you just try to hope you hit lightning in a bottle and a change of scenery works with a few guys, especially if you don't? Because you know what, Austin? I'm not even sure. The more I think about it with Chapman, for example, I don't even think if they wanted Chapman, they have the guys to go get him. Once you get past Seth Hernandez in their minor league system, Austin, they don't have anybody else.
You don't think if they did 1-for-1 Florentino for Chapman that the Red Sox would agree to that?
I don't know if that would be enough. He's having a bad year. You want a struggling prospect at single A for the most coveted bullpen arm with another year on his contract after this one?
No, it's still a top 35 prospect in the sport. I would imagine the Red Sox would bank on the upside.
According to who?
MLB Pipeline.
Okay.
I think they're pretty reputable.
Yeah, but have they updated it? When was the last time they updated it? Are they taking into account that the guy's hitting 200 at single A?
I think 3 weeks ago was the last time they updated it.
All right, well, even then. So you got one other guy. So you have 2. You have 2 players that could get the best closer in the market? I mean, there's no depth whatsoever to their farm system. None. Hunter Barco is, you want to go talk about baseball pipeline, Hunter Barco is their 3rd best prospect?
Yeah, and the Passwords their 4th.
Who?
Joe Stinson Garcia is their 4th ranked prospect.
Who's 5?
Termar Johnson.
JFC, are you kidding me? Come on now.
What do you think he's batting now? 188.
Who's after that?
Wyatt Sanford. A shortstop who was drafted a couple of years ago, 2024 in the second round.
Then who?
Antoine Kelly.
Who's just a fringe starter / reliever.
Who's eighth, you wonder? Rafael Flores, the catcher that seemingly can't stick in the majors.
Austin, I mean, they've had some guys come up like Griffin and Skeens who look like studs, and Hernandez will probably be that eventually one day. But for all the top picks that they've had, that is, the depth of that farm system is embarrassing.
It's not good. It feels very top heavy. Like when they were ranked as a top 10, right around.
Top heavy is one guy.
Well, I'm talking about start of the year when people were saying, oh, look at the farm system that Ben Cherington has built. It was Griffin 1-1, Chandler was the 11th overall prospect, and Hernandez was a top 25 guy. That's system? Why. There is no system. It was just top heavy with three guys that made it so much more elevated than it actually was.
You go to every 4-H club event and you get the best pig. That's Hernandez. You got nothing else. Nothing. The guy they got back for Key Brian Hayes is 10th. You know what he's hitting? $140, just like Hayes at single A. That's your 10th best prospect?
Yeah, Harrington's 12th, too, on that list.
Your farm system is butt. I mean, once you get past Hernandez, spot the lies, man.
No, it's true. It's not deep.
So, I mean, are you going to be able to make trades other than the one I just threw out there, which is, hey, we'll take a flyer on your struggling pitcher and we'll kind of give you a guy we'll give you a Thomas Harrington type. Maybe you can fix him. We'll do a move like that. I mean, it's just not that impressive.
Now, they might be priced out of the Chapman discussion where it becomes Garrett Whitlock as their next best option, or Sensatella in Colorado, or they need to find 3 Jalen Beeks, guys that are undervalued and underrated that you hope hits lightning in a bottle, or like what they did with acquiring J. Happ in 2015. And hope that they well exceed the expectations that were had for them in the first half of the year.
Here's Jeep in Washington. Hello, Jeep.
Hey, Pony.
Hey, man.
I totally agree with you. I mean, I've been a fan for 60 years now, since Forbes Field, so I've seen many ups and many downs. Unfortunately, more downs lately. But this team's better than it was last year. Are they an upper tier team? No, but the pieces definitely offensively are there. Yeah, we need to upgrade the bullpen, but I don't see any reason why this team can't do better in the second half.
All right, so Fangraphs does a projected standings. I'm not going to get too nerdy on you, Jeep, but they project right now, halfway point of the season, the last wild card team will have 83 wins. So that means in the second half of the season, the Pirates would have to play 2 games over 500, or let's say it's 3 games over 500 to make the playoffs. You're telling me that's out of the question? They played 1 game over 500, one of the worst bullpens we've seen in our entire lives as fans.
Absolutely.
I think it's totally within reach.
It absolutely is within reach. And you look, I mean, if we could just get rid or at least cut down on the blown saves and the blown late game leads that we've had. And I don't know what the number's up to, but even if you
17.
take half those, if you take half those away, I mean, we're solid second place and we're a solid wild card team. If we just do that in the second half.
If you do that, and thanks for the call, you do that, they're one of the stories of baseball in the first half. They're not maybe quite as Cinderella story as what the White Sox have done. You know, picked to lose 100 and something games, and they've been in first place off and on over the last few weeks at the halfway point. They're not the juggernaut that the Brewers are, but you add 3 or 4 wins. I mean, they're one of the great stories in baseball. You know, the bottom line for me, too, in this is the Cardinals you cannot let them finish ahead of you in the standings again this year. What did Travis Williams say? Austin, period, full stop.
That's right.
There you go.
Did you ask him about it this week?
Period, full. That's a good line by you. Period, full stop. St. Louis can't finish ahead of you. I mean, I guess they can because they just about always do. But with the team they have this year, they should not. J.J. Weatherholt's having a good year, not just against the Pirates. He's had a pretty good year. And Jordan Walker leads the league in RBI with 58, which is incredible. I mean, they're doing the same. They're pulling guys out of their rear end, man. They're doing the same old. Listen to the numbers in their rotation. Michael McGreevy, 3.35 ERA. Andre Palante, 3.59 ERA. Who are these guys? Their setup guy is Justin Brule. Remember him? Justin Brule is their setup man. He's like part of the Derek Shelton era of just absolute slop. And if the playoffs started today, St. Louis would be in and you'd be out. And that, to me, would be a black eye for the Pirates this year. St. Louis tried to wave a white flag before the year even started. They traded Nolan Arenado right before the year began. You signed Marcell Ozuna right before the season started, thinking this was the year. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Jack Brannigan going back to Double-A as part of the Connor Griffin call-up. What's your favorite moment from the Jack Brannigan era, Austin?
Did he get a chance to hoist the cone? At least from inside the dugout?
He should. I mean, if he did, Hannah would have told us about it.
It's Billy Cook's job. Did he pass it off to Brannigan?
Well, that's, to me, the job of the 25th man on the roster. So, yeah, he should have been in charge of it. The coin thing is great when they're winning games. The cone thing is not as cute when you're blowing games and your bullpen can't get an out, but the guys are out there catching home runs with the cone.
Yohan Ramirez's ERA of 9 in May, catching the home run ball.
It loses its luster when stuff like that's going on. All right. Tonight's a huge night for the Penguins. We'll have hockey talk with our hockey aficionado next. A report on what the Penguins have up their sleeve that just came down. What are the odds of this happening? We'll tell you next. It's a big one. Quick timeout. We'll be right back from Studio B, Bowser Chevy. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
First of 3, Pirates and Reds from PNC Park tonight. It's a Paul Skeens day. They have not won. Paul Skeens' his last 7 starts, and insane as that is to believe. Skeens 6-7 on the year, 88 innings at 2.86 ERA. He is opposed by Andrew Abbott tonight. 6:40 first pitch. Dan Zangarelli has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show that begins at 5:45. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Connor Griffin is back and expected to play at shortstop tonight. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Pony.
You know what Greg Brown would say about that Paul Skeens drought?
It's truly unbelievable, Pony, isn't it?
It's unbelievable. All right. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan, is offering up this with the biggest stage in sports happening right now, the World Soccer Tournament. FanDuel has changed the game because sometimes, let's face it, if you're new to soccer betting like I am, your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them, and that would be a real bummer. Well, unless you have FanDuel. Because it's not anymore with FanDuel. With FanDuel Super Sub, if your guy gets subbed out, your bet stays in. So last night watching the American game, all right, I took a forward to score a goal. He comes out because now the best player's getting subbed in. Well, now I get the best player's numbers and stats. And so that's what FanDuel is doing here. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with that substitute. If that's not incredible service and insurance, I don't know what is. So you're in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. Now, let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Pony. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild. Now, all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Go to XfinityMobile.com or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Saving compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Go to XfinityMobile.com or call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Your bathroom's crown jewel? A custom frameless shower. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Kohl's deal days are right on time. Summer arrives and suddenly you need shorts that fit, flip-flops that survive the pool deck, a bath towel that isn't secretly your beach towel. Get up to 50% off at Kohl's and Kohl's.com, plus daily deals, free shipping, and instant Kohl's Cash. Now the only thing left on your list is having fun. Select styles, exclusions apply. No purchase necessary to get instant Kohl's Cash. While supplies last. Ends June 28th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
All right, in just a few hours, the NHL draft begins in Buffalo. The Penguins are there. Although, now that I say that out loud, Charlie Borges, our hockey aficionado, is taking over for Austin. Charlie, are the guys now in a war room, or do they still just have big tables on the arena floor where each team sits? Do they still do that? Or are they back like the NFL draft does it, where everyone's at their own facility?
So they used to do the big tables and everything was fun. And then last year, they did a centralized draft, meaning that everybody was at their own like headquarters. And the first round took 5 hours, and it was terrible. There were no trades, and everyone said, I think they're going to go back to being fun again next year, which is this year.
And?
Thanks, Gary. We're not going to have any fun tonight.
Okay. Well, do you actually believe that? Because the insiders seem to think that this is going to be a wild day and a crazy night. And
they say that every year.
They do say that every year. You're right. Some years, well, it's like one of those things where you say it every year and then you tell people when a big trade gets made, see, I told you so. And then when it doesn't, you pretend like you never said it. Dave Pagnotta, who we've had on the show before, he is an NHL insider of some repute. He is saying right now that the Penguins are a dark horse candidate to trade for Jason Robertson. he put them in the same bucket or basket as the Chicago Blackhawks and the Utah Mammoth to get him. I don't know if that's really, at first blush, the kind of company I'd want to be keeping as far as the pursuit of the best player that is available in trade right now. Charlie, just to make sure that I am getting my I's dotted and my T's crossed, the last 24 hours involving Robertson looks like this, right? Several teams have made overtures to him with the permission of Dallas, where they have said, we will give you we'll give you a massive, massive contract with term and all the money you want. And he has said no to these teams, correct?
Specifically the Seattle Kraken. That was from Elliot Friedman. He turned down an 8-year, $15 million per season contract, but they said he thinks that it's more the destination rather than the contract.
Okay, so Jeff Merrick, who used to work for Sportsnet in Canada, and then, I don't know if you're familiar with this, Charlie, but he got fired because he was tipping picks draft night. Did you know that?
Yeah, he used to do 32 Thoughts with Elliot.
Yes, he was fired for that, which I thought was a pretty minor offense. He is now reporting that the Blues did the same thing. They said, here are multiple first-round picks for Robertson. The Stars then went to Robertson and said, hey, the Blues want you. How would you feel about St. Louis? And he said, F no. Per Merrick.
I think that's more the same thing. It's the destination rather than what.
So how do you think he'd feel about this destination? If he's saying no to the Kraken and he's saying no to the Blues, does he say no to Pittsburgh? We have to be a cut above those teams, right? I mean, those teams are not, I don't know if the Blues are bottom of the barrel per se. Seattle has, and this has come to light in the last 24 hours, and Colby Armstrong and many other hockey insiders and former players have pointed this out. Seattle just passed this athlete tax where they think now, the industry of professional athletes and agents, that across the board for Seattle teams is going to be more difficult to get guys to go there if all things are being equal because of the extra money that is now going to be taken out of these guys' pockets. It's the opposite of when people like Tyler Kennedy come on the air and say, guys want to go to Florida, not just because of the weather, but because of the tax breaks there. Is it still fait accompli that Robertson gets traded this weekend? What do you think?
I think it's either he stays in Dallas or he gets traded to a team like Carolina or Vegas or Florida, like a team that's already.
So you don't think the Penguins are really in the mix here?
I think if the Penguins came with an offer that's going to include Ben Kindle, Penguins fans, he's probably going to think about that long and hard and say no, because
the Stars would want to do the deal, but they can't do the deal because Robertson won't do his part, which is sign the contract with the Penguins to stay there.
Correct. So
gotcha.
If I had to put my prediction on it, I would say that he stays in Dallas.
But someone's got to get pushed out of there then to make room for him, right? Or no? Yes.
Yeah, I would. They're probably going to have to trade a guy like Maverick Boric, and I know we're getting really inside baseball here with the Stars roster, but somebody's going to have to get pushed out. But when you have Jason Robertson, who's going to score 100 points a year,
gotcha,
you have to move out somebody like a Boric or somebody like that.
Is Gavin McKenna going to be the first pick tonight?
Yes, he is.
Okay, so that's pretty much a done deal. He'll go to Toronto, and Austin Matthews is going to stay in Toronto.
At least for a year, yeah. And then he has 2 years left on his deal. I think he's going to give them 1 year just to see what happens with McKenna.
Yep.
And then when he's on that last year of his contract, that's when he's going to decide.
And who is going to trade for Dylan Larkin?
Minnesota. I forget who said it, but they think that by the end of tonight, Dylan Larkin is going to be a member of the Minnesota Wild.
Do we need to keep an eye on Matthew Nyes because he's a Toronto Maple Leaf and Kyle Dubas knows him?
I don't think he's going to go to Pittsburgh. I think the Leafs want another top 10 pick, so somebody in that top 10 is going to give up a pick for Nyes if they move him. But I don't know why. Like, if you're Toronto, why are you moving a guy that's on a team-friendly deal at 23 years old that can give you...
Because they're Toronto and their GM stinks at his job and ruined Wendy's. Better chance Vincent Trocheck or Darnell Nurse is a Penguin by the time the weekend is over?
That's a good one. I'm going to say Darnell Nurse just because of where he played his junior, and everybody knows that.
That's what Kennedy brought up on Wednesday.
If anybody has played for the Sioux Greyhounds in the late 2000s, early 2010s, he is going to end up playing for Kyle Dubas at some point in his career, and Darnell Nurse fits that mold. He wants to get out of Edmonton. He wants to go play for the East, or play in the East. And
now
the Penguins have plenty of cap space. They have to hit the cap floor at some point.
Do you believe the rumor mongering that has gone on around the Nurse deal that the Penguins would force, as a way of taking on the Nurse contract, they would force the Oilers to take the Ryan Graves contract? Do you think that's possible?
Oh, it's definitely possible. That would be one of my first things that I would do if I was Kyle Dubas. Hey, if you want me to take this, I know Darnell Nurse is a good player, but he's not a $9.25 million a year player.
Right.
So to make the salary work, can you please take the Ryan Graves deal off of our hands? And if they say no, then all right, we'll find out another way.
That would be beautiful. If the two guys that Kyle Dubas mistakenly signed to deals when he first took over, he dumped both on Edmonton.
Well, Bowman. No,
and then Mike
Bowman.
Babcock, and by extension, unfortunately, Connor McDavid, who I don't root against. I don't like him particularly because I don't want him to infringe on Sid's legacy. But if now McDavid's pursuit of a cup is saddled by having Ryan Graves and Tristan Jarry on his team,
Stan Bowman
that would be great.
Might be the dumbest general manager in the National Hockey
League. Do you think you could do a better job than him?
100,000%.
He's the son of one of the most iconic people in the history of the sport who helped the Penguins win as a head coach. Won Stanley Cup and produced probably their best regular season in team history the following year. A Stanley Cup winner with Montreal and Detroit. There is no better coach ever than Scotty Bowman. His son, through osmosis, must have learned something and won cups with the Blackhawks. And here you are saying you are 1,000% more equipped to do that job?
Correct, because all the players that he won the Stanley Cup with were brought on by a different general manager. And after they won, he was like, let's try to get all the band back together. He traded Artemi Panarin, who averages 100 points a year, for Brandon Saad, who they waived like a year later.
Hey, don't speak ill of Brandon Saad here. He might be listening, or his family might be listening, Charlie.
Are you going to say the Saad?
That was a horrible trade.
Look at the Saads in the eyes and say, your son is better than Artemi Panarin.
Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. Big 3 o'clock hour. We have a special guest a mystery guest that is very relevant given everything that's going on in the world of sports right now. Pirates record predictions. I want your record prediction. We're halfway through the season. When we come back, I've got 2 tickets to go see Motley Crue. 2 tickets to go see Motley Crue next month. One of the great hair bands of all time. Tell me, now that we're at the halfway point, tell me how many games the Pirates are going to win at 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Live at Studio B, it's the PM team.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and the summer temperatures are here. The heat is here. And if your home is already feeling warmer than it should, even with the air conditioner running constantly, you might well have a major problem with leaky, drafty windows. Get it fixed with my friends at Universal Windows Direct. Right now, they are making it easier than ever to get the job done, to make your house more comfortable, to make it more energy efficient, to make those utility bills go down with their buy 4 windows and get 4 free offer. That's one of the biggest offers of the year, and that means the more windows you replace, the more you're going to save. Plus, you're going to get 48 months of 0% interest financing, same as cash, and Universal's windows. I mean, you're also getting those, and they have their exclusive Super Spacer technology. It helps reduce the drafts, and it helps improve your insulation and keep those indoor temperatures more consistent year-round. Don't wait to schedule your free estimate. Do this today. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Book us. 2menandajunkdrunk.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates start the second half of the season tonight against the Reds at PNC Park. 6:40 first pitch, leadoff show 5:45. Connor Griffin returns to the Pirates lineup. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. Live from Studio B, Bowser Chevy. It's the PM team.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Ione was drafted second overall by the Pirates in 2010. Griffin sends one out to deep right field. Toward the wall, and gone into the first row, the opposite way. Connor Griffin with a long home run. Number 4, and the Pirates tie it right back up 4-4 here in the fourth.
He's back, Connor Griffin. All it took was one game in Altoona for the Pirates to say, yep, we're putting our young stud back in. He's going to lead off. Hey, we get on the Pirates for a lot of things, and this is why on a Feel Good Friday, on a summer Feel Good Friday, I have optimism about the Pirates. I believe they're going to make the playoffs, and I believe they're going to win right now. 83 games is my prediction, and I want your win-loss prediction here at 412-928-9370. Call our hockey aficionado, Charlie Borges, and let him know, and we'll put you on and get your thoughts on things. I got to give the Pirates credit here. Not only did they draft Connor Griffin and get him with the 9th pick, they stole one of the great phenoms in baseball. You've got Skeens, you've got Bryce Harper, you've got Steven Strasburg. We all know these guys that have unleashed and wreaked havoc on the minor leagues, shot through the minor leagues. Everybody knew their names before they got to the big leagues, even outside of Pittsburgh. Real baseball fans, people that love fantasy baseball and people that love sports memorabilia and card collecting and stuff, they all knew Connor Griffin before he even played a game. There's a reason why our show drove 6 hours to Indianapolis to hang out with Connor Griffin this year, because he's the real deal. And the Pirates found him, then either developed him or didn't stall or get in the way of his development. And when he was 19 years old, they called his ass up. They didn't wait, no arbitration clock, funny business, and then signed him to literally the biggest contract ever given to a Pittsburgh athlete, $140 million. More than a TJ Watt contract, more than a Ben Roethlisberger contract, obviously more than any Pirate contracts. They committed that to a guy that had played 3 games in the major leagues. And he comes back from this injury. They were precautious with that, but the second they deemed he could play, they're just like, all right, you don't need 5 days or a week in the minor leagues. We're putting you right in. And he's going to hit leadoff tonight. And he's a big reason why I still, despite Charrington's blunders with the bullpen, Johnny Kelly, same thing, blunders with the bullpen, actual bullpen performance, the folly of using a lot of money to sign a washed-up DH when you didn't really need to do that, and having a big expenditure on a position that you didn't really need to fill. That money could have gone to another starting pitcher. That money could have gone to another bullpen arm or two. Despite all of that, I still think the Pirates are going to finish with a winning record, and I think they're going to make the playoffs. Now, obviously, when the Steelers just make the playoffs and lose, we rip them. The Penguins got back to the playoffs this year, lost to an arch rival. They got kind of a free pass. If the Pirates make the playoffs this year, it is going to be a colossal success. And anytime this franchise makes the playoffs, given their years of futility, getting in their own way, a system that is stacked against them, it is reason to give them props and give them credit. We've seen 4 winning seasons in the last 33 years. And this team is far from perfect, but they got enough things right where I think they're going to win 83 games. And the NL, I think as it plays out here, will have a spot at the table for a team. That's not a great record, okay? 83 wins. Now, the Cardinals, again, everything comes back to the Cardinals with the Pirates. The Cardinals won a World Series with 83 wins. I hate to bring that up, Charlie, but we both suffered the same pain and suffering with that. But that's your cross to bear as a Mets fan. Life always kicks you in the balls. But hey, better days are ahead because Andy Green is now managing that baseball team, as we found out today.
Former New Jersey Devils captain?
Former Utica Devil.
I don't think Andy Green was ever a Utica Devil.
I don't know. I just said that out. I don't know. Former Albany River Rat?
He might have been a River Rat. But I just to sum it up as a Mets fan, we fired a guy who managed a team that's doing terrible for a guy who has a horrific record as the manager of the Padres.
Yeah.
We're doing great.
Let's get to some calls here. Here's Joe in Point Breeze. Hello, Joe.
Hey, how are you today?
Hey, man.
So I agree with you kind of on the win total, but I think they're gonna finish 2 games back in the wild card. I think 84 wins is where they're going to end up, and they're still going to be chasing. The biggest thing is coming out of this homestand. You got to win. You got to win 2 or 3 against the Reds, and then you got the Braves, the Brewers, and the Phillies. The Phillies scare the hell out of me, right? They're like big boys, but Phillies and Dodgers are the 2 teams that you look at and say they're really hard to match up with, and underneath, what they can do with the bat. Just look what they did against the Nationals late in the last couple games. I hope, Andrew.
Pirates have scored a lot more runs than the Phillies this year. I mean, you just go by the numbers. There's no contest. Pirates offense has, believe it or not, been better than that offense. And they got Schwarber, who the Pirates allegedly wanted this offseason. And he's on pace for almost 60 home runs. Could you imagine if they had made that signing? They put him in this offense. They're one of the best Pirates offenses ever.
I worry about coming out of this Red series and them doing Phillies things for that 3 or 4 game series in Philly. I worry about that. The 6-12 stretch we went on before these last 2 wins really worries me that's going to be what causes.
Well, but they're getting Griffin back, and it's hard to say this about a guy that young. And thanks for the call. But to me, Griffin's one of the straws that stirs the drink here. He is so good defensively at the most important defensive position on the diamond. He steals bases. He gives you quality at bats. I think the power stroke is going to come. I mean, he is an awesome player already. And I agree. We had callers say this, I think, earlier in the week. I agree with it. The face of the Pirates is not Paul Skeens, it's Connor Griffin. Because Connor Griffin is committed here for the long haul. Connor Griffin plays every day. And Connor Griffin is already a star. And he's going to be, I think, by the time this year is over, he's going to have a lot to do with the Pirates' resurgence. I really think it's possible, okay? I'm going to say this too. And this is putting the cart before the horse, I understand it. You've got Bobby Witt Jr. in Kansas City, who's obviously tremendous. I think by the time it's all said, I think by the time the year is over, Connor Griffin is going to be in the discussion for the best shortstop in baseball already at 20 years old. What is your Pirates record prediction? At the halfway point, they got 41 wins. What'll they have at the end of the year? Last guy said 84. Cavalli, I think, has got him at 65. Where do you have him? 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates fan. Text on Edgar Snyder reminds you to text responsibly. Here is gorgeous Charlie Borges with a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates in action tonight against the Cincinnati Reds. Paul Skeens on the mound for the Buccos. First pitch scheduled for 6:40 while the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli beginning at 5:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates baseball is back. Celebrate with Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
We're turning up the heat here at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, and your OG Bowtie guy has some sizzling deals. All Outlanders and Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. Outlander Trail Editions up to $7,500 off. Eclipse Cross, take up to $5,000 off. Plus, up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. The summer sale starts now, and it's too hot to miss. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details.
All right, Mike's Beer Bar. Hey, Mike's. It didn't end the way that we wanted, but Mike's also had a big crowd there last night for the U.S. soccer match. And Wednesday is going to be a record day at Mike's. 6 o'clock kickoff for USA Bosnia. Now it's play for keeps, win or go home in the biggest soccer tournament of the year. And the destination for fans all over the region is Mike's. 80 rotating taps, great local craft beer, hundreds of beers from around the world. Great things to eat, too, like steak on a stone, wings, wraps, you name it. The Yinzer wrap, very, very popular and very delicious. So meet me at Mike's today. It's Mike's Beer Bar.
Summer's already busy enough. Mow the lawn, clean the pool, plan the vacation. The last thing you need is another DIY project. That's why Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with the purchase of a security system. We'll handle the setup while you focus on enjoying summer. Get protection from intrusion, fire, and more, all installed by experts. Don't wait. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Minnesota Timberwolves lost to the San Antonio Spurs in the second round of the NBA playoffs.
On Thursday, Minnesota traded for LaMelo Ball, and they're sending out both Naz Reid and Julius Randle. Both Reid and Randle have added to the toughness of the Timberwolves that they played with last season. I'll be surprised if LaMelo and Ant as a combo leads to more wins. I'm Chris Black.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Portugal was trading at 12% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $800 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know where they're at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Finance HMFLO APR tier 1 through 2. Age 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, and plates. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC tier 1 through 2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Hot summer savings are going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE. Or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
It's always a party at Jill's Gentlemen's Club. Thursday, Oldies Night with door prizes. Friday, College, Amateur, and Fantasy Night. And Saturday, Surprise Saturdays. Jill's Gentlemen's Club. I-70, Exit 11, Dallas Pike.
PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
The Parkway East outbound is starting to see slow-moving traffic developing near Oakland at Technology Drive, with vehicles beginning to queue up towards Bate Street. The Parkway West inbound remains clear through Green Tree Hill and the Banksville interchange. From the voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Logan Arblaster.
This report brought to you by Faygo. It's spring, and you know what that means. It's Faygo and Faygo Zero Sugar Flavors time. For 119 years, Faygo has created the flavors that make it the one true pop for Pittsburgh's taste buds. Don't forget, it's Faygo time at your local Giant Eagle location. Visit them for weekly specials.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Third baseman Muncy in on the grass. The pitch. Fly ball right field. Do you feel lucky? Home run. Game tying homer. Tyler Callahan. Well, do you? It's tied. The Pirates lead it 7-6 on the 3-run, no doubt, home run. 7-6 Pirates on a Tyler Callahan home run, his second in the big leagues, second of the game. Yeah, 7-6 Pirates on the 3-run homer by Callahan. And he comes out to the top step and waves to the crowd.
Time to step up to the plate and call Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. That is the, I think, best moment of the Pirates' first half. Callahan's homer gave the Pirates the lead. They beat Ohtani. They beat the Dodgers. Dramatic comeback at PNC Park. Now, the next day they lost and ended up losing 2 out of 3. But that was a really cool moment. Tyler Callahan came over from the Reds, who the Pirates play tonight. And I think the work Ben Cherington has done with the Reds is a big reason why, even if the Pirates miss the playoffs, and for the record, I am predicting them to make it right now at the halfway point, I think they'll get in a watered-down league where there's a lot of parity and there'll be a ton of teams around 500. I think they'll emerge from that pack, win around 83 games, and get in. The job he's done with the Reds, I think, is going to save his job, even if they don't make the playoffs. Now, the bigger one is not Callahan. It's the Ke'Bryan Hayes trade. Ke'Bryan Hayes is injured right now, which is probably a good thing for the Reds, even though we know he's an exemplary defensive player. In 120 at-bats this year, he has 17 hits, good for a 142 average. He has a 195 on-base percentage. He has an OPS of 15, an OPS plus of 15 when average is 100. 15, average is 100. 2 homers and 5 RBIs. He has almost $30 million left on that contract when you factor in a buyout that he's going to get owed for the Reds to get out of the deal. $30 million. He signed one of the biggest, at the time it was the biggest contract in Pirates history. Ke'Bryan Hayes. Ground ball after ground ball to third base and shortstop. You know who he reminded me of? Jared Triolo. Except he was making a hell of a lot more money than Jared Triolo. By the way, Jared Triolo in the Pirates lineup tonight, even though Connor Griffin is here. I know that you could put some defense in there with a better hitter, but come on now. I thought the benefit of getting Connor Griffin back was that we weren't going to have to subject ourselves and watch Jared Triolo anymore. But he's in. And I'm sure Donnie Ball will get asked about that before the game. He'll give you something about lefty splits or whatever. I don't get it. So getting rid of Ke'Bryan Hayes, big feather in the cap of Ben Cherington. And Tyler Callahan had that great moment against the Dodgers. He's a useful player. He can play left field, right field, third base, second base. Numbers are fine. You traded Kyle Nicholas for him. Remember him? He's a guy that when the Pirates lost, that would have been against, I think, the Diamondbacks. He walked, I think, 3 guys in a row and threw 12 straight balls. Big arm, has no clue where the ball's going, a lot like Yohan Ramirez. Well, the Pirates traded him right before the season started to get Tyler Callahan. Kyle Nicholas had an ERA of 8 for the Reds. He was so bad, they DFA'd him. He's now in the Orioles system. So he's not even with the Reds anymore. So the Pirates got financial flexibility in trading Ke'Bryan Hayes, and they got a decent utility guy, although he can't play shortstop, with maybe a little bit of upside from the Reds, and gave away nothing in both deals. Well, gave away something big in the Ke'Bryan Hayes trade. You win the trade by just getting rid of the player. You get nothing back, and it's an A trade. We need Ben Cherington to make some good trades here over the next month or so. Here's Jim on the Fan. Hello, Jim.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, man.
Hey, I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say we're going to win 87 games.
Wow. What makes you that confident? That's the most optimistic Pirate call I've heard in months. Pompiani gave him a C grade on their season yesterday, and he's usually the most positive Pirate guy I know. So what the heck's gotten into you, Jim?
Got Connor back. I think Skeens is going to take us to the promised land this year. I mean, if we make it to the playoffs, I mean, I think we'd stand a better chance of seeing a skinny Vince Neil walk out on stage. But I think we're going to give him 87 games. We're going to make the playoffs.
Wait, I don't know what that means. What does skinny Vince Neil mean? Is he a large man? What are you talking about there? I don't get the reference.
He got a little bit chubby over the years.
Yeah, he got fat.
Okay. Vince Neil.
Yeah, but
Vince Neil from Motley Crue. He did get big.
Fat.
What happened here?
I
guess Father Time comes for everybody, huh?
I guess he does. Yep, and I think it's the Pirates' time. I'm going to give him 87 for the end of the year.
Now, does it bother you, Jim, that Henry Davis catches Paul Skeens as much as he does?
Not really. No.
Really?
No, it doesn't. No, I don't think. No, it doesn't bother me as bad as it does some others.
Thank you. Clearly it doesn't, because it bothers the heck out of me, although Henry Davis, bad day to complain about it after his performance yesterday. Is Tommy Lee still in Motley Crue?
Yeah, the only person that's not in there anymore is Mick Mars. Now John 5 of Rob Zombie fame is now with doing their touring guitarist.
And Tommy Lee and Pam Anderson went their separate ways, but did they have a kid together or anything? Is there something from that relationship that still keeps them together somewhat? Because
I think they have 2 kids together. I know Pam Anderson is now with Liam Neeson.
What?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, after Liam Neeson's wife passed away, I think she passed away. After she passed away, he and Pam Anderson got together, and they both said that they were both lost in their lives and they found each other. Very romantic.
How do you know all this? You've just been reading about the
they were in
exploits of these two?
They were in the Naked Gun reboot together, and on their press tour, that's what they said. Like they fell in love.
So they met there and they hit it off.
No, I think they met before, and they just acted in the movie together.
While dating, that had to be work. I think it's hard to be married to or date someone that you see at work every day.
Yeah, I've done that before. I don't recommend it. Never sleep with your coworkers, folks.
You're right about this. They are together. Huh. Well, congratulations on all his success. And hers, I guess, too. Liam Neeson is 74. How old is Pam Anderson, do you think?
Early 60s, maybe?
Yeah. No, not yet. 58. And she just doesn't wear makeup anymore, huh?
Good for her. I mean, she put in... How much work did she put in the 90s?
Oh, my God.
She deserves a break at this point in her life.
I mean, she was tremendous. Would you agree?
I would agree. And then the fact that we're having this conversation makes me even more angry than the fact that intern Dom said, what was it, Livy Dunn or Sydney Sweeney had more
Riz.
Not Riz.
Aura?
Had more aura than Pam Anderson. No, absolutely not. That still makes me angry. That conversation happened like months ago.
Yeah. Well, I tend to block out stupid things he says better than you do, apparently.
So you probably forget every conversation you ever had with him.
Follow us on Twitter and watch us there. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. The biggest football topic of the day is next in the debrief, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Connor Griffin returns to the lineup tonight for the Pirates as they take on the Cincinnati Reds. Paul Skeens on the mound for the Pirates as Andrew Abbott will be on the bump for the Reds. From Oregon 93.7 TheFan.com. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now a message from Mr. Filipponi.
Thank you so much. Let's talk right now, guys, about my great friends at Comer & Cross. Comer & Cross did amazing work for me. I had a garage floor that I found to be appalling. It was gross. There were cracks, there were stains. It bothered me because the house was still relatively new, and I wanted something done about it. You know, like, to me, there's nothing worse than when you go 75% of the way and then stop. You're right there. So we had everything else in the garage. We had great things built for it, actually, in terms of storage space and whatnot. So the garage floor was the only thing missing, and Comer & Cross fixed that in a jiffy for me. I don't know why I use the word jiffy like it's 1950. But anyways, the prices are like 1950. They got 50% off installation right now. And installation for me took 1 day. So I want you to call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Or schedule us at COMERcross.com and go with Comer & Cross.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
We have a full slate of pro baseball games scheduled for Monday across the league as we near the middle of the regular season. We'll see Chicago head to Baltimore and Detroit play in New York. Arizona will host San Francisco, while Seattle hosts Los Angeles.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent, the future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. And we're still doing it every day. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos? Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whalen Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whalen Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at WhalenExteriors.com.
Pittsburgh, the World Cup is here. Join the Riverhounds for free World Cup watch parties featuring live match action, games, prizes, food, and drink specials. Plus, every check-in earns another chance to win $25,000 in the Boot for Loot contest. RSVP now at riverhounds.com/watch party.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods. Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That music means it's time for the biggest football topic of the day in the Donnie Football Debrief. Donnie did the morning show, so it's been a potpourri of people trying to fill his shoes the last few days. It is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. What's gone on here lately is that people have taken the word football loosely, and guys like intern Dom have applied it to soccer with the World Cup going on. So we are going to take that liberty again right now, because on the fan hotline, brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, is the manager of the 2025 USL champion Pittsburgh Riverhounds. Riverhounds are doing their thing again this year. They play an annual 4th of July game that always does a massive crowd, and that's coming up next week. That's going to be super exciting. I've been there for that. Awesome place to watch the fireworks, and people in Pittsburgh are very clearly getting into the hoopla and craze of this U.S. soccer experience, with the team advancing to the knockout round of the World Cup. Lost last night to Turkey, but the strategy of that game was different because they had already clinched a spot and they'd already won the group. So Rob Vincent of the Riverhounds joins us right now to talk about that and more. Rob, what was your take on last night's game?
Hey guys, how we doing?
We're good, man.
I think definitely a lot of rotation from the U.S. resting some guys up for the next for the knockout round. So it was good to get some of those guys some minutes. But yeah, I think exciting times ahead for the knockout stages, especially.
How long have you been affiliated with the Riverhounds?
So I joined here as a player in 2013. So bar 2 years that I spent in D.C., pretty much the past 13 years. So 11 in total.
So you're an adopted Pittsburgher, but I detect that is not a Yinzer accent I'm hearing, Rob. I don't hear Pittsburghese coming out.
Originally.
You're from England. So what do you do with this World Cup going on? Are you rooting? Is it split loyalties? Do you pick one? Do you root for both? They played in the World Cup 4 years ago. What the hell did you do then? Give me a take on that.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I'm definitely still English when it comes to this to the England-USA games, but USA is a close second now, so I'm certainly excited to see the US doing well.
Rob, a lot of us are not as deep into soccer or as indoctrinated to soccer as clearly you are. You come from a place where it's a way of life and it's a religion for people, and maybe eventually we get to that. So excuse some of the ignorance in these questions that you're going to hear, but I think people are interested because of their level of knowledge of the sport. So the way the U.S. handled last night's game, they'd already clinched. They rested some of their star players. What is your take on that philosophical move by the team as a whole?
Yeah, I think there's always two chains of thought. I think if there was some seeding still up for play, I think going with the stronger guys and wrapping up that kind of first in the group would have been probably a little bit more important. But again, because they'd already finished top of the group, they'd already kind of locked in that kind of seeding spot for the knockout rounds. I think Pochettino made the decision to rest up some guys. You know, if you're going to go deep in the World Cup, you're going to play a lot of games over the course of 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And so I think just kind of taking the load off those guys was probably a smart decision. And, you know, he was able to get Pulisic a little bit of time on the field again, start to get him sharp again. So I think overall probably the right call.
What did you think of the move of playing him after sitting Pulisic against Australia? And then how do you think he looked, Rob?
I mean, he's so dangerous and so sharp. I think, again, when you're nursing kind of a little muscle injury like that, you never want to overdo it. So I think, again, last night was probably a perfect opportunity to not overdo it. Just kind of expose him back to some minutes again. And like I say, hopefully they have him, you know, ready from the start for the next round, because he's definitely a difference maker. I don't think the U.S. go super far in this tournament without his impact.
What makes him that X-factor difference maker player, in your opinion?
Some guys just have the ability to kind of create something out of nothing. He's one of those guys. I think every team, you know, needs one or two of those. The U.S., you know, definitely needs that. Obviously not having kind of the top level quality kind of across the squad that, you know, some of the, you know, the France's, Germany's, Argentina's have. And so to have somebody who can kind of make something out of nothing like he did in the first game, you know, created the first goal. Just the ability to dribble past players, create a shot, create a cross. And also just kind of take the opposition's mind off things a little bit too. If he's attracting, you know, 2-3 defenders over to his side of the field, that's going to open up space for guys on the other side too. So again, I think he's super important to making sure that they can go deep in the tournament.
Rob Vincent, the manager of the Riverhounds. In the USL and the MLS, do they call you guys managers or head coaches? I want to make sure I get that right, Rob. What's the correct nomenclature there?
No. Yeah, my title is head coach. So
you go head coach.
They use kind of interchangeably, but it's just head coach for me.
Because they say manager, I noticed with the World Cup guys, and then when somebody loses their job, they don't say fired, they say sacked, which I think is a pretty cool expression over there. You say sacked, I've noticed.
Yeah, I think manager's a little bit kind of old school where they made a lot more decisions behind the scenes, and I think now they're moving to the model of just coaching the team. Yeah.
All right, so it's Rob Vincent, the head coach of the Riverhounds. So what do you think the U.S. has already proven? What do you think this team has already proven so far in this World Cup?
I think they've proven that they've come to play. I mean, they're definitely, you know, I think there was a little bit of apprehension, and maybe some of the bigger nations around the world have probably kind of always looked down a little bit on the U.S. and probably haven't seen them as true kind of competitors, but those first two performances especially have kind of showed that they're here to play, and that they can beat anybody. Again, they haven't kind of faced any of the powerhouses yet, but the intensity and the quality they've played with over the first two games, I think would scare anybody. And I don't think any of those bigger nations are going to want to face the U.S. anytime soon. So, I've been impressed with them.
What do you think is the strength of their team? And if you were going to point out, like if you're doing a scouting report on them and trying to prepare to play them, let's say England called and said, all right, Rob, now we're going to play the U.S. We want your intel as an Englishman. What would you say is maybe a weakness or soft spot of the team?
I think the soft spot right now, as we saw a little bit last night, is the depth defensively. I think they have a really strong 11, and I think, obviously the subs off the bench maybe aren't quite at that same level, whereas some other teams have a little bit more continuity. I think right now the strength of the U.S. has been how quickly they can get the ball forward into their kind of attacking players like Pulisic, like McKennie, and I think, again, if you can kind of block those lanes forward and make them have to play a little bit longer or make them have to play a little bit out the back, I think maybe that's an area to kind of catch them in. But again, I've been really impressed at how they've adapted and how structurally sound they've looked.
What are your thoughts on this next matchup for them? So they play Bosnia. Bosnia knocked out Italy. I could not believe, I looked at the World Cup. There's all these countries, some of which, Rob, I will admit freely, I didn't even know the countries existed in a couple of cases. And I said, how is Italy not in the World Cup? And then I went and saw that Bosnia knocked them out in the European qualifying tournament. So they've already done a little bit of David Goliath. Now they're going to try to knock off the Americans on American soil. What do you think is the key to that matchup on Wednesday if the U.S. is going to make it to the round of 16?
Yeah, I think the U.S. continuing to use this kind of home field advantage that they've kind of created with the fans and, again, the style of play, the intensity. They're obviously a lot more familiar with the conditions, the weather. So I think the ball's definitely in their court. Bosnia will probably come into this game. They'll just want to be hard to beat. That's how they progressed past Italy, was just being hard to beat, defend really well, and hope that they can kind of nick a goal on the counter-attack. If Bosnia score first, I think, it may be a really difficult day for the U.S., but the U.S. have started these past few games really hot, so I think, flying out the traps, if the U.S. get ahead, I think they're okay. I think if Bosnia grab the first one, it becomes a difficult day.
Bosnia just wants, they would sign up right now for PKs, wouldn't they? Rob, would they take that?
I think so, yeah. On U.S. soil, I think they would take that for sure.
You said you've been part of the Riverhounds in one capacity or another outside of one sojourn with the DC United. You've been a part of soccer in this area for a very long time, and you're from England. What would you say to this question? What needs to happen for the United States to get on par with the great soccer powers of the world? Because I don't even know soccer anywhere close to how you do, not even a tiny bit. And we get questions like that from listeners every 4 years. What would need to happen? Do you think it's even possible that it could happen, Rob?
I think it's just got to keep moving in the right direction, and I think it is. I think everybody wants it to happen right now, or at least people kind of in the soccer world, they want it to just happen overnight, and I think it's just kind of moving along in this really steady path. I think events like this, the World Cup, obviously accelerate it, but the growth of the MLS, the growth of even our league, the USL, each year you see more fans, more money being invested into it, so I think it's definitely moving in the right direction. And I think each year you're seeing more and more US-based players, go over to Europe, go down to South America and kind of develop and get better. So, I think we're always looking for ways to try and speed it up and try and help young players develop at a quicker rate and get them up to Europe. I think you're always just going to have the fact that ultimately the US is a country with football and hockey and baseball and basketball that are always going to, take at least their fair share of the limelight too. So I don't think they'll ever be, soccer's never going to have the monopoly on the US, but it's definitely closing. The gap's definitely closing. And I think you see just over these past few weeks how much soccer has grown and the following and the support in the stadiums has been fantastic.
Rob, how do we develop soccer players compared to these other countries like Germany, where you're from, Spain? Like developmentally, how is it different from when kids get identified as potentially great soccer players?
Boy, that's the $1 million question right now. I think, again, with the U.S. being such a vast country and so many different ideas and so many different ways and leagues, and it really is a can of worms when you dig down into it. But again, I think it's just, from the top down, I think if U.S. soccer can kind of really implement a system, a lot of the big European nations have had to go through this process in the past 10, 15 years of, setting the curriculum, building a real kind of strong coach education so that players are being brought through with a kind of a very consistent way of playing and way of learning. Again, I think the U.S. is definitely on the right track, and I think the right people are trying to make the right decisions. You're just talking about a huge landscape that just takes a lot of time to get everybody in the right order. But it's, again, the World Cup will help, the growth of the MLS will help, and it's definitely moving in the right direction.
Rob, what does the U.S. need to do from here on out to make this a successful World Cup?
I think the draw has opened up a little bit. Again, obviously, getting past Bosnia is the first obstacle. I think, anything kind of quarterfinals, semifinals is going to be a huge success. I think it's going to be beyond some people's expectations. And again, like I said, they've looked a lot better than I think many people expected. They're playing really well. There's a lot of luck involved in soccer, a lot of tight games, 0-0, 1-0. So they just got to kind of fall on the right side of some of these scorelines. But yeah, I think, to see the U.S. go to the quarterfinals, semifinals, and play against one of the big nations and go toe-to-toe, I think that would be a huge step forward.
So the round of 16 match for them, if they were to beat Bosnia, coaches hate looking ahead, but we're going to do that because you don't coach the U.S. team, so I can ask you about hypotheticals, Rob. They would play the winner of Group G, and right now that looks like it's going to be Egypt, or the third place finisher from Group A, who I think is South Korea. So they should be able to beat one of those two teams, don't you think?
I agree. Yeah. No, again, I think, it's really hard. It's been hard over the past couple of weeks. Everyone's been trying to project who they might play, and it's definitely starting to become a little bit clearer now. So, I think the U.S. would have to fancy themselves in either of those matchups. And again, then you start staring down, again, a quarterfinal, semifinal. You're probably at that point facing, again, one of the bigger nations. I haven't even looked that far ahead, but you're probably talking Spain's, Germany's, Brazil's, Argentina's. And so, that's when, the real test will come along. And again, if the U.S. can go toe-to-toe with one of those teams, and, maybe at that point they're starting to look at maybe a PK shootout is a way to get through. And again, I think the whole country would be kind of eyes glued to that one.
Rob, Pittsburgh loves winners. You guys won the USL championship last year. Tell everybody listening to the show right now while they're swept up in World Cup fever why they should come out and watch your Riverhounds play this year.
Yeah, if they haven't been down to FNB Stadium already, previously named Highmark Stadium, newly named FNB Stadium, I think probably one of the most scenic stadiums, not just in the U.S., but possibly in the world, right on the Monongahela River. So a fantastic place to take in a sporting event. And, we're a pretty good team too. Like you said, won the championship last year, first time in club history. And the future's very bright for us right now. We have a really young squad, which we're really excited about. We've started the season quite well as well. So, and also, like you mentioned earlier, the July 4th game is always a really special occasion for us. Always have a home game on July 4th. The fans can stick around in the stadium, get great views of the fireworks afterwards. So hopefully be able to enjoy, a win against Brooklyn and some fireworks on the river.
Rob, why don't they do in your league in the MLS? Why don't they do the relegation thing? Like, am I crazy for saying you guys should be in the MLS right now? Like, what is that every soccer league in the world besides what we do in the U.S., or is that strictly a Premier League thing, which you grew up watching?
No, you're right. Certainly the majority of the European leagues have that system. Probably some of the South American leagues too. I think the way MLS was initially set up, obviously kind of the buy-in and, the kind of whole American system of kind of setting the leagues up. So the MLS and USL are just kind of separate entities, but the USL will be implementing a promotion relegation system soon. So it will be separate to the MLS, but I think the plan right now is 2028 at the earliest. A promotion relegation system will be implemented, and I think, again, new kind of exciting factor to kind of to get fans involved. Obviously, if you do well, you have the chance to move up a league, and obviously if you have a bad season, then you're moving down a league. So I think it kind of keeps things exciting all the way to the end of the season.
When Rob Vincent, coach of the Riverhounds, was growing up in England, who was the soccer player that you dreamed about becoming, and who was the soccer team that you dreamed about playing for?
So Everton is my team. Had some American players actually come through there. So Tim Howard, Landon Donovan, Brian McBride, some American guys who played for Everton when I was growing up. But my favorite player was always Frank Lampard, who, some of the soccer fans may know. He ended up playing in New York City for a couple of years at the tail end of his career too. So he was my idol as a midfielder. But yeah, I had some kind of American players to look up and watch when I was growing up too.
And did you know the Scottish fans just went everywhere and drank all the beer in the city and just basically turned?
They're phenomenal.
It just turned it into Mardi Gras wherever they went. That was interesting over the last couple of weeks.
Oh, they're brilliant. Yeah, no, they're fantastic. I loved seeing them over at Fenway as well, kind of taking over the baseball game for the day. I think that was amazing. No, I think there's a lot of those kind of supporters groups that travel really well. The Dutch fans travel really well as well with their orange. So, no, I think that's been probably one of the coolest things to see, all the different pockets of fans from all over the world kind of, come to the U.S. and doesn't seem like there's been much trouble so far as well, which is great, but just kind of, taking the American culture. And yeah, I think it's just been amazing.
Rob, it's been a treat to talk to you. I'll definitely get out for a game soon. And if the U.S. keeps winning, let's keep talking to each other, okay?
Perfect. Sounds good. Thank you very much for having me.
You bet. Rob Vincent. You know what helps in those conversations too, Charlie? The accent. And the words. Why don't we say things like, I fancy they'd have a chance in that game? Wouldn't that just be weird coming from a Stephen A. Smith?
Oh, I'm trying
that lingo.
I'm trying to imagine Stephen A. Smith say bloke.
He didn't drop a bloody in there. He didn't play entirely to the stereotype.
Now I'm trying to picture Stephen A. Smith say that Jalen Brunson is a stand-up chap, bringing the NBA title to New York.
There's a word that one of the commentators, an English word that he used on Fox during the World Cup, that's banned over the air in England, but I guess is perfectly allowable here. I don't know if you're aware of it.
My hand's on the dump button just in case.
I think it's wanker.
Oh yeah, here it's
fine.
But
over there it's a big no-no.
Well, there's another word that they use over there incredibly liberally that if I even think about saying it on the air as Craig is in here, my neck will be wrangled.
I actually think you're kind of off on that. I know what the word is, and I think you're conflating. I'm channeling my inner Malsey right now. I think you're conflating England and Australia. I think in Australia, because my sister, her future sister-in-law, lives there and is a citizen now, that word you're thinking of, from what I've been told, gets used in common conversation, and people throw it out there all the time, and it's a 4-letter word, and I'm with you. It's the word that I use the least of any word that is a dumpable word.
I would agree.
You're right. I don't even like to think about using it.
Correct. But if you're over there, you hear it a lot more liberally in conversation than you would in anywhere else in the world.
Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to get your retirement on track? Go with Secure Money Advisors today. We'll let Channel 2 tell you what it's going to look like tonight at PNC Park for the Buccos. Mark Cavalli next. I'm sure he has soccer takes. Wrong, so we're not going to do that. I'm sure he has pessimistic things to say about the Pirates. We might do some of that. He's made big waves for what he has said this week about Will Howard and some of the other young guys on the Steelers. And we'll see if his intel checks what other or backs up what other Steelers insiders are saying about Joey Porter Jr.'s future with the team. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. We are live at Studio B. It's the PM team.
Injury firm of LGKG, when our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
Joe, before I even get into the Steelers topic, I was wondering what you thought of this. I was on hold with customer service, and then they were like, to go back to the main menu, press the star key. And then it dawned on me, what a cool segment.
The star key.
Cool segment idea for Joe Starkey. Press the star key.
You like that?
So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you.
I like that.
That's a great idea. Yeah, we're going to go to that next
push
week.
the star key.
That's beautiful.
Yes, push him in a direction.
Off the ledge. Back him into a corner.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Guys, it's Chris Muller, and I want to tell you right now about all the great deals that can be had at one place, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, the spot to go if you're looking for the Mitsu that fits you. That's because Mike Engel, he's the OG bow tie guy. He and his team have some absolutely sizzling deals, and they want to share them right now with you. How about this? All Outlanders and Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. Yes, 0%. Plus Outlander Trail Editions, you can get up to $7,500 off. And Eclipse Cross, you can take up to $5,000 off right now. Plus, it gets even better. Get up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. They do it right at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. Mike Engel, Bill Driscoll, the entire team, and they've got their summer sale, and it's starting now. It's too hot to miss, so make sure you get there. Crown Mitsubishi in Washington and online, crownmitsubishipa.com.
Imagine watching the Black and Gold play football in Paris, France. With True Fan Travel, you'll enjoy 5 nights in Paris, a Seine River dinner cruise, Versailles, a Black and Gold Legend meet and greet, and an all-inclusive game day tailgate. October 20th through the 26th, 2026. Book now at truefantravel.com.
It's Chris Mack with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The NL Cy Young favorite takes the hill tonight for Milwaukee as they host Chicago with a chance to expand their strengthening grip on their 6.5-game NL Central lead. Milwaukee's starter averaging 9.5 strikeouts over his last 11 starts. So with a K prop listed at 8.5, the over definitely worth consideration. He also hasn't gone fewer than 6 innings in his last 8 starts, so there's the 17.5 outs recorded prop to look at as well. I'll be on both tonight as we use a calculator alongside the radar gun to keep track of just how many times he hits triple digits with that fastball. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in pro hockey, Game 2 of the finals, Carolina down 1-0 in the series, a minus 165 favorite over Vegas. Total in the game is 6. And Game 1 was really high scoring, 5-4 in favor of Vegas. I think we get a lower scoring game tonight. Give me under 6, and I like Vegas to win. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. You can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Moon Beer and Pop for less. It's their crazy June 30th pack sale. Get Michelob Ultra 30-pack, $27.99, and Lucky Streak, just $14.99. Moon Beer and Pop for less in Moon Township, right across from Robert Morris University.
We're turning up the heat here at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, and your OG bow tie guy has some sizzling deals. All Outlanders and Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. Outlander Trail Editions up to $7,500 off. Eclipse Cross, take up to $5,000 off. Plus, up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. The summer sale starts now, and it's too hot to miss. CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for details.
You don't marry someone you can live with. You marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Or we can custom design an engagement ring just for you. And now during our spring sale, you can save up to 30% on the ring of her dreams. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Peters Township.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and really happy to be back working with my guy Mike Engel. You might know him as the OG bow tie guy. He just does it the right way, and his team right now at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington, well, they're turning up the heat. And that means with sizzling deals, not the kind of bad heat outside, no, the kind of good heat inside at the dealership where the deals simply can't be beat. New Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks. Save big right now with 0% financing. How about new Jeep Cherokees and Gladiator Sports? Save up to $10,000 off MSRP. Plus, get up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. The Make This the Summer event starts now, and it's too hot to miss. So get down there and see them. Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington, and you can always shop online at crownjeep.com.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Traffic is starting to build fast now. The Parkway East outbound is slow moving from Technology Drive, and the Parkway West outbound is starting to bottleneck through downtown approaches near 2nd Avenue and the jail. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Logan R. Blaster.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates kick off the second half of the season tonight, 6:40 on The Fan with Paul Skeens on the mound. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Friday edition of the PM Team.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, Pony and Muller, on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fresh off his vacation, Mark Cavalli, Steelers insider, correspondent, Pat McAfee Show is with us, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, the region's premier spirit wear and sports uniform provider. Mark, over under 10 Pittsburghers who recognized you while you were in Myrtle Beach last week. I'm going over.
Oh,
I think it was only one.
Get out of here. No way. Myrtle Beach is little Pittsburgh in the summer. I find that very hard to believe.
Well, put it this way. Only one person came up to me, and I was at beach at the Broadway or Broadway at the beach, and he got me going into the bathroom. I can't remember.
You were on the commode, and he said, "Hey, Mark, what's up?"
You know,
you using your dude wipes?
I think the kid was going in there, and I walked in, and it smelled really bad. So I'm not a good public bathroom guy like that because they're not well kept. So I just waited outside while he did his business, and I ran into this guy then. So I think only one. There was where I was staying. There was a Thomas Jefferson resident right there with the kids, and there was a lot of 412 shirts down there. And I went to the Yinzer Steeler bar, so that was pretty bad.
Did you go to that like Knights of the Round Table thing that they have there?
No, I went. You know what's that called? I think I went to one in New Jersey one time. And because I think there was one close to the Meadowlands.
Medieval times.
Yes, I went to one there one time. Had to be 10, 15. I think I went there with Mike Byers, of all people. Used to cover the Steelers.
Mike Byers used to block for Tony Dorsett. That Mike Byers?
Yeah, their claim to fame is they once combined for 2,000 yards in the season. And OJ, which they called him OJ, Mike Byers had like 13 yards.
That's like the stat that I think like Henry Aaron and his brother have the most home runs combined of two people in history or something like that.
This kid's hitting now, right? He's a up and comer, so
yeah,
they're probably in the lead here too pretty soon.
So, Mark, people went crazy with the Will Howard thing in your roster projection. I know that was a big reason why you put it out there. It was a great job. No. But I think you actually believe it. I don't think you did it just to get clicks, as people like to say. I think it comes from, and it doesn't just come from your heart because you're a Mason Rudolph guy. I really think you look at it analytically and believe that they're not going to keep 4, and that makes Will Howard the odd man out, right?
Yeah, and I try to make it abundantly clear that if it was me, I would keep all 4. And I've been on that bandwagon for months now, or ever since they drafted Drew Aller. So 2 months now, I would keep 4. But I really, truly don't believe that the Steelers are going to keep 4, which leaves, barring an injury to any of the bottom or any of the 4, that one has to be the odd man out. And I've said this 100 times, man. It's just a weird situation where you got 2 older guys in expiring contracts and 2 young and upcomers potentially with a quarterback coach who likes to develop these guys that if any reason would be to keep 4 or be 4, it would be this year. But I just don't see any way this is possible if they don't keep 4 to keep Will Howard. Even if he had a great preseason, even if he had a great offseason, I don't think you put that much capital in this offseason to leave up a potential, a game or 2 on the field if Rodgers gets hurt over a guy who's never taken a snap. Maybe I'm wrong. That's the way I view it.
Do you think they'd put him on the practice squad? They don't have a lot of history of putting quarterbacks on the practice squad, but this is a new coaching staff in that regard too.
I would try to. It's tough. He has to clear waivers, which, you would think that he wouldn't clear waivers, but he was the
6th-round pick.
Quarterback off the board, seventh quarterback off the board in that draft, has no reps at all. Unless he lights it up in preseason and somebody sees something in him, maybe you can sneak him onto the practice squad. But to me, if you're going to that degree to try to hold on to him and just, hope and pray, just keep 4. My goodness, you got 53 men on the roster, and I'm quite sure that number 53 is not more important than Will Howard. So history says that McCarthy doesn't keep 4. The league says doesn't keep 4. I mean, some
teams
crazy
keep 2.
scenario has to happen for a team to keep 4. If somebody has to be injured preseason wise, say Rodgers gets hurt somehow September 1st, then you keep 4, right?
Because they don't want to IL him.
That's the only way that happens.
Or IR him. Yeah. When you first put that out, that roster projection, which is a great June thing to do, Someone asked this question to me, and I said I didn't feel great about my answer because I don't know the people involved as much as I did when Tomlin was here. So I'm curious to how you're going to answer this. Do you think that McCarthy will have ultimate say on what you're talking about with what quarterbacks they keep? Or does Omar Khan and even Art Rooney get involved in a decision like this, Mark?
I think it's all McCarthy. I think that although Omar does have a lot more responsibility than he did last year and obviously his previous couple years, but I think when it comes to the roster in that certain position, I mean, that's exactly why they hired. It's maybe not the only reason, but the main reason was the history of McCarthy in developing quarterbacks. And if he wants to or does not want to keep Will Howard, it's going to be up to him. I don't think anybody else has a say-so in that at all. I think it's all Mike.
Okay. Mark Cavalli with us here for the full hour. If you saw Mark in Myrtle Beach but were embarrassed to say hi, remember, Mark loves people, and the next time you see him, please go up to him in public and start talking his ear off.
Wait. I talk to people. That's fine. I just don't. I mean, there's not one person who's ever come up to me and I just blew him off. But
Mark,
nice,
you've said multiple times here. You've said I don't like humans very much.
I like people.
I'm not a huge fan of humans. You've said those exact words have come out of your mouth.
If I had the ability to move into the middle of the woods and have like a 4-5 mile road back into a wooded area that just opens up and nobody knows where I'm at, that's where I would go. That's what I'm saying.
So you think Jack Lambert made a tremendous life decision once his Steelers career was done?
I don't know. He sounds like he's living off the grid a little bit. That's a little bit too far for me. But if I didn't have to talk to people, like I said, when people turn around in my driveway, it gets me upset. So that tells you where I'm at in life.
Joey Porter Jr. situation. We'll do that with Mark next. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. I'm live at Studio B Bowser Chevy right now at Charlie Headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Connor Griffin is back in the lineup tonight for the Pittsburgh Pirates before they take on the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch scheduled for 6:40. Paul Skeens on the mound from Oregon937thefan.com. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now a message from Mr. Filipponi.
Homer and Cross, guys. As a homeowner, there are things I wanted with my new house that didn't come with the build. One was a big deck, and we did that, and a patio area in the back, and a fire pit and those things, and that put a smile on my face. And the next thing on the list was a finished garage floor. And I put that off for a couple years. I would honestly get jealous and sometimes sad when I would walk around my neighborhood with the dogs in the summertime and people would have their garage doors open and I would peer in kind of like a creep and see what their garages looked like. And I would get jealous if the garage floor was finished and there were things in there that looked fun. And I didn't have that until I called Comer and Cross. They did it for me in one day. That installation was that smooth, and right now it's 50% off. A realtor told me that finished garage floor could raise your home's value up to 10%. So do it, just like I did. Make the plunge, make the call, and get a garage floor that's guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift again. It'll be pristine. It'll be perfect. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Or schedule us at COMERcross.com. Hey, it's Pony. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy. But with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone. All for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Wild. Now, all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Go to XfinityMobile.com or visit your local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Saving compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Go to XfinityMobile.com or call 1-800-XFINITY today.
BetMGM Sportsbook is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your swing. If you get a hit, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet. Just log into your BetMGM Sportsbook account and visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Swing for the Fences every day with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins AeroBurst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of AeroBurst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. It was all perfect for the U.S. men's national team right up until the 98th minute when Turkey scored the game winner to give the U.S. their first loss of the World Cup. The U.S. men's national team's next game in the knockout round of 32 is on Wednesday against Bosnia and Herzegovina. They are heavy favorites at minus 225 to advance to the next round. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Drive in style with the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo from South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Payments start at just $299 a month for 36 months. Comfort, capability, and legendary Jeep performance. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
A large one-topping pizza for $5 from Speedy Cafe? Yeah, you're not cooking tonight. Save time and money. Stop by Speedy Cafe for a $5 large one-topping pizza. Valid through 8/25/2026. Plus tax where applicable. 2026 7-Eleven Inc. All rights reserved.
Cloudy with a low of 58 degrees tonight.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Traffic is starting to build fast now. The Parkway East outbound is slow moving from Technology Drive, and the Parkway West outbound is starting to bottleneck through downtown approaches near 2nd Avenue and the jail. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Logan R. Blaster.
This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Summer means a whole lot of extra miles. Last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Mulsey's still on paternity leave. Donnie did the morning show. So it's just me at Studio B, Bowser Chevy, alongside Mark Cavalli, Pat McAfee, Steelers correspondent. As Mark is back from his Myrtle Beach trip. An update that came down during the break, it appears that Medieval Times is permanently closed down in Myrtle Beach, Mark. So that is no longer an activity to take your family to. We did that just last year with everybody. So there goes that. I'm not a golf guy, so I wouldn't go down to Myrtle Beach to golf. I do like the ocean. Will you go in the ocean at all? Will you swim in it?
No.
No.
First of all, you assume I know how to swim. That's where your first mistake was.
Okay.
I go to about the cover the feet and I'm about done after that. I'm a guy that goes on the beach for like 35 minutes and can get bored out of my mind and want to just go.
So then how did you pass the time in Myrtle Beach then if the beach didn't do it for you?
Well, there's other things to do. Plus, the kids really like going to the pool. So it was more of a pool.
Did you miniature
beach,
golf?
Wax museums, miniature golf. I had 4 hole-in-ones, baby. I used an orange ball, too, just to honor Donnie.
4 hole-in-ones the whole trip you were down there, or 4 hole-in-ones in one round?
I only did 18 holes of mini golf.
That's actually not
4
bad.
4 hole-in-ones with my orange ball.
This Joey Porter thing. So Dulac raised alarm bells this week because he's saying now if it gets done, there's speculation that they might be close to $10 million apart on a deal. Mark, what's your understanding of things?
Well, it's, this is a very lucrative contract coming up, right? So it's not like it's a Darnell Washington, we get to a number and that's it, right? So this was anticipated where one starts high, one starts low, and by the time you hit the August, you somewhere meet in the middle. And a lot of it has to do with some guaranteed money, which the Steelers don't give a ton of guaranteed money to other than TJ Watt. But if you even look around the league, cornerbacks with guaranteed money in their salaries, it's still only $50 million. That's number one, right? So if you're looking at somewhere between 25 and 30, it's going to end up coming in at somewhere like 26, 27, plus maybe 30 to 40 million guaranteed. Right now, they're not close, yes, but that's not being anticipated to be close right now. So I don't think that there's anything to get worried about. It's just going to be like every other big-time contract. TJ Watt didn't sign his until 2 days before the start of the season. It's just how they negotiate, both sides. They want to get the most money out of it. So one starts high, one starts low, and they'll eventually meet in the middle as the season comes closer. And that's the way
So what do you think is the percentage chance that Joey Porter Jr. signs a new deal before the season starts?
Oh, I'm probably up above over 85%. I guess you can, if it gets out of control, right? I mean, like he says, I want 30 plus, I want to be set to market, and that's it, I'm not listening, then you can take it into next year and franchise it and work it for that. I guess that's always in the back pocket, but I don't anticipate that happening whatsoever. I mean, Joey Porter is a key component to this, and you don't find cornerbacks just growing on trees like this, and they haven't had an opportunity to sign a guy like this for years. I guess Eichen, but that wasn't even a ton of money back then. So I'm looking, I don't want to say 99% or anything like that. I'm a good 80, solid 80 at this time right now. But it's just going to take some time. You just have to have patience.
Mark, a man that you were once confused for in the Steelers locker room, Mark Madden, wrote a column where he said, to paraphrase, because the Steelers absurdly overpaid Nick Herbig, they need to do the same thing for Joey Porter Jr. Now, do you think those two deals have anything, are they interconnected or intertwined in any way? Is the Porter Jr. camp looking at that like, well, hold on a second, they gave a part-time player $25 million a year. I didn't give up a touchdown last year. I play every snap. I need more money than that. What do you think?
No, I think you have to look at position. And you look at positions around the league to be able to set your market value. You just can't look at a guy that's on the roster right now. I mean, you can say what you want about Herbig right now, and if you look at his stats right now, yes, he's overpaid, but that money, that 20, what's he 25?
25.
That's a bargain next year if he gets 10 or 11 sacks, right? So I think they played that one right down the middle where Herbig gave up something by signing now, and I think the Steelers took a little bit of a chance to give him a little bit too much now. So I'm not really worried about the comparisons there. I just think he looks at people like Sauce Gardner and Surtain. And we do have to understand here, Joey Porter did have a great year last year. Those first couple of years, He had to learn. So it's not like that might benefit him too, because he's not a finished, polished project or finished or polished right now. He has more room to grow, but he doesn't have a bulk of the reps, not the reps, the statistics. He doesn't have the awards, the accolades. He doesn't have the Pro Bowls, the All Pros. He doesn't have anything like that yet, where he says, "Hey, look at this."
Yeah.
So that's difficult too. The Steelers are going to pay him. I mean, I think this is a very July story that seems to happen every year.
Yeah.
That one of their highest paid guys. So I
now,
like I said,
where
I
do
don't
you
think I would worry quite yet.
What percentage would you put Benton at? If Porter is 80% to get signed, what do you think Benton is, Mark?
I think he might be down the list there. I mean, I keep saying, I don't know where his.
You said they were handing out money like candy. You still think that applies to Benton?
Yeah, but they do have to restructure some deals here to even think about signing Joey Porter. And one of them is T.J. Watt. When they guarantee him for the next 2 years, people are going to have something else to complain about. That's the only place they can really gain some money.
Wait a minute. You got to explain that then to people right now. I can't fluff off that comment. So what do you think is going to happen with Watt?
Well, they're going to have to restructure his deal and probably make – I think the number is right around 8 to 10. I very well could be wrong on this, of being able to create money by guaranteeing his contract through this year. It's just how they restructure everybody. He's the only one left there, so it's not like they're going to get rid of him. It's not like they can get rid of him.
Mm-hmm.
So when you hear that he's pretty much locked in for the next year or so, this year, which would probably lead it towards next year as well, then, I mean, they have to do it. They don't have enough money to sign Joey Porter right now. So that's they have to restructure some guys. I don't think they can restructure anybody else that makes a huge dent to be able to add then a guy like Benton. I mean, where's Benton's number come in at? I don't know.
Some people, like Nick Farabaugh said a couple weeks ago, between 15 and 20. Yeah, I was eating soup that day. I spit it out when I heard him say that.
Yeah, you want to really look at it, look at the Spoke Track when it has his market value at like 25.
Ugh.
You would be really choking on your soup then.
Are you a soup guy?
I don't know. Is soup a meal?
No. Well, you know what it is? I take that back. It is actually. It's a lunch. It's not a dinner, I don't think, but it's a lunch for sure.
Yeah, I'm a huge, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, local Pittsburgh establishment. It starts with eat, and you might park before you go, after you go there, but I love their chicken soup. It's as basic as can be, but I'm a big chicken soup guy from that place.
Are you drowning it in like crushed up cracker? Are there saltines galore in there?
Sometimes they have this special, like 2 quarts for like $10. Mm-hmm. You get the whole quart and just like.
Yeah,
it's great.
I'll break up some Ritz crackers and chicken soup. I'm not above that. I'm not opposed to that move.
I just did my Seinfeld thing, and you didn't understand it, right?
No, they did a whole thing about soup being a meal. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's consomme, right?
I don't know.
I don't even know what consomme is, to be honest with you. What is it?
Yeah, I don't either.
Is it like broth?
Follow us on Twitter and watch us there. That's where you see Mark's face. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township. NFL Top 100 player list from CBS. Only 2 Steelers. We'll tell you who and where they rank it if Mark agrees. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Reds and Pirates tonight at PNC Park. First pitch scheduled for 6:40. Paul Skeens on the mound for the Pirates. Andrew Abbott will go for the Reds. Connor Griffin back in the lineup for the Pirates. From Oregon937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now a message from Mr. Filippone.
That's right. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official sports book of 93.7 The Fan. On the biggest stage in the world that's going on right now, this gigantic soccer tournament, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge is changing the game, because sometimes your player leaves the game. He gets subbed out. They put a little board up. It has the numbers on him. And one guy runs off and somebody comes in fresh for the last 20 minutes of the game or something like that. And You don't want to lose a bet because your guy got subbed out. And FanDuel is helping with that. It's FanDuel Super Sub. If your player comes off, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So how about that? You're still in it until the final whistle. And tons of soccer matches going on right now. Of course, Wednesday, the U.S. and Bosnia. The U.S. a big favorite at home as they try to make it to the round of 16. If they were to lose that game, it would be a heartbreaker. So make a parlay, and hey, if your guy gets subbed out, you're still going to get the guy that comes in for him with FanDuel. FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space? Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711. Joe Starkey here, and I talk about follicles a lot. In this case, hair follicles and my lack of them. That's why I'm launching a new journey with New Image. I want some hair back. My consultation was great. So many proven options at New Image, where they've been solving hair loss issues for over 40 years. I left with a plan. I've already started FDA-approved laser hair therapy. I'll be sharing some hairy tales as I move toward a fuller frock. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimagehairclinic.com.
God bless America from PrismFireworks.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
All right, live at Studio B, Bowser, Chevy. Listen to us, the PM Team On Demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Mark Cavalli, Steelers correspondent, Pat McAfee show here. CBS Sports put out its list of the top 100 NFL players, another classic June thing to do, Mark, while NFL teams are on vacation. 2 Steelers made the list. That's it. Cam Hayward, TJ Watt. Hayward was 39. TJ Watt was, oh my God. TJ Watt was 88, Mark. One spot below Bo Nix. He was 11 last year. He's all the way down at 88. Miles Garrett won, by the way. They think Miles Garrett's the best player in the entire league right now.
Yeah, those are interesting. Are they talking about the best player last year or coming up this year?
Let's see how they describe it here. It says NFL top players of 2026. So they haven't played the 2026 season yet.
So they think TJ's going to stink and Joey's going to stink.
And they have Hayward still very high up here. Age isn't slowing down this 37-year-old interior defender. He had one of his best years in 2025. He's a force against the run and as a pass rusher. I don't disagree with any of that.
No, he's pretty spot on. I would imagine that they're going to try to limit some of his snaps this year down, just maybe 5-10%, just because they got some depth along that defensive line and keep him healthier into December and January. I think that's what they really want to do, but the plans tend to get thrown out the window when they're out there and playing the game. So we'll see how that really works out.
9 corners made this list. Patrick Surtain the second. Devin Witherspoon with Seattle. Christian Gonzalez in New England, who the Steelers could have drafted but went with Broderick Jones instead. Quinyon Mitchell from Philly. Derek Stingley Jr. from Houston. Sauce Gardner in Indy. Trent McDuffie now in L.A. Cooper DeJean, doesn't he date a WWE lady? Mark, is that still going on?
I don't know. It was Nikki Bella, but I don't know if it was quite considered as dating, if you know what I mean.
Okay. They were having relations. He made the list. He's 74.
Allegedly.
Yep, allegedly. And then Kamari Lassiter from Houston. So no Joey. I mean, if you just went by this list, the 10th corner in the NFL ain't making close to $30 million, Mark. That would be around 20.
It's a weird list. I mean, Sauce Gardner's a guy that barely played last year, right? He was injured most of the year. So what makes them so sure that he'll get back to his form? Right? Gonzalez, too. Wasn't he hurt a lot last year as well?
I mean, Gonzalez was great in that AFC Championship game, though, man. He was fantastic. If New England had won the game, he would have been the MVP. They did win the game.
Reasons why they need to probably sign Joey Porter, too, if you really believe in him. I do believe that they believe
other guys are going to get paid, and, well, that's true of anybody, though. Cost of everything is going up in the NFL, in life, too.
And honestly, and that's probably why if Herbig turns out to be a good player, it's going to be a great deal in 2 years from now. We're going to look back and say, Herbig's getting paid what?
Mark, if you were to project a Steeler who is not on the list, so not Hayward and not Watt, if somebody were going to perform like a top 100 player this year, but isn't on the list, who would you say has the best chance to do so?
Ooh, I'll give you one on each side of the ball. How about that?
All right.
I think Derek Harmon's due for one of those breakout years where he finally has the sack numbers to go along with everything else. And I like what Pecco brings to the table and just his experience of being able to, being in the league so long. So I like him on that side. And I'm going to throw one out. I mean, Zach Frazier should be on the list, right? He should be. So I don't believe they believe in offensive linemen, but I think DK Metcalf's going to have a chance to really shine just for the fact that I think Pittman and or Bernard and Freiermuth and Rodgers and McCarthy and those guys are going to help out with. We're going to see a lot what we saw from Metcalf the first month of the season last year rather than the final 2 months. So he could be a guy that 1,000 yards, double-digit touchdowns, I think.
If you were going to sort these guys by receiving yards this year, Metcalf, Pittman, Bernard, and Freiermuth, who would have the most down to the least? Metcalf, Pittman, Bernard, Freiermuth.
Okay, Metcalf, Pittman, Freiermuth, Bernard. Washington.
And then a running back,
maybe,
or Roman Wilson.
Maybe Warren. Warren and Dowdle are probably going to be like 200 to 300, right? I think that we don't know their roles yet. I'm guessing Warren's going to play more on third down, but that's just a guess at this point. I don't think we're going to see that Kenny Gainwell type of have to get the ball out of your hands and get it to the only guy that's open before I get my head knocked off type of offense. So I think that's going to wane a little bit. So maybe Roman Wilson's in there too, right?
Mark, Bernard's trying to buck a trend, which is Aaron Rodgers really does not have a resume of involving and including rookie wide receivers. They usually have to pay their dues and take their turn and take their lumps. But Aaron Rodgers is also on the record as saying this is his last year. So is he going to expedite that process with Bernard, or is he going to have to slowly but surely win Rodgers over? What do you think?
The point is, what's his other option? And we saw
someone
how
else
that
he
went
didn't really like, Roman Wilson, right now. Ben Skoranek.
Skoranek, what do you have? 4 catches last year? 5?
Yes. Yeah, nothing.
I mean, he's very, very worth a roster spot, what he's able to do, but he is limited at what he does wide receiver-wise. But I'm just trying to think of, I mean, is Jordy Nelson the Aaron Rodgers one? Was he a rookie back then, or are we talking about Garrett Wilson? I'm just trying to think of it to go off your statement of a rookie and him targeting a rookie.
Devontae Adams has the record, I think, for the best stats as a rookie with Aaron Rodgers. And he had 38 catches for 446 yards and 3 touchdowns. And he played on all 16 games.
I don't remember when Jordy came into the league. What were we looking at, 08
Jordy Nelson came in, when 08, so that would have been Rodgers' first year as the quarterback. He had 33 catches for 366 and 2 touchdowns.
Within the 2 years later, he was, borderline Super Bowl MVP.
He didn't have his first 1,000-yard season mark until 2011. How about that? And he had 15 touchdowns that year. Good Lord. So,
I know he and Garrett Wilson maybe not so eye to eye all the time.
No, they did not. Nope.
So, I mean, Bernard seems like, back to your question, Bernard seems like a guy that's a little bit more mature than your average rookie wide receiver, which is what we've seen from him through a month of OTAs. It seems like that's a guy that he would be able to latch on to and trust right away, because at least what we saw so far and stuff you saw at Alabama, he's pretty good route runner is where he's supposed to be at the right time. So that's all that really matters to Rodgers. That's huge for him. So maybe he is one of those guys that he can trust right away.
Mark, is it far-fetched to think that Eli Heidenreich just has to beat out Travis Homer for a roster spot, a guy that really brings nothing to the table other than what he does in special teams? Can he do that?
I don't know. You think Heidenreich's going to make the team? I don't.
Well, you've said repeatedly that he's pretty much got no shot, and he's a perfect player for the practice squad. So I'm trying to figure out what would have to happen outside of an injury for him to make the team.
I mean, honestly, he's late 7th round pick. Probably a lot of people were looking at him as an undrafted guy. And once you get through, what we tend to forget during the preseason is everybody has a Heidenreich type of player they're trying to sneak onto the practice squad. I'm not saying the running back, a type of player they want to try to sneak onto it. Mm-hmm. Typically, they get there. So I don't get rid of Caleb Johnson. Absolutely not. And where does Riley Nowakowski fit in at? I mean, he could play 4 different positions. So at this point right now, if he's tight end, H-back, fullback, whatever, I don't know if you're keeping 5 running backs, and one of them is not going to play at all, especially when you have to keep Wedgen to be your kick returner and punt returner.
Yep.
So once again, the numbers don't seem to be jiving for a guy like Heidenreich first year.
Mark, now that we are at the halfway point of the Pirates season, what is the new and improved Mark Caballi win total for the Pirates this season?
75. I haven't changed. Here's the thing. I'm a little disappointed in you.
Yeah.
You were like trading everybody 2 days ago, and now they're going to win the playoff series.
I didn't know. I didn't say win a playoff series. I said that I think they'll make it because I don't think the teams that they're competing with are better than them. Unless the Cardinals do their magic trick, which I will acknowledge happens all the time. But I think the Pirates are better than them, Mark.
Pirate fans are just so unique. They lose 2 games and the world's crumbling down. They win 2, they're going to win the World
What do you mean they're
Series.
so unique? You talk to them every day. They're also called Steelers fans. And guess what? They do the same thing with them.
To that degree, Starkey was trading everybody 2 days ago when they lost a couple games against Colorado.
Yeah. And now what's he saying? What's his updated take?
Donnie Kelly's doing a great job, I think he said.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Words in his mouth. But it's a long season, man. I think we're going to see much of the same here. You just hope they don't go on one of those long 7, 8 out of 10 losses that puts them behind the 8 ball and they can't catch up. They got to continuously to play like they have. And here's the big problem is are we sure that when O'Neal Cruz comes back that he's going to be the O'Neal Cruz than when he left? Hitting wise. I don't know.
I mean, why wouldn't he be? He's surrounded by better hitters. I think the problem last year was that he had no lineup protection and no solid guys around him other than Reynolds. Now he's got Lau hitting behind him.
He's a month and a half gone with a broken hand? That can't be easy.
You don't think your boy Jack Clark could have come back from a broken hand and then hit 30 home runs in the second half of the season, Mark?
Funny you should say that, because that 1987 season was wasted when he slid into third base and broke his hand, I think. And he had 32 home runs at the All-Star break. He ended up with only 37.
Mark, the 1987 Cardinals went to the World Series and lost to the Twins. Let's not act like their season was a complete disaster.
He wasn't in there because he was hurt.
You don't even remember watching that World Series. You weren't swearing at Kirby Puckett and Gary Gaetti and those guys.
Yeah, because they won all the games at the Metrodome. It was unfair. They won all 4
because they were pumping in artificial sound.
Yes, absolutely. Just like the Colts game in what year was that?
05.
Absolutely pumped in sound there. By the time they came around to the playoffs, they weren't pumping in the music. It was so clear that they did something different between the regular season game in late November and the playoff game in January.
Yeah. That Twins team is one of the worst teams to win a World Series in my lifetime, by the way. Just not. They had Frank Viola, Burt Blyleven, and Kirby Puckett, and everybody else pretty much sucked. And they won a World Series.
Did Jack Morris play on that team?
No, he was on the 92 team. He wasn't on the Twins then. No.
That Cardinal team was different, man. The Willie McGee's, Tom Herr, Terry Pendleton, Jack Clark.
Yeah, they'd run and then they'd wait for Jack Clark to hit a home run. Don't forget about Vince Coleman and his 109 stolen bases.
Oh, yeah, Vince Coleman got run over by the...
they put firecrackers in his cleats in New York when he was with the Mets.
How about those Mets? Isn't that your favorite team?
Yep. They're doing Mets-like things, which is to say they're just a complete embarrassment to the sport. All right, Mark, enjoy life back from vacation. The Steelers are on vacation, so I'm not really sure what you do besides talk to us over the next few weeks, but we're glad you're back doing it.
Yeah, I'm going to have to come up with some more 53-man rosters or something so you can talk about it.
You should do your own Steelers player rankings and let people react to that. That would
Honestly,
be big numbers.
the funny thing, I have something in mind that I'm going to do here.
Yeah.
And it's...
right around
kill time between the regular season start or until the playoff, whatever. What are we talking about? Training camp starts on the 27th.
All right. See you, Mark.
See ya.
Fan Weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Let them set you up for retirement. Looking good weather-wise for the game tonight after there was a threat of rain last night. So we're good. Matt Clement next, our 93.7 The Fan MLB analyst. Connor Griffin back. What are his expectations for the Pirates in the second half of the season? Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment live here at Studio B. It's the PM team.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title, tax, license, registration, $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The U.S. Treasury just released its official financial report for 2025. Buried in it is a startling admission. By its own numbers, it appears the U.S. government is insolvent. When governments go this deep in debt, they print money, raise taxes, or cut benefits, none of which can help protect you. That's why people move part of their savings into physical gold and silver. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
It's always a party at Jill's Gentlemen's Club. Thursday, Oldies Night with door prizes. Friday, College Amateur and Fantasy Night. And Saturday, Surprise Saturdays. Jill's Gentlemen's Club. I-70, Exit 11, Dallas Pike.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends, the sounds of winning, celebrations, endless laughs, and memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog, but they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's the summer sticker sales event at South Hills Kia. The 2026 Kia Sportage S Hybrid, just $279 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Hybrid or gas, your call. 24-month leases, $3,999 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia, let's ride. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
It's Chris Mack with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The NL Cy Young favorite takes the hill tonight for Milwaukee as they host Chicago with a chance to expand their strengthening grip on their 6.5-game NL Central lead. Milwaukee's starter averaging 9.5 strikeouts over his last 11 starts. So with a K prop listed at 8.5, the over definitely worth consideration. He also hasn't gone fewer than 6 innings in his last 8 starts, so there's the 17.5 outs recorded prop to look at as well. I'll be on both tonight as we use a calculator alongside the radar gun to keep track of just how many times he hits triple digits with that fastball. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve